Chapter 1. Hatred? Hey, little waste. Our boss is calling for you. In the prison of Baiyuan City, a young boy working quietly in the corner lifted his gaunt face, gazing at the man before him, who was calling his name with an air of arrogance. A flicker of confusion crossed his delicate features. This place is where the criminals of Baiyuan City are held captive. The boy's name is Wu Qi, a young master of the Wu family, one of the four prominent families of Baiyuan City. The sole reason for his imprisonment is simple. Murder. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come here. The man, visibly displeased, shouted. Wu Qi paused for a moment, reluctantly setting aside his work to follow. Thus, the man led him to a grand door. Before Wu Qi could discern his surroundings, he was abruptly shoved inside. Go in, waste. Stumbling into the room, Wu Qi steadied himself, just as the previously dark chamber was suddenly illuminated by a blaze of fire. Then, a haughty voice emerged from the front. You are Wu Qi? Instinctively raising his head, Wu Qi beheld a burly, bald giant seated at the center, surrounded by a throng of fierce-looking criminals. Who are you? Wu Qi scrutinized the man's face, furrowing his brow. Lin Hu? Though Wu Qi had been imprisoned for less than 3 days, he had heard the infamous name of Lin Hu. Slaughterer Lin Hu, bearing the weight of at least a dozen lives on his conscience, had once served as a guardian for a prominent family, a bona fide warrior. Having languished in prison for 8 years, he had become a local tyrant. What does he want from me? As questions swirled in Wu Qi's mind, Lin Hu's gruff voice broke through once more. Wu Qi, I won't keep you guessing. Miss Li Sherdao has a message for you. Sherdao? Upon hearing that name, Wu Qi's eyes brightened, and an image of a graceful, goddess-like figure began to manifest in his mind. Without thinking, Wu Qi took a step forward, his voice tinged with excitement as he asked, What did she say? Li Sherdao, the heiress of the Li family, one of the 4 great families, also known as the pride of Baiyuan City. Awakening a superior spiritual vein at the age of 8, her beauty blossomed like plum blossoms on snow. At 10, she condensed her qi. At 12, she caught the eye of a mentor from the Spirit Academy, rising swiftly in prominence. By 15, she had reached the 8th level of qi refinement, standing out among her peers, with only Wan Yinhai of the Wan family able to rival her. In contrast, Wu Qi, though born into a prestigious family, was cursed with a dead spiritual vein, destined to remain an ordinary person. Yet, inexplicably, Wu Qi had fallen for this paragon of Baiyuan City. However, he knew that in this world where strength reigned supreme, the chasm between him and Li Sherdao made any union impossible. Thus, Wu Qi buried his secret affection deep within his heart until one fateful day. At that moment, his reverie was shattered as Lin Hu leisurely approached, stating, She told me to kill you. With that declaration, Lin Hu abruptly halted, his gaze turning lethal, his voice sharp, the aura of murderous intent swelling like a tide. What? Sherdao wants to send someone to kill me? Wu Qi was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his face, adamantly denying impossible. You're lying. Do I need to lie to someone who is about to die? Lin Hu scoffed, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolding it slowly before Wu Qi. You should recognize Miss Li's handwriting, right? Upon hearing this, Wu Qi's gaze instinctively fell upon the paper, and his pupils dilated. There, written clearly, were the words, Wu Qi is no longer of any use, he can be killed. Thud. At that moment, Wu Qi's heart felt as though it had stopped beating. While handwriting can be imitated, the unique essence of the plum blossoms on snow embedded in the strokes could never be faked. In other words, this was truly written by Li Sherdao. Sherdao really wants to kill me. Wu Qi stood frozen, as if struck by thunder. Half a month ago, he had believed he would never cross paths with Li Sherdao. Yet unexpectedly, she began to approach him, confessing her feelings. Having already been enchanted by her, Wu Qi had hastily fallen into the depths of love. During those 2 weeks, they were inseparable, exchanging vows of eternal devotion. Wu Qi found himself hopelessly in love with this woman. Until one day, Li Sherdao confided in him that she had unintentionally killed someone a month prior. While the victim was not of great significance, he was a resident of Baiyuan City, where self-harm is strictly forbidden. If the city lord were to discover this, it would jeopardize her chances of being recommended to the Spirit Academy. The Spirit Academy, being one of the 5 prestigious academies of the Weiqi Kingdom, was of paramount importance to Li Shirtao. She could not afford to miss this opportunity. Thus, she hoped Wu Qi would take the blame, assuring him it would only be temporary and that she would leverage her family's influence to secure his release in a few days. Moreover, Li Shirtao promised that once he was free, they would be betrothed. Blinded by love, Wu Qi had agreed without a second thought. But what was the outcome? How could this happen? Wu Qi struggled to accept, muttering in anguish and confusion. She clearly promised me that we would be together after I was released. Before he could finish, laughter erupted in the room. Together? How shameless! Have you looked in the mirror to see your own worth? Just a worthless fool incapable of condensing qi. And you think you deserve her? Wu Qi's face flushed crimson, his voice filled with indignation as he retorted. She chose me. Yet, this statement only provoked louder laughter from those around him. Lin, who could hardly contain his mirth, saying, "Fool, don't you get it? Everything is a lie from the very beginning. This was merely a charade orchestrated by Miss Li." A charade? Wu Qi's expression froze. Indeed, Lin, who declared with arrogance, from the outset, "You were merely a pawn selected by Miss Li. She deliberately approached you, feigned love, merely to gain your trust, ensuring you would sacrifice everything for her. And why choose you? First, Miss Li was aware of your infatuation. Pure-hearted youths like you are the easiest to deceive and manipulate. She knew that if she showed you a smidgen of affection, you would follow her like a loyal dog. Second, the Li and Wu families are both among the 4 great families of Baiyuan City and are rivals. Your father, Wu Shuang, has a personal feud with the head of the Li family, and as the young master of the Wu family, your imprisonment for murder means your family will spare no effort, perhaps even sacrificing everything to save you. In this way, they find a scapegoat while undermining the Wu family. Truly, a Toberts with an Estone situation. Lin, who erupted into laughter, and you naively believed Miss Li genuinely loved you and wanted to be with you, huh? You're a fool. Just look at your standing, let alone being worthy of being by Miss Li's side. You're not even fit to be a dog beside her. Oh, and that last remark wasn't mine, it was directly from Miss Li. Wu Qi felt the world spinning, his scalp tingling. Every word Lin who spoke struck his soul like a hammer. Fake? Everything is fake? Were those promises, those smiles, those memories all lies? Shirtao, am I merely a tool for you to exploit? Enough, young Wu. It's time for you to depart. Lin, who gradually ceased his laughter, his expression turning icy. With his left hand, he crumpled the letter, and with his right, he clenched his fist, delivering a powerful blow directly to Wu Qi's chest. Lin, who, being a warrior at the 3rd level of qi condensation, delivered a punch weighing at least 800 pounds. Wow! Wu Qi spat blood, his body curling up like a shrimp, feeling as if both his spirit and body were being torn apart in that instant. With just one punch, he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. This was his first close encounter with death in his life. Am I to die? His muscles gradually stiffened, his blood running cold. How regretful! Wu Qi slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin, who nonchalantly retracted his fist, a hint of satisfaction in his snort. Is that all? How disappointing! Then, with a sudden glint in his eye, as if struck by a thought, he smirked and continued. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, Miss Li is about to become engaged to young Master Wan Yanhai. After all, he is the true match for Miss Li, not you, the worthless fool. Boom! As those words fell, a torrent of hatred surged within Wu Qi like a thunderclap. Li Shirtao, I loved you so deeply, trusted you so completely, yet you humiliated me, deceived me, and harmed me. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. The necklace that had hung around Wu Qi's neck began to glow faintly without warning. At that moment, an authoritative voice echoed in Wu Qi's mind. Do you feel hatred? Hatred. Do you feel resentment? Resentment. Do you seek revenge? Indeed. Then call upon my name. I am known as the War Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Meanwhile, Lin, who began to arrange for the aftermath. You lot, carry the bodies outside. Understood? 2 burly subordinates immediately stepped forward. Just as they were about to lift Wu Qi, a sudden explosion of ferocious power surged from within him, akin to a cannonball hitting the ground. With a loud bang, the 2 were instantly sent flying. What? Lin, who turned, his expression one of shock. Before his eyes, the once crumpled Wu Qi, who had been pummeled to the ground, slowly rose to his feet. Is there still life in you? I underestimated you. Lin, who was genuinely startled, but he quickly regained his composure, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he declared, Very well, I still crave more excitement since one punch is insufficient. Let me deliver a second. With that, Lin Hu raised his hand and aimed for Wu Qi's head. The force of this punch was evidently more formidable than the last, creating a gust that compelled those nearby to instinctively shut their eyes. Yet, just as Lin Hu's fist was a mere finger's breadth from Wu Qi's face, smack! An astonishing scene unfolded. Wu Qi, with one hand, caught Lin Hu's fist, which was charged with the force of thunder. How is this possible? Lin Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was fully aware of his own strength. That previous punch had to have weighed at least 1,000 pounds, enough to knock out even a brawny bull. How could Wu Qi, a seemingly feeble being, have withstood such a blow? While Lin Hu stood dumbfounded, a voice suddenly questioned from ahead, Is this all you've got? Lin Hu instinctively looked up to see Wu Qi, his expression icy, eyes resembling an abyss of darkness. As he raised his other hand into a fist, his aura and muscles swelled as if pumped with air. Now it's your turn. The moment those words escaped his lips, Wu Qi's pupils dilated, a sinister crimson light flashing as he unleashed his fist like an arrow. With a swift motion, he struck towards Lin Hu's face. In that instant, Lin Hu felt as though what was approaching him was not merely a hand, but an entire mountain. The shadow of death loomed, casting a suffocating darkness upon him. Panic surged within Lin Hu like a startled bird. He stammered, "I." Yet, regrettably, he could only utter a single syllable before a resounding crack echoed, and Lin Hu's head was brutally shattered. Blood and brain matter exploded outward. The vast space was instantly engulfed in a deathly silence. Everyone gaped, their eyes wide and mouths agape, allowing blood to splatter upon them. Yet they dared not breathe a word. Shock, fear, and horror were etched upon every face. Wu Qi's eyes gleamed with a feral intensity as he surveyed the crowd, coldly stating, "The former young master of the Wu family is dead. From this moment forth, the one standing before you shall be the future ruler of this realm." Chapter 2. The Burning Heaven Dragon Transformation Technique. Having spoken, he turned and strode confidently out of the door. After a moment's pause, a weak voice broke the stillness. Is he truly Wu Qi? Upon returning to his cell, Wu Qi immediately entered a meditative state, striving to organize his thoughts. To be honest, he was not entirely clear about what had just transpired. He only knew that beneath an endless tide of hatred, he had seemingly called out to a certain name, which was followed by an extraordinary power awakening within him, altering not just his organs, meridians, and dantian, but even twisting his very character. In the past, he had been timid and kind. Now, he was domineering and cruel. Though it was his first time taking a life, he acted with the decisiveness and calmness of one accustomed to it, as if it were second nature. Moreover, those final words were not mere bravado. He genuinely believed he would dominate the world. I believe that name was... Wu Qi furrowed his brow, straining to recall, silently murmuring the 4 words in his mind. War Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Buzz. Accompanied by a faint glow, the necklace that hung around Wu Qi's neck suddenly began to levitate inexplicably. In the next moment, everything went dark. When his vision cleared again, Wu Qi found himself within an immense palace. The stone slabs, sculptures, and even the scratches seemed to resonate with the weight of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years of history. What is this place? Wu Qi gazed around, bewildered at how he had gone from a prison cell to this grand setting in an instant. As he pondered the inconceivable, a familiar yet authoritative voice rang out from directly ahead. This place is known as the Palace of the Underworld. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi immediately looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. The source of the voice was none other than a Dragona colossal creature, 100 feet long, majestic as a mountain, yet bound by 18 iron chains, firmly anchored to the stone slab. "You are." Wu Qi raised his chin. The dragon spoke again. "I am the War Heavenly Dragon Emperor." Wu Qi's pupils contracted sharply. "You are the War Heavenly Dragon Emperor?" No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. The dragon nodded. "Indeed. Was it you who granted me power before?" "Indeed. Why did you choose to assist me?" "It is a matter of choice." "A choice?" The dragon explained. I have been trapped in this palace of the underworld for countless millennia. My previous masters of the fallen god necklace have been numerous. Yet only you have awakened me. Me? Wu Qi was perplexed. The dragon affirmed, yes, it was your hatred that resonated with me, bringing me back to life. Hatred. Wu Qi couldn't help but recall Li Shirtao, her actions flooding his mind, causing him to clench his fists involuntarily, his eyes flashing with ferocity, rage swelling within him. He sought vengeance. At that moment, the dragon's voice echoed in his ear. Merely possessing hatred is insufficient. Wu Qi looked up again. You must grow stronger, stronger than anyone else. The dragon declared emphatically, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, only the strong are free from humiliation, only the strong are not trampled upon. Wu Qi clenched his fists even tighter. What must I do? The competition in North Yuan City of the Spirit Academy is just around the corner. Since Li Shirtao values this competition so highly, I shall defeat her in it. The dragon extended its foreclaw and unleashed a beam of red light that struck Wu Qi's forehead. Wu Qi's body trembled, and strange, archaic characters began to appear before his eyes. What astonished him was that, despite the bizarre appearance of these characters, he could comprehend every single one. The dragon elaborated, this burning heaven dragon transformation technique is a genuine celestial-level martial art. Celestial level? Wu Qi's heart raced. It is well known that martial arts are classified into 4 tiers: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Heaven represents the pinnacle. Even a genius of Li Shirtao's caliber could only access high-level yellow-tier techniques at best. Techniques of the heaven tier are often relegated to legend. And yet, this being casually offers him a celestial-level martial art. Could this dragon be one of the ancient gods? Wu Qi's mind instinctively began to wander. Meanwhile, the dragon continued to guide him. Originally, this celestial-level martial art could only be cultivated by the royal lineage of the Dragon Clan. But by calling upon my name, you have gained my recognition. We now share a covenant, our souls and blood intertwined, making you indistinguishable from the royal bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Being of the Dragon Clan royal lineage, you are thus qualified to cultivate this burning heaven dragon transformation technique. The dragon continued, in the realm of Hengyuan, warriors' true energy is generally divided into 2 types, yang and yin. However, the true energy produced by the burning heaven dragon transformation technique is entirely different from both. It is more tyrannical than yang true energy and more elusive than yin true energy. Within the same realm, it is unmatched, known as the primal dragon Qi. Primal dragon Qi, Wu Qi silently noted. The dragon explained, the burning heaven dragon transformation technique consists of 9 stages, ranked from low to high: swimming fish, water snake, stream bull, lake monster, river demon, mixed river dragon, sea dragon, cloud dragon, and true dragon emperor. When you become the true dragon emperor, you shall reign supreme, unrivaled in heaven and earth, and no one shall have the power to dictate your fate. However, it must be stated up front that this path is fraught with peril, and you may die at any moment. Do you still wish to proceed? Had this been the former Wu Qi, accustomed to being shielded by his family, he might have faltered and chosen to cling to life. But after experiencing deceit and humiliation, feeling the degradation of the weak, that desire to grow stronger began to swell infinitely within him. He did not wish to endure today's humiliation a second time. He yearned to grow stronger, stronger than anyone else. For this, he was willing to go to any lengths. Wu Qi's eyes gleamed with a terrifying intensity, akin to a long-restrained primordial dragon, his voice resonating with power. I am willing. In an instant, a hint of satisfaction flickered in the dragon's eyes. Excellent. Then, with an air of authority, it declared, next, I shall teach you martial arts and dragon techniques. Pay close attention. Thus, for a considerable duration thereafter, Wu Qi listened and learned. Though he had always been labeled as an incapable martial artist, it must be said that his capacity for comprehension was astonishingly formidable. Regardless of the complexities inherent in martial arts and dragon techniques, he is capable of mastering them with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense has passed. Wu Qi has already practiced the fundamental dragon techniques imparted to him by the colossal dragon within the ethereal palace, achieving a commendable level of proficiency. His primordial dragon Qi has reached the 4th tier of condensation. Observing Wu Qi's increasingly adept maneuvers, The giant dragon nodded in approval, stating, "Very well. We shall conclude our session for today. Furthermore, although your consciousness has lingered in the ethereal palace of the fallen god Necklace for 7 days, merely a stick of incense has elapsed in the outside world. Such a disparity in time?" Wu Qi was momentarily taken aback. "You must have more pressing matters to attend to. Am I correct?" The giant dragon remarked earnestly. Wu Qi fell into a contemplative silence. The method of exiting this realm had already been conveyed to him by the War Dragon Emperor. With but a single thought, his consciousness could return to his physical form. Yet, Wu Qi hesitated to depart immediately. Noticing his pensive demeanor, the giant dragon inquired, "What troubles you? Do you still harbor doubts?" Wu Qi blurted out, "How can I rescue you?" The giant dragon was momentarily caught off guard, pausing for half a second before responding with a smile. "Wait until the day you become the true Dragon Emperor. Whether it be the fallen god Necklace, the ethereal palace, or the 18 celestial locks upon my being, none of these will pose a challenge." Wu Qi nodded slightly, understanding dawning upon him. He then raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with determination, and declared resolutely, "One day, I shall grant you your freedom." With that, he transformed into a beam of light and soared out of the ethereal palace. As he gazed toward Wu Qi's receding figure, the giant dragon's eyes momentarily clouded with nostalgia. After a long pause, the vast expanse of the ethereal palace resonated with a profound, ancient sigh. "I hope this time I have not made the wrong choice." Chapter 3. Where are you going? To the Li family. As Wu Qi regained consciousness, he slowly opened his eyes. Lowering his gaze, he observed his own form, feeling the primordial dragon energy roaring within him, which stirred a fervent passion in his heart. Just then, accompanied by the rapid sound of footsteps, a jailer suddenly approached. Without uttering a word, he produced a key and unlocked the cell door, loudly proclaiming, "Wu Qi, you are free to go." "Go?" Wu Qi was taken aback. The jailer coldly remarked, "What? You're not happy about being released?" "Why?" Wu Qi furrowed his brows, for he was a convicted murderer, albeit wrongfully accused. How could he be so easily set free before clearing his name? The jailer scratched his ear. "Well, your father is quite influential, isn't he?" "What do you mean?" Wu Qi pressed for clarification. The jailer smirked. "It means your father has exhausted his wealth to secure your release. It is said that even the heirloom of the Wu family has been pledged. With such sincerity, how could the city lord refuse? Hence, I was ordered to set you free. Wu Qi, O Wu Qi. From this moment forth, you are a free man. However, I dare say, your Wu family may no longer be counted among the 4 great families of Baiyuan City from today onwards." Upon uttering the last remark, a glimmer of schadenfreude appeared on the jailer's face. Having left the prison and returned to the Wu residence, Wu Qi was overwhelmed with a mix of emotions. At that moment, a voice as melodious and clear as a lark suddenly rang out, "Brother, you're back? So familiar, so gentle." Without needing to look, he recognized that it was undoubtedly his sister, Wu Xian'er. Although they had been apart for only a few days, it felt like an eternity to Wu Qi. Before leaving home, the Wu residence had been resplendent, adorned with blossoms. Yet upon his return, it was as if the house had been stripped bare. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so naive, if I hadn't been so headstrong, you wouldn't have suffered alongside me." With his head bowed, Wu Qi hesitated for a long while, finally summoning the courage to express his heartfelt apology to his sister. However, upon raising his gaze, he was momentarily stunned. In his line of sight, he noticed a red mark on Wu Xian'er's cheek. Though it had been poorly concealed, it remained glaringly evident. Seeing this, Wu Qi instantly felt a surge of anxiety and inquired, "Little sister, what happened to the injury on your forehead?" Wu Xian'er deliberately averted her gaze from Wu Qi, forcing a smile as she explained, "Oh, I accidentally bumped into something." "Accidentally bumped into something?" Wu Qi frowned in disbelief. The red mark, though somewhat healed, was clearly the imprint of a hand. How could that possibly be an accident? With that thought, Wu Qi's expression hardened, stepping forward to demand, "Little sister, tell me the truth. What really happened?" Wu Xian'er was about to stubbornly deny the situation when a voice from behind interrupted her. Xian'er was struck by someone. Turning around, Wu Xian'er saw a familiar figure approaching. Her sole friend in Baiyuan City, Lai Xiaoruan. "Xiaoruan?" Wu Xian'er gasped. What are you doing here? Lai Xiaoruan shot her an irritated glance. I came to see how your injury was healing, of course. Wu Qi immediately turned to Lai Xiaoruan, demanding, did you just say Sienna was struck? By whom? How can you not even know that your sister was harmed? What kind of brother are you? Lai Xiaoruan retorted angrily. Wu Qi maintained a serious demeanor, urgency lacing his voice. First, answer my question. It was Li Mingjie who struck her, Lai Xiaoruan said curtly to Li Mingjie. Wu Qi was momentarily stunned. That Li family heir, brother to Li Shitao? Who else could it be? Lai Xiaoruan shrugged. Wu Qi's expression darkened further. Why would he lay hands on my sister? Lai Xiaoruan scoffed. What other reason could there be? The Li scion coveted Sienna's beauty. Seizing the opportunity when your family was absent, he attempted to take advantage of her. And when Sienna fiercely resisted, he slapped her in a fit of rage. Thankfully, I arrived in time. The Li scion, wary of my status, retreated in anger, but not without leaving a mark on Sienna's face. As she spoke, Lai Xiaoruan cast a sympathetic glance at Wu Sienna's profile. Thank you. Wu Qi took a deep breath, solemnly expressing his gratitude. Lai Xiaoruan waved her hand dismissively. Wu Qi shifted the conversation. Could I ask you for one more favor? What is it? Please take good care of Sienna. What do you intend to do? Lai Xiaoruan began to sense something amiss. Leave? Where are you going? Both Lai Xiaoruan and Wu Sienna felt a surge of anxiety. To the Li family. Wu Qi's words were succinct yet laced with menace. To the Li family? What do you intend to do there? Lai Xiaoruan's eyes widened in alarm, suddenly fearing the worst. You can't possibly mean to seek revenge on Li Mingjie, right? Wu Qi remained silent, but his eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve. Seeing this, Lai Xiaoruan became even more convinced of her fears. Stepping forward with a mix of anger and concern, you're actually considering that? Have you lost your mind? Do you even know how powerful the Li family is? Even we, the Lai family, avoid provoking them unless absolutely necessary. Let alone you. Yes, brother. Wu Xian'er quickly joined in to soothe him. I only sustained a few superficial injuries. It's nothing serious. Lai Xiaoruan continued. The Wu family is not what it once was if you go there now. What can you expect other than a beating? You, a natural-born waste with no cultivation, how could you possibly contend with anyone? To put it bluntly, you might not even make it through their front gate. Uncle Wu and Sienna went to great lengths to extricate you from prison. Now that you're finally free, you intend to rush into danger. Do you wish to hasten your own demise? Lai Xiaoruan's barrage of words barely fazed Wu Qi, who merely raised his eyelids, casually asking, Are you finished? Huh? Once you're done, take good care of my sister. With that, without allowing a moment for a response, Wu Qi turned and strode away. Lai Xiaoruan, caught off guard, stood frozen for a moment. By the time she regained her composure and shouted, Hey! Wu Qi had already vanished into the distance. How frustrating it is when good advice falls on deaf ears. Lai Xiaoruan stomped her foot in exasperation. Brother! Wu Xian'er exclaimed in distress, hurriedly chasing after him. What a fool! Why bother with him? Lai Xiaoruan shook her head in annoyance, yet ultimately decided to follow in Wu Xian'er's footsteps. Meanwhile, within the Li family's inner courtyard, Li Mingjie was still seething over the incident involving Wu Xian'er. Wretched girl, wretched girl, wretched girl. Who does she think she is? Does she still believe she is the esteemed young lady of the Wu family? I offered her a chance, and she had the audacity to refuse. The Wu family has fallen, and she is now but a molting phoenix, inferior even to a mere chicken. What is there to be so arrogant about? Young master! Li Mingjie's tirade elicited a cautious reaction from the butler, Qin Ning, who leaned in, lowering his voice to inquire, Have you laid hands on the Wu girl? Indeed. Li Mingjie waved his hand dismissively. But I didn't do much. I merely gave her a slap. This is troublesome. Qin Ning's brow furrowed. Troublesome? What is there to fear from a girl of a fallen family? Li Mingjie scoffed. Qin Ning shook his head, his expression grave. The real threat is not from the Wu girl but from the head of the Wu family. You mean Wu Shuang? Li Mingjie quickly grasped the situation. Qin Ning nodded, a look of apprehension on his face. Though the Wu family has declined, Wu Shuang remains formidable and unpredictable. Furthermore, he is a devoted father. If he discovers that his daughter has been wronged, he will not let it slide. The most pressing concern is that the master is not currently at home. Wu Shuang is indeed a potential hazard, Li Mingjie acknowledged, but then shifted his tone to one of ease. However, there is no need for excessive worry. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Wu Shuang is away on a long journey, and won't be returning anytime soon. Although that Wu Qi has just been released from prison, so what? He is merely a waste incapable of martial arts. What can he possibly do to challenge me? Having heard Li Mingjia's reassurances, Qin Ning gradually relaxed. Indeed, a mere Wu Qi posed no real threat. As Qin Ning prepared to smile, a young servant suddenly dashed in from afar, shouting, "Young master, Butler Qin, it's bad. It's terrible." Chapter 4. Are you seeking death? Li Mingjie stood with his hands behind his back. What is it that has you so flustered? The young servant pointed towards the door. Wu Qi, he is here. He has come to kill. Wu Qi has arrived. Li Mingjie and Qin Ning exchanged glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. He truly dares to come. Is he alone? Li Mingjie inquired further. The young servant replied, yes, he has come alone. You didn't he make a mistake? The young servant shook his head, pondering what Wu Qi could possibly be thinking. Could he truly believe he could stand against the entire Li family single-handedly? Li Mingjie furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Qin Ning speculated, he may not have come seeking revenge. Perhaps he is still infatuated with the eldest young lady and has come alone to plead for another chance. Humph, what an absurd thought. What status does my sister hold? And what status does he possess? Does he truly believe he can simply meet her? Li Mingjie scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Immediately dispatch a Li family iron guard to expel that Wu fellow. However, the young servant interjected, young master, the iron guard has already gone. What is there to be concerned about then? Li Mingjie queried, baffled. Is it conceivable that a renowned Li family iron guard cannot handle a mere Wu family waste? The young servant sighed, young master. You should see for yourself. The situation may not be as optimistic as you imagine. Is it possible that scoundrel has grown so formidable? Li Mingjie sneered disdainfully. Qin Ning, however, smiled knowingly. It would be prudent to take a look. I have heard that he managed to turn the tables on Butcher Lin Hu in the Thorn prison. Let us ascertain the truth of this legend. Turn the tables on Lin Hu? Him? Li Mingjie scoffed, shaking his head. The rumors are getting increasingly ludicrous. Yet he relented. Since Steward Qin is so inclined, what harm is there in meeting with this Wu scion? With that, he and Qin Ning strolled leisurely towards the front entrance, the informing young servant trailing closely behind. Before long, the group arrived at the grand courtyard before the main gate. Li Mingjie frowned, noticing an eerie silence. Logically, if the iron guard had engaged, Wu Qi should have been wailing in agony. Could he have fainted from the pain? Ha! Truly feeble. Li Mingjie smirked self-righteously, but as he turned to survey the courtyard, he was instantly struck dumb by the scene before him. A dozen familiar figures lay scattered in the courtyard center. Having stumbled in from outside, Xu Jianbai, Jiang Yu, Song Tsong, Shin Yifeng, Wu Dun. Li Mingjie could name every individual sprawled on the ground, but the sight filled him with dread. They were none other than the 18 iron guards he had painstakingly trained. The elite of the Li family, once capable of uniting to slay a peak 4th-level Qi condensation warrior. They now lay bloodied and unconscious, their fates uncertain. As the instructor of the Li family's 18 iron guards, Li Mingjie was consumed by rage and confusion, nearly roaring, "Who did this? Who is responsible?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a voice rang out from nearby. "Are you looking for me?" Li Mingjie and Qin Ning immediately lifted their heads, following the sound. There, perched upon the entrance's archway, sat a youthful figure. This person was strikingly handsome, exuding an otherworldly charisma, radiating an aura of dominance akin to a demon king descending upon the mortal realm. Li Mingjie and Qin Ning were momentarily stunned before their expressions morphed into disbelief. Wu Qi. This meant that the one who had felled the 18 iron guards was indeed him. The realization struck Li Mingjie with a jolt. He had assumed a single iron guard could easily handle a mere Wu Qi, yet here were 18 iron guards defeated in totality. This was not merely an unfavorable situation, it was a complete disaster. Li Mingjie understood the level of his iron guards all too well. They were warriors averaging around the 3rd level of Qi condensation. If one had been defeated, it could be fathomed, but 18 3rd-level Qi condensation warriors laid low? Just how powerful was this Wu Qi? Was this truly the same Wu Qi he once knew? Meanwhile, outside the gate, Wu Xian'er and Lai Xiaoruan were equally astonished, particularly Lai Xiaoruan, who was left speechless. Just moments ago, she had thought, it's over. I'm too late. By the time I reach the Li residence, Wu Qi has likely been beaten by the Li family's guards countless times. She had even prepared to call for help. But who could have anticipated that the roles would be completely reversed? The ones being beaten were none other than the Li family's guards, and not just one, but all of them. Haven't we arrived just as quickly as your brother? Lai Xiaoruan said, somewhat dazed. In just a few minutes, he single-handedly took down a large number. Xiener, is he truly your brother? Wu Xiener was momentarily at a loss for words, at least in terms of combat prowess. He was indeed a far cry from the brother she was familiar with. On the other side, Qin Ning was still grappling with his thoughts, wondering if the tale of Lin Hu's downfall in prison was indeed true. Meanwhile, Li Mingjie was consumed with fury, bellowing like thunder, Wu, how dare you harm the people of the Li family? Dare? Wu Qi glared defiantly, springing to his feet. What is there to fear? His fury erupted like a volcano. As he drew closer while exclaiming, don't think you can simply strike down a few of the Li family's guards. Even if it were you, Li Mingjie, I would not hesitate to strike. You dare to slap my sister's face? I will tear yours off. Li Mingjie sneered derisively, and what of it? Do you still believe your Wu family holds any status in Beiyuan City? You, your father, your sister. Your entire Wu family is finished. Inferior to dogs. I tell you, Wu, do not think my young master merely struck your sister. Even if he were to kill her, it would be her honor. With that final remark, Li Mingjie's words ignited the powder keg of Wu Qi's rage. The Burning Heaven Transformation Dragon technique surged wildly, ancient dragon energy roared like thunder. Wu Qi's veins bulged, resembling a battle-hardened deity, fists clenched, eyes ablaze, as he spat through gritted teeth, you're courting death. Chapter 5. Who dares harm my son? Wu Qi transformed into a gust of wind. Even at a distance of 10 meters, Li Mingjie could distinctly feel an oppressive heat wave washing over him. What an overwhelming aura! Li Mingjie felt the hair on his body stand on end. Sensing that he was not facing a mere man, but a ferocious beast, one that was poised to unleash its wrath. But Li Mingjie was not one to back down with a cold snort. The shock in his eyes vanished, and he spread his legs, fists clenched, as a fierce gale surged upward from his feet. 5th level of Qi condensation. Yu Sion. Li Mingjie's eyes bulged, hair wildly thrashing around him like a lion ready for battle. He roared, since you dare to come alone to challenge the Li family, prepare to lose an arm. With that, he pushed off his back leg, propelled himself forward, his legs forming an arc as he leaped. Shooting towards Wu Qi like a bolt from a crossbow, Wu Qi was undeterred, springing up to meet the challenge with a fierce elbow strike. Dragon Clan Royal Technique, Dragon King's Elbow Strike. In the blink of an eye, thud, Wu Qi's elbow collided with Li Mingjie's knee. The clash of azure and crimson energy erupted like cannon fire, shockwaves reverberating through the air. Yet he was able to withstand Li Mingjie's blazing leg strike. Qin Ning's heart raced with trepidation. It was known that Li Mingjie's blazing leg strike could shatter even a 1,000-pound boulder, something an ordinary 4th-level Qi condensation warrior could not endure. One hit would be enough to bring them down. Yet Wu Qi not only withstood it, but also held his ground against Li Mingjie. Li Mingjie was equally astonished. It seems you possess more than just the 4th level of Qi condensation. Now I understand why the 18 Iron Guards were no match for you. If only discussing levels, Wu Qi was indeed at the 4th level of Qi condensation, but in the first transformation of the Burning Heaven Transformation Dragon technique, Fish Transformation, his combat prowess surpassed that of the 4th level. Such was the might of the ancient dragon energy. Not only was he invincible within the same realm, but he could also fight above his level. But I am not an ordinary 5th-level Qi condensation warrior. Li Mingjie's astonishment quickly faded, replaced by a fierce determination. He unleashed a torrent of solar true energy, his striking leg seemingly empowered by a fire god. Wu Qi could distinctly feel the force of Li Mingjie's leg multiplying. This is the high-tier martial technique. Great Blazing Flame, young master, you have finally mastered it. In the realm of heavenly and earthly mysteries, each level is divided into low, middle, and high tiers, with high tiers further divided into minor and major high. While minor high-tier techniques could not compare to major high-tier techniques, they were sufficient to elevate the user's combat power to a new level. Now, the young master was likely no longer a match for ordinary 5th-level Qi condensation warriors. Qi Ning inhaled deeply, turning to Wu Qi with a gleeful smirk. Wu, you are finished. On the other side, Li Mingjie, believing victory was in his grasp, began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, what's wrong, Wu Qi? Aren't you quite impressive? Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, what are you waiting for? Confronted by the scathing taunts of Li Mingjie, Wu Qi's expression darkened abruptly, and he erupted in a furious outburst. I am waiting for your mother. As soon as the words left his lips, Wu Qi's eyes gleamed ominously, akin to a bottomless abyss, filled with fierce intent. The primordial dragon aura began to shift and take form, and in an instant, azure scales emerged on his body. Simultaneously, his aura and oppressive force surged exponentially. This was the first transformation of the Burning Heaven and Transforming Dragon technique, the Swimming Fish transformation, in its complete state in this mode. His combat prowess soared to rival that of a 6th-level Qi condensation practitioner. Li Mingjie quickly sensed something amiss. Wu Qi's aura had inexplicably strengthened. How could this be? His pupils contracted in disbelief. The combat power of a 5th-level Qi condensation practitioner was not even Wu Qi's limit. He could become even stronger. Li Mingjie found it hard to believe that after decades of arduous training in the Great Flame Yin, he was so easily surpassed by another. At that moment, Wu Qi slowly raised his other hand. Fingers curled inward like an eagle's talon, as if he had already locked onto his prey, preparing to strike. The Dragon Clan's royal martial technique, the Dragon King's Claw. Upon witnessing this, a chill ran down Li Mingjie's spine. As a martial artist with over a decade of experience, he knew instantly that this technique meant certain death. This is bad. Li Mingjie felt a paralyzing fear, as if he had already one foot in the grave. Yet, just as the situation seemed dire, a familiar and commanding voice resonated from behind. Stop! Li Mingjie was momentarily taken aback. As the commander of the Li family's guards for many years, how could he not recognize that voice? It's father. Father has returned. In an instant, Li Mingjie clutched at this lifeline and shouted desperately, Father, save me, father. Please come to my rescue. Unfortunately, Wu Qi paid no heed to the voice. At that moment, he resembled a judge from the underworld, his claws mercilessly lunging forward. With a swift motion, he tore the skin from the entirety of Li Mingjie's left cheek. Ah! Li Mingjie screamed in despair, clutching his head in horror. Watching from the side, Qi Ning felt a wave of terror wash over him. Such ruthlessness, such venom, such decisiveness. Just because of one sentence from Li Mingjie? Wu Qi had brutally flayed the skin from his face. This transformation in Wu Qi was not merely in strength. Even his demeanor had undergone a profound change. It was hard to fathom that this horrifying strike had come from the hands of someone who had always been perceived as weak and ineffectual. In the span of just 3 days, what had this individual experienced within the thorny prison? Qi Ning regarded Wu Qi with eyes filled with dread, as if gazing upon a monster. Lai Xiaowan, too, felt a shiver run down her spine. Defeating the 18 iron guards of the Li family single-handedly was already astonishing, yet now, even the young master of the Li family, a true combatant comparable to a 5th-level Qi condensation practitioner, was no match for him. Lai Xiaowan's attitude toward Wu Qi had entirely shifted. I commanded you to stop. Did you not hear me? The authoritative voice rang out again, this time laced with palpable fury. Wu Qi turned to face the source of the voice. A middle-aged man clad in fine garments, surrounded by a blue aura, striding toward him with a grave expression. Seeing this, Qi Ning quickly performed a deep bow, declaring, I pay my respects to the family head. The imposing figure that had suddenly appeared in the courtyard was none other than Li Nanfeng, the head of the Li family. Stop! Wu Qi showed no fear, confronting Li Nanfeng head-on. With each powerful statement, he took a step closer. Where were you when Li Mingjie was assaulting my sister? It is permissible for your son, Li Nanfeng, to harass a woman, but not for me, as her brother, to retaliate. What kind of nonsensical reasoning is this? Li Nanfeng retorted arrogantly. My son can do as he pleases. If that is the case, he must bear the consequences of his actions. Wu Qi declared fiercely, to provoke my family, even the King of Heaven cannot protect you. Li Nanfeng's eyes flared crimson, his anger surging. What a sharp-tongued little beast! If you seek death, then I shall send you to your demise. With that, he shouted and brought his palms together, unleashing a torrent of force that surged forth like a colossal wave. As the head of one of the four great families, Li Nanfeng's power was extraordinary. A mere slap from him was beyond the capacity of an ordinary qi condensation practitioner to withstand. Witnessing this, Wu Qi furrowed his brow, preparing to remove the fallen god pendant. Before this confrontation, he had anticipated the possibility of the Wu family head intervening. However, he had formulated a plan. Should Li Nanfeng dare to strike, he would throw the pendant, an ancient artifact capable of sealing the War Dragon Emperor. To withstand an attack from a Qi Explosion Realm warrior, brother, Wu Xian'er felt her heart leap into her throat. Li Xiaoruan quietly exclaimed, "This is not good." As the tempestuous force unleashed by Li Nanfeng drew closer to Wu Qi, the tension reached a critical point. Just when it seemed that disaster was imminent, a booming voice echoed from above, "Who dares to harm my son?" The sound resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating throughout the surroundings. Wu Qi recognized the voice as familiar, and as he pondered, a towering figure suddenly descended from the heavens, positioning himself between Wu Qi and Li Nanfeng. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a punch forward. Instantly, a massive serpent formed entirely of solar energy surged forth, roaring as it collided with Li Nanfeng's aura. Upon impact, it produced a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves through the AI art. Li Nanfeng's expression shifted as he was forced to take a step back. Struggling to regain his balance, he quickly looked up, demanding, "Who are you?" At that moment, as the dust settled, a tall, majestic man, bearing a striking resemblance to Wu Qi, appeared before the crowd. Upon recognizing the man's face, expressions shifted among Qi Ning, Li Nanfeng, Li Xiaoruan, Wu Xian'er, and even Wu Qi, the head of the Wu family. Wu Shuang, father. Indeed, the imposing figure before them was none other than Wu Shuang, once one of the 10 prodigies of the Spirit Academy, and the father of Wu Qi and Wu Xian'er, known as the literary martial scholar. "You have returned?" Li Nanfeng exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. The news had indicated that Wu Shuang was away on business from Beiyuan City for at least a day and night. Yet he had returned so swiftly that Wu Shuang, hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, "Having completed my business, I naturally returned. Is there a problem?" "Very well, your return is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of waiting for you." Li Nanfeng scoffed, demanding, "Now, tell me how we shall resolve this matter." Wu Shuang feigned innocence. "What is there to resolve? Stop playing dumb," Li Nanfeng retorted indignantly. "Your son not only injured my subordinate, but he also severely wounded my own son." "And so what?" Wu Shuang dismissed him with disdain. Speaking with resolute clarity, "Li Nanfeng, do you truly think I am unaware of your schemes? While I was away, your son dared to lay his hands on my daughter. My son Wu Qi has committed no wrongdoing. In fact, he showed restraint. Had I been present, Li Mingjie would have fared even worse." Li Nanfeng's fury reached a boiling point, but as he opened his mouth to retort, Wu Shuang interrupted, "What do you mean, what? Do not think that just because I am currently without wealth, you can bully us, the Wu family. I assure you, Li Nanfeng, 20 years ago, I could have made you eat dirt, and I can still do so today." Wu Shuang. Li Nanfeng's forehead throbbed with veins, his eyes blazing red. Roaring like an enraged bull, "You seek death." With that, he stepped forward, ready to strike once more. But at that moment, a clear, crisp voice rang out from behind, "Wait, father." Li Nanfeng paused, and Wu Shuang instinctively turned to look in his line of sight. A beautiful, graceful figure approached from afar. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, with eyebrows like willow leaves and eyes resembling autumn waters. The light reflected in her captivating gaze carried an air of maturity and depth far beyond her years. Upon seeing her, Wu Qi's expression darkened. A torrent of memories surged through his mind. Love turned to hatred, deep affection turned to despair, from purity to darkness, from humanity to monstrosity. She was none other than Li Shirtao, the daughter of the Li family and the pride of Beiyuan City. The woman whom Wu Qi had once loved dearly and for whom he had even risked imprisonment, only to be discarded like refuse. With gritted teeth, Wu Qi felt his fists clench involuntarily, a surge of fury boiling within him. Meanwhile, Li Shirtao turned her gaze toward her father, softly imploring, "Father, let them go." "What?" Li Nanfeng's expression shifted, ready to reject her plea, but he was interrupted by Li Shirtao, who gently urged, "I know, I am furious too. However, It was indeed my brother who initiated the confrontation. Even if you were to report this matter to the city lord, the fault would still lie with him. Moreover, considering that the city lord has recently received benefits from them, do you truly believe he would advocate on your behalf? Li Nanfeng fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, Li Shirtao narrowed her eyes, her expression laden with significance as she remarked, "If this deadlock continues, father, the likelihood of your defeat seems quite substantial." Although the wild martial scholar is no longer among the top 10 of the Spirit Academy, his innate talent and physical prowess remain at that esteemed level. Even after not studying at the Spirit Academy for 2 decades, his strength may not be significantly inferior to the other top 10. Li Nanfeng instinctively wished to retort, but after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to remain silent as he sensed Li Nanfeng's anger begin to wane. Li Shirtao's gaze shifted from her father to another direction, smilingly addressing young Master Wu. "I hope you have been well. I apologize for not being able to visit you in prison during this busy time." Wu Qi responded with a cold indifference, "I am well. There is no need for Miss Li to concern herself." Li Shirtao chuckled lightly. "It seems young Master Wu harbors quite a grievance against me. If I have erred in any way, please feel free to voice it. If I truly am at fault, I shall gladly accept any punishment." Wu Qi, with a stoic expression, bluntly replied, "You remain as hypocritical as ever, utterly nauseating." Li Shirtao's countenance stiffened, and she forced a laugh. "Why does young Master Wu say that?" "I fail to comprehend." Wu Qi, uninterested in evasion, stated directly, "In half a year, during the Spirit Academy's competitive battle in Beiyuan City, you will be participating, correct?" Li Shirtao, still smiling radiantly, replied, "And if so, it is of no significance." Wu Qi said nonchalantly, "I will openly defeat you on that stage. With such a sword." With that, he unsheathed the sword from the waist of the nearest iron guard with a swift motion. Gripping it tightly, bang! The sword was crushed into powder. Li Shirtao slowly retracted her smile, her eyes narrowing slightly, a glimmer of cold light flickering between her lashes. "Is this a declaration of war against me?" Chapter 7. Condensing Qi to the 5th level. Upon leaving the Li residence, the family walked side by side. After much contemplation, Wu Qi finally mustered the courage to say, "Father, I truly did not kill anyone." To his surprise, Wu Shuang nodded with a smile, showing no hesitation. "I know my own son. How could I not understand you?" Wu Qi was taken aback, then lowered his head in guilt. "I am sorry. Father, Tio, rescue me. You have sacrificed all our family's savings." Wu Shuang laughed heartily. "Ha. Wealth is but an external matter. Besides, I am still in my prime. If money is lost, it can always be earned again. The most important thing is, at this point." Wu Shuang wrapped one arm around Wu Qi's shoulder while the other embraced Wu Xian'er, drawing the siblings close with his powerful embrace. With earnestness, Wu Shuang declared, "As long as we can remain together as a family, that is already enough. Father." Wu Qi's eyes reddened at his words. Wu Shuang laughed heartily. "All right, let us not dwell on these unhappy matters. Let us talk about you." "What about me?" Wu Qi blinked in confusion. Wu Shuang continued, "Naturally, I am referring to the upcoming promotion competition at the Spirit Academy in Beiyuan City in 15 days. Are you suggesting that your earlier bold declarations were merely idle talk?" "Of course not," Wu Qi asserted emphatically. "In 15 days, at the Spirit Academy's promotion competition, I not only intend to win but to win thoroughly. I shall return all the humiliation, deceit, and harm that Li Shirtao has inflicted upon me." Wu Shuang looked at him with pride. "Good son, you possess great spirit. Father, do you not blame me for acting on my own accord?" Wu Qi asked, blinking. Wu Shuang spread his hands, with such determination and resolve. "How could I possibly be anything but pleased? You need not worry. I will fully support you. Just focus your mind and run forward with all your might." Wu Qi nodded vigorously, feeling his fighting spirit surge even higher with his father's encouragement. "By the way, father, what important matter did you attend to in the city today?" "I want to take care of something very important," Wu Shuang said mysteriously. "You will know soon enough." On the other side, at the Li residence, the 18 iron guards in Xiangji had already sent someone to carry the injured away for treatment. Li Mingjia, nursing a head full of injuries, sat on the bed as a maid carefully bandaged him. Groaning in discomfort while indignantly complaining to his sister, "Is that Wu kid not a bit too arrogant? Does he truly think that by defeating me and Coach Xiang, he has the right to challenge you?" Li Shirtao, however, wore a serious expression as she replied, Wu Qi has indeed changed significantly. She had heard early on about the incident in the Thorn prison, where the butcher Lin who had been killed in retaliation. At that time, she, like Qi Ning and Xiang Ji, had been skeptical. After all, how could a waste-born with a death spirit vein possibly stand against Lin Hu, a seasoned warrior at the third level of condensing Qi? However, it now appeared that the incident was not only true, but Wu Qi's combat abilities had far exceeded her expectations. The question remained whether he had been concealing his strength all along, or if there was another reason. Li Shitao narrowed her phoenix-like eyes into a line at Li Mingjie. Observing his sister's thoughtful demeanor, couldn't help but cast her a sidelong glance, asking, "You aren't actually afraid, are you? Afraid?" Li Shitao paused for a second, then burst into a melodious, joyful laughter as if she had heard the greatest joke. "Are you jesting, brother? Even if he were a genius like Wang Yunhai, what progress could he possibly make in just 15 days? Condensing Qi to the 8th level? The 9th level? Fine, even if he were to step into the realm of body refinement in 15 days. But do not forget, I am at the 8th level of body refinement." Li Shitao's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Surely, as a martial artist, you understand the vast chasm between the 8th and 1st levels." Li Mingjie nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the disparity between the 8th and 1st levels, even within the realm of condensing Qi, was indeed astronomical, let alone the comparison between the 1st level and the 8th level of body refinement. Moreover, disregarding the outcome, could that kid truly break into the realm of body refinement in just 15 days? He chuckled at the absurdity of the thought. Although he could not fathom where Wu Qi found his courage, the idea that he could surpass him in just 15 days was utterly ridiculous. Li Shitao's phoenix-like eyes suddenly widened, radiating a cold light, a fool's dream. At the Wu residence, after dinner with his father and younger sister, Wu Qi promptly returned to his room, his consciousness eagerly entering the underworld divine palace within the fallen god necklace. Upon entering, he was immediately met with a stern reprimand from the Dragon Emperor. "You have been too reckless." Wu Qi lifted his head to see the old dragon, bound by 18 black chains on the stone slab, wearing a serious expression. "The fallen god necklace is indeed a divine artifact, but with your current level, you cannot wield it. If you attempt to use it as a shield for defense, the only outcome will be that the attacks against you will pass through the fallen god necklace and directly affect you." Wu Qi was taken aback, realizing the implications. Thank goodness his father had acted in time. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wu Qi admitted, "So you saw everything." The old dragon snorted. "The fallen god necklace hangs around your neck, and I am sealed within it. Naturally, I am aware of everything happening outside." Wu Qi could only cough awkwardly, shifting the topic. "So when will I be able to unleash its power?" "At the Qi explosion realm." The old dragon replied curtly, "Once you reach that stage, you should be able to catch a glimpse of its potential." The Qi explosion realm. Wu Qi silently noted this down. Furthermore, the old dragon's expression turned serious as he admonished, "Do not think you can let your guard down just because the flow of time in the underworld divine palace differs from the outside. That little girl's true strength is far more formidable than simply being at the 8th level of body refinement." "I understand," Wu Qi replied earnestly. Thus, the night passed without incident. Wu Qi's consciousness remained in the underworld divine palace, diligently training. Dragon King's straight punch, Dragon King's front kick, Dragon King's whip leg, Dragon King's headbutt. Amidst the howling winds, Wu Qi occasionally turned to gaze at the moon, executing flips and strikes, hooks and kicks, flowing seamlessly in his movements. Surpassing oneself is not merely a matter of words, the pain of that day. He wished never to endure again. He yearned to grow stronger, stronger than anyone else. With a fierce roar, Wu Qi's fingers curled, conjuring a swirling tempest as he grasped at thin it that moment. A mysterious sound akin to breaking through a membrane echoed within him. Following this, the ancient dragon energy coursing through his body became visibly thicker and more refined. In that instant, Wu Qi finally stepped into the 5th level of condensing Qi. "Have I truly reached the 5th level of condensing Qi?" Wu Qi paused, exhaling a deep breath. Ever since merging with the soul of the Dragon Emperor, his rate of growth had been astonishing. 2 days to reach the 5th level. If the outside world were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly consider him a monster. Wu Qi chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet he held confidence that if he could face Xiang Ji in his prime once more, he could claim his head within a single round. Wu Qi's thoughts raced. A sudden, aged voice broke through his reverie. It was the dragon sovereign, Tianlong. If this continues, your body may not endure beyond 15 days. Startled, Wu Qi paused, questioning whether he had misheard. Chapter 8. I give you 3 seconds to kneel and apologize, the old dragon, with a serious demeanor, stated. It is my oversight not to have anticipated this. Your growth rate is far more astonishing than I imagined, yet your physique cannot keep pace. If this persists, it won't be long before you perish from bodily explosion. What can I do about it? Wu Qi raised his hands in exasperation. I can't intentionally slow my own growth, can I? The old dragon pondered momentarily before offering a solemn suggestion. Since you cannot decelerate your growth, then enhance your physical capacity. Enhance my physique? Wu Qi inquired, bewildered. How do I achieve that? The old dragon replied without hesitation. Elixirs, elixirs. Wu Qi's expression turned to one of bitter amusement. If this were a while ago, it would indeed be an excellent choice. Unfortunately, our family is now bankrupt, and a single elixir costs tens of thousands of silver coins. How could I possibly afford that? The old dragon retorted. Simple. You can concoct them yourself. Concoct them myself? Wu Qi echoed. Incredulous. The old dragon nodded. Indeed. Gather the materials and brew them yourself, and you won't need to spend any money. You make it sound so simple, Wu Qi replied, exasperated. But I am not an alchemist, the old dragon grinned. His eyes glinting with mirth. I can teach you. You can teach me? Wu Qi asked, astonished. You know how to concoct elixirs? The old dragon's smile widened. You might find it hard to believe, but the art of alchemy in the Hongyuan realm was passed down by me. What? Wu Qi's jaw dropped in disbelief. Had anyone else said such a thing, he would have dismissed them as either foolish or mad. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself inclined to believe the old dragon. Gradually, Wu Qi closed his mouth and asked earnestly, What must I do first? Go hunting, the old dragon replied. Hunting? The old dragon continued. 50 miles southeast of Beiyuan City lies a mountain known as the Black Rhinoceros Ridge. It is home to a demon beast that reigns supreme, called the One-Horned Black Rhinoceros King. The horn upon its head is one of the primary materials for the perfect body elixir. Securing it would mean you've accomplished a significant portion of your goal. Wu Qi contemplated this and asked, May I pose a question? Speak. What tier and grade is this one-horned black rhinoceros? First tier, 6th grade. A first tier, 6th grade? Wu Qi gasped, realizing this equated to a human martial artist at the 6th stage of qi condensation. Moreover, demon beasts inherently possess strength and speed that far surpass that of humans. Typically, dealing with a first-tier, 6th grade beast would require at least 3 6th-stage qi condensation martial artists. Presently, he had only just entered the 5th stage. Are you frightened? The old dragon provocatively inquired. It certainly presents a challenge. Wu Qi conceded, then suddenly shifted his tone, grinning menacingly, but I relish it. His innocent eyes burned with an eager fire. Upon exiting the Netherworld Divine Palace, his consciousness returned to his physical form. Once awake, Wu Qi resolved to venture into the night market, hoping to encounter other materials for the perfect body elixir, allowing him to plan for future expenses. The night market in Beiyuan City was bustling with life, a veritable tapestry of sights and sounds. After a brief exploration, though he had yet to find anything of substance, a delicately crafted hairpin caught his eye. Entranced, he instinctively halted, picking it up to admire while pondering. This hairpin would suit my sister, Xian, perfectly. Just as he was about to inquire about the price, a rather irksome voice rang out from nearby. Oh, is any this Wu Qi, the young master of the Wu family? Wu Qi instinctively turned, spotting several ostentatiously dressed young men swaggering toward him. Upon recognizing them, his brows furrowed instinctively. He knew these three well. While not scions of the 4 great families, they possessed some influence, having long followed Li Mingjie as his underlings. During his days as a waste, they often bullied him alongside their leader. Seeing their faces ignited a fiery rage within Wu Qi. Bah! The most ostentatious of the trio spat disdainfully at Wu Qi. The Wu family has already been ousted from the 4 great families. What kind of young master are you still claiming to be? Oh, right. How could I forget? The rotund one in the center exclaimed, feigning realization. You recently ended up in prison for murder, and your father has exhausted the family's savings to bail you out. But since you're no longer a young master of the 4 great families, what should I call you? Let me think. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes lit up with mischief, and he clapped his hands in delight. How about dog bastard? As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted from both sides. The sound grating on the nerves. The surrounding townsfolk could only shake their heads in sympathy, witnessing the plight of Wu Qi in a world that revered strength. This was the fate of the weak, especially one deemed as a waste from the dead spirit vein. Wu Qi's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on them as he commanded in an unwavering tone, Gao Ji, while my mood remains relatively good, I give you 3 seconds to kneel and apologize. Taken aback, the trio paused, then erupted into raucous laughter once more, their mirth even more piercing than before. Gao Ji, clutching his side in laughter, jeered, Did you hear that? Young Master Wu is threatening me? After a few days. Uve grown quite bold, haven't you? I thought you'd still be whining like before. Lines of resentment began to etch across Wu Qi's forehead. So you choose not to apologize, do you? Gao Ji swaggered closer, brazenly poking Wu Qi's chest with his finger while taunting. What will you do if I don't apologize? Chapter 9. You're cowardly. In the instant Gao Ji finished his taunt, Wu Qi struck like lightning, seizing his finger and forcefully bending it downward. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp sound, Gao Ji's finger snapped instantly. He howled in agony. My finger! My finger! The two accompanying thugs froze momentarily, then began to jump around in panic. Wu Qi, what are you doing? You dare lay a hand on Gao Ji? Wu Qi, have you lost your mind? Gao Ji roared, a mixture of pain and fury in his eyes. You're courting death. With that, he summoned all his strength and swung a fist at Wu Qi's head. Fierce Tiger Punch, a mid-level yellow-grade martial technique said to possess the might of a fierce tiger. Yet, just as Gao Ji's fist hung in the air, it was effortlessly caught by Wu Qi's hand. What? Gao Ji exclaimed, dumbfounded. He never expected his full-force attack to be neutralized so easily. What a weak punch, akin to that of a woman, Wu Qi scoffed derisively. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, Gao Ji felt as if an invisible boulder had crashed down upon him, causing his legs to buckle uncontrollably, and he found himself kneeling before Wu Qi. This scene left the two behind him utterly flabbergasted. They had thought Gao Ji's injury was merely due to a moment of carelessness, but it was now evident that this was not the case at all. Wu Qi was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering Gao Ji as helpless as an infant. As they stood there, dumbstruck by the turn of events, Wu Qi lifted his right foot and stomped down on Gao Ji's face. He then raised his hands, leaning back to stretch Gao Ji's arms taut like a tightened rein. Gao Ji sensed the impending danger and panicked. What are you doing? Wu Qi's voice was as cold as ice as he looked down upon him. Do you recall what I said before? Gao Ji shivered, an icy dread washing over him. I offered you a chance, but you failed to appreciate it. Since this is the case, Wu Qi's pupils widened, and a murderous aura surged forth like a raging river. You shall pay the price. Upon finishing his words, Wu Qi abruptly pulled back, and with a resounding rip, akin to the sound of torn silk, Gao Ji's arms were effortlessly wrenched from him, resembling branches being torn from a tree. Gao Ji collapsed to the ground in agony, rolling about while letting out heart-wrenching screams. Ah, my hands, my hands! The brutality, the bloodshed, the cruelty. The sheer force of the act was shocking to the core. The two companions of Gao Ji stood frozen in disbelief. It is important to note that although Gao Ji often appeared carefree, he was indeed a genuine martial artist at the pinnacle of the third level of Qi condensation. Yet, he was being treated by Wu Qi as if he were a mere dog. Is this still Wu Qi? Is this the same Wu Qi we know? Could it be that a monster has disguised itself in Wu Qi's skin? It was at this moment that they began to realize that if they continued to belittle Wu Qi as they had before, Gao Ji's fate would inevitably be theirs. Just as the two were grappling with their shock, they suddenly felt a chilling gaze directed at them. Instinctively, they looked up to see that Wu Qi had turned his attention towards them, his eyes resembling a fierce tiger fixating on its prey. As he pronounced deliberately, "It's your turn." The two felt a sudden chill run down their spines, and one of them stammered, Please don't do anything rash. Don't forget who our older brother is." The other quickly echoed, "Indeed, our elder brother is Li Mingjie of the Li family. If you harm us, he will not spare you." Mentioning Li Mingjie, the two found an unexpected surge of confidence. After all, he was the young master of one of the 4 great families. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Chun Su, Ye Kai, what are you doing? They turned to see a familiar figure approaching. Although his face was marred with bruises, it was unmistakably Li Mingjie. Chun Su and Ye Kai's eyes lit up as if they had seen their pillar of support, nearly moved to tears, and rushed forward to exclaim, "Brother, you've come at the perfect time." Li Mingjie looked at them in confusion. "What is going on? Please, brother, help us." Chun Su and Ye Kai spoke in unison. Li Mingjie furrowed his brow, clearly bewildered. What has happened? Chun Su pointed behind him, preemptively blaming Wu Qi. In the entire Baiyuan city, who doesn't he know that we three brothers are your subordinates, and you are our elder brother? Yet, he dares to threaten us, even going so far as to attack us. It's as if he doesn't regard you or the Li family at all. Ye Kai nodded vigorously in agreement. Is that so? Li Mingjie's eyes widened in anger. Who has the audacity to do such a thing? He strode forward with a commanding presence, but before he could ascertain the situation, a familiar laughter reached his ears. Li Xiao, you've recovered so quickly? Li Mingjie felt a jolt of unease surge within him. Raising his head to see Wu Qi, nearly dropping the fan from his hand in panic. Wu Qi? How could it be you? Wu Qi smiled. Why shouldn't it be me? Is this all you're doing? Li Mingjie stuttered, as if caught off guard. Before Wu Qi could respond, Chun Su interjected loudly, Yes, brother, it was this brat who did it. Ye Kai added with feigned authority, Brother, you absolutely cannot let him off the hook. Gao Ji has lost both his arms. He must pay the price. Immediately, the two adopted an air of confidence, as if to say, My elder brother is here. You're finished, however. To their astonishment, Li Mingjie turned and slapped Ye Kai across the face. Shut your mouth. Ye Kai held his face in shock. Brother? Li Mingjie, filled with both anger and frustration, cursed his luck. He had merely wanted to take a stroll to clear his mind. Yet here he was, confronted by this formidable adversary once again. Ever since Wu Qi had last beaten him to a pulp, a significant shadow of fear had been cast over Li Mingjie's heart. What could he do? He couldn't kill him, and he couldn't overpower him. Moreover, if he angered Wu Qi again, he could very well find himself on the receiving end of another brutal beating. Li Mingjie did not wish to relive that nightmare. Thus, he raised his hands in surrender. I was just out for a walk. I have no part in this. You can take it out on them. It has nothing to do with me. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. You all can chat at your leisure. He quickly turned to leave, fearing that Wu Qi's wrath might turn towards him. Ye Kai was bewildered and hurriedly rushed to grab his leg. Brother, don't go, brother. Without hesitation, Li Mingjie kicked his loyal brother away and shouted angrily, Get lost? He then hurriedly walked away, increasingly quickening his pace. Watching Li Mingjie's retreating figure, Ye Kai and Chun Su exchanged glances, taken aback. Why did their elder brother seem so fearful of this person? Just as they were at a loss, Wu Qi's voice rang out once more. All right, now it's your turn to speak. Chun Su and Ye Kai shivered, turning to prostrate themselves in supplication. Young Master Wu, Brother Wu, we were wrong. We truly understand our mistakes, and we will never dare again. Never dare again? Weren't you just reveling in your bravado a moment ago? Come at me again. Wu Qi barked. Chun Su and Ye Kai shook their heads vigorously like wind-up toys. We won tea. We won tea. We truly won tea. What a joke. If Li Mingjie was cowering like that, how could they dare continue to flaunt their power? In that case, I present you with two choices. Wu Qi's anger began to subside slightly as he spoke unhurriedly. First, like Gao Ji, lose both of your arms, and I may let you go. Second, do you see this street? Chun Su and Ye Kai nodded repeatedly. Wu Qi continued without hesitation, Buy every single item being sold at the night market on this street. Huh? Chun Su and Ye Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. That's far too much, isn't it? They hailed from smaller families, and this street likely housed at least 40 or 50 stalls. If they were to purchase everything, they would be financially drained. Wu Qi, unfazed, remarked, Is it too much? Then it seems you'll have to lose your arms like Gao Ji. As he spoke, he prepared to strike. Seeing this, Chun Su and Ye Kai panicked and quickly submitted. No, we'll buy it. We'll buy it right now. Fortunately, the stalls at the night market didn't contain anything particularly valuable that night. The two scrambled together, putting forth great effort, and finally managed to fulfill Wu Qi's demand. Presenting the items to him with utmost respect, Brother, where have you been at this late hour? Wu Xian'er, awakened by the commotion, rubbed her eyes and emerged from the house. "Little sister?" Wu Qi exclaimed, beckoning her over. "Come here quickly." Wu Xian'er obediently approached, her attention caught by the dazzling array of trinkets. Instantly wide awake, her big, sparkling eyes filled with surprise and delight. "Oh my! So many ornaments, brother. Where did you get these?" Wu Qi waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about that. Do you see anything you like? Feel free to take whatever you fancy." Wu Xian'er nodded excitedly. "Thank you, brother." Watching his little sister's gleeful expression, Wu Qi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Xian'er, rest assured. Everything you lost yesterday, I will make sure to compensate you for in the future." Just as Wu Qi silently vowed this in his heart, he suddenly heard the intrigued voice of Lao Long in his mind. "Oh, that box is rather interesting." Chapter 10. The Man in Black. A box? What box? Wu Qi instinctively turned to look, and immediately noticed among the assortment of items a distinct box. It was not that he and Lao Long shared a mental connection, but rather that the box was indeed quite unique. It was shaped like a tiger's head. If one did not observe closely, they would never discern that it was a wooden box in the shape of a tiger's head. Wu Qi instinctively approached, reaching out to curiously touch it, and soon discovered a mechanism atop the tiger's head. With a gentle press, the mouth of the tiger opened wide, revealing a pair of glossy black finger tigers. Wu Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Lao Long's laughter followed suit. "Ha ha, I indeed did not misjudge. This box contains a pair of high-grade combat weapons." High grade? Wu Qi was taken aback. He knew that within the entirety of Baiyuan City, there were scarcely a handful of weapons above the high-grade level, each one worth a small fortune. Yet here it was, appearing in the stalls of the night market. Perhaps the seller had not scrutinized it closely enough and mistakenly sold it as a mere decorative item. This was how Wu Qi had stumbled upon such a treasure. Wu Qi picked up one of the finger tigers, inserting his fingers into the designated slots and swinging it casually, marveling. "How sharp." Lao Long remarked, "Not only is it sharp, but it also enhances your punching speed, and there is a certain chance of triggering a tiger roar. Once the tiger roar occurs, it has a substantial probability of causing either a qi condensation martial artist or a first-grade beast to enter a dazed state. As for the duration of dizziness, it ultimately depends on the tolerance of the other party." "Very well." Wu Qi nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes, "and with this, my chances of conquering the unicorn black rhino have significantly increased." In the ensuing time, the siblings began to organize the items they had brought back from the night market. The house gradually transformed into a fuller space, no longer feeling as desolate as before. Wu Qi surveyed the surroundings, pondering to himself, "If only there were a few more individuals like Chun Su and Yi Kai, then I could extort them a few more times. What a pity." After this incident, it seems that those who might seek trouble with me will dwindle, at least in Baiyuan City. After a short while, as they neared completion with their tasks, Wu Qi glanced at the sky, sighed deeply, realizing it was getting late and time for rest. As night fell, the silvery moon adorned the deep blue sky. The vast Wu residence appeared to be submerged in a pool of black ink, utterly dark, where one could not see one's own hand in front of their face. In such a silent and lightless environment, a soft shadow stealthily infiltrated Wu Qi's room. Clad in black garments and donning a hood, only a pair of exquisite eyes were visible, diligently observing the surroundings. Eventually, the gaze fixed upon a makeshift bed, and the figure quietly approached, slowly pulling back the curtain. At that moment, the delicate eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light. As the cloaked figure raised a dagger, stabbing unhesitatingly towards the head of the bed, thud. The cloaked figure distinctly felt the dagger penetrate something soft, but it was certainly not the chest of a human. Realizing this, the figure's expression changed, swiftly yanking back the covers to reveal an empty space beneath, with the dagger firmly embedded in the pillow. Just as the cloaked figure began to sense something was amiss, a chilling voice unexpectedly resonated from behind. "Are you looking for me?" The figure turned sharply, eyes widening in shock, as a strikingly handsome youth stood before him. Wu Qi. Upon seeing Wu Qi, the exquisite eyes ignited with flames of fury. The figure lunged forward, darting out with a swift motion, aiming the dagger directly at Wu Qi's throat with fierce intent. A yellow-level intermediate martial technique? Wu Qi raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "The strength is notable, but this speed is hardly a challenge for me." With that, he seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that struck the cloaked figure's wrist, The dagger flew from the figure's grasp, embedding itself into the wall behind. The figure stood momentarily stunned, evidently surprised by Wu Qi's agility, which surpassed all expectations. Just as astonishment registered, Wu Qi pounced like a tiger, pinning the figure to the ground. "Let me see who you really are," Wu Qi remarked with a wicked grin, stepping on the figure's left arm with one foot while firmly grasping the right arm with another, swiftly removing the hood. In the next moment, Wu Qi was taken aback. Chapter 11. Who is this person? Why is their mouth spewing nonsense? Beneath the dark hood lay an extraordinarily beautiful face framed by a cascading waterfall of silky hair. A woman? Wu Qi was astonished. He never anticipated that the one who stealthily infiltrated Wu's residence to assassinate him in the dead of night would be a girl. In no wonder her figure appeared so enchanting. In terms of beauty, she could rival even Li Shitao, yet she was utterly unfamiliar to him, so much so that Wu Qi couldn't recall any prior encounter. While Wu Qi was momentarily dazed, the girl, who had been pinned beneath him, seized the opportunity to perform a swift maneuver, breaking free from his grasp and swiftly creating distance. Wu Qi, finally coming to his senses, stood up, frowning as he sternly questioned her. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Why?" The girl, her brows furrowed in anger, almost shouted, "Because you killed my brother. I seek vengeance for him." As she spoke, she brandished the dagger once more. Lunging at Wu Qi, Wu Qi effortlessly evaded her attack while perplexedly retorting, "Killed your brother? When did I ever kill your brother? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Still playing dumb?" The girl clenched her silver teeth, her jade face filled with indignation. "Days ago, you publicly confessed in court to killing my brother. I would recognize your face even if turned to ashes. How could I be mistaken?" With that, she lunged again. But alas, once more, she missed her target. "Court? Public confession?" Wu Qi rubbed his chin, pondering, and suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in shock. Could it be that she is the sister of the person Li Shitao killed? With that thought, Wu Qi quickly adopted a serious demeanor, hastily clarifying, "Wait, I did not kill your brother. There is another responsible for his death. Do you think I would believe your lies?" The girl's murderous intent remained unshaken. Wu Qi, feeling helpless, insisted, "What I say is the truth. Allow me to explain." However, the girl was unwilling to grant him even a second of explanation, retorting, "Go explain that to my brother in the afterlife." With that, she summoned all her strength, as if melding with the dagger, transforming into a piercing arrow aimed directly at Wu Qi. Her cultivation at the 4th level of Qi condensation, combined with a first-grade intermediate martial technique, was sufficient to injure a martial artist at the 5th level of Qi condensation. Yet this time, Wu Qi did not dodge. Clenching his fists, his expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, unable to endure any longer. He suddenly bellowed, "Enough!" Following that, he raised his right fist, striking upward with the ferocity of a falling hammer. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the girl halted. She sustained no injuries but stood in shock, staring down at her right hand. The dagger she had held had shattered into 2 pieces, one half still in her grasp, while the other lay scattered across the floor. It should be noted that this was a first-grade intermediate weapon laced with iron heart stone. To have been smashed to pieces by a single punch, was this person's fist made of gold or stone? As the girl remained astonished, Wu Qi spoke authoritatively, "I will say this one last time. I did not kill your brother. I am also a victim of false accusations, and I feel no guilt towards you. Today, I can let you leave, but should you attempt to harm me again, I will not be so courteous." Upon uttering the final words, Wu Qi's pupils dilated, and a palpable aura of cold malevolence radiated from him. Wu Qi was neither a saint nor a gentleman. Allowing her to leave this once was already a display of mercy. The girl glanced at the broken dagger, then at Wu Qi, likely realizing that she stood no chance against him in her current state. After weighing her options for a few seconds, she gritted her teeth and ultimately chose to retreat. However, just as she prepared to leap away, Wu Qi's leisurely voice rang out, "Wait." The girl cast a resentful glance at Wu Qi, retorting, "What now? Didn't you just say I could leave?" "I said you could leave. But I never specified that you could leave right now," Wu Qi replied, his gaze steady. "Regardless, your intentions tonight were to kill me. While I may allow you to depart this time, your life may be spared, but your punishment cannot be avoided." What do you intend to do? The girl raised her broken dagger, instinctively on guard. Wu Qi smirked wickedly. Tonight, you must receive a lesson. With that, he vanished from her sight in a swift motion. Disappeared? The girl was momentarily stunned, only to hear footsteps approaching from behind. Her heart raced with dread as she thought, oh no. Just as she braced for an impending attack from Wu Qi, she was taken aback when he suddenly bit down hard on her neck, leaving a row of bite marks before darting away. The girl's body stiffened for a moment before her face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck. She never expected that the lesson Wu Qi referred to would be this. Scoundrel! Enraged, the girl turned to confront Wu Qi, ready to engage in a deadly confrontation. Wu Qi, however, raised a warning hand. Are you planning to strike again? Have you forgotten what I said earlier? At his words. The girl hesitated, ultimately biting her lip, glaring fiercely at Wu Qi. One day, I will kill you. With that, she executed a roll and leaped out the window. Watching her retreating figure, Wu Qi smirked mischievously, but then his expression shifted to one of confusion. Wait, this isn't like me. When did I become so lecherous? Just as Wu Qi began to ponder his actions, the voice of the old dragon echoed in his mind, because a dragon's nature is inherently lustful. The following morning, Wu Qi packed his belongings, bidding farewell to his father and younger sister, preparing to depart with the aim of heading to the Black Rhino territory. However, just as he stepped outside, a jovial, plump old man approached him, inquiring, You must be Wu Qi, the young master Wu? Wu Qi looked at him in confusion. Is there something you need? Last night, I observed the contest between you, Chansu, Yikai, and Gao Ji. Your prowess is evident to all, which is why I, an old man, earnestly approach you today with a request for assistance. Assistance? What kind? The elder explained. It is said that a treasure lies hidden in the Black Rhinoceros territory, located 50 miles southeast of Baiyuan City. My young master wishes to procure this treasure as a birthday gift for our esteemed elder, who will be celebrating his 70th birthday soon. The Black Rhinoceros territory? Upon hearing this, Wu Qi's eyelids involuntarily twitched several times, though he quickly regained his composure and inquired, somewhat pointedly, about the nature of the treasure found there. Meanwhile, he secretly drummed his fingers in anticipation, wondering if it might be the black rhinoceros of the legendary unicorn variety. The elder, with no intention of concealing the truth, candidly replied, A 300-year-old Yuanyang grass. A 300-year-old Yuanyang grass. Wu Qi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this grass is more valuable than the legendary unicorn? The elder assured him. Rest assured, regardless of whether my young master succeeds in acquiring the Yuanyang grass, you shall receive every coin promised. How much are you willing to offer? Wu Qi asked directly. The elder responded without hesitation. 8,000 silver coins. 8,000 is not an insignificant sum. Wu Qi's mind raced. His family was in dire need of funds, and he was heading to the same location. After a moment's thought, he chose not to rush into an agreement, instead asking, Who is your young master? The elder replied honestly, My young master is not from Baiyuan City, but hails from another county, the Wang family of Nanyan City. A resident of Nanyan City has come to Baiyuan City to seek assistance? Wu Qi immediately grew suspicious. The elder smiled bitterly. It is mainly because my young master wishes to keep this matter discreet, which is why I was entrusted with seeking out experts from outside the city. Oh? Wu Qi raised an eyebrow. So there are others involved? Including you, there are a total of 4 guards. The elder nodded, sheepishly adding, More people means greater safety. The number of people mattered little to Wu Qi, as long as it did not interfere with his plans. The elder tentatively asked, Have you agreed? Wu Qi replied without reservation. 1,000 silver coins, and I shall accompany you. 1,000 silver coins? The elder hesitated but eventually gritted his teeth and nodded. Very well, 1,000 silver coins it is. I shall take you to meet my young master. Upon exiting the city, they soon spotted a group of individuals on horseback. Among them, a fair-skinned young master in resplendent attire stood out, evidently the Wang family's young master as mentioned by the elder. Too slow. Li Bo. Wang Yin frowned in dissatisfaction. As the youngest son of the Wang family from Nanyan City, his favored status led to his arrogant demeanor. Li Bo, wiping sweat from his brow, smiled apologetically. I beg your pardon, young master. I am getting old and my legs are no longer swift. Wang Yin snorted, his gaze suddenly shifting to Wu Qi, lifting his chin in a haughty manner. Is this the expert you found from Baiyuan City? Li Bo nodded affirmatively. Wang Yin scrutinized Wu Qi, his eyes narrowing. He seems rather ordinary. How outrageous! So the old man went to Baiyuan City merely to hire another guard. If only you had mentioned it sooner. A burly man with a thick beard on a white horse interjected. Grumbling, I could have gone to Baiyuan City for you. I am most familiar with that place. I know experts like Water Ghost Ai Yi, Little Whirlwind Kai Xiao, Ant Hercules Zhu Xian, and Heavenly Starting Xia. Each of them is 100 times stronger than this little brat. Old man, are you not foolish? Instead of hiring this brat, why not share the money with us brothers, and we shall protect your young master with greater diligence. The other two guards nodded in agreement. Expressing their approval, Wu Qi regarded Li Bo and pointed at the bearded man on the white horse, his expression devoid of emotion. Who is this person? Why is he spewing nonsense? Spewing nonsense? The bearded man's eyes instantly flared with anger, his beard bristling. Kid, are you provoking me? Wu Qi shrugged. I am merely stating a fact. You're courting death. Anger surged within the bearded man, and he yanked the red tassel spear from his back, roaring as he lunged toward Wu Qi's head. Chapter 12. 300,000 silver coins. Watching the bearded man thrust the red tassel spear down like a fiery bolt from his mount. The guards on the black horse could not help but brighten at the sight. The fire cloud spear, a mid-tier skill of the first rank. The guards on the red horse, however, shook their heads in disbelief. Thinking it childish to resort to a mid-tier skill against a mere child, Wu Qi, with a cold smirk, raised his right hand, fingers curled inward, as the ancient dragon energy within him surged, the royal martial skill of the dragon clan. The Dragon King's claw, with a swift motion, he grasped the bearded man's spear as effortlessly as one might catch a fish in water. What? The bearded man's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he attempted to retract his spear. But in that instant, Wu Qi's eyes widened, and he bellowed, "Dismount!" With a surge of strength from Wu Qi's right arm, he sent the bearded man and his spear tumbling over 2 meters away from the horse. Witnessing this, from the guards to Li Bo, they were all left dumbfounded. It is worth noting that the bearded man, with his robust physique, weighed over 300 pounds, and the spear itself was over 1,500 pounds. Together, that was nearly 2,000 pounds. To single-handedly hurl such weight over 2 meters was nothing short of supernatural strength. What immense power! Even Li Bo, who had previously witnessed Wu Qi's abilities, could not help but gasp in awe. Meanwhile, the bearded man, having landed in a most undignified manner, rose from the ground, his face flushed with humiliation, yet defiantly shouted, "I was careless, come again." As he spoke, he raised the red tassel spear, ready to strike once more, but was halted by Wang Yin's commanding voice. "Stop! I hired you to protect me and assist in procuring the 300-year-old Yuanyang grass, not to witness your brawls." The bearded man ground his teeth in frustration, begrudgingly returning the spear to its place before sulking back to his white horse. However, his gaze towards Wu Qi remained filled with resentment. For this, Wu Qi merely shrugged indifferently. "Li Bo," Wang Yin suddenly called. Li Bo hurriedly approached, cupping his fists. "I am here, young master." Wang Yin glanced at Wu Qi, speaking in a lofty tone. "Prepare a horse for him. He has proven himself." Li Bo was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly responded, "Yes, young master." The Black Rhinoceros territory, neither too far nor too close, was reached by Wu Qi and his entourage by afternoon, having departed in the morning. Surrounded by towering trees and steep cliffs, the Black Rhinoceros territory boasted crystal-clear waters and breathtaking scenery. Upon entering the mountains, the 3 guards began to showcase their prowess. Any beast that dared approach within 50 meters of Wang Yin was swiftly slain, regardless of its intent. Especially the bearded man, who appeared to be in a frenzy, likely fueled by the previous humiliation at the city gates, venting his frustrations upon the beasts. Wu Qi reclined on his mount, thoroughly enjoying the leisured Li Bo, however, continuously praised the trio's performance. "With the assistance of the valiant Dai Fu, Pan Yi, and Yin Hua, my young master's journey to acquire the 300-year-old Yuanyang grass will be as effortless as plucking it from a pocket." The 3 men laughed heartily, accepting this praise with nonchalance. Yin Hua, growing bold, scoffed. "I have always said that the money for a 4th person would be better shared among us. With our trio as guards, it is more than sufficient." unlike some, who accept payment yet do not fulfill their duties. Truly, it is easy to rest in the shade of a great tree. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Wu Qi, clearly targeting him with his words. Wang Yin observed Wu Qi's nonchalant demeanor, lounging about and offering no assistance, and could not help but frown. While 1,000 silver coins was not a significant amount to him, he disliked having someone in the group who contributed nothing. However, Wu Qi paid little mind to the opinions of others. The only concern on his mind was the self-important shadow that had been tailing him since leaving Beiyuan City. Unbeknownst to the shadow, Wu Qi had already detected her presence. Lying back on his mount, he cast a casual glance at a lush poplar tree, and immediately, the tree seemed to tremble as if startled. At this sight, a knowing smile crept across Wu Qi's face as he returned his gaze, lazily closing his eyes once more. Yet the person concealed within the branches felt her composure slip away at Wu Qi's knowing glance. Hiding behind the verdant foliage, she glared at him with a mix of indignation and shame, gritting her teeth and clenching her delicate fist, silently cursing within her heart, that scoundrel, with her other hand unconsciously brushing the right side of her neck. She recalled the imprint left by Wu Qi on her delicate skin from the previous night, which had yet to fade. After walking for a while longer, Li Bo suddenly noticed something, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly pointed. "My lady? Look over there." Wang Yin instinctively followed Li Bo's gesture, and in the distance, atop a rock, he spotted a blade of dark golden grass shimmering like the setting sun. 300-year-old Yuanyang grass. Wang Yin exclaimed, his joy evident on his face. It truly existed on this mountain, exactly as described in the texts. Without hesitation, he raised his whip, ready to spur his horse forward. Just then, a sudden thud resonated from the ground beneath them, followed by a ferocious gust of wind as a massive shadow lunged from behind the rocks, emitting a thunderous roar. It was an enormous, pitch-black rhinoceros. The drowsy Wu Qi instantly became alert, while Wang Yin's nerves tightened. "What is happening? That must be a guardian beast," Li Bo speculated. His voice steadied. "A guardian beast? Indeed. It is said that spirit herbs over 100 years old are protected by powerful beasts. This black giant rhino is likely the guardian of this 300-year-old Yuanyang grass." "Guardian?" Wang Yin scoffed. "I care not what it is. That 300-year-old Yuanyang grass is mine for the taking. Pani, Yinhua, Dai Fu, charge." Wang Yin commanded, "If we obtain that 300-year-old Yuanyang grass, I shall reward you handsomely." At his command, Pani swung his heavy axe and was the first to charge forward. "You wretch, prepare to meet your demise." Pani leaped from his horse, his axe whirling like a windmill aimed at the giant rhino's head. Meanwhile, Dai Fu, lost in thought, suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting as he shouted urgently, "Wait! This is no ordinary beast. It is a first-rank, sixth-order monster, the Black-Horned Rhino King." But it was too late, as the Black-Horned Rhino King charged. Pani's axe had yet to descend before he was impaled through the chest by the creature's formidable horn, dying instantly. "What?" Wang Yin gasped in horror. It was important to note that Pani was a genuine fifth-order condensation realm cultivator, an existence that should not have been easily defeated. Just as Wang Yin stood in shock, the Black-Horned Rhino King suddenly turned, poised to charge at Wang Yin and his companions. "This beast sees us as intruders," Yinhua cried out in alarm. "What should we do?" Li Bo asked frantically. "Run," Dai Fu replied, his tone unyielding. "Run? Are you jesting?" Wang Yin, now furious, shouted vehemently, "The 300-year-old Yuanyang grass is within our grasp. I brought you here for that very purpose." Before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous force surged from behind, as the Black-Horned Rhino King sent Wang Yin, horse and all, flying over 5 meters. "My lord," Li Bo exclaimed, rushing to his side. At that moment, Wang Yin coughed blood, gritting his teeth in pain as both of his legs had been crushed. Yet the Black-Horned Rhino King remained fixated on them, intent on obliterating them. In this critical moment, Li Bo instinctively called for help. "Dai Hero, Yin Hero." But Dai Fu coldly rejected. "Apologies, Li Lao, but our partnership ends here." Without giving Li Bo a chance to plead, he spurred his horse and fled. Though their strengths varied, Pani was the strongest among them, renowned as the Axe King within Shiliang City. If even Pani was no match for the beast, any further attempts would only lead to graver consequences. As for Wang Yin, it was not worth risking their lives for him. Yinhua felt the same. However, as the two retreated, they noticed one person who had not fled but instead was striding forward with determination. It was Wu Qi. Dai Fu, taken aback, shouted at Wu Qi, "You fool, why aren't you running? That is the Black-Horned Rhino King. Do you wish to throw away your life?" Wu Qi merely smiled, his spirit soaring as he replied, "Run? Why would I run? I came here for it." Huh. Dai Fu was dumbfounded. For whom? For Wang Yin, or for that 300-year-old Yuanyang grass? Surely not for the Black-Horned Rhino King. As Dai Fu remained bewildered, Wu Qi, donning his tiger claw, suddenly shouted at Wang Yin, 300,000 silver coins. Wang Yin and Li Bo were momentarily stunned. Wu Qi, brimming with confidence, continued, "For 300,000 silver coins, I will help you deal with it." Chapter 13. Intent to kill. At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. Deal with it? Who? The Black-Horned Rhino King. They thought incredulously, "Is this lad truly insane? Who does he think he is? That is a first-rank, sixth-order beast, with a trace of the bloodline of the Azure Bull Demon King. Without at least 7 or 8 fifth-order cultivators, one cannot hope to approach it. 300,000 silver coins is a considerable sum. But only if one lives to spend it. Does he truly believe he can match the Black-Horned Rhino King in strength just because he has the ability to unseat Yinhua? The beast could easily strike with 5,000 pounds of force. Could he withstand that? Li Bo and Wang Yin were equally stunned by Wu Qi's audacity until Wu Qi's booming voice broke through their shock. Yes or no? Just one word. Only then did Li Bo and Wang Yin regain their senses. Li Bo turned to Wang Yin, who was mentally calculating. Even for someone of Wang Yin's noble lineage, 300,000 silver coins was an immense amount. To access such funds would require his father's consent. Yet in this life-or-death crisis, why quibble over the details? If someone was willing to charge forward, whether they succeeded or not, agreeing was the first step. Thus, Wang Yin nodded. "All right, I agree." Despite his words, Wang Yin's heart was filled with trepidation. Even seasoned veterans like Pan Yi, Dai Fu, and Yinhua had either died or fled. Could this young lad truly contend against such a monster alone? Splendid! Wu Qi's face lit up with satisfaction. Donning his tiger claw, he unleashed the ancient dragon energy and charged at the Black-Horned Rhino King. The clash between man and beast quickly ensued. Fifth-order condensation realm, Dai Fu's pupils widened in astonishment. He too was at the fifth order. No wonder he could stand toe-to-toe with Yinhua. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qi had withstood 3 of the Black-Horned Rhino King's charges. Each subsequent charge was more powerful than the last, and Wu Qi was sent further back with each impact. Yet he did not waver. Indeed, this is quite the challenge. Dai Fu shook his head. The Axe King Pan Yi was already considered a formidable fifth-order warrior, yet he had met such a grim fate against the Black-Horned Rhino King. Dai Fu surmised that Wu Qi's defeat was merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, his ability to endure thus far was commendable. Roar. Just as Dai Fu and the others were lost in thought, a deafening roar erupted. The Black-Horned Rhino King, its muscles taut, emanated a surge of demonic energy. Its wheel-like eyes filled with fury. It had been thoroughly provoked by this tenacious human. The audacious human kept rising again and again, continuously challenging its limits. It must pay the price. Roar. Another roar echoed as the Black-Horned Rhino King summoned all its might. Charging at Wu Qi like a small black mountain. The ground shook with each step it took. What a powerful demonic aura! Dai Fu gasped, realizing that in terms of combat strength, even an average sixth-order warrior would likely fall short. In stark contrast, Wu Qi, facing the most intense charge from the Black-Horned Rhino King thus far, did not shy away. Instead, he opened his arms wide, welcoming the impending clash. "Come at me." Witnessing this, Dai Fu couldn't help but grimace. Cursing under his breath, "Madman." The fervor displayed by this youth was more primal than that of a beast. Yet it was futile. If victory could be secured through mere courage and will, this world would have long descended into chaos. Thud! The fourth collision between the Black-Horned Rhino King and Wu Qi reverberated through the air, the sound of dragon energy clashing with demonic energy rippling outward like water. Dai Fu turned away, no longer wishing to watch. This youth was beyond saving. Yinhua, while that beast is preoccupied with him, we must hasten our escape from the Black Rhino territory. Ultimately, he was far too arrogant, believing he could single-handedly take down the Black-Horned Rhino King. That was a delusion. I hope he takes heed in his next life. Huh? Just as Dai Fu turned, catching a glimpse of Inwa's expression, he noticed Inwa had suddenly frozen, as if struck by a shocking revelation. What is wrong? Dai Fu inquired. Something feels off. Inwa pointed ahead, disbelief etched on his face. That lad has not been thrown aside by the black-horned Rhino King, what? Upon hearing this, Dai Fu swiftly turned around, his expression shifting in alarm at the scene before him and his line of sight. The fully exerted black-horned rhinoceros was straining with all its might, yet it could not budge Wu Qi an inch. Conversely, Wu Qi appeared to have transformed entirely, his body covered in ancient dragon energy that had coalesced into azure scales. With both hands propped against the beast's massive head, he forced it to halt its advance entirely. This was the first transformation of the Burning Heaven Dragon transformation technique, the Swimming Fish transformation, in its complete state. The ancient dragon energy not only rendered him invincible within the same realm, but also allowed him to battle beyond his level. Wu Qi maintained a grim countenance, his eyes flickering with lightning, as the surrounding energy surged wildly. He resembled a formidable artillery piece, poised to unleash its might, a royal martial skill of the Dragon Clan. An elite-level Dragon King's combo, bang. With each strike, the towering black-horned Rhinoceros King was as if it were a nail hammered into the ground, its head forcefully embedded in the earth in an instant. The black-horned Rhinoceros King lost consciousness. A profound silence enveloped the arena. From Dai Fu to Wang Yin, everyone gaped in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to close their mouths. Had they truly won? That young man had single-handedly defeated a first-grade, sixth-tier black-horned Rhinoceros King? Even witnessing it firsthand, it was hard to believe. Hey, Dai Fu, did you see that clearly? Inwa inquired. Dai Fu shook his head with a bitter smile. I could barely see him land at least 5 heavy punches in that brief moment. And each punch was at least 10,000 pounds of force. So formidable. He clearly only has a 5th-level aura, yet he unleashed combat power exceeding that of the 6th level. He is practically a humanoid beast. No wonder he possesses such confidence. Inwa began to feel a twinge of fear. If their earlier battle in Baiyuan City had not been interrupted, his fate would have likely been far more tragic than that of the beast. Watching Wu Qi slowly exhale a breath of foul air and retract his fists, Li Bo couldn't help but recall a line of poetry. I bear an unparalleled edge, forging the 9 provinces into a cauldron with heavenly thunder. I harbor the ambition to slay dragons, setting the world ablaze across the 4 seas. Young master, we have survived. Li Bo wept tears of joy. Wang Yin also sighed in relief, initially believing that the primary contributors to their success would be Pan Yi, the doctor, and Inwa, yet the one who ultimately turned the tide was the very youth he had underestimated. Thankfully, Li Bo had summoned this 4th individual. Otherwise, they would likely have met their demise long ago. It seemed that the expenditure on this 4th person's assistance was not in vain. Meanwhile, Wu Qi deftly pierced the chest of the black-horned Rhinoceros King, retrieving the demon core within and placing it in his bosom. However, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, nearly losing his balance. What is happening? Why am I feeling so light-headed? The old dragon spoke. You were grazed by the horn of the black-horned Rhinoceros King. Its horn is highly toxic. You must now circulate the Burning Heaven Dragon transformation technique, focusing entirely on expelling the poison. Wu Qi silently nodded and, without hesitation, sat cross-legged in meditation. The Burning Heaven Dragon transformation technique whirled within him like a windmill. This unusual behavior quickly caught Inwa's attention. He glanced over, a look of suspicion crossing his face. This young man's condition seems off. Dai Fu also sensed something amiss. He glanced at the wound on Wu Qi's arm, and suddenly everything became clear. I understand. It is said that the horn of the black-horned Rhinoceros King is poisonous. He must have accidentally sustained an injury during the battle and is now attempting to expel the toxin. Poisonous? Inwa paused, thoughtfully narrowing his eyes, involuntarily tightening his grip on the red tassel spear. Seeing this, Dai Fu questioned, Inwa, what are you planning to do? What am I planning to do? Inwa had no intention of feigning innocence. With a grin, he replied sinisterly, of course, I intend to take his life while he is incapacitated. Dai Fu was taken aback. Inwa leaned toward Dai Fu, his eyes brimming with greed. Don't you want to? This young man possesses the demon core of the black-horned Rhinoceros King, which could fetch at least 500,000 silver coins on the market.
You could certainly use the money, right, Dai Fu? Dai Fu fell silent. If he were in his prime, he would indeed hesitate. However, seeing the murderous glint in Yinhua's eyes, mixed with cruelty and treachery, he realized the young man was currently preoccupied expelling the poison. Making it the perfect moment for a deadly ambush, Dai Fu, you need not assist, but that demon core shall be mine alone. After much contemplation, Dai Fu finally drew his blade. The moment he unsheathed his treasured sword, his eyes were devoid of pity, revealing only the coldness of a wolf stalking its prey. Forgive me, young man. It is only your carelessness that has afforded us this opportunity. The world is inherently cruel. Do not blame us for our ruthless hearts. Before making a move, Yinhua shot a glance at Wang Yin, smirking. Boss Wang, you wouldn't want to act the hero, would you? Wang Yin scoffed. I am not so trivial. I only desire that 300-year-old Yuanyang grass. Very well. Yinhua shrugged nonchalantly. The 300-year-old Yuanyang grass was indeed precious, but it was Wang Yin's goal. Wang Yin, the third son of the Wang family in Nanyan City, possessed mediocre talent, yet his father, Wang Wenzhong, was immensely powerful, backed by two extraordinary brothers. For the sake of a 300-year-old Yuanyang grass, it would not be worth going against the entire Wang family. Having navigated the martial world for years, Yinhua could easily calculate this. He merely needed to ensure the demon core in Wu Qi's possession was secured. Li Bo, go fetch the medicine. Wang Yin commanded. Turning away, Li Bo hesitated. Young master, are we really leaving Wu Gongzi behind? Would that not be inappropriate? I command you to go fetch the medicine. Wang Yin barked. Faced with Wang Yin's resolute demeanor, Li Bo could only bow his head in obedience. Would that not be inappropriate? Wang Yin's lips curled into a cold smile. What does it matter? For him, this is an opportunity to obtain the 300-year-old Yuanyang grass while simultaneously discarding Wu Qi, who owes him 30,000 silver coins. If he is to die, why should I still pay him? Wang Yin felt utterly at ease, even relishing in the misfortune. Meanwhile, Yinhua and his companions had already advanced to stand before Wu Qi. Dai Fu looked down at Wu Qi from a position of superiority, his expression cold. Young man, I will endeavor to make your end swift with that. He swung his blade, aiming to behead Wu Qi. The old dragon in the ghostly palace noticed the unfolding situation, his gaze shifting as he prepared to intervene. However, at that critical moment, whoosh, a dagger suddenly shot from the air, striking Dai Fu's weapon. Dai Fu and Yinhua instantly became alert, looking up to shout, Who goes there? In Chapter 14, you have done enough. Now it is my turn. Both Yinhua and Dai Fu looked up to see a figure clad in black. Standing atop a pine tree, her exquisite eyes sparkled like stars, and a faint bite mark adorned her graceful neck as she looked down at them with an impassive expression. A woman? Dai Fu and Yinhua exchanged bewildered glances. Dai Fu did not rush to anger but maintained his composure, asking, Might I inquire who you are and why you seek to obstruct us? The girl with the bite mark pointed at Wu Qi. Because that person is my prey. Prey? Dai Fu and Yinhua exchanged incredulous looks. Yinhua erupted in anger. What nonsense is this? Are you out of your mind? With that, he disregarded her warning and lunged forward. Yet before his foot could touch the ground, whoosh, another dagger flew down, landing mere inches from his foot. The girl with the bite mark coldly stated, Next time, it will not be the ground, but your heart. Yinhua, now exasperated, shouted, What do you want? Nothing. The girl with the bite mark insisted, her tone resolute. I have said, that person is my prey, and until I slay him with my own hands, I will not allow anyone to kill him. Crazy woman! Yinhua cursed, his eyes ablaze with fury. If that is the case, then I will kill you first, then this young man. With that, he aimed his spear at the girl standing atop the pine tree. The girl retaliated with her dagger. Seizing the moment, Yinhua glanced at Dai Fu, who immediately understood. He charged toward Wu Qi, blade in hand. Seeing this, the girl with the bite mark swiftly threw her dagger. However, her strength paled in comparison to Dai Fu's. With a casual swipe of his blade, he deflected her dagger to the ground, pausing only briefly before continuing his charge toward Wu Qi. With Dai Fu's blade drawing ever closer to Wu Qi, the girl gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. She suddenly removed the bracelet from her left wrist and hurled it downward. She then leaped to the ground. What happened next was remarkable. The bracelet she had thrown floated in midair, growing larger until it encircled both her and Wu Qi, forming an invisible barrier around them and keeping Dai Fu and Yinhua at bay. Yinhua attempted to stab and slash at the barrier with his spear, but no matter what he tried, the bracelet remained unscathed, steadfastly unmoving. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "What on earth is this? It's as tough as a turtle shell." Falling Phoenix Jade Bracelet? Beside them, Dai Fu recognized her immediately, his face registering surprise as he turned to the girl with the bite mark, curiosity evident in his voice. "Qingwen Feng, who are you?" The girl with the bite mark frowned slightly. "You need not know." Yet, Yinhua appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "What Feng? What bracelet?" "The Falling Phoenix Jade Bracelet. A second-tier low-grade armor," Dai Fu replied. "Second-tier low-grade." Upon hearing this, Yinhua's expression shifted dramatically. "Then how can we possibly break through?" Dai Fu, however, chuckled dismissively. "Though it is indeed a second-tier low-grade armor, the user's skill level is paramount. Generally speaking, armors above the second tier cannot be wielded by warriors of the Condensation Qi realm. Even if they manage to use it, it heavily depends on their endurance and physical strength. The stronger the user's endurance and strength, the longer and more effective the armor's duration will be. In other words, if the user's endurance and strength wane, the armor's efficacy and duration will naturally diminish, Yinhua retorted. "How can we weaken the user's endurance and strength?" A knowing smile spread across Dai Fu's face. "It's quite simple. Just exhaust her." Exhaust. Yinhua paused momentarily, then realization dawned, and he erupted into wild laughter. "Ha ha, understood, understood." As they spoke, both men instinctively drew their weapons, unleashing a flurry of martial techniques that descended upon their foe like a tempest. Heavenly Fire Path, Purple Thunder 9 Strikes. 9 Heavens Grasping the Moon, Wind Demon Dance, Breaking Yuan Royal Blade. In an instant, blinding flashes of blades and crackling silver serpents filled the air, weaving a breathtakingly terrifying tableau. The girl with the bite mark, being merely at the 4th level of Condensation Qi, found that even with a second-tier armor, her physical stamina was being severely depleted. Soon, under the relentless barrage from Dai Fu and Yinhua, her strength began to wane, exhaustion etching itself upon her delicate features, yet she gritted her teeth, striving to persevere. Thunderfire Thousand Forces. As Dai Fu and Yinhua noted that her stamina was nearing its limit, they intensified their assault, unleashing their most formidable attack thus far. With a resounding crash, the girl crumpled to the ground, the Falling Phoenix Jade Bracelet shrinking back to its original size, returning to her wrist. Just when Dai Fu and Yinhua believed their adversary would concede defeat, they were taken aback as the girl bit her lip and rose once more. Though her complexion was ashen and her breath ragged, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her, her exquisite eyes remained filled with defiance. Still holding on? Fury surged within Yinhua, and malicious intent took root. "Since you wish to protect him so fiercely, then let us send you both to your demise." As he spoke, the red tassel spear in his hand transformed into a beam of crimson light, aimed directly at the girl's heart. As the crimson light drew closer, her consciousness began to blur. "Am I to die? Forgive me, brother. I could not avenge you in the end." Just as she prepared to embrace her fate and close her eyes, a familiar and gentle voice suddenly whispered in her ear. "You have done well enough. Leave the rest to me." A large hand reached around from behind, grasping the spear Yinhua had thrust forward, rendering it harmless to the girl. Another hand encircled her shoulder, pulling her into an embrace. Instinctively, the girl looked up to see that brow, those eyes, that nose. Who else but Wu Qi? "Is it you? You've finally awakened. Do not succumb to them. Only I can bring you death." The girl's voice grew fainter, fading away, until she finally closed her eyes and fainted in Wu Qi's arms. Observing this, Wu Qi could only offer a helpless smile. "This girl. Why, you're fine." The sudden appearance of Wu Qi startled Yinhua, causing him to stutter. Wu Qi locked eyes with Yinhua, a smile playing on his lips. "What? I'm fine. And you seem unhappy?" No. Yinhua shook his head vigorously, forcing a laugh. "As long as you're fine, that is all that matters. Since you're all right, I shall take my leave with that." He released the red tassel spear and bolted. Wu Qi had awakened, facing a man capable of slaying the unicorn black rhinoceros with his bare hands. What could he possibly do to win? Yinhua possessed enough self-awareness to grasp this reality. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a sharp whistle pierced the air above him. Inwa looked up, his expression shifting to one of horror as he beheld his own red tassel spear plummeting from the sky. Startled, he recoiled a step back, narrowly avoiding the lethal descent. Just as Inwa was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a wave of overwhelming rage surged from behind him like a tidal wave. A shudder coursed through him as he cautiously glanced back with the corner of his eye. There stood Wuqi, his eyes bloodshot, lips pressed tight, his face etched with lines of resentment. With every step he took, the aura emanating from him grew exponentially, as though he were not a man but an approaching giant. I have underestimated the malice of humanity. I never anticipated that after saving you, you would turn to kill me. Since you have made the decision to kill, you must also possess the courage to be killed. Wuqi suddenly raised his head, and an oppressive pressure enveloped the surroundings, as if the very air had been expelled from the vicinity. Inwa's dignity crumbled entirely. Terror seized him, and he fell to his knees, pleading, "I will give you all my treasures, my concubines, my daughter. I will have them serve you as slaves, whatever you desire. Just spare me this once." Wuqi chuckled softly. "You truly are a despicable scoundrel." With those final words, Wuqi's smile vanished, his gaze turning icy as he raised his fist and struck Inwa's eye socket. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Inwa's eyes bulged, blood erupting from him like a colorful display of fabric. Red, black, purple, bursting forth in a vivid spectacle. In mere moments, Inwa breathed his last. With Inwa dealt with, Daifu became the next target. Surely, he had taken advantage of my engagement with Inwa to flee? As Wuqi pondered, he raised his head to search for Daifu's figure, quickly spotting him standing nearby, calm and collected as he watched the entire ordeal unfold. In fact, he appeared somewhat impatient as he addressed Wuqi. "Have you finished venting? Now, take a look at this." He casually tossed a jade pendant to Wuqi. Chapter 15. My account is not so easily dismissed. Wuqi instinctively caught it, examining it closely. One side bore the carving of a Swani's head, while the reverse displayed a complex character. "Xia, Xia?" Wuqi's brow furrowed in confusion. Daifu suddenly exuded an air of authority. "Xia represents the nobility of the Weiqi dynasty." "Are you of the Weiqi dynasty's nobility?" "Of course not." Daifu shook his head, countering, however, "The owner of this token is indeed a noble of the Weiqi dynasty." "Do you know who he is?" Wuqi shook his head. Daifu's voice escalated. "He is the master of Nanwangchuan, Xia Yuanqing, Lord Xia. This token was bestowed upon me by Lord Xia." Wuqi shrugged. "So what?" Daifu, nostrils flaring, declared with conviction. "If you were someone of great stature, it would be one thing. For Lord Xia would not dare to touch you. Yet you, a mere unknown commoner from Baiyuan City, are doomed. If you dare to harm me, Lord Xia will undoubtedly make you pay. Why would a lord concern himself with your life?" Wuqi found this notion amusing. "Are you really that important?" Daifu's attitude grew increasingly arrogant. "I am not afraid to tell you that I am Lord Xia's confidant. Being employed by Wang Yin is merely a fade. My true purpose here is to investigate other matters for Lord Xia. If I were not a trusted aide, he would not have bestowed this token upon me, nor entrusted me with such significant tasks. If an ordinary subordinate were to perish, perhaps the Lord would not pursue it. However, should a trusted aide like me meet his end, the Lord would surely launch a thorough investigation. At that point, with Lord Xia's capabilities, it would not take long to uncover the culprit who harmed me." Wuqi raised an eyebrow. "Are you threatening me?" Daifu sneered disdainfully. "I am merely offering you a piece of advice. Besides, I see potential in your abilities. You possess remarkable combat prowess at such a young age, with a promising future ahead. How about this? If you bow and apologize to me now, I might consider introducing you to the Lord, where you could serve under him, far more promising than remaining in this destitute place. You have no idea how many would kill for such an opportunity. I hope you recognize it." Daifu's haughty words were interrupted by a sudden shadow sweeping across the front. Before anyone could react, there was a sharp crack. Daifu's neck was snapped with a resounding crack. Daifu stared wide-eyed at Wuqi, shock etched on his face, as if he could scarcely believe that he had spoken to such an extent. Yet the other party still dared to lay hands on him. Observing Daifu's incredulous expression, Wuqi simply remarked, "I detest being threatened." "Threatened? Over this?" Daifu was utterly bewildered, and even as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his eyes remained wide with disbelief. "My purpose as a martial artist is to grow stronger, and the reason for my strength is to protect my family, ensuring that no one ever treads upon me again," Wu Qi declared, gazing at Daifu's corpse with resolute conviction. "If I were to cower in fear, allowing others to trample upon me, what would be the point of honing my martial skills and striving to be formidable?" Regrettably, Daifu was already beyond the realm of the living. Wu Qi, check what he has on him, Old Long suddenly suggested. Wu Qi immediately crouched down to search Daifu's body. Moments later, he extracted a fist-sized orb from the pocket of Daifu's garment. The orb glowed a fiery red, as if it contained a blazing flame within. "What is this?" Wu Qi blinked in surprise. Old Long replied, "I was right. This is an elemental orb." "Elemental orb?" Wu Qi inquired. Old Long continued, "There are 5 primary elements in this world: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This orb contains a trace of the fire element, known as the blazing fire orb. What purpose does this serve?" Wu Qi asked. Old Long explained. "Its primary function is alchemy." "Alchemy?" Wu Qi echoed. "Indeed," Old Long affirmed. "The most crucial tools for alchemy are the cauldron and spiritual fire. The higher the grade of spiritual fire, the greater the purity and success rate of the elixir." "Spiritual fire? Does this orb contain spiritual fire?" Wu Qi queried. "Indeed." "What grade of spiritual fire?" "Perhaps a low-grade second tier," Old Long replied. Wu Qi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "Only a low-grade second tier? After your grandiose descriptions, I had expected something far superior. If it were too advanced, you would not be able to control it, making it more likely to backfire and cause harm," Old Long countered. "Moreover, it would be unlikely for a Qi condensation realm martial artist to carry it." Old Long added, "Additionally, the main characteristic of this blazing fire orb lies not solely within the spiritual fire, but rather in its function as a spatial formation, serving as a support structure. This should be regarded as a relic from an ancient powerhouse. If I am not mistaken, in addition to this blazing fire orb, there should be 4 other orbs of different elements scattered elsewhere. Collecting all 5 orbs could potentially form a spatial formation." At this point, Old Long's voice took on an enticing tone, as an ancient powerhouse's spatial formation often implies the potential burial of treasures amassed during their lifetime. "Treasure?" Wu Qi's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he suddenly recalled Daifu mentioning that he was sent by Lord Xiao to investigate something. It seemed highly probable that this was in pursuit of such elemental orbs. But why not send more capable experts to search for the orbs? Wu Qi wondered aloud. Old Long explained, "Experts would draw too much attention. It is easier for small fry to accomplish such tasks. Moreover, you must prepare yourself mentally. News of this person's demise will likely reach the one surnamed Xia very soon." Old Long spoke gravely. As Daifu aptly put it, Xia Yuanqing, as the Lord of Nanwangchuan, could easily uncover the identity of Daifu's murderer here in Beiyuan City. You must strive to enhance your strength before Xia Yuanqing becomes aware and takes action. Wu Qi nodded earnestly. He seldom instigated trouble, but when it arose, he would never shy away. Should Xia Yuanqing truly discover the truth and send experts to eliminate him, he would not show mercy. Resolute, Wu Qi clenched his fists. Putting aside that matter, today's gains were considerable. A demon core from a first-tier 6-stage beast, a blazing fire orb, a horn from a black rhinoceros king, and 10,000 silver coins. This was a debt that Li Bo had felt guilty about, stealthily placing it here while Wang Yin was distracted, adding to Wu Qi's account. However, while Li Bo's debt was settled, the 30,000 silver coins promised to him by Wang Yin had yet to be accounted for. With this thought, Wu Qi lifted his head towards the distance, smiling with a hint of indignation. "You think you can slip away after ambushing me while I was purging poison? Ha! My debts are not so easily evaded. Even if you are the scion of the Wang family from Nanyan City." At that moment, a distant voice suddenly called out, "Brother, brother, don't leave me, don't abandon me alone." Chapter 16. Fury. Wu Qi turned and rushed over, lifting the girl in his arms, only to realize she was merely talking in her sleep. Wu Qi couldn't help but smile, looking down at the girl slumbering peacefully. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual and reached out to touch her forehead, his expression changing as he exclaimed, "So hot! This girl has a high fever. We must get her down the mountain to the clinic for treatment." In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd morning. The first rays of sunlight bathed the bedside. The girl stirred, slowly opening her eyes, a look of confusion crossing her face as she sat up in bed. Just then, A gentle voice rang from the doorway. My dear, you are awake. The girl turned to see a kindly old woman entering from outside. Who are you? The girl asked, her expression wary as she glanced around. Where is this? The old woman smiled. This is the clinic at the foot of the mountain. I am the physician here. A physician? The girl questioned, puzzled. Why am I in a clinic? You had a severe fever, and your husband brought you here. My husband? The girl frowned, a myriad of questions flooding her mind. Speaking of the girl's husband, the old woman couldn't help but praise him. Indeed, your husband truly cares for you. You were unconscious for 3 days and nights, and he hardly slept, remaining by your side. By my side? The girl seemed to recall something pressing. Did he mention his surname? After a moment of thought, the old woman replied, he said his surname is Wu. The girl's pupils widened, turning her head away. Of course it's him. The old woman blinked in confusion. Is there a problem? The girl shook her head and then inquired, how much did the treatment cost? As she spoke, she began to rummage through her bag for money. The old woman chuckled, shaking her head. Young Master Wu has already settled the fees. Settled? The girl was taken aback, rushing forward to ask. Where is he now? The old woman explained. Young Master Wu left just an hour ago after seeing your fever had subsided and you were no longer in danger. He has gone? The girl's gaze flickered with complexity. At that moment, the old woman suddenly recalled something and added, Oh, young Master Wu left a letter for you before he departed. She produced a letter from her bosom and handed it over. The girl instinctively accepted it, tearing it open to reveal neatly pinned lines that read, By the time you read this letter, I should have returned home. I had to leave quickly before you woke up, or you would have insisted on killing me again. Also, the clothes you are wearing belong to me. Your previous attire was too filthy. Upon reading this, the girl realized she was clad in a man's robe. In his earnest assurance, Wu Qi wrote, But worry not, the physician helped you change. I did not take advantage of the situation. As for my clothes, I hope you can take care of them and return them to me when the opportunity arises. My family is poor, and I have very few garments left. The girl internally rolled her eyes. What a miser! Who would covet your tattered clothes? The letter continued with a lengthy ellipsis, before adding with a serious tone. If the bite mark on the right side of your neck hasn't faded, I took the liberty of giving you another one. And no need to thank me. The girl's expression shifted instantly as she instinctively touched the right side of her neck, only to find a new bite mark there. Her face flushed crimson, and in a fit of rage, she shouted, Wu Qi, you scoundrel! Meanwhile, back at home, Wu Qi suddenly sneezed, then rubbed his nose, muttering to himself, Who's cursing me? He then called out loudly, Father? Little sister? However, after searching throughout the house, he found no sign of either his father or sister. His father was of no concern. With his formidable strength, he needed no protection. However, his little sister being alone and not at home made Wu Qi instinctively anxious. Just as he approached the door, a passing young man noticed him and stopped, looking puzzled as he asked, Hey, Wu Qi, why are you still here? Wu Qi was equally perplexed. What do you mean, still here? This is my home. Where else would I be? Your sister got into an argument with someone, and you're still here loafing about. The young man spoke with a tone of reprimand, causing Wu Qi to startle and step forward, urgently inquiring, What? Where? The young man pointed ahead, exclaiming, Right on Canal Street. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi hastily expressed his gratitude and rushed towards Canal Street. However, upon arrival, he found not a trace of Wu Xiener, nor even the sound of a quarrel. Everyone was engrossed in their own affairs, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Just as Wu Qi stood there, bewildered, a vendor suddenly called out to him, Are you Master Wu Qi, brother of Wu Xiener? Wu Qi nodded vigorously. Yes, have you seen my sister? The vendor replied, She was just here, but someone has taken her away. What? Wu Qi's mind exploded with disbelief, his blood boiling as his eyes turned crimson. Who took her? Why did they take my sister? A fellow vendor chimed in. Initially, Miss Wu was peacefully shopping for vegetables when she was recognized by another young lady. That lady not only mocked Miss Wu, saying a phoenix that has lost its feathers is no better than a chicken, but also, what else? Wu Qi interjected. The vendor mimicked the tone of the offender. She also said that you, Master Wu, are a useless waste, merely a sycophant to Miss Li, and not even worth a single hair of Wan Yunhai, destined to live your life relying on others. The vendor's wife, filled with righteous indignation, added, "At first, Miss Wu managed to endure, but upon hearing her insult you, she became furious and confronted the young lady. However, that young lady was unreasonable and had people seize Miss Wu." "Tell me who that person is." Wu Qi's teeth clenched audibly, his expression dark as if he might burst into flames. The vendor's wife responded, "She seems to be He Qiushuang, the younger sister of He Qiuling." Chapter 17. In a realm of desolation, after the Wu family was expelled from the four great families, the He family took their place among the elite. He Qiushuang is the beloved daughter of the He family. Unlike Wu Xian'er, who is a refined young lady, He Qiushuang has been spoiled since childhood, developing an arrogant and tyrannical demeanor. Her actions have become commonplace in Beiyuan City. The vendor lamented. Wu Qi retorted coldly, "I do not concern myself with how she treats others, but when it comes to my sister, that is utterly unacceptable. Those who insult my family shall die." Saying this, he lifted his foot, ready to charge towards the He residence. The vendor's wife pleaded, "Master Wu, please think carefully. She is He Qiushuang, the jewel of the He family, and should not be trifled with." The vendor added earnestly, "Indeed. He Qiushuang is the most cherished child of the family patriarch, He Qingping. Not long ago, a passerby merely exchanged words with her, and despite her being the provocateur, He Qingping, upon hearing of it, immediately dispatched people to sever the man's tendons, leaving him bedridden for life. Times have changed, Master Wu. This issue requires careful consideration. Given that Wu Shuang and Wu Xian'er have always been humble and courteous, even to ordinary folk, the vendors felt compelled to speak their minds. Though they were equally outraged by the incident involving Wu Xian'er, they were powerless. This world operates on the principle that the strong dominate the weak. Those who cannot submit will meet their demise. Moreover, the Wu family is no longer the formidable force it once was. How could one man stand against the flourishing He family? Wu Qi resolutely shook his head. "I appreciate your goodwill, but this matter cannot be delayed. My sister has been captured. With each passing second, she may be suffering. If the He family dares to obstruct me, let them come. I shall slay them one by one." His eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he clenched his fists, declaring, "Even if I must scour the depths of the earth, I will bring my sister home." With that, he dashed towards the He residence at a breathtaking speed. "Master Wu." The vendor and his wife attempted to offer further counsel, but Wu Qi had already vanished into the distance. They could only sigh in resignation. Alas, this child is far too reckless. How can he possibly contend with the vast He family alone? Meanwhile, at the He manor, a slender young woman in a crimson dress, with sharp features and an elegant demeanor, stood at the head of the room, irate as she berated those below her. Wretched girl, how dare she confront me? What are you?" He Qiushuang commanded. "Kneel before me and lick my feet at once," while shouting 3 times, "Mistress, I was wrong. My brother is a waste. I will then ensure your safe departure." "Bah! Your brother is the waste. Your entire family is worthless." Even bound tightly and held by 2 imposing maidservants, Wu Xian'er stood defiant against the aggressive He Qiushuang, her exquisite face filled with stubbornness and rage. "You may insult me, but you shall not insult my brother. Will you shout or not?" He Qiushuang's teeth clenched in fury. "I will not." Wu Xian'er remained resolute. "Very well, you choose silence." He Qiushuang's eyes widened in fury as she commanded. He Zhan, silence her until she submits, understood." The 2 maidservants complied, one gripping Wu Xian'er's shoulders tightly, the other raising her hand to strike Wu Xian'er's face. Smack! "Will you submit?" "I will not." Smack! Another resounding slap echoed, causing Wu Xian'er's cheek to swell instantly. "Will you submit?" "I will not." Smack! The third blow landed, making Wu Xian'er feel as if her head had been struck by thunder, her vision swirling and doubling. Yet, when asked if she would submit, she responded with unwavering clarity, "I will not." The 2 maidservants began to feel a pang of sympathy, but He Qiushuang's rage only intensified. The more defiant Wu Xian'er became, the angrier she grew, shouting like a shrew, "Why have you stopped? I said to continue until she submits. Are you all deaf?" The maidservants had no choice but to obey their mistress, knowing that failure to comply would result in their own punishment. Just as He was about to bring down a 4th slap, a frantic voice suddenly broke through from outside. Miss, this is bad. This is bad." A young servant rushed in, Breathless, He Qiushuang snapped. What is it? Why the panic? Outside. Someone has broken in. The servant gasped. He Qiushuang's anger flared. Who dares invade the He family? The servant swallowed nervously. It's Wu Qi from the Wu family. Wu Qi? Everyone in the room gasped in unison. Wu Xian'er, barely conscious from the blows, slightly regained her focus upon hearing the name. Brother? Wu Qi. He Qiushuang paused for a moment, then scoffed dismissively. Ha! I thought a significant figure had arrived. Where are the blue guards? Send out 3 waves. I refuse to believe we cannot handle a mere Wu Qi. The young servant complied and retreated. He Qiushuang turned away casually but noticed that He Zhan and He Yu had instinctively stopped. Enraged, she barked, What are you standing there for? Continue. Startled, He Zhan and He Yu complied. Yet before they could raise their hands, another frantic voice called from outside, Report. He Qiushuang, growing impatient, asked, What now? The reporting servant quivered. The first wave of blue guards has been completely annihilated by Wu Qi. What? He Qiushuang's face blanched. Although the blue guards were not the strongest unit of the He family, they were elite fighters. How could they fall so quickly? He Qiushuang felt a wave of confusion wash over her. But Wu Qi was not about to give her time to ponder. Another servant rushed in, Report. The second wave of blue guards has also been wiped out. He Qiushuang's legs buckled beneath her, nearly causing her to collapse. Just as she steadied herself by gripping the armrest of her chair, another urgent report reached her ears. The third wave of blue guards has also been slain by Wu Qi. Wu Qi, as if in a realm devoid of adversaries, had now breached their defenses. Chapter 18. Unleash the demon seal. Thump. This time, He Qiushuang could no longer maintain her composure and sank into her chair. Her mind swirling in disbelief. 3 waves of elite family guards had been exterminated so swiftly. Had Wu Qi come alone? Or was he accompanied by a horde of marauders? Just then, a loud crash echoed through the manor. With a resounding crash, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly flung open by a forceful kick. He Qiushuang shivered, springing to her feet and instinctively glancing towards the entrance. Within her line of sight stood a dashing young man clad in white. His body drenched in blood, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, resembling a frenzied dragon. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, exuding an air of hostility, akin to a lone wolf daring to breach a tiger's den. Yu Qingxi has fallen to the southeast. The land's fortunes have ebbed and flowed like a rotten axe. Jade shatters while tiles remain whole, heedless of it all. Where my blade points, I reign supreme. The newcomer was none other than Wu Qi. Wu Qi scanned the room, quickly spotting Wu Xian'er and rushing towards her, concern etched across his face. Little sister, are you all right? I'm sorry for my tardiness. Wu Xian'er shook her head, mustering a faint smile for her brother. However, upon seeing the swollen marks on her face, Wu Qi's expression hardened, resembling a beast on the brink of rampage, as he gritted his teeth and demanded, Who struck you? He then turned abruptly towards He Yu and He Zhan, his voice icy and menacing. Was it you? Wu Xian'er hurriedly interjected, Brother, don't blame them. They were merely following orders. Following orders? Wu Qi's eyes narrowed, realizing it was He Qiushuang's command. How many times did they strike you? Wu Xian'er shook her head. Brother, it's not worth it. Wu Qi, however, was not inclined to let it go easily, directing his inquiry at the 2 maidservants who had laid hands on his sister. He Yu and He Zhan trembled like mice before a cat, instinctively blurting out, 3 times. 3 times, you say? Wu Qi murmured. Then suddenly fixed his sharp gaze on He Qiushuang. He Qiushuang felt as though she were being targeted by a malevolent deity, a chill coursing through her. She swallowed hard. What kind of look is that? You wouldn't be thinking of retaliating, would you? With a decisive step, Wu Qi advanced towards He Qiushuang. Provoked, she felt her temper flare, declaring, You should know, this is the He family. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my 2 brothers will come to my aid immediately. Without a word, Wu Qi closed the distance, and in a fit of rage, He Qiushuang screamed, Your Wu family is no longer a prominent clan. Your sister is now merely a commoner, while I am a lady of a great house. What's wrong with bringing your sister here and giving her a few slaps? It's the way of the world. Commoners deserve to be bullied. As her words hung in the air, a loud crack resounded as Wu Qi, without hesitation, struck He Qiushuang across the left cheek with a resounding slap. His blow was far more ferocious than that of He Yu or He Zhan. sending He Qiushuang sprawling across the floor. That S1, Wu Qi declared coldly, swiftly moving to deliver another blow before she could even hit the ground. Bang! He Qiushuang was sent flying again, blood spewing from her mouth. Wu Qi's second strike had inflicted internal injuries upon her. The surrounding servants stood in stunned silence. He Qiushuang, who had always lived a life of luxury, had never been struck even once by the head of the family. Today marked the first time anyone had not only hit the young lady but had done so with such unbridled ferocity, each slap imbued with intense fury. That is two. Wu Qi maintained an expressionless count as he struck, not out of a lack of compassion, but because He Qiushuang was utterly unworthy of it. The image of Wu Xian'er suffering, her forced smile, only fueled his anger further. Those who harm my sister shall die. Bang! The third slap, charged with an ancient dragon's might, erupted against He Qiushuang's chest. That S3. At that moment, a young man resembling He Qiushuang rushed in from outside, witnessing the scene unfold. He was taken aback, then let out a desperate cry, "No!" But it was too late. He Qiushuang had already been slammed against the wall, her pupils losing focus. He Qiuming rushed over, lifting He Qiushuang from the ground, only to find she had lost her breath. Filled with grief and rage, He Qiuming leaped up, glaring at Wu Qi as if he were a predator. "You dare to kill her. You dare to take my sister's life. She deserved to die for striking my sister." Wu Qi retorted, his gaze sharp as a blade. He Qiuming scoffed, "Your sister is worthless, a fallen servant. Beneath even a Diojam, my sister is a daughter of a noble family, the He family's heiress. How can your sister even be compared to mine?" Wu Qi clenched his fists involuntarily, his eyes darkening. "Dare you repeat that?" He Qiuming deliberately elongated his words, enunciating each syllable. "I said, your sister is worthless. Did you hear me clearly?" With a heavy expression, Wu Qi launched a fist without further ado, striking He Qiuming squarely in the face. He Qiuming was sent sprawling, crashing onto the floor 10 meters away. Climbing back to his feet, he wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression darkening. Though caught off guard, he had not anticipated the weight behind Wu Qi's punch, as a fighter of the 6th stage of qi condensation. He was accustomed to withstanding blows, yet Wu Qi's strike had shattered his cheekbone. At that moment, a noticeable dent appeared on He Qiuming's right cheek, and coupled with his expression, he resembled a wounded beast. Fierce and menacing, he took a deep breath, his eyes igniting with battle fervor, and instead of anger, he smirked. "It seems you are not as useless as the rumors suggest, and a wonderly Mingjie fears you. This will make our battle all the more exhilarating." As he spoke, He Qiuming shed his outer garments, revealing a muscular torso adorned with a vivid black tattoo of an ox's head. Gleaming ominously, witnessing this, the familiar servants of He Qiuming's family widened their eyes in alarm, murmuring, "This is bad. The second young master is about to activate the demon tattoo." Chapter 19. Fear as if facing a demon. The demon tattoo is the primary substitute for spiritual veins. Many lacking innate talent can only awaken their spiritual veins by inscribing demon tattoos on their bodies. However, unlike spiritual veins, which have a high ceiling, the potential of demon tattoos is quite limited. Nevertheless, not everyone can endure the inscription of a demon tattoo. First, it requires substantial financial resources. Second, the physical capabilities of the inscribee must be exceptionally high. Only a select few can withstand the burden of a demon tattoo. Most perish from the strain. Those who can endure are deemed suitable for the demon tattoo, and once activated, their combat prowess can double. Yet, this often comes with the risk of uncontrollable rage. The servants trembled at the memory of He Qiuming's previous rampage during a demon tattoo training session, where he lost his sanity and slaughtered over 100 innocent lives in the estate. The memory still haunted the survivors. Thus, as they beheld He Qiuming shedding his shirt to reveal the ox demon tattoo, a primal fear gripped them, leading them to instinctively flee, terrified of a repeat of that tragedy. Activate the ox demon tattoo. With a low roar, He Qiuming's tattoo erupted with a fierce glow, his muscles swelling as if inflated in an instant. His previously modest height surged, resembling a mountain in stature. The sheer pressure was palpable. Each time He Qiuming transitioned into the ox demon state, it instilled dread in all who witnessed it. Some servants, even from a distance, trembled uncontrollably. 5th stage of qi condensation? No, with the demon tattoo activated, he likely surpasses the 6th stage. His power seems even more astonishing than during the last training. The Wu family's young master is in for a tough time. They brought this upon themselves by intruding into the He family. As the murmurs spread, He Qiuming launched forward, his legs coiling like a bow, resembling an unstoppable force as he charged at Wu Qi. The power of the demon tattoo was undeniable. Wu Qi observed carefully, narrowly avoiding the impact. Bang! Although He Qiuming missed Wu Qi, he obliterated the wall behind him, creating a human-shaped hole. Seeing his first strike fail, He Qiuming quickly repositioned himself, unleashing a series of brutal kicks and punches, each one a testament to his newfound strength. One after another, relentless attacks descended upon Wu Qi like a torrential downpour, surging from all directions. Each strike possessed the potency to effortlessly obliterate a formidable opponent of the 5th level of Qi refinement. Yet, without exception, Wu Qi deftly evaded each one. After half a minute, even with the activation of his demonic runes, He Qiuming had not managed to lay a finger on Wu Qi. Already irritable due to the activation of his demonic runes, He Qiuming's frustration intensified. Resembling a furious bull as he bared his teeth and taunted Wu Qi, "Mr. Wu, is dodging all you can do? Do you dare to confront me like a man?" Wu Qi turned to face He Qiuming, slowly raising his fist. "You wish to see me retaliate? Indeed, that is how a man should act." He Qiuming licked his lips, summoning the true yang energy coursing through him, preparing to unleash the bull charge once more. However, this time, he was swifter and fiercer than before. If the initial charge resembled that of a bull, this one was akin to a colossal elephant. The force was such that even a peak 5th level Qi refinement martial artist could be crushed into a pulp. Fool! Mr. Wu has fallen for the second young master's provocation. With his skill, even if he cannot win, he shouldn't lose so swiftly. Alas, Mr. Wu's mind is too simplistic, incited by a mere taunt to face his opponent head-on. The spectators shook their heads in disbelief. The second young master's close combat prowess was enough to send even ordinary 6th level Qi refinement warriors fleeing. To confront him directly was to court disaster. It seemed Wu Qi's life was destined to end here. Meanwhile, the distance between He Qiuming and Wu Qi shrank rapidly. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter, 0 distance. Die for me. He Qiuming envisioned Wu Qi being smashed into a bloody mess, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Yet, in that critical moment, Wu Qi's speed proved even swifter. His fist seemed to be imbued with a mysterious force. A flash of azure light streaked past, followed by a resounding crash as He Qiuming's head was forcefully driven into the ground. Cracks radiated outward from beneath him, and He Qiuming's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. Wu Qi glanced at He Qiuming, whose head was buried in the earth, and expressionlessly declared, "This is my counterattack." An eerie silence enveloped the arena. The servants, maids, and even the butler, along with those hiding in corners, gazed in disbelief. Defeated? The second young master had been so easily vanquished. It was unimaginable that just a second ago, he had been brimming with confidence, and now he lay beneath the ground, a testament to Wu Qi's might. After all, the second young master had activated his demonic runes. How could he be reduced to such a state? Just how powerful was Wu Qi? In that moment, every gaze turned toward Wu Qi, as if he were a monstrous entity. The dragon that had slumbered in its lair was now awakened, its roar echoing through the mountains. Unfazed, Wu Qi retracted his fist and returned to his sister Wu Xian'er's side. "I am sorry, brother. I've caused trouble for you and father again," Wu Xian'er expressed with a face full of remorse. "They brought this upon themselves. You need not feel guilty," Wu Qi reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. "It's fine. Father isn't home. If the sky collapses, I'll bear it for you." Wu Xian'er nodded, touched. Wu Qi took his sister's hand and said, "Come, let us go home." He strode forward, heading for the exit, while none dared to obstruct them, fearing the wrath that lay within. However, just as they were nearing the entrance of the He residence, Wu Qi suddenly felt a chill breeze behind him. His expression shifted, and he swiftly grasped Wu Xian'er's hand. Darting to the left in that fleeting moment, a cold arrow, imbued with true yang energy, whistled past and struck the ground near their feet. Had Wu Qi not sensed the impending danger, that arrow would have found its mark. An arrow infused with true yang energy could obliterate a person's flesh, even that of a 5th level Qi refinement warrior. "Brother!" Wu Xian'er gasped in terror. An enraged voice echoed from directly ahead. Wu Qi, you killed my sister, defeated my second brother, and now you wish to leave without facing the consequences? Wu Qi looked up sharply. Chapter 20. He Qiu Huang. He Qiu Huang, a strikingly handsome young man clad in scholarly robes, bore a resemblance to He Qiu Shuang. Yet he was even more exquisite. In his left hand, he held a bow, while a quiver of arrows rested on his back. Behind him stood 2 rows of formidable black-clad warriors, exuding an intimidating aura, their eyes fixed on Wu Qi with an intensity that suggested they wished to rend him asunder. Upon witnessing this scene, the He family servants first froze in shock, then erupted into cheers. It's the eldest young master. The eldest young master has returned. Excellent, the strongest warriors of the He clan have returned. This brat is finally finished. Oh, the eldest young master. How tragically the young master and mistress have died. You must avenge them. The eldest young master of the He family? It dawned on Wu Qi that the handsome youth with the quiver was none other than He Qiu Huang, the elder brother of He Qiu Shuang and He Qiuming, one of the few young men in Beiyuan City who could be comparatively Shurtao. He Qiu Huang exclaimed, Wu Qi, do you think you can escape? His gaze was cold and unyielding as he regarded Wu Qi as if he were already a corpse. I am taking my sister with me. Not even a deity can stop me. Wu Qi retorted with a fierce determination. What audacity! A towering blue-clad warrior stepped forward, offering to take on Wu Qi. There's no need for the eldest young master to dirty his hands with such a lowly character. Allow me to deal with him. No need. He Qiu Huang waved his hand dismissively, fixing a steely gaze on Wu Qi, enunciating each word with palpable venom. I will personally kill him, for my little sister's vengeance. In the realm of Qi refinement, one could release and condense their internal true yang or true yin energy onto other implements. Wu Qi watched as He Qiu Huang released true yang energy from his left hand, merging it with the second-grade mid-tier weapon, the Kingly Bow. In an instant, the bow and the arrow seemed to ignite in flames. The arrow had locked onto Wu Qi, even from 100 meters away. Wu Qi could feel the suffocating pressure bearing down upon him. Was this the oppression of the Qi refinement realm? Wu Qi's expression turned solemn as he furrowed his brows into a furrowed line. Speaking earnestly to Wu Xian'er, little sister, step aside. Wu Xian'er nodded obediently, cautiously creating distance. The best she could do was refrain from distracting her brother, focusing on the impending battle. At that moment, Wu Qi called out to the Dragon Emperor of the underworld within his pendant, Old Dragon, lend me your strength. Though filled with pride, Wu Qi understood that no matter how the burning sky transforming dragon technique allowed him to contend against those of higher levels, it would only elevate him to the 6th level of Qi refinement at best. Yet, his opponent was in the Qi refinement realm, specifically at the 5th level. The disparity was not something the burning sky transforming dragon technique could bridge. He could not expect to evade as easily as he had against He Qiuming. Thus, he could only seek assistance from the ancient dragon imprisoned within his necklace. Despite being bound by 18 chains, Wu Qi felt that the dragon still possessed some means of assistance. However, the Dragon Emperor responded grumpily, What good is your calling? I cannot emerge, Wu Qi replied. Our souls are intertwined. If I perish, you will not fare any better. The dragon lamented, Are you threatening me? Wu Qi retorted, I'm merely urging you to find a solution. With a long sigh, the dragon feigned resignation. Fine, but I must declare that even if I can assist you, my current state will only enhance your evasion and reaction abilities to that of the 4th level of Qi refinement. In other words, you can only evade passively, with no active offense, and the effect will last only about a minute. Wu Qi grinned, That will suffice. The dragon grumbled, Sigh. Another dragon crystal wasted. I've painstakingly accumulated these over the years. As the Dragon Emperor sighed heavily, Wu Qi's body began to glow red and heat up, a mysterious power coursing through his limbs. Meanwhile, He Qiu Huang's bow and arrow had reached their peak tension. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Finally, the eldest young master was about to release his arrow. With his strength combined with the kingly bow, that brat was surely doomed. At that moment, Wu Xian'er looked at Wu Qi with a face of worry, instinctively clenching her fists, silently vowing, If my brother dies, I shall not live alone. Just then, the old dragon within the underworld palace seemed to sense something and quickly warned, Kid, prepare yourself. It's coming. Wu Qi took a deep breath, his eyes sharp and piercing like blazing stars. Keenly scanning his surroundings, he extended every auditory nerve in his body, akin to the tentacles of a snail, reaching out to touch the air around him. In the next moment, whoosh, He Cheng Huang's arrow finally left the bowstring. The King's bow unleashed its first arrow, the Breaking Fate. A beam of crimson light sliced through the void with a speed beyond description. Not to mention the Qi condensation realm, even a typical practitioner at the 4th level of Qi condensation would find it impossible to evade. Yet, in Wu Qi's eyes, the arrow shot from the King's bow, infused with He Cheng Huang's solar true energy, seemed to slow down several times. Before his brain could process the imminent danger, his reflexes had already taken control of his body. Allowing him to dodge, whoosh, the arrow struck the ground. Wu Qi emerged unscathed. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. The eldest young master's first arrow, Breaking Fate, had missed. That young man managed to evade the eldest young master's first shot? How could this be? A mere coincidence. It must be a fluke. He Cheng Huang frowned slightly, also believing it to be a coincidence, and thus readied himself for a second shot. The King's bow, second arrow. Breaking mystery. This time, the solar true energy on the arrow was evidently denser than before, and the bow was drawn back more fully, with an even longer charge time than the first. A coincidence would not occur a second time. Wu Qi, let us see how you evade this. As a bloodthirsty glint flickered in He Cheng Huang's eyes, the second arrow was released. Chapter 21. On the road to the Yellow Springs, brother carries you. Whoosh! The breaking mystery arrow swooped down like a majestic eagle from afar, visibly faster than the previous shot, nearly reaching Wu Qi in the blink of an eye. Is this truly the second arrow from the King's bow? Wu Qi inhaled deeply, an audacious thought blossoming within him. It was not as swift as he had imagined. Thus, under the gaze of the crowd, he performed an act that left all spectators utterly astonished. Facing the incoming second arrow from the King's bow, Wu Qi shockingly closed his eyes. How brazen! That was the most speed-oriented second arrow from the King's bow. This was a blatant disregard for the eldest young master. He was confronting someone at the 5th level of Qi training, not merely the 5th level of Qi condensation. Who does he think he is? Even the esteemed young master Wan Yunhai would not dare to be so arrogant. Excessive confidence often leads to premature demise. The young scion of the Wu family shall perish, just as nearly everyone anticipated that He Cheng Huang's arrow would pierce through Wu Qi's head, extinguishing his arrogance. In a fleeting moment of mere milliseconds, Wu Qi, with his eyes still closed, suddenly tilted his head. Whoosh! The second arrow from the King's bow grazed past Wu Qi's ear, embedding itself in the wall behind him. The wall crumbled upon impact, yet Wu Qi remained unharmed, still with his eyes shut. The second arrow, Breaking Mystery, once again missed its target. The onlookers were left in shock. The second shot had also missed. It was utterly incomprehensible. Those who had previously deemed Wu Qi excessively arrogant, shouting that overconfident soldiers are destined for defeat, instantly fell silent. If the first miss was a coincidence, the second, with Wu Qi having closed his eyes, and still managing to evade an arrow that was faster and fiercer than the first, could this still be deemed a coincidence? It was one thing to evade countless attacks from the second young master. He Chaoming, who, after all, was merely at the 6th level of Qi condensation. But the eldest young master, He Cheng Huang, was at the 5th level of Qi training. To handle the attacks of a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi training in such a manner was nothing short of extraordinary. The crowd no longer looked down on Wu Qi. Instead, their gazes were now filled with reverence. Regardless of the outcome, a young martial artist capable of effortlessly dodging 2 lethal strikes from a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi training was deserving of admiration. However, He Cheng Huang's expression began to darken, unable to maintain his composure. After 2 consecutive failures, the second miss had occurred while his opponent had his eyes closed. If the opponent's realm were higher, or even equal, it would be understandable. Yet Wu Qi was merely at the 5th level of Qi condensation. The very thought made He Cheng Huang's face contort with disdain. If the third shot also missed. As a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi training, where would he place his dignity? However, retreat was not an option, for that would be even more humiliating. Thus, caught in a dilemma, He Cheng Huang readied his bow for the 3rd time. Rage and solar true energy burned fiercely on the bow and arrow. The King's bow, Third arrow, breaking heaven. Not only was He Cheng Huang's mood agitated, but the servants of the He household were also increasingly tense. The third arrow was upon them. If it too failed to hit, the He household would be utterly disgraced. Wu Qi began to calm his mind, embracing the essence of tranquility. Just as the air in the He household seemed to congeal, a jaw-dropping scene suddenly unfolded. The arrow that had originally aimed at Wu Qi abruptly veered, targeting another individual instead. That person was none other than Wu Xian'er. Wu Xian'er was stunned, and Wu Qi, caught off guard, turned pale, silently cursing. This is bad. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was taken aback, yet they swiftly comprehended the underlying truth. The instant the eldest young master's arrow shifted from Wu Qi to Wu Xian'er, it signified He Cheng Huang's fear. He no longer dared to gamble. Wu Qi, since you can dodge so well, I shall first deal with your sister. He Cheng Huang's demeanor twisted into a grimace as he reveled in his malicious thoughts. Choose. Either abandon your sister, or step in to shield her from this third arrow. With that thought, whoosh, the king's bow, third arrow, breaking fate, was unleashed. Despicable? Indeed. Shameless? Absolutely. Yet, it was far better than allowing Wu Qi to evade all three of his arrows unscathed. Himself, or his little sister? Wu Qi, without hesitation, chose the latter. At the very moment before He Cheng Huang released the arrow, he leapt in front of Wu Xian'er, arms wide open, using his body to shield her. Perhaps Wu Qi could evade the third arrow from He Cheng Huang, but what would happen to Wu Xian'er if he did? In that instant, he stood like a mountain that shielded his little sister from the storm. Thus, the next moment, thud. The third arrow from the king's bow, breaking heaven, pierced through Wu Qi's abdomen with brutal force, blood gushing forth. Brother! Wu Xian'er turned pale with fright. Wu Qi clutched his wound, his complexion ashen, his gaze fixed intently on He Cheng Huang. Yet He Cheng Huang wore an innocent, sinister smile, saying, I never claimed that all three arrows must target you. Both you and your sister are deserving of death. The crowd's expressions were complex, filled with regret and sighs. After all, this was not an arena, and both parties were not confined to a set of rules. In this cruel world, only life and death mattered. With no room for notions of winning or losing, ha 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 ha. Wu Qi suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily. He Cheng Huang frowned. What are you laughing at? Well done, He Cheng Huang. You have triumphed. I concede that I am not as despicable as you. But I offer you a warning. Wu Qi's gaze darkened as he grinned menacingly. You had better kill me. Do not let me survive. Should I live, the entire He family shall accompany you to the grave. Ha! He Cheng Huang scoffed derisively. You dare to utter such bravado even as death approaches. Wu, do you truly believe you will leave here alive today? As he spoke, he nocked another arrow, preparing to strike again. Wu Qi turned his head towards Wu Xian'er, his face filled with remorse as he said, I'm sorry, little sister. In the end, I was unable to protect you until the last, on the road to the Yellow Springs. I will carry you. Wu Xian'er's eyes reddened as she shook her head, sobbing, Brother, it's my fault. I caused you harm. Enough with the pointless chatter. He Cheng Huang sneered, rolling his eyes, with a sudden release of the bowstring. Whoosh! The king's bow, fourth arrow, breaking doom, was unleashed. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Just as the arrow was a mere half-meter away from the Wu siblings, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a stunningly beautiful woman clad in blue, with hair to match. Her profile resembled a picturesque landscape, naturally sculpted like a masterpiece, radiating a sacred brilliance. The woman gracefully flicked her wrist, and with a clang, He Cheng Huang's fourth arrow was effortlessly deflected. Who is this? He Cheng Huang was filled with fury and astonishment. The woman, with her delicate features, raised her eyelids slightly and spoke with an air of indifference. You are not worthy to know. Chapter 22. Warner, I did not misjudge. Not worthy to know? He Cheng Huang let out a cold laugh. Before he could respond, the black-clad guards surrounding him erupted in rage. Who gave you the audacity to speak to our young master this way, you filthy woman? What are you? The woman cast a sweeping glance at them with her piercing eyes. And you, what do you amount to? Having spoken, a cold glint flickered in her eyes as she flicked the dust whisk in her hand forward, immediately unleashing a wave of frigid air. He Chiu Huang was taken aback, and before he could react, the black-clad guards on either side were instantly encased in ice, transformed into frozen statues. He Chiu Huang was struck with terror. These guards were the elite soldiers of the He family, boasting an average strength equivalent to the 9th level of qi condensation. Yet, the opponent had merely waved her dust whisk lightly and managed to freeze all 18 black-clad guards to death, as if mowing down grass. Even He Chiu Huang felt a chill of fear. He quickly adopted a cautious demeanor, his face taut with anxiety as he fixed his gaze on the beautiful woman. I bear no grudges against you, nor have I wronged you recently. Why have you come to my He family to kill my subordinates? The woman nonchalantly replied, those who insult me must die. He Chiu Huang swallowed hard unconsciously. Even from 5 meters away, he could feel the palpable killing intent she exuded, sending shivers down his spine. His instincts warned him that this visitor was anything but ordinary and that he should not provoke her lightly. Thus, he lowered his posture, stating, their disrespect towards you is indeed their fault, and they deserve punishment. However, this is the He family. If you have no further business, I kindly ask you to leave. Leaving is an option. The woman pointed at Wu Qi and Wu Xian'er, her tone leaving no room for doubt. But they must come with me. Wu Qi and Wu Xian'er were momentarily stunned. He Chiu Huang was also taken aback, but quickly shouted indignantly, absolutely not. Wu Qi killed my sister and defeated my second brother. Throwing my He family into chaos, I cannot let them go. And what does that have to do with me? The woman replied with a dismissive sneer, I am merely informing you. You have no authority to dictate whom I take. He Chiu Huang threatened, are you declaring war against the He family? The He family? The woman scoffed coldly, what significance do you hold? As she spoke, a fierce glint shot from her azure eyes. Her seemingly delicate hand suddenly waved with force. Slap! Even from 5 meters away, He Chiu Huang was unexpectedly sent flying through the air. When he got back up, blood streamed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. In that single blow, she had shattered his liver and spleen. Despite him being at the 5th level of qi condensation. You dare to injure me? You actually dare to harm me? He Chiu Huang, who had always been proud, was now filled with rage and humiliation. The woman replied expressionlessly, and what of it? If you dare to look at me with such eyes again, the next slap will not merely injure you but will kill you. Her words were delivered in the most mundane tone yet conveyed the most chilling threat. He Chiu Huang observed the imminent eruption of his eldest son's temper, but at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, Huanger, hold your hand. He Chiu Huang froze, instinctively turning his head. In his line of sight was his father. He Qingping, rushing over with a look of panic. Upon seeing this, He Chiu Huang's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to complain, Father, this woman. However, he had not finished his sentence when He Qingping swiftly approached. Placing a hand on his son's head and, without a word, slammed him to the ground. He then knelt on one knee, not daring to raise his head, and said, I am He Qingping, paying my respects to the esteemed elder. This sudden turn of events left everyone around dumbfounded. What was happening? The family head had just appeared and was already kneeling. Furthermore, he seemed to be in great fear, not daring to breathe a word. Who on earth was this woman to instill such awe in a strong figure like him? You are the head of the He family? The woman's expression remained as calm as still water. He Qingping nodded, indeed. I am the younger generation. I will take them with me. Do you dare to obstruct me? The woman pointed once more at Wu Qi and Wu Xian'er. He Qingping shook his head without hesitation. I dare not. I dare not. Yet, He Chiu Huang could not accept it any longer and, raising his bloodied head, protested, Father, Wu Qi has killed my sister. Before he could finish, he was met with a resounding slap from his father. He Qingping, Father! He Chiu Huang was momentarily stunned. He Qingping, filled with wrath, bellowed, Silence. He then nearly prostrated himself on the ground, bowing respectfully, Please forgive my son's youthful ignorance and lack of decorum. Young Master Wu, young Miss Wu, you may leave at any time. Anyone who dares to obstruct you shall be my enemy. Only then did the woman nod in satisfaction. You exhibit some awareness. She then turned to glance at Wu Qi and Wu Xian'er, casually saying, Let's go, and gracefully moved forward. Although the two were still somewhat bewildered, Wu Xian'er quickly regained her composure, supporting her brother as they hurried to follow the woman's footsteps. 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Upon taking the fifth step, the woman suddenly paused. Oh, right? It was as if she remembered something. Turning her neck towards Wu Qi, pointing at He Chiu Huang, and casually asked, "Would you like me to help you deal with him?" He Chiu Huang shivered at the sound. He Qingping's heart also trembled, but both dared not speak further. Wu Qi, taken aback by the woman's sudden inquiry, quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brows and resolutely shaking his head. His gaze sharp and authoritative. "No, I want to kill him myself." The woman was momentarily surprised by his response, but then smiled charmingly. "You are quite a man. Wanner did not misjudge you, Wanner." Wu Qi was puzzled. Thus, he watched as Wu Qi and Wu Xian'er left the He residence unscathed. He Chiu Huang could no longer contain his outburst. "Father, my second sister is dead. My second brother's fate is uncertain, and the He family has suffered tremendously. How can you so easily let them go? What else can we do?" He Qingping, in a fit of desperation, roared, "If I do not act this way, you, I, and even the entire He family, with its generations of legacy, will be obliterated." "What?" He Chiu Huang was stunned. He Qingping's anger subsided slightly as he asked, "Do you know who that woman in green is?" He Chiu Huang shook his head. He Qingping replied with trembling voice, "She is the saintess of the Qingyuan Academy, Qing Yuan Feng." Chapter 23, 2 consecutive sounds. "What? The name of the Qingyuan Academy, the saintess?" Upon hearing this, He Chiu Huang was left speechless. As a martial artist, he naturally knew that the country of Weiqi had 4 major martial academies. Besides the Ling Academy, there was one that only accepted female disciples, which was the Qingyuan Academy. The saintess of the Qingyuan Academy was, in fact, the vice president of the academy. In other words, the woman in green earlier was actually the vice president of the Qingyuan Academy? He Chiu Huang's eyes widened in shock, and a chill ran down his spine. It is known that the heads of the 4 major academies possess combat power at the Star King level in the entire country of Weiqi. They rank among the top. It is no wonder she could effortlessly eliminate my black-clad guards. No wonder my father is so afraid of her. He Chiu Huang finally began to understand. Indeed, while the Qi Explosion Realm might be considered a formidable presence in Baiyuan City, in the eyes of a Star King, it was merely a slightly larger insect. If she wished, she could take He Qingping's life at any moment. How fortunate it was that my father intervened in time. He Chiu Huang's face turned pale as he reflected on the precariousness of the situation. After all, she was a Star King realm powerhouse, the vice president of one of the 4 major academies. Not to mention a mere He family, even the entire Baiyuan City could be obliterated with a wave of her hand, and not a word of reproach would be directed at her from the Weiqi Emperor. It was fortunate that Qing Yuan Feng did not intend to kill. Otherwise, based on my earlier behavior, I would have died countless times before her. He Qingping sighed. He Chiu Huang did not respond, though he remained unwilling, especially concerning his younger sister's death. He Qingping shook his head and waved his hand. "Let us not mention that for now." Indeed, He Chiu Huang was the apple of He Qingping's eye. But compared to the survival of the He family's legacy over generations, it paled in comparison. Tio He Qingping, losing a daughter meant she could be replaced, but if the family business was lost, everything would truly be lost. Wu Qi and He Chiu Huang clenched their jaws tightly in the shadows. He secretly clenched his fist, his eyes flickering with resentment and bitterness. Outside the He residence, over 100 meters away, Qing Yuan Feng suddenly halted her steps, slowly stating, "This is far enough. The one surnamed He should not trouble you for the time being." Wu Qi and Wu Xian'er immediately clasped their fists in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your righteous rescue." Qing Yuan Feng waved her hand dismissively, her tone cold. "Do not thank me. I am merely acting on someone else's request." "On someone else's request?" Wu Qi was taken aback, instinctively curious about who among his acquaintances could enlist such a powerful figure to travel across great distances to save him. Moreover, aside from his sister and father, who would care about his life? Qing Yuan Feng seemed to have guessed Wu Qi's thoughts, cutting him off. "But I cannot tell you who it is. You'll have to guess." Wu Qi was left speechless. "Guess? How could I possibly guess?" Qing Yuan Feng produced a pill from her sleeve and handed it over. It was a white dragon tiger bone pill, which, once consumed, would expedite the healing of your wounds. Wu Qi, not one to be overly formal, accepted it gratefully, preparing to express his thanks once more, only to be interrupted by Qing Yuan Feng's impatient demeanor. "I told you not to thank me. I am merely fulfilling a request." Wu Qi could only manage a wry smile. Qing Wanfeng adjusted her clothing, dusted off her attire, and declared, "Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Wu Qi and Wu Xian'er promptly bowed, exclaiming, "We bid you farewell, esteemed elder." However, after taking a few steps, Qing Wanfeng suddenly halted, as if recalling something, and turned to Wu Qi, stating, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, go to the Spirit Institute and find someone." Wu Qi nodded, but was taken aback when Qing Wanfeng abruptly changed her tone. "Give him a good beating for me?" "Huh?" Wu Qi gaped, pointing at himself in confusion. "You want me to help?" He instinctively thought, "Given your strength, why not confront him yourself?" Qing Wanfeng seemed to read Wu Qi's thoughts, retorting confidently, "My status makes it inconvenient." "Very well," Wu Qi reluctantly replied. "May I inquire as to this person's name?" "His name is Mu Jichuan." As she uttered this name, a subtle complexity flickered in Qing Wanfeng's beautiful eyes, as if she were reminiscing about a distant memory. "Mu Jichuan," Wu Qi echoed, instinctively questioning, "Who is Mu Jichuan?" Qing Wanfeng replied haughtily, "You will know once you arrive at the Spirit Institute, provided you manage to pass the entrance exam." With that, she vanished in a flash, leaving only a lingering shadow behind. Wu Qi marveled. What an extraordinary woman! Outside Beiyuan City, a graceful figure paced anxiously along the road. If Wu Qi were present, he would instantly recognize her as the girl marked by a bite on her neck. Just then, Qing Wanfeng's voice floated over from behind. "All right, Wanner, the matter you entrusted to me has been resolved. You can finally rest easy now." The girl, addressed as Wanner, turned at the sound, a fleeting look of unnoticeable relief gracing her delicate face. Though it vanished almost immediately, unfortunately, Qing Wanfeng caught it and smirked. "Now I understand why you are so fond of that lad. He truly is captivating, reminiscent of a youthful Wei Qi Huang from years gone by." Wanner's face flushed crimson as she stomped her foot, insisting, "What are you saying, teacher? I do not like him. I simply do not wish for him to perish at the hands of others." Wanner pouted, declaring, "His life is mine to control." "Very well, very well." Qing Wanfeng waved her hand indulgently, but then suddenly noticed something, scrutinizing Wanner from head to toe with a puzzled expression. "By the way, how much longer will you wear those clothes?" Wanner instinctively looked down at herself, only then realizing she was still donned in the male attire Wu Qi had left her, Wu Manor. Upon returning home, Wu Qi swiftly consumed the white dragon tiger bone pilled. To his astonishment, within a mere stick of incense, the arrow wound inflicted by He Qiuhuang on his abdomen healed rapidly. However, an unusual sensation surged within him, compelling him to enter a meditative state. His body instinctively signaled that a breakthrough was imminent. The heart and spirit converge, allowing me to transcend the truth. Soon, a stream of warmth surged from the crown of his head, spreading through his limbs and bones, flowing into the shoulder wells and connecting with the energy centers, ultimately converging in the dantian. Just then, a series of resounding pops echoed within Wu Qi, breaking through the barriers within him. Chapter 24. Enrollment in the Alchemy Academy. He had reached the 7th level of Qi condensation. He had advanced 2 levels in one leap. Feeling the surging power coursing through his meridians, Wu Qi was eager to test his newfound strength. At that moment, the voice of the old dragon broke through his thoughts. "Go outside and put it to the test." Wu Qi nodded vigorously, eyeing the courtyard. Without hesitation, Wu Qi targeted a massive stone used for training. Launching into the Royal Dragon Clan's elite martial technique, the Dragon King's Fist, whoosh. Accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, Wu Qi's fist struck the target with precision. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, and the stone shattered. Wu Qi stood in astonishment. This training stone was embedded with Jinyu crystals. Ordinarily, at his previous level of Qi condensation, he would leave only a few deep imprints from his strikes. To think he had completely obliterated it this time. Such was the terrifying power he now wielded. Wu Qi was taken aback by the stark contrast between the effects of the 5th and 7th levels of Qi condensation. Clearly, it was the dire circumstances that spurred such rapid growth. Suddenly, he heard his younger sister's voice calling out, "Brother, brother." Seeing Wu Xian'er rush toward him, Wu Qi stepped forward, concerned. "What is it, Xian'er?" Wu Xian'er, panting, replied. "Someone is looking for you? Looking for me?" Wu Qi paused, then became alert. Could it be that He Qiuhuang and his cohorts had returned? Wu Qi furrowed his brows. but Wu Xian'er shook her head rapidly. No. Brother, it's a girl looking for you. A girl. Wu Qi was momentarily taken aback. In the guest hall, he found a slender figure waiting. Wu Qi approached, clasping his hands respectfully. May I inquire what brings you here? The girl turned at the sound, revealing a familiar and exquisite face to Wu Qi's gaze. He was stunned, for the girl before him was none other than his little adversary, the one he had bitten on the neck. It's you? Wu Qi exclaimed, his mouth agaped. Wu Xian'er looked back and forth in confusion. Do you two know each other? Wu Qi instinctively replied. Know each other? That's an understatement. Wu Qi almost divulged that he had bitten her neck twice. But considering his sister was present, he thought better of it and swallowed his words. However, Wu Xian'er seemed determined to probe further. What else? Wu Qi could only manage a dry smile and shake his head. Nothing, but Wanner was curious about Wu Xian'er. Who is she? Wu Qi replied naturally. She is my sister. Ah, so it's your sister, Wanner muttered under her breath, audible only to herself. Wu Xian'er shot Wanner a sidelong glance, her expression filled with hostility. Why so many questions? What do you want at our home? Nothing, just returning this piece of clothing to your brother. Saying this, Wanner tossed a set of male attire at Wu Qi, then added proudly, and the money for the treatment I received that day is in your pocket. We are square now. With that, before Wu Qi could react, Wanner nimbly flipped out of the window and soon vanished into the ether. Wu Qi could only chuckle wryly as he watched Wanner leap through the window. Lowering his head, he instinctively adjusted his clothing, only to discover not only had his garments been cleaned immaculately, but the several torn holes had also been neatly mended. Wu Qi felt a warmth in his heart. Meanwhile, Wu Xian'er remained curious. Brother, who exactly is this girl? Wu Qi was momentarily at a loss, realizing he still did not know her name. Just then, a familiar voice called out urgently from outside. Cheer, Xian'er. Wu Qi looked up to see a familiar figure rushing through the door. A hand rested on Wu Qi's shoulder, while the other found its place on Wu Xian'er's, filled with both urgency and concern. Cheer, Xian'er. Are you both all right? It was none other than their father, Wu Shuang. Wu Qi smiled reassuringly. Rest easy. Father, we are perfectly fine. At this, Wu Shuang sighed in relief, but as he looked into Wu Qi and Wu Xian'er's eyes, he expressed deep remorse. I am sorry. I arrived late. It is my fault for not protecting you both. Wu Qi shook his head with a smile. We have grown up. How could we always remain under your wing? When you are away, I shall protect my little sister. I will guard the Wu family. Wu Shuang paused, a look of pride illuminating his face as he nodded. Cheer has grown. He handed Wu Qi a box, remarking mysteriously, Open it, and you shall see. Wu Qi cast a glance at his father and opened the box, only to find it brimming with a dazzling array of materials. Essence gemstones, Bayou Lake water, Blue River volcanic lime, Bitter Smile grass, and many others. He was momentarily taken aback, not due to the unexpectedness or the overwhelming sight, but because each of these components was essential for concocting the 10 full dominance pill. If one item could be deemed a coincidence, and two could be so, perhaps a few could be dismissed as mere chance. However, with not a single extraneous item in sight, it was unequivocally no coincidence. Could his father be aware of my intention to refine the 10 full dominance pill? But how could he possibly know? Seemingly sensing the confusion in Wu Qi's heart, Wu Shuang smiled and explained, The night before last, I noticed you in the night market, inquiring about these materials, yet you found nothing. I have a few connections and, on a whim, gathered these for you, hoping they might aid you. So that was it. It turned out that his father had been away from home, not out of neglect, but rather to procure these materials for him, merely because he had casually inquired at the night market. Truly, the heart of a parent is filled with compassion. By the way, do you need anything else? Is this sufficient? If not, I can ask around again. Wu Shuang pressed on. Wu Qi's eyes reddened. He fought back tears as he nodded vigorously. It's enough. Thank you, father. Wu Shuang shook his head with a gentle smile. As long as it's enough. That's all that matters. Wu Qi wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and suddenly recalled something, asking with concern, Father, where did you acquire the money? After all, these materials, even without the unique horn of the Black Rhinoceros King, would still cost a small fortune. Moreover, he had nearly depleted their savings to rescue himself from prison. Yet, Wu Shuang waved his hand nonchalantly. You needn't worry about this. I have my ways. He then produced another box from behind him and handed it to Wu Xian'er. Chuckling, Xian'er, I've prepared a gift for you as well. Observing his father's resolute and stubborn figure, Wu Qi clenched his fists silently, his resolve to become stronger intensifying. Father, little sister, from now on, I shall be your protector. The next morning, the materials were arranged. The horn of the Black Rhinoceros King, essence gemstones, Bayou Lake water, Blue River volcanic lime, and bitter smile grass. The alchemical fire was ignited with a blazing fire pearl. All the ingredients were ready. Now, only the alchemical cauldron was needed. But how would he acquire one? Wu Qi pondered while strolling through the streets. Buying? Impossible. Even the cheapest low-grade cauldron would cost at least 200,000 silver coins. Renting? That was feasible, with the rental fee around 1,000 silver coins. However, he needed to set aside at least 100,000 silver coins as a deposit. This presented yet another financial obstacle. Robbing? Stealing? Out of the question. As Wu Qi was lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a commotion nearby. He looked up to see a crowd gathered around a notice, pointing and discussing animatedly. Frowning, he squeezed to the front to inspect the notice affixed to the wall and discovered it was an enrollment announcement from the Alchemy Institute, one of the 4 prestigious academies of Weiqi Kingdom. Renowned alongside the Qingyuan Academy, it stated that the top 3 performers in the innate soul power test would not only be accepted into the Alchemy Institute, but would also receive generous rewards. After a quick glance, although the rewards for 2nd and 3rd place were enticing, they were not immediately useful to him. However, the 1st place reward caught his eye. It was a high-grade alchemical cauldron. Was this not precisely what he sought? Chapter 25. Being targeted, what a stroke of luck. Just as he began to feel elated, a pressing concern surfaced. How would he participate? He was uncertain of his innate soul power level. What if his results were dismal, or he failed to secure 1st place? As Wu Qi grew increasingly distressed, a voice echoed in his mind. Old Dragon spoke with unabashed arrogance. What is there to worry about? I was the one who introduced alchemy to the Hongyuan world. My alchemical talent is unparalleled. Your soul has already fused completely with mine. Do you think your alchemical skills could possibly pale in comparison to those common mortals? Indeed, upon hearing Old Dragon's words, Wu Qi's confidence surged. However, he could not participate under his own name. That would be far too conspicuous. I need to assume a different identity. The following day, in the central capital, at South Tower, the designated contest venue for the Alchemy Institute's enrollment announcement, stood a tall, mysterious figure clad in a black robe and hood, his expression cold and foreboding. This individual was none other than the tardy Wu Qi, who had undergone a dramatic transformation since their last encounter. He had grown taller, more mature, and significantly more intimidating. This remarkable change was thanks to the Mask of Lies, one of the 3 masks inscribed upon the wall of the Netherworld divine skill, which allowed him to alter his appearance and conceal his aura from even those who knew him best, including his own father. The crowd was substantial, observing the throngs of people jostling for space. Wu Qi, now adopting the name Qi Wu, could not help but reflect on the scene. At that moment, a friendly, boisterous man approached him with a smile. Brother, you're here to participate, aren't you? Wu Qi instinctively glanced at him before turning away. Offering no response, the man, unfazed, continued, Don't bother looking. We're merely supporting characters. Do you see that girl in the blue dress? He pointed. Following the direction of the man's finger, Wu Qi indeed spotted a petite, exquisitely beautiful girl in blue seated at a table in the tower, surrounded by a throng of attendants. Her every smile and frown exuded an air of nobility and grace. That is Du Yueshi, the daughter of Du Mantian, the lord of Dongxi City. It's said she possesses innate minor full soul power. And that bald fellow over there. The man gestured southwest. He quickly noticed a notably tall man with striking features standing out in the crowd. This was Li Wanbua, the head of the Li family in Nanyan City, with his grandson, Li Longzhao. It was said he also possessed innate minor full soul power. But the most formidable among them is that young man in white, holding a folding fan, with an extraordinary demeanor. He is Yin Dongyun, the esteemed disciple of the 3rd-grade alchemist, Wang Mingyang, from Xiyang City. Rumor has it he possesses innate major full soul power. This is truly terrifying. The Alchemy Institute is only accepting the top 3, and those 3 are undoubtedly them. Brother, Heed my advice. Someone like you, an ordinary person, should refrain from embarrassing yourself. Wu Qi ignored him, his gaze drawn to a familiar figure. She possessed eyes like autumn waters and brows like willow leaves, her every gesture concealing depth and artifice. She was none other than Li Shitao, the enemy who had caused him immense suffering. At that moment, she sat at the highest level of South Tower, conversing animatedly with several individuals who appeared to be influential figures. She was here too. Wu Qi instinctively clenched his fists, his expression shifting between anger and turmoil. Brother, why so silent? Surely, you're not still contemplating participation. You're truly oblivious to the danger. Do you wish to be mere background? The man saw Wu Qi lost in thought and patted his shoulder. Continuing his tirade, till last, Wu Qi reacted. He shrugged off the man's hand, and the latter stumbled back as if struck by an invisible force, barely managing to regain his balance. Clutching his pained chest, the man stared at Wu Qi in shock. Wu Qi shot him a disdainful sidelong glance and spat. Do I need your permission to participate? Mind your own business. Stop buzzing in my ear like a nagging woman. With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode away as Wu Qi's figure receded into the distance. The man's expression darkened, filled with malice. Initially, he had only intended to dissuade him through words. But now, seeing Wu Qi's defiance, he resolved to employ more ruthless measures. Chapter 26. Innate Minor Full Soul Power. This fellow has caught Yang Bai's attention. A spectacle is about to unfold. Shortly after Wu Qi's departure, a few individuals not far away, who had witnessed everything, began to snicker with delight at Yang Bai's name. While newcomers might find the name unfamiliar, the veterans were all too acquainted with it. The Dan Academy had a notably high age limit for admissions, which meant that even though Yang Bai was already 30 this year, his shadow could be seen each year before the South Lookout Tower in the central capital. Unfortunately, Yang Bai's talent was rather mediocre, leading to his repeated failures in every selection process. Nevertheless, he possessed a tenacious spirit. However, over time, this persistence began to take a misguided turn. Initially, Yang Bai approached the competition with integrity. But after numerous setbacks, he resorted to underhanded tactics. Since the Dan Academy's admissions were based on rankings, he sought to undermine a seemingly younger and more promising candidate to enhance his own chances of advancement. This led to each admission test being marred by his deceitful strategies, and this year, he had set his sights on Wu Qi. He perceived Wu Qi's imposing stature and remarkable demeanor as indicative of great potential, prompting him to concoct schemes against him. At first, Yang Bai attempted to disrupt Wu Qi's mindset with misleading information, claiming that only the top 3 would be selected, utter fabrications designed to diminish Wu Qi's enthusiasm for competition. However, the 3 individuals he mentioned were indeed of genuine caliber. To Yang Bai's surprise, Wu Qi's resolve was unshaken, and he ended up receiving a scathing rebuke from Wu Qi instead. Yang Bai harbored resentment. While those who understood his intentions had no inclination to inform Wu Qi of the truth, they secretly hoped for Wu Qi's failure to eliminate a rival. Yang Bai was akin to a loathsome parasite, and those he targeted seldom fared well. Meanwhile, the onlookers continued to revel in the unfolding drama. As time passed, Wu Qi completed his registration and was led into an exceedingly spacious examination hall. The candidates were lined up in 10 rows, each standing before a crystal ball the size of a human head. This object, known as the soul instrument, was capable of testing their soul power levels. As curiosity about the purpose of the soul instrument spread among the candidates, the chief invigilator's voice resonated from the front. The candidates could not help but murmur in admiration. Each soul instrument was quite valuable, and the Dan Academy had provided enough for every individual point. One couldn't help but wonder if they were indeed as wealthy as rumored. You simply need to place your hand upon it, and the soul instrument will automatically assess your levels. Each row's invigilators will evaluate your results and assign scores accordingly. The chief invigilator, hands clasped behind his back, boomed, "Have you all understood what I've said?" "Understood," the candidates replied in unison. The chief invigilator nodded. "If that is the case, let the test commence." Thus, the candidates began to place their hands upon the soul instruments, and soon, the crystal balls before them began to glow with varying intensities. The invigilators, moving from left to right, started to evaluate each one. In the hall, one candidate's soul instrument emitted a faint glow, prompting the invigilator to announce loudly, "Wu Fong. Innate low-grade soul power, failed, 15 points." Upon hearing this, the youth named Wu Fong immediately hung his head in dismay. Another's glow was somewhat more pronounced, and the invigilator declared, Zhao Zhao, innate mid-grade soul power, barely passed, 60 points. A satisfied smile spread across Zhao Zhao's face. One candidate's glow was as large as a fist, eliciting a rare smile of expectation from the invigilator, who nodded and remarked, Ding Ji, innate high-grade soul power, 80 points. Well done. Ding Ji, upon hearing this, nearly wept tears of joy. The atmosphere in the examination hall was charged with anticipation, while laughter echoed from the South Lookout Tower. Heh, these are merely appetizers. To witness a truly spectacular display, we must await my sister, Li Longzhao from Nanyan City, and Yin Dongyun, the esteemed disciple of Wang Mingyang Du Changwan, the son of the East Xiang City Lord, initiated a conversation with Li Shitao, who merely returned a polite smile. At that moment, the invigilator approached Du Yueshi. Du Changwan's eyes lit up as he leaned forward in excitement. At its time, Du Yueshi, seemingly eager to showcase her abilities, slowly placed her hand upon the soul instrument as the invigilator reached her. The instant her hand made contact, a brilliant light erupted throughout the hall, drawing all attention. In the next moment, the soul instrument revealed a vividly depicted crescent moon. Witnessing this spectacle, all expressions froze. The crescent moon indicated innate minor fullness of soul power. Those knowledgeable understood that a person's alchemical aptitude was categorized into innate fullness and innate emptiness of soul power. Only when one possessed innate fullness would a moon appear on the soul instrument. An individual with innate emptiness, no matter how high their talent, could ultimately only aspire to become a third-grade alchemist, while those with innate fullness had the potential to attain at least a fourth-grade alchemist. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this was the enormous potential of innate fullness. The revelation of a crescent moon sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. The invigilator, witnessing this remarkable display, unhesitatingly assigned the highest score thus far. Du Yueshi? Innate minor fullness of soul power, 90 points. Upon hearing this score, nearly all candidates cast envious, helpless glances toward Du Yueshi, who proudly lifted her chin, reveling in the glory of the moment. Meanwhile, laughter erupted from the South Lookout Tower. With none other than Du Mantian, the lord of East Xiang City and Du Yueshi's father, leading the mirth. Individuals on both sides rose to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Lord Du. East Xiang City has produced a dragon. How fortunate you are to have such a splendid daughter. Before long, East Xiang City will boast a fifth-grade female alchemist. Du Mantian's smile seemed almost uncontainable. Du Changwan, brimming with pride, turned to Li Shitao to boast. This is my little sister. Li Shitao nodded politely, maintaining her gracious smile. Just as everyone was abuzz with discussions about Du Yueshi's remarkable score, the voice of an exuberant invigilator rang out again. Innate minor fullness of soul power, 90 points. Chapter 27. There is something wrong with this soul instrument. Another candidate with innate minor fullness of soul power. Who could it be? Candidates and onlookers alike turned to seek the source of the voice. Soon, a remarkably conspicuous bald head appeared in the public eye. Upon recognizing the figure, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. It was none other than Li Longzhao, the eldest grandson of Li Wanbua from Nanyan City. Laughter erupted once more from the South Lookout Tower, this time from Li Wanbua, the head of the Li family in Nanyan City. The crowd turned to offer him congratulations, and Li Wanbua, smiling as he returned their gestures, cast a triumphant glance at Du Mantian, as if to say, "You have a fine daughter, and I have a splendid grandson." In the examination hall, Li Longzhao remained unfazed, while Du Yueshi pouted in displeasure. Huffing, the soul manifestations are all crescent moons, all innate minor fullness of soul power. I'm no less than you. What's so impressive about that? The surrounding crowd buzzed with whispers, marveling at the rare occurrence of two candidates with innate minor fullness of soul power in the same admissions process. It seemed the second and third spots would inevitably be contested between these two. The reason no one discussed who would claim first place was that one candidate had yet to be tested. Yin Dongyun, the esteemed disciple of the third-grade alchemist Wang Mingyang. Consequently, all eyes instinctively focused on the 13th candidate from the left in the third row. Just then, the invigilator approached. "Young Master Yin, it's your turn." The invigilator's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, as if addressing royalty, a testament to the caliber of talent he had surely heard about. Slowly, Yin Dongyun opened his eyes, appearing as if just awakened, and languidly extended his left hand to place it upon the soul instrument. At that moment, a resonating hum filled the air, and radiant light enveloped the entire hall, akin to the sun descending from the heavens. The intensity of this light was incomparable to that experienced by Du Yueshi and Li Longzhao. After a brief moment, as the crowd adjusted to the brilliance, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the examination hall. Du Longzhao and Du Yueshi were left utterly speechless, and even the onlookers from the South Lookout Tower displayed varying degrees of astonishment on their faces. At this very moment, the soul manifestation displayed on Yin Dongyun's soul instrument resembled a full moon that nearly filled the entire device. A full moon. How remarkable. It turns out the legends were true. Yin Dongyun is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Even though I had mentally prepared myself, witnessing it firsthand still left me in disbelief. Even the proctor was taken aback for a considerable time before finally stammering. Yin Dongyun possesses a congenital full soul power, scoring 98 points. 98 points. Upon hearing this score, Du Yueshi and Li Longzhao could not help but reveal a resigned smile. Though it may seem like a mere 8-point difference, both understood well that these 8 points represented an insurmountable chasm. If a person with congenital minor fullness and soul power starts at the very least as a 4th-grade alchemist, then a person with congenital major fullness and soul power is destined to commence their journey as a 6th-grade alchemist. A 6th-grade alchemist is exceedingly rare within the entire Weiqi kingdom, akin to a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn. Without exception, such individuals ascend to the status of national masters. This means that as long as Yin Dongyun does not encounter unforeseen setbacks along the way, he is destined to become a national master in the future. The prospect of a future national master is rather intimidating. Even the normally stoic chief examiner could not help but break into hearty laughter. It has been far too long since our Weiqi kingdom has seen a talent of such congenital full soul power. The last time was 70 or 80 years ago, when a congenital full soul power was measured in the head of a major hospital. Congenital full soul power. On the upper floor of the South Watching Tower, Du Mantian, the lord of Dongxi City, could not help but sigh. Wang Mingyang truly has taken in an exceptional disciple. Many young women glanced at Yin Dongyun with eyes sparkling as if adorned with blossoms. The elders could not refrain from applauding, exclaiming, "If only I could have a son or son-in-law like him, it would indeed be a stroke of immense fortune." Even the proud Du Yueshi, when looking at Yin Dongyun, would silently nod in agreement. Only such a man is worthy of me. Meanwhile, Li Longzhao covertly regarded Yin Dongyun as his goal, thinking, even if my talents do not match yours now, the road ahead is still long. As for the other candidates, if their gazes towards Li Longzhao and Du Yueshi were tinged with jealousy, when they looked at Yin Dongyun, only admiration remained. After all, the future of the latter was as unattainable as the heavens themselves. On the upper floor of the South Watching Tower, Li Mingjie quietly remarked to Li Shitao, "If you could recruit Yin Dongyun to be your subordinate, it would be perfect." Li Shitao's eyes flickered, though it was unclear what thoughts occupied her mind at that moment. It appeared that the first place in this year's Alchemy Academy admissions had already been determined, undoubtedly Yin Dongyun. Someone lamented, and immediately others echoed, "Of course. This is congenital full soul power. Who else possesses such remarkable innate ability?" Meanwhile, on the other side, the 18th person from the left in the 10th row remained indifferent to Yin Dongyun's performance. His attention was entirely absorbed by the soul instrument before him, and no matter how he touched it or how many times he tried, the soul instrument remained utterly unresponsive. Wu Qi furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering. This shouldn't be happening. What could be wrong? Is it possible that I lack talent? That can't be. Just as Wu Qi was lost in thought, the proctor of the 10th row happened to walk over. He glanced at Wu Qi, then at the soul instrument, instinctively sneering before disdainfully announcing, "Qi Wu, congenital 0 soul power, 0 points." As soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes turned towards him. 0. Wait, did I hear that correctly? In this day and age, someone actually scored 0? After all, most individuals here merely have subpar talent. However, a score of 0 signifies that this person possesses no talent whatsoever in alchemy. In a sense, that is rather impressive. Truly, one must be audacious to even participate. Even Wu Fong, who was the first to be scored and failed, began to mock him with a grin. Wu Qi was utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the old dragon from the underworld palace stated with certainty, "The soul instrument is faulty. It must be fake." Fake. Wu Qi was taken aback, then suddenly realized something and abruptly turned his head towards Yang Bai. Coincidentally, Yang Bai was also looking at Wu Qi, wearing a smug grin. Wu Qi's eyes turned cold. Without a doubt, Yang Bai had replaced the soul instrument through some underhanded means. After the proctor finished scoring, he turned to leave, but Wu Qi immediately called out, "Wait a moment. What is it?" The proctor raised an eyebrow. Wu Qi asserted firmly, "This soul instrument is defective." Defective? Yang Bai's heart sank, while others scoffed. Claiming that the soul instrument is faulty just because you received a 0 is truly ridiculous. The proctor also chuckled derisively, patiently asking, "What seems to be the problem?" Following this, Wu Qi uttered a statement that left everyone utterly flabbergasted. "This soul instrument is a fake." One person could not hold back, and soon others began to chuckle in succession. Laughter quickly spread throughout the examination hall. The soul instrument is fake? What a ludicrous excuse. How absurd. What level does the Alchemy Academy operate at to prepare fake soul instruments for candidates? You really don't think before you speak. If you could admit your shortcomings, I might respect you as a man. But you insist on making such excuses. How utterly shameful. Fake. The proctor was momentarily stunned. "Are you joking with me?" Wu Qi replied earnestly. "Do I look like I'm joking?" "So what do you propose?" the proctor asked, both amused and annoyed. Wu Qi confidently stated, "It's simple. Replace it with a new one and retest." Upon hearing this, the proctor immediately retorted, "Who do you think you are? You think you can just demand a replacement and a retest?" Wu Qi smirked, "Is that your attitude?" "Yes, indeed, that's the attitude. What's it to you?" The proctor looked at him with disdain. Wu Qi, rather than showing anger, chuckled, "Are you willing to bet against me?" "Bet on what?" "If you can provide me with a genuine one, I guarantee that the soul manifestation will be even more astonishing than Yan's." Wu Qi declared with conviction. Just as the words left his lips, the entire examination hall fell silent for half a second before erupting into unparalleled laughter. Has this kid lost his mind? Didn't he hear what level of soul manifestation Yin Dongyan possesses? Yin already has congenital full soul power, which is the pinnacle. How could he possibly be more amazing? He must be out of his mind. The proctor regarded Wu Qi with an expression akin to disbelief, muttering, "You must be delusional." Just then, a commanding voice resonated from the front, "Ding Yi, grant his request." The proctor instinctively turned his head, and the speaker was none other than the chief examiner of this year's Alchemy Academy. Dugutang. Ding Yi was momentarily taken aback and could not react immediately. Dugutang reiterated, "Provide him with a new one." Ding Yi was somewhat incredulous. "The chief examiner? When I say to change it, you change it." Dugutang's tone intensified, laced with a hint of displeasure. Ding Yi dared not protest further, promptly acknowledging the command and turning to comply. "Young man, I am quite curious. When your soul instrument is replaced with a new one, if the soul manifestation remains the same, what excuse will you conjure up then?" Dugutang taunted. Wu Qi replied confidently, "Rest assured, you will only feel fortunate." Dugutang immediately scoffed. "Ha, such grandiose claims." Soon, the soul instrument before Wu Qi was replaced with a new one. "As you wished, let us proceed," Ding Yi remarked impatiently, adopting an expression that seemed to relish Wu Qi's impending embarrassment. Du Yushi, sitting in the third row, glanced at Wu Qi's demeanor, disdainfully curling her lip. Just a clown putting on a show. Yin Dongyun, throughout the ordeal, did not even bother to lift an eyelid. On the upper floor of the south-watching tower, Li Mingjie scoffed. The world is indeed vast. All sorts of characters emerge. Li Shitao, meanwhile, remained silent but felt a peculiar sensation while observing Qi Wu, unable to pinpoint what exactly felt off. Everyone focused on Wu Qi's impending farce, yet he remained remarkably composed, elegantly placing his hand upon the new soul instrument. Humph, what a pose! Just as Ding Yi was about to smirk, an unparalleled burst of radiance erupted. What a dazzling brilliance it was! If Li Longzhao and Du Yushi's soul manifestations merely illuminated half the arena, then Qi Wu's enveloped the entire central capital in an instant. Those outside the examination hall were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. However, those within were utterly astounded. What had just transpired? What was going on? That vast, intense beam of light, could it have emanated from that young man's soul instrument? Upon reflecting on this, everyone became increasingly curious. With such a formidable light, what could his soul manifestation be? Consequently, all eyes converged instantaneously upon the soul instrument before Wu Qi. At that moment, upstairs and downstairs, every expression mirrored disbelief. The atmosphere erupted like boiling water. This is impossible. How could it be? Unthinkable. Am I seeing things? Could I be mistaken? For at this very moment, the soul manifestation appearing on Wu Qi's instrument was neither an aura nor the moon, but rather a blazing sun. Indeed, you are not mistaken. It was a sun sealed within the soul instrument. How could it be a sun? Why would such a soul manifestation exist? What does this signify? Success or failure? The crowd was momentarily dazed. Yet just then, a deep voice resonated from the front of the examination hall. As the sun sets upon the river, the tides rise in the heavens. Du Gutang took a deep breath, his emotions slightly agitated as he declared, "There is no mistake. This is Tianman, the Tianman soul manifestation." Tianman? Upon hearing these two words, many were further perplexed. Du Gutang continued, "Whether it is the waxing moon or the full moon soul manifestation, both represent Diamond, that is to say, the mortal form, while only the sun embodies Tianman. I recall that Tianman's soul power was merely a legend." A somewhat older proctor, positioned closer to Du Gutang, instinctively interjected. Du Gutang firmly asserted, "No, it is not a legend. In fact, in the history of our Dan Academy, there has been one individual who possessed the Tianman soul manifestation." What? There has been such a figure in the history of the Dan Academy? This statement immediately piqued the curiosity of the crowd, who turned their gazes toward Du Gutang. He then slowly elaborated. This individual is none other than the founder of the Dan Academy, Dan Zhu, by Ma Han-un. The revelation sent shockwaves through the listeners. Dan Zhu? By Ma Han-un. Does this imply that Qi Wu's talent is on par with that of Dan Zhu? At this thought, the crowd could not help but draw in a sharp breath, gazing at Wu Qi as though he were a monster. Tianman's soul manifestation, Li Long Zhao appeared contemplative, while Du Yuxi's brows furrowed. Biting her lip, her gaze complex. How come I have never heard of such a figure within Nan Wangchuan before? Even Yin Dongyun, who had remained unperturbed throughout, now wore a grave expression. Above Nan Wanglu, the various dignitaries held their breath in anticipation. Although Qi Wu's emergence had overshadowed figures like Du Mantian and Li Wanbo, they were presently unconcerned. Each of them harbored the same belief. This young man must be courted at any cost. After all, a Tianman soul manifestation is something even Wei Qi Huang would treasure, let alone them. Meanwhile, without needing Li Mingjie to say much, Li Shitao's face exhibited a rare and unmistakable eagerness, as if to declare that only a man of such caliber is worth her active pursuit. Those who had initially intended to witness Qi Wu's folly now felt both astonished and embarrassed, wishing to kneel before him on the spot. Who could have anticipated that Qi Wu's previous assertions were indeed true? That there truly exists a soul manifestation superior to innate full soul power. The crowd could not help but suppress smiles of bitter amusement. Yet, who would have thought that above this, there exists a Tianman? How could this be possible? Yang Bai shook his head incessantly, unwilling to believe what he saw. He had merely aimed to humiliate Qi Wu before others, yet unexpectedly, a celestial being had emerged. Impossible! A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see Ding Yi, his eyes reddened, unable to accept the reality, exclaiming in frustration, "You cheated! Enough!" Du Gutang interjected sharply, yet Ding Yi appeared oblivious, flushed and straining, continuing to accuse Wu Qi. "This is fake. This is an illusion. I said enough. Ding Yi, did you not hear what I said?" Du Gutang finally erupted in fury. A formidable surge of spiritual energy manifested as an invisible hand, and with a resounding slap, it struck Ding Yi, who was standing several meters away. Ding Yi's head jolted, awakening him from his stupor. "Though you think me blind or a fool, I can distinguish between true and false soul manifestations," Du Gutang bellowed. Awakening from his daze, Ding Yi quickly lowered his head in submission. "I dare not. I dare not. Get out." Du Gutang lifted his chin imperiously. Ding Yi nodded fervently, retreating hastily. Du Gutang returned his gaze to the front, adjusting his attire, and solemnly descended the stage to approach Wu Qi. Before the eyes of all, he performed an action that left the entire assembly astounded. Chapter 29. Come forth, prepare the banquet. In an unexpected turn, Du Gutang bowed deeply to Qi Wu, speaking with utmost gravity. Du Gutang pays respects to the Holy Sun. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, each person staring wide-eyed in disbelief. It should be noted that even within the Dan Academy, Dugu Tang held the status of an elder. Yet now, he bestowed such a grand gesture upon a newcomer, nay, not even a newcomer, but merely a candidate. The assembly could not help but internally question. Is the Tianman soul manifestation truly so formidable? Dugu Tang's actions unequivocally affirmed. Yes, it is indeed that impressive. This is an extraordinary path, seizing the very essence of creation, infringing upon the mysteries of sun and moon. Once refined, even the ghosts and deities would find it intolerable. Should a Dan Zhu emerge from such a talent, it would elevate not just the Dan Academy, but even Wei Qi Gua to unprecedented heights, potentially rivaling higher-tier dynasties. Even Wei Qi Huang would need to treat him with utmost respect. What then? Is a mere bow in comparison? Holy Son? Wu Qi furrowed his brow. You refer to me as Holy Son? Dugu Tang, unable to raise his gaze, replied with utmost reverence. Indeed, there exists an ancestral decree within the Dan Academy that should anyone awaken the Tianman soul manifestation, they must be designated as Holy Son. Wu Qi chuckled lightly. I have yet to express a desire to become a student of your Dan Academy. Dugu Tang's eyes shimmered with resolve. We shall do our utmost to retain you. Though he spoke of doing our utmost, the determination in Dugu Tang's gaze clearly conveyed his intent to secure Wu Qi at all costs. Retain? How do you propose to retain me? Wu Qi scoffed, his tone sharp. Had it not been for my insistence on replacing the soul instrument, had I not revealed a Tianman-level soul manifestation, would you still address me with such deference? Dugu Tang, hearing this, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, repeatedly apologizing. I was indeed petty-minded, misjudging a gentleman's heart. I hope the Holy Son can forgive me, should he lose talents like Du Yuxi, Li Long Zhao, or even Yin Dong Yun. The Dan Academy might penalize him, but it would not threaten his life. However, losing someone of Qi Wu's caliber would undoubtedly lead to his demise at the hands of the Academy president. Therefore, Dugu Tang was prepared to sacrifice his dignity to ensure Qi Wu remained. Forgive you? Wu Qi nodded, casually stating. Very well, I shall grant you 1 minute to investigate the matter thoroughly, to uncover who switched my soul instrument. You must provide me with a satisfactory answer. Perhaps then I might consider forgiving you. Yes, Dugu Tang, upon hearing this, dared not delay, urgently instructing those nearby. Ding Er, Ding San, Ding Si, you have 1 minute to investigate. If you fail, you are to leave the Dan Academy. Ding Er, Ding San, and Ding Si trembled, internally cursing their misfortune, yet dared not hesitate, responding affirmatively before hastily commencing their investigation. In less than half a minute, a rotund individual was brought before them. Master Proctor, it is he. You are Ding Jiao? Dugu Tang squinted, a glint of coldness in his eyes. He recognized this portly figure as the one responsible for managing the candidate's soul instruments. Indeed, it was he who switched Qi Wu's soul instrument, Ding Er asserted. Why did you do this? Dugu Tang thundered, as if a thunderclap had struck. Ding Jiao, terrified, began slapping his own face, lamenting. I am to blame. I am to blame. I was momentarily bewitched. Dugu Tang was taken aback. Ding San interjected. He was bribed by someone to act thus. Is that so? Dugu Tang cast a sidelong glance. Ding Jiao, feeling weak, immediately pointed to a figure seated in the 12th position of the 5th row. It was him. He paid me to do this. Dugu Tang followed Ding Jiao's finger and beheld Yang Bai standing at that spot. Upon realizing, Yang Bai's breath caught in his throat, instinctively turning to flee. Dugu Tang smirked. Do you think you can escape? With that, he extended his hand, conjuring an unseen force that dragged Yang Bai back before Wu Qi. Yang Bai immediately fell to his knees, wailing. I am sorry, Holy Son. I was merely momentarily bewitched. I just wanted to see you humiliated. Yet who could have imagined? Wu Qi interjected mockingly. That my soul manifestation would indeed be Tianman. Correct? Yang Bai was rendered speechless, for indeed, he had not anticipated this. Had he known that this young man's soul resonance was of the heavenly full type, not even 100 lives or 1,000 would have emboldened him to offend. Yet now, it was all too late, and Yang Bai could only lament his misfortune inwardly. If I were not a genius, if I were merely an ordinary person, you would likely feel no remorse at all. Would you? Wu Qi remarked with the semblance of a smile. Yang Bai, bowing his head fervently as if pounding garlic, wept and pleaded. I am truly sorry, esteemed son. I have realized my transgressions. I have elderly and young dependents. I beseech you, for their sake, spare me this once. You may leave. Wu Qi waved his hand gently. Yang Bai, overjoyed, exclaimed, Thank you, thank you. He turned to flee towards the door, fearful that Wu Qi might change his mind. Alas, at that very moment he turned. Wu Qi spun around and, with a swift slap, the sound of Yang Bai's skull shattering echoed through the air. Wu Qi gazed down at Yang Bai's lifeless body with indifference, stating, I said you could leave, but I did not say you could leave alive. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively held their breath. Such ruthlessness, such swiftness, such decisiveness. Killing as though one were merely mowing down grass. Even the battle-hardened veterans felt a chill run down their spines. Only Li Shirtao, from the upper floor, could not forget this scene. The glimmer of possessiveness in her eyes intensified. Esteemed son, since the principal culprit has been dealt with? Du Gutang forced a smile. Has it been resolved? Wu Qi replied nonchalantly. What of Ding Yi? Du Gutang immediately grasped the implication, his expression turning grave. From this day forth, Ding Yi is to be stripped of his position in the Alchemy Academy and all his martial arts shall be abolished. Ding Yi turned pale, collapsing to the ground, resembling a soulless corpse. Had he known this would be his fate, he would never have dared to look down upon others. Meanwhile, Wu Qi, upon hearing this, nodded in slight satisfaction. Now we can discuss rewards. Du Gutang immediately began to speak fervently. Aside from the Azure Grade Alchemy Cauldron that you rightfully deserve for being first, upon your arrival at our Alchemy Academy, you will have free access to materials, cauldrons, and alchemical techniques. Moreover, you will receive a monthly stipend of 120,000 silver coins for your sustenance. Additionally, for every rank you ascend as an alchemist, your stipend will double. 120,000 silver coins each month, and it will double with each rank ascension. Many present turned green with envy at the mention of such an astounding sum, for even among the assets of numerous mid-tier nobles, this constituted a considerable fortune, and this fortune was to be provided monthly to Qi Wu for his living expenses. How could this not ignite jealousy in the hearts of those who heard it? However, upon recalling that he possessed a heavenly full-level soul resonance, they quickly reconciled their feelings. If they could retain a genius of such caliber, what was the cost to the Alchemy Academy? It was, indeed, a bargain, and this was merely the foundation. Even greater benefits would be revealed to you upon your residency in the Academy. Du Gutang cautiously inquired, What do you think? Wu Qi finally nodded. Uttering a single word, Good, Du Gutang sighed in relief, his joy evident as he called out to those around him, Bring forth the feast. Let us welcome the sun and wash away the dust of his journey. That evening, at the Central Pinnacle Tavern, the lights shone brightly as dignitaries from all quarters flocked in. Chapter 30. I dare anyone to lay a hand on me. Passers-by gazed curiously at the throngs of distinguished guests entering the Central Pinnacle Tavern. Although it was known as the most bustling tavern in the central capital, today was particularly lively. Not only was the crowd immense, but the attendees were also prominent figures from across the land. The likes of Swift Blade Xingyang from Nanyan City and Meteor Blade Sect leader Kai Han were renowned in the martial world. The least among them was at least at the body refining stage. What momentous event could be unfolding today? Observing this scene, the passers-by exchanged bewildered glances, their minds awash with confusion. Meanwhile, Wu Qi, having finally organized the rewards, leisurely approached the entrance of the Central Pinnacle Tavern. Just as he was about to step inside, a frivolous voice called out from behind. Oh, aren't you that unfortunate soul targeted by Yang Bai? What are you still doing here? Wu Qi turned to see a flamboyantly dressed young man with an oiled hairstyle. Who are you? Wu Qi inquired, furrowing his brow at the unfamiliar face. It was understandable that he did not know him. Firstly, this individual was not a candidate, and secondly, he had merely passed by when Yang Bai began speaking with Wu Qi, expressing indifference and even amusement at his plight. Yet, after circling around, he found that this fellow had not only remained but was now attempting to enter the most opulent tavern in the central capital. The key point was that this young man was also among the invited guests, which piqued his interest. You poor wretch, you don't even know young Master Li Longyi from Nanyan City? Before the young man could speak, his sycophant immediately jumped in, pointing at Wu Qi. Li Longyi. Wu Qi shook his head, still perplexed. Is he impressive? Impressive. You have no idea. Do you know who his elder brother is? His elder brother is the renowned Li Longzhao, a genius with innate minor fullness and soul power, the pride of this year's Alchemy Academy recruitment. Expecting Wu Qi to be struck with fear at the revelation, the sycophant was taken aback when Wu Qi remained utterly disinterested. He merely dug at his ear, lacking enthusiasm as he replied, "So what? Is innate minor fullness and soul power something to boast about?" The sycophant's face flushed with rage, momentarily speechless. Li Longyi waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Seems you don't understand alchemy at all. No amount of explanation would make sense to someone like you." He then turned to Wu Qi again, nostrils flaring. "If it were in the past, someone with your attitude would have been dead on the spot within minutes. But today, I am in a good mood, so I shall not hold it against someone as insignificant as you." However, Li Longyi's tone shifted, becoming severe as he asked, "Do you know where this place is?" "The Central Pinnacle Tavern." Wu Qi glanced at the sign above. "Are you a noble?" Li Longyi inquired. Wu Qi pondered briefly. "I once was. Did your assets exceed 10 million silver coins?" Wu Qi reflected. "They once did." "Then it seems you no longer have them." The sneer on Li Longyi's face deepened. "The Central Pinnacle Tavern has always catered to the elite of the elite, the strongest of the strong. Today is particularly special. You are neither a noble nor possess assets exceeding 10 million, nor are you strong, and you dress like a beggar. What qualifications do you have to enter?" Wu Qi shot him a sideways glance. "And who do you think you are? Does my entry require your approval?" "Your entry does not require my approval, but I reserve the right to question your qualifications." Li Longyi proclaimed loudly, "Guards soon." A portly man resembling a steward approached, wearing a forced smile. "Young Master Li, did you call for me? This person is trespassing into the Central Pinnacle Tavern." Li Longyi pointed at Wu Qi, his voice resolute. The portly steward paused, then turned to Wu Qi, asking in a measured tone, "Excuse me, sir, do you have an invitation?" "No." Wu Qi shook his head, as the guest of honor. Why would he need an invitation? "Do you have a sponsor?" The steward pressed patiently. Wu Qi shook his head again. "I do not." The steward's expression soured immediately, his anger flaring. "Then what are you pretending for? Get out." Wu Qi's eyes narrowed to slits. "And if I refuse?" "Refuse? You do not have the right to say no here." The steward commanded, "Seize him. Throw him out." As two burly men, each towering at 2 meters and at the 8th stage of qi condensation, prepared to move, Wu Qi's gaze sharpened, emanating a chilling aura as he declared, "I dare anyone to lay a hand on me." The two men felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss on a freezing day. Stunned into silence, they found themselves unable to move. "How audacious of you!" The steward's anger surged, ready to mobilize the star-plucking guards, whose average strength surpassed the body-refining stage, to deal with this arrogant youth. Just then, a clear and melodious voice rang out from nearby. "Oh, young Master Qi, why have you yet to enter?" Suddenly, a petite, enchanting girl, exuding an aristocratic charm, appeared like a breath of fresh air, drawing everyone's attention. Upon seeing her, Li Longyi was momentarily stunned, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "Miss Du?" Indeed, this petite and charming young lady is none other than Du Mantian, the lord of Dongsiqing's daughter, the prodigious Du Yueshi, who possesses innate full spirit power. Li Longyi, you have arrived as well?" It was only then that Du Yueshi noticed Li Longyi's presence, yet she merely cast him a fleeting glance devoid of expression before redirecting her gaze to Wu Qi, her face blossoming into a radiant smile as she declared, "Young Master Qi, please come in. Everyone is awaiting you." "Everyone? What could they possibly be waiting for him to do?" Li Longyi wore a peculiar expression, while the plump steward, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Miss Du, do you know him?" "Of course I know him." Du Yueshi instinctively nodded, suddenly realizing something. A glimmer of cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes. "You haven't done anything inappropriate to young Master Qi, have you?" The steward, with a bitter smile, replied, "I never anticipated that young Master Qi would be a friend of Miss Du's. I merely intended to ask him to leave." "It's all a misunderstanding." "Ask him to leave?" Du Yueshi's expression shifted to one of anger and astonishment. "You truly have audacity. I shall inform the Lord of this. Prepare to face the consequences." "What? Inform the Lord?" The steward appeared as if struck by lightning. Utterly petrified, with a cold snort, Du Yueshi turned to Wu Qi, immediately donning a respectful smile. Young Master Qi, please, after you. Wu Qi nodded and strode forward confidently. Du Yueshi intended to follow, but heard Li Longyi's perplexed remark. Is it really necessary to escalate matters to this extent? To inform the Lord just to defend a friend? This made Li Longyi doubt their relationship. I have already shown immense restraint by not taking his head off on the spot. Du Yueshi huffed, pausing to cast another glance at Li Longyi. You haven't done anything to young Master Qi, have you? Li Longyi was taken aback, chuckling awkwardly as he shrugged. How could that be? Since he is your friend. Miss Du, he is also my friend. That's good to hear. Du Yueshi finally withdrew her gaze and quickly caught up with Wu Qi, once again addressing him with affectionate titles, which sparked a wave of jealousy within Li Longyi. Chapter 31. I ask you to keep your distance. Li Longyi's admiration for Du Yueshi was not a recent development. From the moment he first laid eyes on her in his youth, he was captivated by her beauty. Unfortunately, due to his lack of talent and character, Du Yueshi had consistently denied him the opportunity to approach her. Nevertheless, this did not deter Li Longyi from harboring feelings for her throughout the years. Despite having pursued numerous women, none could compare to Du Yueshi in his heart. Thus, witnessing her exhibit such intimacy and eagerness towards another man ignited a blaze of jealousy and fury within him. That wretch! What does that man possess that I do not? He lacks wealth and stature. Why does she favor him over me? A sycophant noticed the displeasure on Li Longyi's face and quickly offered. Second young master, shall we teach that young man a lesson? With Du Yueshi still nearby, now is not the time for retaliation. Li Longyi shook his head, maintaining his composure. When do you plan to act? Li Longyi smirked coldly that there's no rush. I will finish my business first. Once Du Yueshi is no longer around him, I have 100 ways to deal with him. As he spoke, the ferocity in Li Longyi's eyes flared. In the hall, as Li Longyi arrived, several local ruffians eagerly stood to greet him. Second young master Li, you finally made it. Li Longyi reciprocated their gestures, addressing each one in turn. Brother Zhu, Brother Wang, Brother Qin, Brother Zhao. Second young master, have you heard? Today, during the recruitment assessment, a genius with innate full spirit power was discovered. As the five gathered, the man named Zhu could barely contain his excitement. I certainly heard. Li Longyi replied with a smile. I also know that the moment he was tested, he was immediately proclaimed the Holy Son of the Alchemy Academy. An innate full spirit power, Brother Wang exclaimed. Marveling, I thought Yin Dongyun's innate great full spirit power was the pinnacle of alchemist talent. Who would have imagined there was someone above that? Indeed, Brother Qin concurred. It is said that a millennium ago, the founder of the Alchemy Academy, the Alchemy Ancestor, possessed the same spirit manifestation, a spirit manifestation on par with the Alchemy Ancestor. Brother Zhao lamented. In a wonder, he was named the Holy Son of the Alchemy Academy on the spot. Brother Wang mused, if we could be fortunate enough to befriend this esteemed individual, our Wang family would surely soar to greatness. The others nodded in agreement. Only Li Longyi stood tall, puffing out his chest with pride as he proclaimed. Hee, to be honest, I am here today because my father intends to introduce me to this Holy Son. Upon hearing this, the other ruffians gazed at him with envy. Really? That is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes. Once the Holy Son joins the Alchemy Academy, he is bound to ascend swiftly. Afterward, it will be even more difficult to establish a connection. How wonderful! If only I could have that opportunity. Even just a brief encounter would be immensely prestigious. The more they envied him, the more elated Li Longyi became, unable to suppress a triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha, once I am familiar with the Holy Son, I will introduce you all as well. Ha ha ha, we will rely heavily on second young master Li's support in the future. Zhu, Wang, Zhao, and Chen all clasped their fists in gratitude. Just as Li Longyi reveled in their conversation, Li Shitao, who had already taken his seat at the banquet, accidentally caught sight of the event's protagonist. Qi Wu, his eyes brightened, and he prepared to approach. Yet, as he stood, he noticed that someone had already occupied the space beside Qi Wu, none other than Du Yueleven. At that moment, she flitted around Qi Wu like a cheerful lark. Chattering away, Li Shitao's expression darkened momentarily but quickly transformed back into a smile. Raising his glass, he approached Wu Qi gracefully and invited, Young Master Qi, allow me to toast you. Li Shitao considered himself a rare beauty, accustomed to captivating the attention of men with even the slightest glance. Surely, even the Holy Son would feel flustered at her overture. However, just as she anticipated a reciprocal toast from Chi Wu. She was met with an expressionless refusal. No, thank you. The two simple words were delivered with such finality that it seemed excessive to utter another. Is there something you would like me to do? Please, feel free to ask. Li Shitao's smile faltered, yet she endeavored to maintain her enthusiasm. Realizing that Chi Wu was the holy son of the Alchemy Academy, she dismissed the rejection, as long as she could leave a trace of goodwill in his heart. That would suffice. Indeed, there is something, Wu Qi replied unhurriedly. What is it? Li Shitao's heart leaped with joy. An opportunity had presented itself. Yet, just as she braced herself for his request, he coolly reiterated, I ask you to keep your distance. Li Shitao froze, momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. In the past, she had encountered individuals who sought to draw her attention through a facade of aloofness, but those had mostly been easily dismissed as fools. Chi Wu, however, was different. When he looked at her, even the depths of his pupils revealed unrelenting indifference, devoid of any pretense, accompanied by an eerie sense of hatred and disdain. This left Li Shitao to question herself. Did I offend him somehow? It is only our first encounter. Why does he harbor such animosity towards me while treating Du Yueshi differently? For the first time, she doubted her own allure, managing only a weak smile as she murmured, Apologies, I was being presumptuous. This scene reignited the anger that Li Longyi had just managed to suppress. Du Yueshi's willingness to approach him was one thing, but now even Li Shitao was doing the same. While not the woman Li Longyi desired most, in terms of beauty, she might even surpass Du Yueshi. Why should such a beauty play the fool for that man? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. And thus, with rage swelling within him, he seized a cup from the table and dashed forward without a second thought, splashing its contents onto Wu Qi. Chapter 32. The slumbering dragon awakens with a roar. Stirring the mountains, splash, Wu Qi did not evade the deluge of wine that drenched his attire, seemingly inviting it upon himself. Li Longyi, oblivious to any signs of distress, laughed with unrestrained delight, feigning innocence as he remarked, Oh, my apologies, I just slipped a bit. You wouldn't mind, would you? Mind? Wu Qi replied with a smile that belied the menace in his soft tone. Whichever hand you use to douse me, simply sever that hand. Sever me? Li Longyi scoffed, utterly unperturbed. What audacity! Who do you think you are? Meanwhile, Du Yueshi and Li Shitao, who had just witnessed the scene, were momentarily taken aback before their expressions morphed into a blend of astonishment and fury as they directed their ire at Li Longyi, exclaiming, Li Longyi, have you lost your mind? Do you understand what you are doing? It was merely an accident that you spilled your drink on an innocent bystander. Li Longyi, with disdain writ large on his face, retorted, and I've already apologized. Haven Ti? What, do you expect me to sever an arm to make amends? Bystander? Du Yueshi's incredulous laughter echoed, as if she were confronted with a fool. Are you so brazenly ignorant of who he is? How dare you speak so flippantly? Li Shitao shook her head in disbelief, gazing at Li Longyi as though he were a ghost. You are finished. No one in heaven or earth can save you. Had these been merely the admonitions of two ordinary individuals, Li Longyi might have dismissed them. Yet these two women were no ordinary souls. One was a prodigy in alchemy with innate small full soul power, while the other was a martial genius awakened with mid-grade spirit veins. To receive such a grave warning from figures of their caliber caused the smugness on Li Longyi's face to falter, replaced by an ominous premonition. That moment, others began to notice Wu Qi's presence and immediately rose to greet him, proclaiming, Holy Son, you have arrived. This announcement captured the attention of those around. Holy Son? Consequently, from the Lord of Dongxi City, Du Mantian, to the chief examiner of this year's Alchemy Academy admissions, Du Gutang, all influential figures rose in unison, including Li Changbua, the head of the Li family from Nanyan City, who was also Li Longyi's grandfather, all lifting their cups in solemnity, a crowd that resembled a gathering before royal kin. They chorused, We pay our respects to the Holy Son. The grandeur of the scene was unprecedented, even for Li Longyi, the second son of the Li family. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focus was on the individual whom these esteemed figures honored, seated at Li Longyi's left side. That very individual was none other than Wu Qi. As the realization struck, Li Longyi felt a chill creeping up his spine, his scalp prickling in terror, his neck creaking like a rusty wheel as he slowly turned. In his line of sight, Wu Qi descended the steps leisurely, akin to a constellation surrounded by adoring stars, taking his place at the center amidst the awestruck gazes of the gathered dignitaries. The slumbering dragon had awakened, stirring mountains with a single roar. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Longyi felt as though his mind had exploded. Indeed, the very person he had just doused with water and scorned was the one recognized as the Holy Sun. Possessing innate small full-soul power, elevated to this status alongside the legendary Danzu from 10,000 years past, Qi Wu, Du Yueshi remarked coldly from the side. Each of her words struck Li Longyi like cannon fire, dismantling his psychological defenses until they crumbled. It was only now that Li Longyi comprehended the gravity of the situation. In a wonder, he was deemed worthy to ascend to the peak of Central Heights. No wonder he bore such arrogance. In a wonder he disregarded even those with innate small full-soul power. In a wonder Du Yueshi and Li Shitao catered to him. The moments he had previously found inexplicable now crystallized into clarity. For that man was the Holy Sun. As Wu Qi entered the public's gaze, the entire Central Heights Tavern erupted in fervor. So he is the Holy Sun. Indeed, he possesses a striking presence. Yet, he appears so youthful. Perhaps no older than 15 or 16, akin to my own child. Remember this youth. He shall be the beacon of the Alchemy Academy and even the entire Weiqi dynasty. So young, yet so handsome and so gifted. Whoever becomes his partner shall surely bask in great accomplishments. What are you thinking? If even Du Yueshi and Li Shitao could not secure his favor, what chance do you have? I was merely speaking. Is that not permissible? The crowd buzzed with conversation, the dignitaries at the main table extolling Wu Qi's virtues. The Holy Sun is indeed charming and talented. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Holy Sun, I have opened a tavern in the celestial realm, open to you at all times with no charges. Stay as long as you wish. A ceaseless stream of flattery ensued. Even the most exalted among them rose to toast Wu Qi. Yet, despite the multitude of tributes directed at him, Wu Qi remained untouched by any libations. The distinguished guests, undeterred, continued to vie for his favor, appearing more like humble servants than powerful leaders, evoking a sense of awe. Is this the majesty of the Holy Sun? Finally, Li Changhua, the head of the Li family, who had been unable to interject until now, seized his opportunity. Rising quickly, he clasped his hands before Wu Qi, saying, Holy Sun, this is my grandson. He intended to introduce Li Longyi to Wu Qi. But before he could finish, Wu Qi interrupted. I am aware. I know him. His name is Li Longyi, correct? Know him? Li Changhua was taken aback. Before he could process the situation, Wu Qi addressed Li Longyi directly. Was it you who acted, or shall I take action myself? At this, Li Longyi's face turned ashen. He understood that Wu Qi was presenting him with a choice, to sever his own arm or to have Wu Qi do it for him. In the absence of knowledge about Wu Qi's true identity, he might have dismissed such a statement as a jest. However, now, laughter eluded him. What is the Holy Sun? Words become law, if he decrees the severing of an arm. So it shall be done, otherwise, where lies the dignity of the Holy Sun? Li Changhua glanced between his grandson and Wu Qi, a shadow of dread passing over him. He could surmise that his ungrateful grandson had offended the Holy Sun without his knowledge. Contemplating this, Li Changhua gritted his teeth and, in a swift motion, slapped Li Longyi across the face, exclaiming, You impertinent wretch, kneel and apologize to the Holy Sun at once. Chapter 33. I grant you this opportunity. Struck, Li Longyi dared not resist. He obediently knelt and uttered, I am sorry. I failed to recognize your greatness. I never anticipated you were. Before he could finish, Wu Qi interjected, You never anticipated I was the Holy Sun? Li Longyi froze, caught in a moment of awkwardness. If I were not the Holy Sun, if I were merely an ordinary person, would you still offer me an apology? Wu Qi's cold laughter echoed. I fear the words you speak now are merely forced lies, are they not? Li Longyi, drenched in cold sweat, shook his head vehemently, denying, No, that is not it. It is not like that. Seeing the dire nature of the situation, Li Changhua hurriedly interjected with a forced smile, Holy Sun, it is my failing as an elder. The child does not understand. Please, be magnanimous and forgive him this once. A child? Wu Qi scoffed, he seems older than I. Li Changhua was rendered speechless, as Wu Qi swirled his wine glass, He continued, moreover, when he first challenged me, I did not hold it against him, thus granting him an opportunity. Yet, he not only squandered it but escalated matters, maliciously dousing me with wine. What? Such audacity! Before Li Changhua could respond, Du Gutang slammed his palm on the table in fury. Hearing this, Li Changhua was drenched in sweat. He had thought his grandson merely engaged in a verbal spat with the Holy Sun. But he had not anticipated Li Longyi's egregious actions. Wu Qi's words left the surrounding crowd in shock. To offend the Holy Sun is one thing, but to douse him with wine, this is a grievous offense. At that moment, Du Gutang abruptly shattered his wine glass on the ground. Seething with rage, Li Changhua, do you think you have grown wings? Do you dare to challenge the Alchemy Academy? Li Changhua hurriedly shook his head in denial. But before he could defend himself, Du Gutang declared in an irrefutable tone, from this moment forth, I announce the Alchemy Academy officially terminates all cooperation with the Li family. As soon as the words fell, even the battle-hardened Li Changhua appeared as if struck by lightning. Rendered utterly dumbfounded, it must be understood that the greatest reliance of the Li family lay in the Pill Institute. Without the Pill Institute, what advantages could the Li family possibly hold against the other three prominent clans in all of Nanyan City? In that moment, Li Changhua felt as though he had plummeted from paradise to the depths of despair. All because his little grandson had offended the Holy Sun. Furthermore, a remark from Du Gutang startled the others. They had not anticipated the examiner's reaction to be so intense. However, reflecting upon it, they quickly understood. Firstly, Qi Wu had already been promised entry into the Pill Institute for further training, thus he was rightfully the Holy Sun. What did the Holy Sun represent for the Pill Institute? It symbolized the future. It was a representation. To insult the Holy Sun was tantamount to insulting the Pill Institute. If the Pill Institute remained inert, what dignity would remain for one of the four esteemed academies of the Weiqi Kingdom? Moreover, such a precious opportunity to leave a favorable impression on the Holy Sun should not be squandered. The Pill Institute was indispensable for the Li family, yet the Li family was merely an optional presence for the Pill Institute. Sacrificing a mere Li family in exchange for the Holy Sun's goodwill was an enterprise worth pursuing. Alas, one could not help but feel sympathy for Li Changhua. He had only just established a connection with the Pill Institute, and before the relationship could even warm, it was torn apart by his own grandson. What a pity, such a splendid opportunity to befriend the Holy Sun. Li Longyi truly was more adept at causing mischief than achieving success. While he lamented vocally, the majority of onlookers reveled in the misfortune, especially the nobles from Dongxi City, who nearly burst into laughter. The more Li Longyi pondered, the angrier he became, and the more unwilling he was to accept his predicament. He was a noble, a young master, who had only ever bullied others throughout his life. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Thus, he clenched his teeth and suddenly rose from his seat, facing Wu Qi, completely tearing away his facade to loudly provoke. You, Qi, are merely favored by the heavens to have received the finest alchemical talent, if it were not for the status of a pill master. If not for this group of warriors protecting you, what would you amount to? Do you dare to duel with me one-on-one? What a clumsy provocation! Many felt embarrassed for Li Longyi upon hearing his words. A pill master, even if lacking in combat prowess, held a rarity that compelled numerous powerful individuals to fight for him. Since others were willing to fight for him, why should he stand out? Only a fool would agree. Yet, unexpectedly, the very next moment, a resonant voice echoed from the main table. You wish to challenge me? Very well. I grant you this opportunity. The speaker was none other than Wu Qi. What? He actually accepted. This response caught everyone off guard. Such a feeble provocation had ensnared him. Du Yushi quickly stepped forward. Holy Sun, please reconsider. The other dignitaries echoed in unison. Indeed, Holy Sun, such a petty individual is not worth your personal involvement. Allow us to handle this matter. Yet, Wu Qi remained obstinately resolute, waving his hand dismissively. No need for further discussion. He then left his seat, leisurely striding towards Li Longyi. Observing Wu Qi's retreating figure, everyone shook their heads helplessly. Alas, he was still too young. How could he dare to accept? A pill master is not a combat-oriented profession. Although a powerful pill master can wield formidable spiritual strength to combat foes, the issue lies in the fact that Qi Wu had merely reached the level of a pill ancestor in terms of innate talent. It was said that prior to this, he had never even touched a pill cauldron, let alone systematically studied alchemical techniques. Spiritual strength is precisely what requires relentless honing through the practice of alchemy to attain. Thus, his current spiritual strength lacked any combat level. In contrast, Li Longyi was a bona fide 8th-level Qi condensation warrior, with ample combat experience. One was a novice pill master, just beginning to dabble in alchemy, while the other was a seasoned 8th-level warrior, well-versed in various exquisite martial techniques. The outcome was all too clear. Upon realizing this, even those who had initially sought to win over the Holy Sun could not help but reflect. It seems our Holy Sun's maturity is still lacking. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Dugu Tang could only sigh in resignation, quietly instructing those around him, if the situation turns dire, act immediately to rescue him. The implication was clear. Qi Wu was destined to lose. However, it was unwise to undermine the Holy Sun at this juncture. Li Longyi, too, did not anticipate that his provocation would bear fruit. He paused momentarily, then grinned savagely. This is entirely your own doing. Chapter 34. Do you yield? Suddenly, Li Longyi lunged forward, raising his right foot and stomping down with great force. The ground reverberated with a thunderous sound, followed by an invisible wave of energy radiating outward. Several unfortunate souls caught in the ripple instantly fell into unconsciousness. Observing this, the spectators on both sides nodded in approval. Although Li Longyi often appeared carefree and reckless, his combat experience was indeed commendable. He aimed to disorient his opponent with a stunning attack, and even a split second of distraction could prove advantageous in the fight. That said, was it truly necessary to resort to such measures against a novice pill master? Some frowned at Li Longyi's actions. In their view, a powerful 8th-level warrior ought to dominate a duel with a novice pill master effortlessly. It was akin to a grown man battling a child. Who had ever seen an adult not simply engage directly, but instead resort to using a tranquilizer to incapacitate the child? One could call it meticulous caution, but less charitably, it seemed rather unmanly. Yet, Li Longyi remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with delight. I've got him. Lost in thought, Li Longyi stretched out his arms and twisted his body. Before he could even launch his attack, Li Changhua discerned the impending danger. Seemingly predicting the situation, his expression shifted dramatically as he inwardly exclaimed, "Not good. This brat intends to use the mighty elephant's tail." As the head of the Li family and the martial arts instructor for his grandson Li Longyi, he recognized the technique Li Longyi was about to employ with just a single motion. Sure enough, Li Longyi swung his right arm with ferocity, resembling a wild, colossal elephant, swinging its long trunk toward his enemy. It was the second skill of the mighty elephant technique. Mighty elephant's tail. It was domineering, ferocious, unyielding. It could instantly shatter the ribcage of an 8th-level Qi condensation warrior. Undoubtedly, it was a top-tier technique among mid-level yellow-grade martial arts. Wait, is this for real? Given the momentum, Li Longyi truly intends to obliterate Qi Wu. The surrounding crowd gradually sensed that things were amiss. Dugu Tang, too, belatedly grasped the situation, his face paling as he urgently instructed those nearby. Now, immediately, stop him. The Li family brat has murderous intent. Simultaneously, Li Changhua's heart raced. If the opponent were merely an inconsequential ordinary person, Li Longyi's actions would be tolerable. Even if he killed him, Li Changhua could endure the consequences. However, the adversary was the Holy Sun, the Holy Sun of the Pill Institute. Should a mishap occur resulting in his death, it would not only mean the end for Li Longyi but for their entire family. Yet, once the mighty elephant was unleashed, there would be no retreat. If Qi Wu were struck, he would surely perish. On the other hand, Dugu Tang and his cohorts were ultimately a fraction too slow. As the saying goes, an inch closer, a nation lost. Regardless of their might, the distance between Qi Wu and Li Longyi was far too close. So close that it would take a mere 0.01 seconds for Li Longyi's fist to connect with Qi Wu. Within such a fleeting moment, unless they were masters of the Qi source realm, they could not hope to intercept Li Longyi's punch and safeguard the Holy Sun. Regrettably, they were not. Dugu Tang understood that it was already too late, cursing himself for allowing this battle to proceed. That madman Li Longyi. If anything were to befall the Holy Sun, what face would he have left to meet the Dean? In this critical moment, as the tension escalated, everyone held their breath for the Holy Sun. Meanwhile, Li Longyi's fist was just about to strike Wu Qi's chest. That instant, Wu Qi, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, he pivoted at the waist, his shoulder and arm moving in unison. Before Li Longyi could react, he swung his arm roundly, delivering a resounding slap to Li Longyi's left cheek. What nonsense is this? Is this even effective? With a dismissive scoff, the once rampaging Li Longyi, akin to a charging elephant, was suddenly reduced to the status of a mere fly, sent hurtling away, and astonishingly ejected out of the main entrance of the central pinnacle. In the following moment, the entire restaurant fell silent. It was as though everyone had forgotten to blink or breathe, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Wu Qi, as if beholding a monster. The two warriors who had initially prepared to intervene stood frozen in shock. No, it was not just them. Everyone was equally stunned. Only Wu Qi, unperturbed, shook his garments and disdainfully huffed, with such meager skills. You dare to challenge me? At this moment, the crowd, previously rendered speechless, snapped back to reality, their faces swiftly shifting to expressions of horror. A single slap resolved the matter? To comprehend the prowess of Li Longyi, one must acknowledge that he is no less than a cultivator at the 8th level of qi condensation. Hence, an individual capable of defeating him with a mere slap must possess combat strength surpassing the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi condensation. This implies that Qi Wu's battle capabilities are at least at the apex of the 8th level. Upon this realization, the onlookers could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Their previous perplexities regarding Qi Wu now found resolution. It turned out that his willingness to engage in combat was not merely youthful bravado or impetuousness, but rather a profound sense of confidence. Such astonishing speed and formidable force. As the saying goes, an outsider observes the spectacle, while an insider perceives the intricacies. Li Changhua, well aware of the formidable nature of the barbarian elephant technique, recognized that Qi Wu's swift counterattack, executed before the barbarian elephant could swing its trunk, attested to his remarkable speed and the ferocity of his palm technique. Du Yueshi was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Shirtao, too, was taken aback. However, after the initial shock, the embers of her desire to possess Qi Wu, which had been dampened by previous setbacks, blazed anew. It was clear that she could not so easily relinquish her pursuit of this man. As she gazed upon Wu Qi's tall, proud, and charismatic silhouette, her eyes sparkled with admiration, her tongue flicking across her dry lips. The realms of martial arts and alchemy blossoming simultaneously. A talent such as this would even astonish the well-versed Dugu Hall. He quickly suppressed a bitter smile, realizing that his concerns were entirely unwarranted. Just as the crowd was still enraptured by the spectacle of that resounding slap, Wu Qi turned to exit, tauntingly remarking, "Did you believe I couldn't strike you without my identity as an alchemist? Naive." With a decisive step, Wu Qi crossed the threshold, standing before Li Longyi, regarding him as one might observe a mere dog. With a voice resonating with authority, he declared to the disfigured Li Longyi, "You were to lose but an arm, but you have dared to provoke me once more. Thus, I shall sever both your arms and legs as a warning." Upon finishing, Wu Qi swiftly drew a blade from the waist of a nearby guard, his gaze glinting with a chilling intent. The blade rose and fell with merciless precision, severing Li Longyi's limbs as though they were mere tofu. Li Longyi collapsed, unconscious from the pain. Holding the bloodied blade, Wu Qi turned toward Li Changhua, his demeanor brutal and unyielding, proclaiming, "I have rendered your grandson limbless. Do you acquiesce?" Chapter 35. Yin Dongyun Little Brother. Li Longzhao bellowed, rushing forward to support the now unconscious Li Longyi, his eyes brimming with tears. He swiftly turned his head, glaring daggers at Wu Qi, his expression filled with a desire for vengeance as if he wished to devour him whole. "What?" Wu Qi, far from intimidated, met his gaze with an even sharper intensity. "Do you wish to become the next Li Longyi?" Before the words could settle, Li Changhua dashed forward, pressing down firmly on his grandson's head while kneeling. His voice trembling, "Li Longyi has insulted the Holy Sun. He has brought this upon himself. I, as his elder, bear no grievances and submit willingly." Wu Qi regarded him with a penetrating gaze, finally nodding in satisfaction. "Good." Thus, the banquet resumed, yet the onlookers regarded Wu Qi with an added layer of reverence. Such ruthlessness, such decisiveness, such dominance. A person of this caliber, once empowered, would be unstoppable. The following morning, as dawn broke with a gentle light, Dougal Hall arrived at Wu Qi's lodgings, accompanied by a subordinate, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Holy son, are you awake? Dougal Hall inquired cautiously. After several attempts with no reply, he pondered, is he sleeping so soundly? Could something have gone awry? His brow furrowed with concern, Dougal Hall finally resolved to push the door open. Upon entering and surveying the room, he found it devoid of Wu Qi's presence. In a one? Perhaps he has gone for morning training, he speculated. Meanwhile, his subordinate discovered something and quickly alerted him. Elder Dougal, look, there is a letter on the table. Oh? Dougal Hall turned to see a letter laid out before him. Instinctively, he picked it up, unfolded it, and read aloud. No need to search for me. The Alchemy Academy's opening is in 7 days. I shall report in after that. He's gone? Dougal Hall was momentarily stunned. Flipping the letter over in vain, searching for additional information, there was nothing. No indication of where he had gone or what he intended to do. How abrupt his departure! Dougal Hall felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Could he not wait even 7 days? His subordinate suggested. Elder Dougal, should we pursue him? Dougal Hall retorted. Pursue? How can we? Do you know when or in which direction he left? The subordinate fell silent. Then what should we do now? Dougal Hall could only sigh deeply, saying, we must stay and search for him as best we can. We cannot return without the main figure. Are all super geniuses so headstrong? Dougal Hall mused, rubbing his temples in frustration. Meanwhile, Wu Qi was preparing to leave the central capital, ready to discard the guise of deceit when a voice called out from the entrance. So, you truly intend to leave here alone? Wu Qi instinctively looked up to see a figure clad in white, exuding elegance and charm, with striking features, though his eyes bore a coldness tinged with sorrow. Wu Qi paused for half a second before responding. And you are? The figure in white flared up like an agitated cat. I am Yin Dongyun, the second-ranked candidate for this year's Alchemy Academy, just behind you, possessing innate full spiritual power. Have you already forgotten me? Yin Dongyun? Wu Qi stroked his chin, contemplating. I seem to recall something. With a huff, Yin Dongyun retorted, you are quite arrogant. How did you know I would wait for you to leave quietly? Wu Qi, intrigued, inquired further. Yin Dongyun scoffed, though your words are foul, you are, at least, another super genius. Super geniuses revel in their individualism and detest constraints. Your choice to depart quietly is hardly surprising to me. Then why are you here? To flaunt your insight. Wu Qi shrugged. Yin Dongyun huffed, of course not. I am here on my master's orders to find you. Your master? Yin Dongyun nodded. Indeed, the third-tier alchemist from Xiang City, Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang. Wu Qi's brow furrowed. Indeed, during the grand banquet yesterday, the masters from the 4 major cities had gathered. Yet the third-tier alchemist from Xiang City was notably absent. While he had not given it much thought, as attendance was voluntary, it was curious that Wang Mingyang's disciple, Yin Dongyun, sought him out at his master's behest. This raised questions in Wu Qi's mind. Does your master have business with me? My master wishes for you to visit Xiang City. Yin Dongyun stated earnestly. Wu Qi replied. Me? Why doesn't he, your master, come himself? Due to certain trivial matters, he is currently unable to leave, Yin Dongyun said, his eyes flickering with a hint of helplessness and guilt. Wu Qi pressed further. What trivial matters? Cannot disclose. What does your master want me for? Cannot disclose, Wu Qi, exasperated, exclaimed. If you can't say this or that, then why should I go? Yin Dongyun did not respond immediately. Instead, he suddenly produced an object from within his robe. Wu Qi focused intently, recognizing it as a sphere surrounded by swirling earthy yellow energy. Chapter 36. The second sphere. As Wu Qi beheld the earth attribute sphere in Yin Dongyun's hand, he instinctively recalled the fire sphere he had acquired from Dai Fu atop the Black Rhinoceros Ridge. At that time, the old dragon had informed him that similar spheres existed, representing the other 4 elements. Coincidentally, the sphere in Yin Dongyun's possession was of the earth attribute. Could it be? Wu Qi's instincts prompted him to call out to the Dragon Emperor. Hey, old dragon. The Dragon Emperor affirmed, indeed, that should be one of the remaining 4 elemental spheres, the earth sphere. Just as suspected, Wu Qi thought to himself, his interest in the sphere intensifying. First, what was Yin Dongyun's purpose in presenting this sphere? Secondly, Where had he acquired it? Wu Qi was preparing to meticulously extract information from Yin Dongyun when the latter preemptively remarked, "You probably don't yet know what this sphere is, do you?" Wu Qi was taken aback, then nodded in eager agreement. Yin Dongyun explained, "This sphere is known as the Earth Dragon Sphere, a treasure of Chu Daoran, the founding general of Weiqi Kingdom." Chu Daoran? Yin Dongyun nodded, and Chu Daoran was hailed as the general of the five elements. It is said that he could simultaneously harness the powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, making him extraordinarily formidable. The founding emperor of the Weiqi Kingdom was so wary of Chu Daoran's might that he resolved to eradicate him to prevent future troubles. Subsequently, he allied with several other founding generals and feudal lords to execute Chu Daoran in Haisai town. Before his demise, he proclaimed to the world that he had scattered 5 beads across the nation. Whoever could collect these 5 beads would uncover his treasure. Wu Qi instinctively interjected, "Did I guess correctly?" Yin Dongyun rolled his eyes, pondering what he was thinking. In the great battle at Haisai town, Chu Daoran was practically slaughtered by the combined forces of the other generals and feudal lords the very moment he appeared. There was hardly an opportunity for him to speak, let alone say so much. "I am merely engaging in a reasonable deduction." Wu Qi awkwardly scratched his nose and promptly shifted the topic. "So, what is the connection between Chu Daoran's death and this bead?" "There is no direct connection," Yin Dongyun replied. "However, according to his most favored concubine, Chu Daoran had long since arranged for a tomb for himself." "A tomb?" Yin Dongyun nodded. "Indeed, a tomb constructed from spatial formations. He claimed that he wished to place all the treasures he had acquired throughout his life within it as his burial goods. This Earth Dragon bead is one of the foundational elements of that tomb." "One of?" Wu Qi feigned curiosity, as if there are other similar beads. Yin Dongyun nodded once more. "Yes, Chu Daoran's tomb was designed utilizing the power of the 5 elements, which means that in addition to the Earth Dragon bead, there are 4 other beads representing different attributes. It indeed aligns closely with what Old Long mentioned." Wu Qi's mind raced. Yin Dongyun gazed at Wu Qi and continued, "Although the heavens have bestowed upon you unparalleled talent in alchemy, it is evident that you still harbor ambitions in martial arts. While Chu Daoran was a bane to the Weiqi Kingdom, we must acknowledge his strength. He was undoubtedly a master-level figure in martial arts. If one could inherit his legacy, it would represent a significant leap for any martial artist." "You've said quite a lot. What exactly do you wish to convey?" Wu Qi questioned, his brows furrowed. Yin Dongyun finally divulged his intention. "I wish to say that if you are interested in this tomb, I can present you with the Earth Dragon bead right now." "Now? You would gift it to me?" Wu Qi chuckled. "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially since we are mere acquaintances. Speak up. What price must I pay?" Yin Dongyun shook his head. "You need only visit Xiang City. Is it really that simple?" "Indeed, it is that simple. Aren't you afraid I would take the bead and then renege on our agreement?" Yin Dongyun smiled confidently. "No, you wouldn't." "Why is that?" Yin Dongyun stood tall and proclaimed, "Because my master possesses another bead." Upon hearing this, Wu Qi was not surprised. Instead, he smiled knowingly. "So that is the case." As he spoke, he picked up the Earth Dragon bead from Yin Dongyun's hand. Examining it closely while playing with it, "Such a precious item, and you choose not to keep it for yourselves but generously offer it to me. It seems there are significant issues concerning your esteemed master." "You will understand this matter once you arrive there," Yin Dongyun replied. Wu Qi did not rush to nod. "But why must it be me?" "Because you are the one with a soul resonance akin to that of the alchemy ancestor." Yin Dongyun stated candidly, "A soul resonance akin to that of the alchemy ancestor? It appears related to my innate soul power." Wu Qi mused. How unexpectedly generous of them. Little did he know, these beads were the keys to unlocking the tomb of the founding general. Chu Daoran was no wonder that even that noble lord expressed such keen interest. Wu Qi's thoughts swirled for a moment before he finally tucked the Earth Dragon bead into his robes, smiling broadly. 3 days from now, I shall pay you a personal visit. After bidding farewell to Yin Dongyun, Wu Qi removed his faade of deception. Reverting from Qi Wu back to Wu Qi.as, he faced the morning sun. He brushed back the strands of hair that had fallen over his forehead, lifted his gaze toward the direction of Baiyuan City, and his eyes gleamed with determination. The pill cauldron is now in hand. It is time to return and concoct the 10 perfect body pill. Chapter 37. Choices. My younger sister is home alone. I wonder if she has encountered any trouble again. Ever since the incident with the He family? Wu Qi had employed several powerful female warriors using the 10,000 silver coins left to him by Li Bo to serve as his sister's bodyguards during his and his father's absence, ensuring her safety at all times. Even so, Wu Qi remained uneasy. Thus, he spurred his horse onward, arriving in Beiyuan City before sunset. Upon entering the city, Wu Qi ran swiftly and burst through the door of his home. As soon as he entered, he immediately called out for his sister, Xiener, Wu Xiener. Fortunately, he received a prompt response. "Brother, you're back?" Wu Xiener exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise and joy as she gazed at Wu Qi outside. Seeing this, Wu Qi hurried his pace and stepped inside. "Where's father?" Wu Xiener replied. "Father has stepped out. Out again. Father seems quite busy these days," Wu Qi instinctively remarked. Following this, he noticed Wu Xiener's peculiar expression, as if she was wary of something, prompting his curiosity. "What's wrong? Why do you keep glancing over there? Is someone there?" As he spoke, Wu Qi instinctively turned his head in the direction of Wu Xiener's gaze. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared before him. Wu Qi was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the formidable woman in the green attire who had saved him and his sister from the He family that night? A woman so powerful that even a Qi explosion mirror master like He Qingping had to kneel before her, too frightened to even breathe? Why is she here? Just as Wu Qi was in a daze, the graceful Qing Yuanfeng, sitting in a chair, spoke with serene composure. "Ah, young man, we meet again." Wu Qi was jolted back to reality and immediately cupped his fists, respectfully stating, "I am Wu Qi, paying my respects to the esteemed elder." No need for such formality. Qing Yuanfeng waved her hand lightly, her demeanor calm and unruffled. "I have come here to take someone away." "Take someone away?" Wu Qi's expression shifted, his demeanor becoming alert. Qing Yuanfeng nodded, gracefully pointing at Wu Xiener. "Indeed, this person is your sister. So it is true. Why do you wish to take my sister? Has she offended you? If that's the case, then direct your ire towards me. I will bear the consequences for my sister." Wu Qi felt as if he were facing a grave threat, instinctively positioning himself in front of Wu Xiener. "Direct my ire towards you?" Qing Yuanfeng shook her head and chuckled. "You are not even a woman? Huh?" Wu Qi was bewildered, feeling utterly confused. What does being a woman have to do with this? Meanwhile, Wu Xiener rushed forward and tugged at her brother's sleeve, her voice tinged with embarrassment as she quietly reminded him, "Brother, you misunderstood. The esteemed elder wishes to take me as her disciple." "Take you as a disciple?" Qing Yuanfeng set down her teacup and said, "From the first moment I met your sister, I sensed a certain spirit within her." Spirit? As a martial artist, Wu Qi naturally understood the significance of those words. They signified the awakening of a spiritual vein. His sister possesses a spiritual vein. The thought sent ripples through Wu Qi's heart. Qing Yuanfeng continued, "However, I was in a hurry back then and could not confirm it. Today, I happened to have some free time, so I came to have a look, and indeed." At this moment, Qing Yuanfeng suddenly turned her gaze to Wu Qi. Speaking deliberately and with conviction, she possesses a top-quality spiritual vein, the Blue Ice River. A top-quality spiritual vein. My sister actually has a top-quality spiritual vein. Wu Qi was overwhelmed with joy. It is known that those who awaken spiritual veins are already rare. A girl like Li Shitao, who had awakened a mid-quality spiritual vein, was able to rise rapidly and even caught the attention of the Spiritual Academy's mentors. Yet, his sister possesses a top-quality vein. This made her even more precious. No wonder she attracted the attention of a formidable figure like the elder. As Wu Qi's thoughts surged, Qing Yuanfeng stated candidly, "Remaining here is merely a waste of her precious time. It would be better for her to accompany me to the Qingyuan Academy for further training." The Qingyuan Academy? Wu Qi knew that the Qingyuan Academy was one of the 4 major institutions in the Weiqi Kingdom, alongside the Ling Academy and the Dan Academy. Moreover, the Qingyuan Academy only accepted female disciples. No wonder she laughed at me earlier, saying, "You are not a woman." It dawned on him then. Wait a moment. Does that mean you are also part of the Qingyuan Academy? Are you a mentor? Wu Xiener seemed to sense the confusion on her brother's face and quietly reminded him once more, "The esteemed elder is the vice president of the Qingyuan Academy." The vice president? Upon hearing this, Wu Qi's eyes widened in shock. The vice president of the Qingyuan Academy? He never expected that the woman who had saved them that night would be the vice president of the Qingyuan Academy. No wonder she was so powerful. No wonder He Qingping trembles in fear upon seeing her. Now, Wu Qi finally comprehends the reasons behind it all. Qing Yuanfeng then turned her head towards Wu Xian'er. And just so, your brother is also present here. Surely you can provide me with an answer now. Wu Qi also glanced at Wu Xian'er. Wu Xian'er bit her lip, mustering her courage, stepped forward and said, I can accompany you to Qingyuan courtyard. But could you please agree to one request of mine? Qing Yuanfeng replied, Speak, and I shall listen. Wu Xian'er hesitated for a moment before saying, Could you also take my brother along? Qing Yuanfeng was taken aback, and Wu Qi was momentarily bewildered. Immediately, Qing Yuanfeng resolutely declared, No. Qingyuan courtyard only accepts female disciples. This rule has been passed down since the establishment of the academy. Even I, the vice president, cannot change it. Wu Xian'er quickly interjected. No, could you recommend my brother to the other 3 courtyards in your name? Qing Yuanfeng narrowed her beautiful eyes and countered. What if I refuse? Wu Xian'er, with unwavering resolve, replied. Then you shall simply have to seek other talented apprentices. Are you threatening me? Qing Yuanfeng said with a smile that was neither here nor there. Wu Xian'er responded with poise. You have the right to refuse. And I possess the freedom to decline as well. Qing Yuanfeng gazed deeply at Wu Xian'er, inhaled deeply, and after a long while, nodded with a smile. Very well, you have won. I shall assist you with this favor. Really? Wu Xian'er exclaimed in delight. Qing Yuanfeng huffed. After all, I am a powerful figure of the Star King realm. Such a trifling matter. I can still keep my promise, however. Do not consider Qingyuan courtyard or Din courtyard. The former only accepts female disciples, and the latter has exceedingly high demands for soul affinities. Without the talent for alchemy, even if I were to place you there, you would gain nothing. That leaves only Ling courtyard and Heibai courtyard. Which would you prefer? After saying this, Qing Yuanfeng turned to Wu Qi, awaiting his choice. Chapter 38. Alchemy. Unexpectedly, Wu Qi did not hesitate for even a second and resolutely declared, I refuse. Wu Xian'er was taken aback. Brother? Qing Yuanfeng was also somewhat astonished. Wu Qi, in a serious manner, clasped his fists and said, I appreciate your kind intentions, but whether it be Ling courtyard or Heibai courtyard, I shall enter based on my own abilities. I, Wu Qi, will enter with dignity and integrity. I require no underhanded means. His words resonated powerfully, each syllable brimming with immense strength. This elicited a hint of admiration in Qing Yuanfeng's expression as she subtly nodded. Increasingly resembling that person, after Wu Qi spoke, he turned to Wu Xian'er and smiled. Little sister, thank you for your kind intentions. Your thoughts are well received. Rest assured, even without the elder's recommendation, neither Ling courtyard nor Heibai courtyard poses an obstacle for me. Or do you lack confidence in your brother? Wu Qi retorted half-jokingly. Wu Xian'er vigorously shook her head. Then that settles it. Wu Qi affectionately ruffled Wu Xian'er's hair, softly saying, Do not worry about home. Your success and well-being are the greatest comforts for me and father. Wu Xian'er bit her lip and nodded earnestly. Wu Qi smiled with satisfaction, took a deep breath, and shifted his gaze from his little sister to Qing Yuanfeng. Speaking earnestly, Elder, I entrust my sister to you. First and foremost, thank you for your willingness to accept her as a disciple. Secondly, please forgive my bluntness. If Xian'er faces even the slightest grievance in Qingyuan courtyard, even if you are the vice president, I will not be lenient. As he spoke, a chilling, killing intent emanated from Wu Qi's golden eyes. Serious, resolute, dominant as a dragon. In that moment, even a powerhouse of Qing Yuanfeng's caliber felt a shiver from his presence. It was unimaginable that such intensity emanated from a mere Qi condensation realm warrior. This youth, even when facing a Star King realm expert, exhibited a boldness that could pull the latter down from their pedestal. However, Qing Yuanfeng was not angered. Instead, she looked deeply at Wu Qi and coldly remarked, She is my Qing Yuanfeng's closed-door disciple. With me around, no one in Qingyuan courtyard can bully her. Only then did Wu Qi smile broadly. Thank you. After organizing everything, Wu Xian'er left a letter for her father and walked out, glancing back 3 times to the entrance. Wu Xian'er reluctantly said, Brother, after I leave, you and father must take good care of yourselves. Just take care of yourself. I shall not trouble you and father. Wu Qi replied with a smile. Wu Xian'er nodded firmly. I will strive to cultivate diligently and aim to be a protector for you and father. Good. Wu Qi nodded and smiled. We shall await that day. After chatting a bit more, Qing Yuanfeng prepared to leave with Wu Xian'er. Yet, just as they had taken a few steps, Qing Yuanfeng seemed to remember something. abruptly stopping and turning to Wu Qi. "Oh, by the way, a little girl asked me to convey a message to you." Wu Qi looked up. Qing Yuan Feng continued. "She said she would also participate in the Ling Courtyard's promotion competition in Beiyuan City, and for you to keep your neck clean in anticipation of her." Upon hearing this, Wu Qi was taken aback. The implications and tone of her words hinted that it was most likely the girl he had once left a bite mark on her neck. Contemplating this, Wu Qi couldn't help but smile in understanding, nodding at Qing Yuan Feng. "I see. I will await her at the promotion competition." After Wu Xian'er and Qing Yuan Feng departed, Wu Qi turned back only after their figures had disappeared, his gaze burning with intensity. "Old dragon, let us begin." In the depths of the Netherworld Divine Palace, an ancient voice resounded. It was time to commence. Wu residence, rear courtyard. Old dragon began to guide patiently. The essence of alchemy lies in harnessing a multitude of spiritual materials and refining them into pills using a pill furnace. However, while it sounds simple, executing it requires utmost precision and meticulousness. Even the slightest error can impact the quality or success of a pill. Wu Qi nodded. Old dragon continued to instruct. First, place the first batch of spiritual materials, deer spirit mushroom, dragon matail, and Hunyang grass, into the pill furnace. Wu Qi complied. After completing this, Old dragon instructed. Now, ignite the pill fire. Wu Qi skillfully extracted flames from the fire pearl. Old dragon added. Now take out the first page of the recipe for the perfect body pill that I entrusted to you. Wu Qi obediently complied. Old dragon explained. The recipe for the perfect body pill consists of 3 pages, each depicting a spiritual array. The most crucial element in the recipe is the spiritual array, which governs how to extract and condense the spiritual essence from the materials. The spiritual array contains several nodes, and by connecting these nodes through circuits, the spiritual materials are refined step by step at each node. Wu Qi nodded. Old dragon continued. To condense the pill, we need to utilize the pill fire. Place the pill fire atop the pill furnace, and it shall automatically draw the materials within the spiritual array to circulate and condense into a pill. Throughout the process of refining, the pill furnace will introduce some materials into the spiritual array, using the pill fire to allow them to circulate back and forth, extracting the refined spiritual essence to incorporate into the pill. This process may require hundreds or even thousands of repetitions until the pill is formed. Are you prepared? Old dragon inquired. Wu Qi took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. 10 minutes earlier, the He residence also welcomed a new guest. Chapter 39. At the City Lord's mansion, third young master. Upon seeing this new guest, the servants of the He residence were initially taken aback, then instinctively exclaimed, "The third young master has returned." Subsequently, all the servants and attendants of the He residence knelt on the ground in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the third young master." Before them stood a young man of 18 or 19 years of age, exuding an air of authority and elegance. He nodded slightly and strode confidently into the estate. Why do the mediocre servants and attendants of the He residence regard him with such reverence? Because this new guest is none other than He Qingping's third son, He Qiuquang. Unlike his 2 martial artist brothers, He Qiuquang possessed a natural talent for alchemy from a young age. At the age of 15, he was chosen by the Dan courtyard and entered for further studies. Now, having just turned 18, he returned home, having achieved great success. Third brother, a youth resembling He Qiuquang but slightly older, rushed over with excitement. It was He Qiuquang's older brother, He Qiuhuang. Eldest brother, He Qiuquang reciprocated the excitement. It has been 3 years since we last met. You've grown taller and stronger, looking more like a man, He Qiuhuang remarked as he took in the sight of his younger brother. Huanger. A commanding voice accompanied the approach of He Qingping, who was coming from a distance. Upon seeing He Qingping, He Qiuquang's eyes lit up with joy. "Father, good child." He Qingping nodded. "You have grown, father. I am already aware of the matters concerning little sister and second brother." He Qiuquang took the initiative to bring up the matter, and a tumult of complex emotions, sorrow, regret, anger, and hatred, could not be suppressed as they radiated from his eyes. With a creaking sound, He Qiuquang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Just give me a little more time, and once I officially become a disciple of the Vice Dean of Lanling, our He family shall no longer endure humiliation and burden. At that time, Wu Shuang, Wu Qi, Wu Xian'er, they shall all perish. They must pay for the death of my younger sister." His elder brother He Qingping patted He Chiu Kuang on the shoulder, forcing a semblance of a smile as he said, "Let us not dwell on these unhappy matters. Come, let us head to the city lord's mansion. A stage has already been set for you there. Today, you are the star." He Chiu Kuang nodded in agreement, a hint of pride blossoming on his face. Meanwhile, at the Wu residence, Wu Qi stood before the alchemy furnace, having completed a page of his alchemical formula. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Old Long bellow from the depths of the Netherworld Palace. "Increase the fire. Steady your hands. The 10 complete body pill is considered a pinnacle among first-grade elixirs. A moment's carelessness could result in total failure." Wu Qi nodded, inhaling deeply, his gaze focused inward, harmonizing his senses. On the other side, He Qingping and his companions had arrived at the city lord's mansion. "City lord," upon entering, He Qingping promptly introduced his son to a robust middle-aged man, saying, "This is my youngest son, He Chiu Kuang, the one I mentioned to you who is studying at the Alchemy Academy." He then quickly urged his son, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and pay your respects to the city lord." Awakened from his reverie, He Chiu Kuang quickly cupped his fists, exclaiming, "I am He Chiu Kuang, paying my respects to the city lord." Ah, what a fine young gentleman, as graceful as jade, a paragon among youths. The city lord, Zhong Xinghe, possessed a physique akin to a tiger and a countenance reminiscent of a dragon, with a prominent nose and rounded cheeks that bespoke a remarkable presence. Merely standing there, he emanated an overwhelming aura that rendered one breathless, exuding an air of invincibility. Although He Chiu Kuang had encountered many dignitaries at the Alchemy Academy, he was still awed by Zhong Xinghe's commanding presence. Truly, he was one of the most formidable city lords in the annals of Nangguang. He Chiu Kuang could not help but marvel inwardly. Just as He Chiu Kuang was lost in thought, peals of laughter echoed from nearby. "That's so. You are the young lad from the He family whom the patriarch has been speaking of, the one who gained admission to the Alchemy Academy." He Chiu Kuang turned to see a refined and handsome middle-aged man, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he approached. This man was Wan Donghua, the patriarch of the Wan family, one of the 4 great families of Beiyuan City, and the father of Wan Yunhai, the city's most promising genius. "If only I had a daughter, I would have arranged a betrothal with your family's Chang'er long ago." Approaching from the side was Chen Imo, the patriarch of the Chen family, jokingly in stark contrast to Wan Donghua's enduring elegance. Chen Imo appeared considerably aged, despite being of similar age. Standing together, he seemed at least a decade older. However, his eyes were sharp and piercing, as if freshly forged into blades, capable of slicing through the air. "How about we have another child?" Accompanied by hearty laughter, yet another imposing figure appeared before He Chiu Kuang. This time, it was none other than Li Nanfeng, the patriarch of the Li family and father of Li Shitao. "Ha ha ha, I am getting old, not quite as spry as before." Chen Imo waved his hand, prompting hearty laughter from those around. "Patriarch Wu, would you care to say a few words?" Li Nanfeng asked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, suddenly turning his gaze toward a proud man standing nearby. This man, cold and reserved, shone like a silver moon in the night sky. Wu Shuang, the patriarch of the Wu family, in response to Li Nanfeng's jest. Wu Shuang snorted coldly and retorted, "The fact that I have not killed him is already showing the city lord some courtesy. What more is there to say?" Chapter 40. Starfire Pill Himph. "Putting on airs, do you truly possess the capability?" He Qingping scoffed, retorting sharply. "Save your bravado. If you truly have the guts, we can take this outside." Wu Shuang sneered, gesturing toward the door. "Let us go." Although He Qingping spoke defiantly, deep down he knew well that he was in a precarious position, both psychologically and physically. He understood Wu Shuang's combat prowess, a being even Li Nanfeng feared. If he could not best Li Nanfeng, how could he contend against Wu Shuang, once one of the top 10 in the Spirit Academy? Though apprehensive, the conversation had escalated to this point, and he knew he must stand firm. Otherwise, he would become the subject of ridicule. Fortunately, City Lord Zhong Xinghe intervened, saying, "Enough. I did not summon you here to witness a brawl." Wu Shuang cast a glance at He Qingping before retracting his gaze. He Qingping let out a quiet sigh of relief. Zhong Xinghe then turned to He Chiu Kuang, smiling warmly, and asked, "Master He, have you completed the Starfire pill that I requested?" He Chiu Kuang shook his head. "Not yet." Zhong Xinghe frowned. He Chiu Kuang continued, "However, I have already prepared the spiritual materials. What use is it to bring the spiritual materials if you cannot concoct the pill? They are not hard to gather. Zhong Xinghe's demeanor began to show signs of dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, He Qiuquang thumped his chest confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, City Lord. It is merely a single starfire pill. I shall concoct it for you right now." Right now? Zhong Xinghe was taken aback, and expressions of astonishment appeared on the faces of the others, except for He Qingping. Once more, He Qingping stepped forward, assuring the City Lord, "Although my son is not among the top students at the Alchemy Academy, he does possess some skill." After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Xinghe spoke to He Qiuquang, "If you truly can produce it, I shall grant you a little less than half a day's time." He Qiuquang waved his hand, brimming with confidence. "It will not even take half a day. A single incense stick's time is sufficient." "Good, you have spirit," Zhong Xinghe nodded. "Then I shall give you 2 incense sticks' time. Should you complete it within that time, I shall purchase the pill at 10 times the market price." He Qingping quickly reminded his son, "Chang'er, thank the City Lord." "Thank you, City Lord." He Qiuquang was about to bow but was halted by Zhong Xinghe's raised hand. "Let us speak of thanks only after you have successfully concocted the starfire pill." "Understood." He Qiuquang responded confidently. Meanwhile, at the Wu residence, Wu Qi's fingers danced deftly, his control over the fire reaching an extraordinary level. Unbeknownst to him, he had completed the 3rd page of the 10 complete body pills formula. Witnessing this, Old Long could not help but marvel internally. This lad's growth rate is more terrifying than I was at his age. It is astonishing that he can handle the 10 complete body pills so smoothly on his first attempt. He nearly exclaimed his praise aloud, but thought better of it, realizing the 3rd page of the spiritual array was the crucial point. Just then, as if in tune with Old Long's thoughts, Wu Qi suddenly called out, "Give me some feedback, will you?" Old Long feigned indifference, replying, "It's just so-so." Back at the City Lord's mansion, He Qiuquang quickly fell into a rhythm, his right hand controlling the fire while his left meticulously placed the spiritual materials into the alchemical furnace. Such skilled fire control, Chen Mo could not help but exclaim, "He has an excellent sense of rhythm." Wang Donghua nodded in agreement. In a wonder, he was the only one selected for the Alchemy Academy in all of Beiyuan City. Li Nanfeng frequently nodded in approval. The 3, though not alchemists themselves, had often observed the process of alchemy. He Qiuquang's skills and experience undoubtedly placed him among the most elite first-grade alchemists they had encountered. Given his youth, it was entirely possible for him to join the ranks of elite alchemists in the future. "This lad is worth keeping an eye on." Li Nanfeng leaned closer to whisper to his daughter, Li Shitao, who remained silent, her expression betraying no emotion. As time passed, the incense stick's time swiftly approached its end. He Qiuquang had just completed the final stroke of the spiritual array. Would it succeed? The crowd held their breath, eyes trained on the scene. With a sudden clap of his hands, He Qiuquang shouted, "Pill energy soars, how many turns must it take? Divine light pierces the night sky. Starfire pill, come to fruition." With that, he spread his arms wide, thrusting them skyward. Buzz! An invisible wave of energy radiated from the cauldron, spreading outward in all directions. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. On the 5th second, bang! The lid of the cauldron flew open, and white mist billowed forth. A crimson pill, resembling a celestial being riding on clouds, hovered in midair. Simultaneously, a pillar of red light, as thick as a fist, shot up into the sky. The starfire pill had been successfully concocted. At precisely the duration of an incense stick burning, the miracle indeed transpired. Chen Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, it was a purple column of light. Wang Donghua emphasized vigorously, "It is well known that even among the same type of elixir, there exists a distinction in quality and hue. The higher the hue, the more potent the effect. The grades range from low to high as follows: failure, ordinary, premium, slight flaw, and perfect, corresponding to the colors of the light columns: black, white, red, yellow, and green. This indicates that the starfire pill crafted by He Qiuquang not only passed but attained a premium level. Such an achievement is exceedingly rare." Witnessing this scene, even the City Lord, Zhong Xinghe, revealed a smile of admiration, nodding repeatedly, "Excellent, excellent. Our Beiyuan City has produced a dragon." Yet, unbeknownst to all, at another location within the Wu residence, Wu Qi had just completed the final stroke of the spiritual array. Chapter 41. the green light column, at the city lord's mansion, upon witnessing the successful creation of the Starfire pill, Chen Imo, Wang Denghua, and Li Nanfeng all rose to their feet, raising their cups to toast He Qingping. Congratulations, brother He. You have truly given birth to a remarkable son. One day, I shall host a feast, and you must bring your son along. We shall revel together, brother He. I have a niece who has just turned 16, as lovely as a flower. Chen Imo even took the initiative to propose a match for He Qingping's younger son. He Qingping himself could hardly contain his joy, his face beaming with pride. This was entirely understandable, for a talented alchemist had emerged from his household. The possession of an exceptional alchemist holds far greater potential than that of a martial artist of the same rank. This is precisely why individuals of the caliber of Chen Imo, Wang Denghua, and Li Nanfeng would eagerly seek to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Amidst the laughter, He Qingping cast a somewhat triumphant glance at Wu Shuang, who stood awkwardly in the corner, as if to say, "Does your Wu family share in this glory? Do you even deserve it?" However, Wu Shuang merely scoffed disdainfully in response, until a voice of authority suddenly rang out. "What is all this commotion about?" The gazes of the crowd shifted from He Qingping and his son to another direction. There appeared a middle-aged man with an even more formidable presence than Zhong Xinghe, clad in a blue robe, who burst forth from a guest room. Upon his emergence, Zhong Xinghe's expression shifted to one of solemnity, as if encountering royalty. Chen Imo, Wang Denghua, and Li Nanfeng became as respectful as students before a teacher, bowing deeply in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Elder Dugu." Even He Qiuquang, who seemed unrelated, bowed deeply in awe, loudly declaring his respects. Only He Qingping wore a bewildered expression, inquiring, "Who is he?" "He is one of the 12 vice-elders of our alchemy academy." "Dugu Tang," He Qiuquang answered in a hushed tone, unable to raise his head. "What?" He Qingping reacted as if struck by thunder. "He is actually a vice-elder of the Alchemy Academy." No wonder not only Chen Imo, Wang Denghua, and Li Nanfeng, but even the city lord of Beiyuan treats him with such respect. Soon, He Qingping began to understand why Li Nanfeng, Wang Denghua, Chen Imo, and Wu Shuang had inexplicably gathered at the city lord's mansion today. It was likely in honor of this vice-elder from the Alchemy Academy. With this thought, He Qingping quickly bowed once more. Elder Dugutang nodded while walking towards He Qiuquang. "I was just wondering why there was a red light column in the courtyard. It turns out you were refining pills. Not bad, to be able to produce a premium-level Starfire pill. It seems that with some effort, entering the top 50 of this year's Alchemy Academy's talent ranking is not out of reach." Upon hearing this, He Qiuquang was overjoyed, bowing again. "Thank you, Elder Dugutang, for your praise." Elder Dugutang waved his hand absent-mindedly. His primary purpose for being here was to ask Zhong Xinghe for news regarding Qi Wu. For this area was more familiar to him, while He Qiuquang was merely a fleeting impression, not warranting much attention. Moreover, a student of such caliber was not worthy of his regard. What he truly wished to ascertain was the whereabouts of Qi Wu. The thought of it made Elder Dugutang's head ache, as he sighed, "Alas, with such a vast expanse, where can I find this little ancestor?" Just then, a wave of energy rippled from the distance. Elder Dugutang was the first to be taken aback, followed by He Qiuquang and then the others. This unique energy wave, could it be that others in the vicinity were also refining pills? As this thought crossed their minds, astonishment and curiosity rippled across their faces. What kind of elixir could be producing such a robust energy wave? As they pondered, a beam of light, the size of a fist, suddenly shot up into the sky from the northwest direction. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Imo, Li Nanfeng, Wang Denghua, and even Elder Dugutang were left utterly speechless. For the beam of light emanating from the northwest was astonishingly green. What did green signify? It signified that the elixir crafted by that individual was of perfect quality. It is known that 99.9% of alchemists, even those lauded as pill kings or pill emperors, can at most ensure that the elixirs they specialize in refining are of slight flaw grade. Naturally, even a slight flaw elixir has an efficacy surpassing that of premium-grade elixirs by tenfold. A slight flaw elixir's price is far beyond that of a premium-grade elixir. What constitutes a slight flaw? A slight flaw indicates only a minuscule imperfection. The primary cause of such imperfections often stems from the alchemist's insufficient mastery of alchemical techniques. Thus, to achieve a perfect grade elixir, the alchemist must possess flawless skills. This not only requires absolute experience and technique, but also necessitates the alchemist attaining a state of harmony between mind and elixir, a state that many illustrious alchemists spend their entire lives striving to achieve. Yet, at this very moment, a perfect great elixir was being birthed not far away. Who could remain unexcited by such a revelation? Especially Elder Dugu Tang, who, as an elder of the Alchemy Academy, was filled with both excitement and curiosity. He turned to Zhong Xinghe and urgently inquired, "Are there such alchemists in Beiyuan City?" Zhong Xinghe was caught off guard by the question, for he too was perplexed. Who could have known that besides He Qiuquang, there were others in the city refining pills, and to the extent of achieving a perfect great elixir? He also wished to know who it was. "Do you know the location from which this green light column emerged?" Elder Dugu Tang asked again. Zhong Xinghe found himself at a loss once more. Elder Dugu Tang then looked toward the others. Chinamo, Wan Denghua, Li Nanfeng, and He Qingping all wore expressions of confusion. Just as Elder Dugu Tang began to feel some dissatisfaction with their responses, a vague voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "That seems to be my home." Elder Dugu Tang turned, only to find that the speaker was none other than the usually reticent Wu Shuang. Chapter 42. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. Wu Shuang's words left the gathered individuals momentarily stunned. He Qingping was the first to break the silence, bursting into laughter. "Your home? How audacious." Yet, Chenemo continued to gaze at the beam of light in a daze for quite some time, muttering, "It does indeed seem to be the location of the Wu family." He was immediately met with a scoff from He Qiuquang. "How could that be? Does their family even have an alchemist?" This time, Wu Shuang remained silent, furrowing his brow. He too harbored doubts. Although the location was highly likely to be his home, Wu Shuang questioned, who would refine pills in his residence? Upon considering this, even he found it rather improbable. If it is indeed the Wu family, wouldn't it be clear upon investigation? Elder Dugu Tang declared decisively. As soon as he spoke, he strode purposefully out of the city lord's mansion. The others exchanged glances, and upon seeing the Alchemy Academy elder take his leave, they hurriedly followed. Moments later, they arrived at the Wu residence. Elder Dugu Tang surveyed the nearly desolate Wu household and couldn't help but mutter, "Is this a residence? It feels more barren than my backyard." He Qiuquang grinned widely. "You are unaware, Elder. The Wu family had a prodigal son who squandered everything." "Is that so?" Elder Dugu Tang frowned, beginning to think he might have come to the wrong place. How could an alchemist capable of refining perfect great elixirs be found in such a place? Upon reaching the inner depths of the residence, He Qingping began to assert his authority. "Where are your two children? Where is Wu Qi? Isn't he known for seeking the limelight? Tell your Wu Qi to come out at once." Wu Shuang shot He Qingping a cold glare. "This is my home. There is no need for you, an outsider, to shout." He Qingping was about to retort when Elder Dugu Tang interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Enough, enough. Perhaps I have been overly optimistic." Shaking his head, he turned and sighed. "Let us return. I always said, how could a small pond like the Wu residence possibly yield a true dragon?" He Qingping shrugged dismissively, muttering under his breath. Just as the group prepared to depart, a voice, resonant and commanding as a bell, suddenly echoed from behind. "Who is looking for Wu Qi?" At the sound of a voice, everyone turned in unison. A mysterious young man, clad in a black robe and hood, towering in stature with a cold expression, appeared before them. Donggu Tang and Li Shitao were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they had seen a ghost. The others looked on with skepticism, particularly Wu Shuang, whose heart was filled with doubt. "Who is this person? Why is he in my home?" With a series of footsteps echoing in the astonished silence, the black-robed youth approached Donggu Tang, asking in a commanding tone, "Are you looking for me?" Before Donggu Tang could respond, He Qiuquang, eager to assert himself, bellowed, "Impudence! This is Elder Donggu of the Dan Academy. Kneel before him at once." At this proclamation, Donggu Tang was jolted from his stupor, yet he was not swayed by He Qiuquang's outburst. Instead, he swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to He Qiuquang's face, glaring fiercely as he shouted, "You are the one being impudent." He Qiuquang stood bewildered, but an even more astonishing scene unfolded. In the midst of their stunned expressions, Donggu Tang and Li Shitao bowed deeply, one with clasped fists and the other with a profound bow, reverently exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the Holy Sun." Their voices rang out, resonating through the air. "Holy Sun? Chinamo, Wan Longhai, Li Nanfeng, Wu Shuang, and Zhong Xinghe were all left in a state of confusion. He Qiuhuang, however, was utterly shocked, paralyzed by disbelief. As a disciple of the Dan Academy, he had certainly heard tales of this year's recruit, a student with celestial soul power, who had been designated as the Holy Son of the Academy. A being of such caliber, akin to the Dan ancestor, was someone He Qiuhuang had longed to behold. Yet, he could never have imagined that the Holy Son would be found not in grand halls or picturesque forests, but in the humble abode of the Wu family. The suddenness of it all was staggering, leaving even those who witnessed it in disbelief. What is happening? Why are you all reacting this way? Li Nanfeng was utterly baffled. Li Shirtao, unable to meet her father's gaze, whispered, "Father, do you remember the young man I mentioned before, the one with the Haori soul?" "Of course." Li Nanfeng instinctively nodded, quickly realizing the implications. He gasped, "Could it be?" Li Shirtao confirmed with a nod. "Indeed, he is the Holy Son. Qi Wu." "What?" Even though he had suspected it, hearing his daughter's affirmation caused Li Nanfeng's eyes to widen in shock. Just a day prior, he had lamented missing the opportunity to meet the Holy Son at the central banquet. And now, here he was, face to face with this legend in his own home. Chinamo, Wan Donghua, and He Qingping also began to piece it together, particularly the city lord Zhong Xinghe, who suddenly realized. So he is the Holy Son that Donggu Tang tasked me to find. I never thought he would be right here in Beiyuan City, and in the Wu residence no less. But why had he come to the Wu family? Not only Zhong Xinghe, but Donggu Tang, He Qiuhuang, Li Shirtao, and even Wu Shuang, the head of the Wu family, shared the same perplexing question in their minds. Chapter 43 Greetings, Uncle Wu. The black-robed youth was none other than Wu Qi. Now assuming the identity of Qi Wu, just moments ago, he had not anticipated that after forming his Dan, he would emit such a brilliant light, so vibrant and towering that it could not be concealed by the high walls of the courtyard. When Old Long informed him that this was the Danxia following successful Dan formation, and that the blue light signified the perfection of the tenfold body enhancement pill he had concocted, Wu Qi's first reaction was not joy or pride, but a sense of crisis. Would such a conspicuous Danxia attract the attention of knowledgeable individuals? As it turned out, his concerns were warranted, as a group soon barged in. Initially, Wu Qi contemplated fleeing as a strategic retreat, but after stowing away his Dan cauldron and the fire pearl, he reconsidered and decided to embrace the situation, presenting himself once again as Qi Wu. After all, once he donned the mask of deception, even his own father would not recognize him. However, he had not anticipated that Donggu Tang would also be present. Yet, this did not deter his plans. "Holy Son, what brings you here?" Donggu Tang inquired cautiously. "Me?" Wu Qi replied casually. "I am here to refine Dan." "Refine Dan?" Donggu Tang was momentarily taken aback, then as realization dawned, he blinked in disbelief and asked, "Wait, are you saying that the blue light emanating from above is due to your Dan refinement?" Wu Qi nodded. "If all you saw was that beam of azure light, then yes, it is indeed a result of my Dan refinement. At least within Beiyuan City." Upon receiving Wu Qi's assured confirmation, everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. If that were the case, it meant that the one who had produced a perfect grade Dan was none other than Qi Wu himself. However, this revelation did not leave them utterly flabbergasted. Rather, it brought a sense of relief. After all, he was a genius with talent on par with the Dan ancestor. The mere existence of a celestial soul power was an extraordinary phenomenon, making it more palatable to accept that he could produce a perfect grade Dan. "Wait," Donggu Tang suddenly recalled something, frowning as he said, "Holy Son, I remember you mentioned this was your first encounter with Dan refinement." "Indeed," Wu Qi nodded, appearing relaxed later. "I simply studied it a bit. It's not particularly difficult. Is it so hard to refine a Dan that emits blue light?" Donggu Tang was momentarily left speechless, while He Qiuhuang's expression turned sour, akin to having tasted something bitter. He had spent an entire year preparing to create a high-quality Starfire Dan. Yet Qi Wu claimed he merely learned it casually and subsequently produced a perfect grade Dan. What did that make his painstaking efforts to barely create a high-quality Starfire Dan? "May I ask, Holy Son, what type of Dan did you refine?" Donggu Tang inquired again, and all eyes turned to Qi Wu. Clearly curious about the answer, with a clear and decisive tone, Wu Qi replied, "The tenfold body enhancement pill." What? Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was shaken. While others may not have been well acquainted with this particular Dan, Donggu Tang and He Qiuhuang were acutely aware of its significance. It was, after all, the pinnacle among first-grade Dan, and in certain domains, its efficacy surpassed even some lower-tier second-grade Dan. Thus, its difficulty of refinement was extraordinarily high. No first or even second or third-grade Dan master could assure its successful creation. Even if they succeeded, it would be at best of merely high quality, often lacking perfection. Yet, Qi Wu, as a newcomer to Dan arts, had managed to refine the tenfold body enhancement pill to perfection in such a short span of time. This was nothing short of astounding. Was this the power of celestial soul energy? He Qiuhuang, consumed by jealousy, bit down on his lip in frustration. Meanwhile, Wu Qi appeared unfazed, as though he had accomplished something trivial, and nonchalantly asked, "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing. Just inquiring," Donggu Tang chuckled awkwardly. Wu Qi then turned his gaze towards Wu Shuang, and when he did, this usually stoic holy son wore a rare smile. To everyone's astonishment, the exalted Qi Wu, revered by many, unexpectedly performed a courteous bow and cheerfully said, "I am Qi Wu. Pleased to meet you, Uncle Wu." A wave of surprise swept through the crowd. The holy son had bypassed Chen Imo, Wan Donghua, Li Nanfeng, He Qingping, and even the city lord Zhong Xinghe, directly acknowledging the most inconspicuous Wu Shuang instead. Why was that? Wu Shuang too was left in a daze. "Uncle Wu, should you require any assistance in the future? Do not hesitate to ask," Wu Qi, in the guise of Qi Wu, addressed Wu Shuang with a tone of utmost respect. Wu Shuang, though still somewhat bewildered, instinctively replied with courtesy, "Thank you, holy son." Wu Qi waved dismissively. Continuing in the persona of Qi Wu, yet his demeanor grew even more humble. "There's no need for such formalities. I and Wu Qi are like brothers who share everything. His father is my father. In his absence, treat me as your own son." As those words left his mouth, the entire assembly was rendered speechless. Chapter 44. Could you possibly keep quiet? To be treated as a son. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to feel a pang of envy. Did Wu Shuang save the universe in a past life? If the He family had transformed from fledglings to soaring eagles due to He Qiuhuang's presence, then with Qi Wu, the Wu family had evolved from larvae into a dragon, one that was destined to dominate the skies. In such a comparison, the He family's possession of He Qiuhuang instantly loses its advantage. After all, no matter how formidable an eagle may be, it remains merely a bird of prey. Moreover, even if He Qiuhuang were an eagle, at best, he would be nothing more than an ordinary kestrel. In contrast, Qi Wu is a true dragon, a dragon of royal caliber. One must ponder how a mere bird can be compared to a fierce dragon. It is lamentable that He Qingping still hopes to regain some footing before Wu Shuang by relying on his younger son's status. Yet now he faces utter defeat. He Qingping's discontent deepens, fueled by the injustice of it all. Why must all good fortune be monopolized by the Wu family? The thought ignites a furious resentment within him, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, faced with Qi Wu's initiative and enthusiasm, Wu Shuang can only nod in a daze, murmuring, "All right, you are welcome to visit often." At the same time, Li Nanfeng, with a glint of determination in his eyes, steps forward and exclaims loudly, "Li Nanfeng from Beiyuan City, I pay my respects to your highness." Following this, he hastily pushes his daughter forward, introducing her with pride. "Your highness, this is my daughter, Li Shitao." Yet, Qi Wu, resembling Wu Qi, remains entirely unresponsive. Li Nanfeng finds himself in an awkward silence, but he does not give up easily. Regaining his composure, he forces a smile, preparing to repeat his previous statement. However, as he opens his mouth, Wu Qi cuts him off with a sharp retort. "Could you kindly be quiet?" "Pardon?" Li Nanfeng is momentarily taken aback. "I am conversing with Uncle Wu. When did it become your turn to interject?" Wu Qi rebukes him. "Wild dog?" Li Nanfeng is momentarily stunned, then his anger surges. He is the head of the esteemed Li family, one of Beiyuan City's 4 great families, a formidable figure at the peak of the Qi explosion realm. To be called a wild dog is an affront. Am I mistaken? Wu Qi glares at him, his eyes icy and piercing, colder than the depths of the 8-cold hell. Li Nanfeng clenches his fists, on the verge of exploding. Yet, in that moment, he catches a glimpse of Donggu Tang, who turns expressionlessly towards him. resembling a colossal black cannon, warning him with an unspoken threat. Should you dare to act, you will be at odds with the entire Dan Academy. At odds with the Dan Academy? With 100-fold courage, he would not dare. Ultimately, he can only take a deep breath, unclench his fists, and choose to swallow his pride. Shaking his head and muttering, "I wouldn't he dare." Only then does Dugu Tang retract his hostility, satisfied. The onlookers cannot help but sigh inwardly at the spectacle. Is this the majesty of the Dan Academy's Saint Sun? Even someone as powerful as Li Nanfeng can only seethe in silence. Li Shirtao stands nearby, her brows furrowed, not out of indignation for her father's humiliation, but rather in anticipation. She had foreseen that with Qi Wu's temperament, her father would likely be met with disdain. However, she did not expect Qi Wu's reaction to be so vehement, not only towards her but also towards her father. Does he truly despise everything related to me? As these thoughts swirl in her mind, her brows deepen further. He Qingping, on the other hand, secretly revels in the situation. Serves you right for meddling and getting scolded. He clears his throat, attempting to regain his composure. Although he feels quite displeased that his youngest son's brilliance has been overshadowed, upon reflection, losing to the Saint Son of the Dan Academy seems rather unembarrassing. Moreover, how could he let such a splendid opportunity to connect with the Saint Son slip away? With that thought, He Qingping forces a smile and steps forward, intending to speak, but to his dismay, he is abruptly met with Qi Wu's sharp command, "Get lost." He Qingping is left stunned. How could he have rebuked me as well? I don't believe I have offended him. This time, it is Chen Imo and Wan Donghua who snicker at the spectacle. Meanwhile, Li Shirtao experiences a slight sense of relief upon witnessing this scene. It seems he is not solely targeting me. I still have a chance. With that thought, a glimmer of hope ignites within her gaze. As for Wu Qi, he remains entirely indifferent to He Qingping's thoughts. He turns his head towards Dugu Tang, inquiring nonchalantly, "Do you have any further matters to address?" Nothing," Dugu Tang instinctively replies. Wu Qi coldly states, "If there is nothing, I shall take my leave to rest." Without granting Dugu Tang a moment to respond, he turns and departs. Dugu Tang is momentarily taken aback, left with a bittersweet smile. He sighs and turns to Wu Shuang, discarding his previous arrogance, and politely requests, "Head of the Wu family, may I trouble you for a few days at your residence?" Wu Shuang, taken aback, nods casually. "Of course, thank you." Dugu Tang replies with a relieved smile, adding, "I have heard that your son is also a martial artist, and he is progressing rapidly, likely to reach the refinement realm soon. As a martial artist, you should understand that once one reaches the refinement realm, it becomes much more challenging to advance compared to the Qi consolidation stage. The further one progresses, the more difficult the breakthroughs become, especially the transition from refinement to Qi explosion, which is as arduous as crossing a great river with 1,000 troops. I have little to offer the child." He continues, reaching into his robes to produce a verdant pill. This pill is known as the Tiger Soul Strengthening Pill. If one day, your young master transitions from refinement to Qi explosion, he may consume it to enhance his chances of success. As soon as the words leave his lips, Chen Imo, Wan Donghua, and the others widen their eyes in astonishment. The Tiger Soul Strengthening Pill? It is a top-tier second-grade elixir. It significantly increases the success rate of advancing to the refinement realm by at least 1/3. To simply offer it, Chen Imo and Wan Donghua, witnessing this, feel envy bubbling within them. It is because Qi Wu has acknowledged Wu Shuang as his adoptive father that Dugu Tang, an elder of the Dan Academy, would present such a precious pill as a greeting. Just imagining He Qiuquang's seething jealousy is enough to ignite their irritation. How fortunate is that Wu Qi? Not only is he under the care of the vice president of the Qingyuan Academy, but he also enjoys camaraderie with the Saint Son of the Dan Academy. Why must all good fortune fall upon him? On the other hand, Wu Shuang, caught off guard, quickly shakes his head in refusal. No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. This is for young Master Wu, not for you." Dugu Tang feigns anger, insisting, "If you continue to be so polite, I shall become displeased." "Very well then." After a moment of hesitation, Wu Shuang reluctantly accepts the pill. Only then does Dugu Tang display a satisfied smile. "Now, let me express my gratitude on behalf of my young master to Elder Dugu." Wu Shuang bows respectfully. A mere trifle, a mere trifle." Dugu Tang waves his hand, shifting his attention to the others. "Now that we know who is refining the perfect grade pills, Let us not linger here and disturb them. They need their rest. With Dugu Tang's dismissal, Chenemo, Wandonghua, and the others feel too embarrassed to remain any longer. They cast one last envious glance at Wu Shuang before departing, their spirits dampened. City Lord Zhong Xinghe, however, does not rush to leave. Instead, he lingers a moment longer, patting Wu Shuang on the shoulder. I have heard that your son is set to participate in the upcoming Spirit Academy Baiyuan City promotion competition. It was once a consideration. Wu Shuang nods with a wry smile, but that was some time ago. Zhong Xinghe inquires, why is that? Wu Shuang replies candidly, he has taken a life, and that individual was from Baiyuan City. Zhong Xinghe immediately comprehends. There exists a regulation within Baiyuan City. Those who kill amongst themselves forfeit their eligibility to participate in the promotion competition. This is also why Li Shirtao sought Wu Qi to take the blame after inadvertently causing the death of Weiner's brother. Wu Shuang continues, yet I do not believe my son was in the wrong. Had I been present, I would have acted similarly. His eyes glint with ferocity. Zhong Xinghe, however, asserts firmly, that day, it was he family's young lady who instigated your daughter. And moreover, she committed the egregious act of detaining and torturing others. Your son, in his eagerness to protect his sister, was justified in his actions. He Qiushuang's death was well-deserved. If even a heroic youth like Wu Qi is to be banned from the competition, what fairness remains in Baiyuan City? Wu Shuang is taken aback, but the He family. This is the decision of the city lord. The He family, despite their grievances, must abide by it. Zhong Xinghe declares with a domineering presence akin to a dragon. Wu Shuang's expression brightens, filled with gratitude. Thank you, city lord. Zhong Xinghe waves his hand and pats Wu Shuang's shoulder, smiling. I hope your son achieves outstanding results in this Spirit Academy promotion competition. It shall not be in vain for my efforts. With that, he turns and departs. I shall see you off. No need. Soon, the courtyard was left with only Wu Shuang, who still felt somewhat dazed. From the day he was expelled from the four great families of Baiyuan City. In merely a day, the entire Wu family had undergone a complete descent from heaven to hell. Yet today, he experienced a sensation akin to returning from hell to heaven. From the elder of the Alchemy Institute's proactive offering of pills to the city lord of Baiyuan's enthusiastic attentions. All these transformations were attributed to one individual, Qi Wu. However, how did Qi come to know this Qi Wu? Why had he never mentioned him before? Wu Shuang furrowed his brow, and then another important matter crossed his mind. With such a significant commotion, why had that young man not shown himself? Was he not at home? Meanwhile, after returning to his room, Wu Qi removed the mask of lies and transformed back into his true self, finally reverting to his original form. Wu Qi exhaled a long sigh of relief. Following his soul's fusion with the Dragon Emperor of War, though his mindset had grown considerably calmer, lying in front of his father still triggered a reflexive tension. Perhaps this was the constraint of bloodline. Wu Qi chuckled self-deprecatingly. However, everything was proceeding according to his plan, seamlessly and logically. The reason Wu Qi chose to appear in the Wu family as Qi Wu, in front of others, was to convey the message that the Holy Son of the Alchemy Institute had a close relationship with the Wu family. On one hand, this would serve as a deterrent, making those with ulterior motives wary of the Wu family. On the other hand, it would elevate the status of the Wu family. Regardless of whether it was Wu Qi or Qi Wu, they were both himself. Helping oneself was a strategy that yielded two benefits. Why not use it? The effectiveness of this approach had been proven, as demonstrated by the performances of Dugu Tang and Zhong Xinghe, as well as Li Nanfeng and He Qingping. Are you done? Suddenly, Wu Qi heard the resentful voice of the old dragon in his mind. I'm done. Now that you're finished, hurry up and get to the important matters. The old dragon urged. Although you have reached the 7th level of qi condensation at an astonishing speed, the deterioration of your body is becoming increasingly severe. Earlier, I predicted you wouldn't last 15 days, but now it seems you may only have 3 days before your body begins to collapse. Therefore, while you still have time and your body can withstand it, quickly take this perfect body pill. You can't delay any longer. Wu Qi nodded, but stated, not at home. I must find another place. Chapter 46. The Black Invitation. Thus, Wu Qi left the house in his true form. Qi, you're at home? A perplexed voice suddenly called out from his left. Wu Qi instinctively turned his head to see his father, Wu Shuang, standing not far away, a huge pile of various items stacked behind him like a small mountain. Silver teeth, century-old ginseng, blood amber, golden silk armor, renowned night battle blades, and more. All manner of treasures that appeared to be of considerable value. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Wu Qi pointed and asked, "Father, what are those behind you?" Wu Shuang instinctively glanced over his shoulder and smiled wryly. Most of these items are gifts sent by various noble families within Beiyuan City, with a small portion coming from outside the city. Wu Qi instantly understood and nodded quietly. It seemed that the gift-givers were likely responding to the newfound relationship between Qi Wu and the Wu family. He expected the news to spread so swiftly. Just as Wu Qi was lost in thought, Wu Shuang suddenly asked, "By the way, Qi, how did you come to know the Holy Sun?" "You mean my brother Qi Wu?" Wu Qi feigned nonchalance, waving his hand. "Nothing special, just a very ordinary encounter. After chatting, we found we had much in common and decided to become sworn brothers. It's that simple." "Sworn brother?" Wu Shuang was taken aback, inwardly scoffing. Only you would dare to address Qi Wu in such a manner. On the other side, Wu Qi had approached the small mountain of treasures, examining this and that. Suddenly, a completely black envelope adorned with strange seals caught his attention. Curious, Wu Qi picked it up and asked, "What is this?" Wu Shuang instinctively looked at the envelope in Wu Qi's hand, then furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be an invitation for Majia Valley." Majia Valley. Wu Qi was unfamiliar with this name, but Wu Shuang nodded. Majia Valley is also known as Hellworm Valley. It takes 2 years for the worms to cocoon and 8 years to hatch. Every 10 years, they emerge in droves, causing calamities for humanity. In the early years, when the Weiqi kingdom was still underdeveloped and lacked regular troops, they had to issue invites to recruit heroic individuals from across the nation to gather at Majia Valley and work together to slay demons and eliminate monsters. Over time, issuing these invitations became a habit. As the Weiqi kingdom gradually grew stronger, any small team from the demon-slaying division could eradicate all the demon worms in Majia Valley. However, the supreme commander of the demon-slaying division has not done the same. Why? Wu Qi was puzzled. Wu Shuang explained, because he believes that since Majia Valley no longer poses a threat, why not cultivate it into an arena where experts can battle within Majia Valley, while spectators outside pay to watch? In this way, they eliminate the worm disaster and earn money, achieving a win-win situation. Pay to watch. Wu Qi couldn't help but laugh. Wu Shuang shrugged. There's no helping it. Cultivation is invariably monotonous. In this entertainment-starved world, competition has always been the favorite pastime of martial artists. True enough, Wu Qi replied, but if all the profits go to the demon-slaying division, aren't the experts entering Majia Valley just working for free? Wu Shuang chuckled. Not entirely for free. In an arena, there must be rewards. Those who perform best in Majia Valley receive real-time scores until the end. Once the results are finalized, the demon-slaying division awards the top 10 participants. As for those beyond the top 10, they need not be disheartened. The demon cores from the demon worms are also quite valuable. Wu Qi inquired, "What are the rewards?" Wu Shuang shook his head. "They vary each time. I only remember that the first prize from the previous session was the Great Sun Buddha Sutra, a profound-level martial art." "The previous session? How do you remember that so clearly?" Wu Qi asked, casting a sidelong glance. Wu Shuang proudly puffed out his chest. "Because I was the first place in the previous session." Wu Qi was instantly taken aback. "It was also then that I first met your mother." A long-lost smile filled Wu Shuang's face, suffused with nostalgia as he sighed deeply. He then patted Wu Qi's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, and asked, "So, what do you think? Would you like to give it a try? Even if you don't place, it can still be considered a trial." Wu Qi shook his head. "That's unfair." "Unfair? How so?" Wu Qi elaborated. "For instance, if the 4 great dragon generals of the demon-slaying division, the 8 great tiger generals, or martial artists of the same caliber participate, what chance do others have?" "You make a valid point." Wu Shuang nodded. With the strength of the demon worms in Majia Valley, once elite martial artists from the demon-slaying division join in, it would be a one-sided slaughter. In a single encounter, the entire Majia Valley could be wiped out. Therefore, to ensure the competitiveness of the arena, the demon-slaying division first prohibits official personnel from participating and restricts contestants to below the Qi explosion realm. Now that sounds reasonable. Wu Qi nodded in agreement. Wu Shuang smiled and asked, "So, are you still interested?" Wu Qi did not rush to answer, but instead consulted the old dragon in his mind. The old dragon replied, "Even without this invitation, I intended to have you visit Majia Valley. There is something there that you need." Wu Qi silently nodded, then turned serious and asked his father, "When does it start?" 20 days from now. Wu Shuang exclaimed, then quickly inquired, "Do you agree?" Wu Qi tucked away the invitation and feigned indifference. "Let's talk about it in 20 days. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave." He turned and walked away. Wu Shuang's expression froze. Just as Wu Qi was about to step out, he suddenly halted, turned his back to Wu Shuang, waved the invitation in his hand and teased, "By the way, father, if you wanted me to participate, you could have just said so directly instead of pretending you just noticed it and taking such a roundabout way." Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang's face flushed crimson, cursing inwardly. This little rascal figured it out. Why didn't he say it sooner? Wasting my acting skills. Soon, after leaving home, Wu Qi arrived at the Foyin Temple. Chapter 47. Shooting Sun Mountain. I remember it should be right here. A young figure appeared atop Shooting Sun Mountain on a beautiful day, with clear skies stretching endlessly. Indeed, it's here. The young lad, having bravely forged his way through dense thickets, finally arrived at his destination nestled in the heart of the mountainside, concealed by layers of foliage. A cave. This boy was none other than Wu Qi, and the cave he sought was truly extraordinary, a naturally formed spirit cave. The ethereal energy within it was a rare sanctuary for martial artists, a treasure trove for cultivation. It was a place Wu Qi had stumbled upon during his childhood while frolicking on the sun-shooting mountain. However, back then, he was an undeniable wastrel, incapable of harnessing its potential, which led to its neglect for many years. But now, he was a vastly different person. Gazing at the cave's entrance, Wu Qi's eyes gleamed with determination as he clenched his fists, wondering whether the spiritual energy would still be as abundant as it had been in the past. Driven by curiosity, he stepped into the cave, the very moment he crossed the threshold. Every pore in his body opened wide, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy as if a newborn yearning for its mother's milk. A decade had passed, yet to his astonishment, the energy within the cave had not dwindled but had instead flourished. Elated, Wu Qi decided to sit on the ground, focusing his mind, aligning his spirit with his heart, preparing to meld into tranquility. Suddenly, a cautious voice echoed from deeper within the cave. "Who's there?" It was a woman's voice. Startled, Wu Qi rose to his feet instinctively, turning towards the source of the sound. Before him stood a disheveled young girl. Both of them froze momentarily, then simultaneously let out a shriek. The girl instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, attempting to shield her exposed skin, her face flushed with embarrassment and hostility as she exclaimed, "What are you shouting for, you pervert?" "A pervert?" Wu Qi retorted, irritated. "I didn't mean to see anything, whether intentional or not. You have 1 minute to vacate my sight," the girl barked, gritting her teeth. Wu Qi, taken aback, shot back defiantly, "Why should I leave? I entered first. Just because you entered doesn't mean you own it. Do you not understand the distinction between genders?" she argued, standing her ground. Wu Qi scoffed, disdainfully rolling his eyes. "Do you think I want to gaze upon your little patch of land?" The girl was momentarily taken aback. But then, as if provoked, she began to cough uncontrollably, the coughing growing increasingly severe until she unexpectedly spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Wu Qi stared, narrowing his eyes. "Are you injured?" "None of your business," she snapped, paler but still obstinate. "Fine. I truly can't be bothered." Wu Qi shrugged. "Survive on your own with that." He turned on his heel and leapt away, intending to practice near the cave entrance, since the energy density was the same. However, as he neared the entrance, a sudden chill coursed through him. He sensed a wave of murderous intent approaching. Sure enough, moments later, the rapid sound of horse hooves filled the air, followed by a group of ruffians on tall steeds. Galloping towards him, the leader tightened the reins, and the others came to a halt. The man at the forefront, a scarred-faced figure with a menacing glare, looked down at Wu Qi from his mount and brusquely inquired, "Hey, kid, have you seen a girl around 18, with very fair skin, who's injured?" Wu Qi paused, meeting his gaze before nodding slightly. "Where?" The scarred man pressed eagerly. Wu Qi hesitated, then pointed to the left, but the scarred man did not budge. Instead, he scrutinized Wu Qi for a few seconds, and then, with a sudden flash of menace in his eyes, he lunged forward, thrusting his spear towards him while shouting, "You're lying." The spear whistled through the air with a heart-wrenching cry, piercing towards Wu Qi at lightning speed. Wu Qi, however, remained vigilant, swiftly pivoting to evade the attack. He then countered with a push, causing the scarred man's spear to miss entirely. The scarred man appeared momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how his strike had been evaded, while Wu Qi felt a weight in his heart. Despite their brief exchange, he was certain that the man on horseback was undoubtedly at the body refinement stage. The fact that he could withstand Wu Qi's blow indicated that he was no ordinary opponent. The scarred man, with a hint of surprise, smirked slightly. In that case, I shall take this more seriously. Let us see how you fare against this move. With that, his smile vanished, and he twirled his long spear, summoning swirling black flames, launching it towards Wu Qi with greater force and speed. Great Dark Spear. This attack resembled the crashing of mighty waves. Even before it reached him, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. Wu Qi furrowed his brows, his mind racing as he swiftly unleashed the primordial dragon energy within him. Striking the stone wall with a powerful punch, the sound of a thunderous explosion reverberated through the cave as countless stones tumbled down, sealing the entrance and blocking the scarred man and his spear from advancing. The scarred man was momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a grin. What a clever lad! Recognizing the vast disparity in their strengths, he knew a direct confrontation would be unwise. But how long can you hide in there? He sneered, his eyes gleaming with malice. Meanwhile, within the cave, Wu Qi was catching his breath, his thoughts swirling. That spear attack had been beyond the capability of an ordinary body refinement stage fighter. Was it the peak of the first level? No, it was likely much stronger. Although Wu Qi was merely half a step away from that stage, that small gap felt like an insurmountable chasm. He could perhaps contend with someone at the first level of body refinement. But the enemy's strength surpassed that. Thus, engaging in a direct confrontation was futile. Nevertheless, Wu Qi understood that the pile of rubble could not impede a body refinement stage fighter's advance. If the scarred man chose to attack, he would break through within 10 seconds. No, 5 seconds. Cursing his misfortune inwardly, Wu Qi felt no regret for his actions. From the moment he laid eyes on the scarred man, he had sensed an aura of lethal intent. As if he were a merciless butcher. Even if he revealed the girl's location, the scarred man would likely not spare him. Wu Qi had not anticipated the man's keen observational skills and decisive nature. Had he not been quick-witted, that spear might have found its mark, as Wu Qi pondered. A familiar voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Why are you back? He turned to find the girl, who had somehow appeared behind him. Staring at him intently, feigning nonchalance, Wu Qi replied, I didn't plan on leaving anyway. Enough with the bravado. I heard every word of your exchange, she retorted, rolling her eyes. Wu Qi's face flushed with embarrassment. You heard that and still asked? At that moment, with a loud crash, the pile of rubble began to tremble violently, clearly a sign that the scarred man was exerting force from outside. Just a single strike. The rocks showed signs of imminent collapse. If this continued, they would not withstand another assault and would surely crumble. Panic surged within Wu Qi, realizing the gravity of the situation. Unexpectedly, the girl extended a shimmering blue scroll towards him. Wu Qi instinctively glanced down. What is this? A defensive array scroll, she explained. Understanding immediately, Wu Qi seized it without hesitation and hurled it towards the pile of rubble, with a radiant burst of colors. The scroll enveloped the stones in an invisible armor, rendering them impervious to the ferocity of the external assaults. Remarkably effective, Wu Qi marveled, pleasantly surprised. Initially, he had approached the situation with a sense of desperation. Yet the outcome was astonishingly favorable. This scroll could withstand attacks from a body refinement stage warrior, indicating it was no ordinary array. The person capable of producing such a scroll was undoubtedly extraordinary. Wu Qi's perception of the girl's identity began to shift. Meanwhile, sensing his thoughts, she doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Don't get too ahead of yourself. With the strength of that scarred man, this array won't hold him off for long. The scarred man? Wu Qi inquired, realizing it was indeed the same individual. Is he responsible for your injuries? She nodded. What enmity do you hold against him? With a deep sigh, she replied, It's a long story. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate further, Wu Qi wisely changed the subject. How long can this array last? After a moment of contemplation, She provided a definitive answer. At most until tomorrow morning. Wu Qi grinned widely and said, "That's sufficient." Sufficient? Sufficient for what? The girl looked utterly bewildered, only to see Wu Qi suddenly produce a pill from his bosom, swallow it whole, and then sit down on the ground, assuming a posture of meditation. Hey, you're not actually going to start cultivating right now, are you? She could not help but inquire. Wu Qi replied with utmost seriousness. Indeed. What good is cultivating now? Given a whole night, do you really think you can grow strong enough to defeat a second-layer physique cultivator? The girl exclaimed in disbelief. Wu Qi shrugged, better than sitting around waiting for death. With that, he closed his eyes and entered a state of tranquility. The girl was left speechless, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. What a lunatic! Meanwhile, outside the cave, the night had deepened. After launching several relentless assaults, Kuan Yi finally paused. Just when his subordinates thought he was about to give up, Kuan Yi waved his hand and commanded, "Everyone, charge with me." "Yes," the crowd replied in unison. Kuan Yi gazed at the cave entrance, tightly sealed by fallen rocks, and sneered, "Qin Huaiyue, I know it's you orchestrating this. Do you think a mere array axis can make me retreat? Such folly." Inside the cave, perhaps due to exhaustion, Qin Huaiyue had unknowingly fallen asleep. It was not until a tremendous explosion reverberated that she jolted awake. Rising to her feet, her drowsy eyes approached the cave entrance, but upon seeing the scene before her, her fatigue vanished. The once steadfast array axis was beginning to fracture. At this rate, in 10 seconds, the entrance would be breached. Damn Kuan Yi, I underestimated him. Qin Huaiyue bit her lip, her expression fluctuating. She glanced back and saw Wu Qi still deeply focused, showing no signs of breaking through. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally steeled her resolve, gritted her teeth, and unsheathed her sword, dashing towards the entrance. Time passed swiftly. Moments later, within the cave, Wu Qi abruptly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance shooting from his pupils. The winds and thunders stir. A dragon soars in the heavens. Today, I achieved the physique realm. With a flourish, Wu Qi rose, and circles of azure energy spiraled upward, signifying his entry into the physique realm. Is this the power of the physique realm? Feeling the strange spiritual energy surging within him, Wu Qi could not help but break into a broad smile. If the condensation of qi was akin to skin, then the cultivation of physique was about the bones and flesh. At this moment, Wu Qi felt as though his very bones and flesh had been reborn in the fire. By the way, whereas that girl? Chapter 49. Advanced second-rank spirit fire on the other side. At the cave entrance, the once blocking fallen rocks had crumbled to dust. Kuan Yi and Qin Huaiyue were locked in fierce combat. With a clear disparity in strength, Kuan Yi surged forward like fire on oil, growing fiercer with each attack. With a spear in hand, his arms extended, and the vibrant spear light resembled a myriad of twinkling stars. In contrast, though Qin Huaiyue exerted all her strength, she was still being overwhelmed. Facing Kuan Yi's increasingly ferocious assaults, she was already exhausted, bloodied, and battered. Yet despite her condition, she gritted her teeth and stubbornly resisted. Useless, 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 useless. Kuan Yi laughed maniacally as he wielded his spear. With your current strength, you are no match for me. What good does struggling do? How long can you hold out? Indeed, after enduring Kuan Yi's 9th wave of attacks, Qin Huaiyue finally collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Submit to your fate. Kuan Yi sneered, showing no mercy as he seized the opportunity to thrust his spear towards her with even greater force and speed. In the end, you are merely a dying ember, desperately clinging to life. As the spear drew closer, Qin Huaiyue felt an overwhelming shadow of death encroaching. Is this it? She thought, her hope for survival dwindling. And she bitterly mused, I suppose I've given it my all. Better than waiting for death, however. Just as Kuan Yi's spear was a mere half-foot from her head, it suddenly halted with a loud crack. Qin Huaiyue was taken aback, instinctively following the spear to see a strange, large hand firmly gripping it, preventing any further advance. Just as she pondered the identity of this hand's owner, a familiar voice reached her ears. Good morning, unknown lady. Startled, Qin Huaiyue instinctively looked up along the arm to find a handsome, smiling face appearing before her like the sun in winter. It was none other than Wu Qi. You're awake? Qin Huaiyue blinked in surprise. Wu Qi, with an apologetic expression, said, "I'm sorry for making you hold on for so long. Go tend to your wounds. Leave the rest to me." "Absolutely not." Qin Huayue's expression turned serious as she immediately rejected him. "Quan Yi is formidable. You are not his match yet. If we fight together, we may have a glimmer of hope with that." She gritted her teeth, preparing to rise. Yet Wu Qi, with the authority of a dragon, declared, "No need. I alone suffices." With that, he unleashed his ancient dragon energy, striking a heavy blow against Quan Yi's spear shaft. Quan Yi scoffed, "Fool. This spear is forged from the ivory of a golden elephant. Even ordinary first-layer physique warriors find it difficult to leave a mark on it, let alone you." But before he could finish, a resounding crack echoed as the golden elephant ivory spear shattered under Wu Qi's single punch. Quan Yi was left speechless. Is this kid's fist a cannonball? Qin Huayue was equally astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. Wu Qi casually discarded the broken spear shaft, disdainfully smirking, "Golden elephant ivory is nothing remarkable. You dare to provoke me?" Quan Yi's face darkened. Wu Qi nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "You could say that. You're asking for death." Quan Yi's fury ignited as he abandoned the broken spear and lunged at Wu Qi with his fists. "Come at me." Wu Qi, far from being daunted, felt exhilarated. Having just entered the physique realm, he was eager to test his strength against Quan Yi. Observing Wu Qi's fearless advance, Quan Yi's subordinates could not help but chuckle amongst themselves. Fool! He dares to confront the boss head-on. Does he truly believe he has grown strong enough to rival him? Ha! Does he think breaking the boss's spear will diminish his combat power? He is naive. Let me be clear. The boss excels not in spear techniques but in his fists. Amid the chorus of mockery, Quan Yi's fists crashed towards Wu Qi. From Qin Huayue's vantage point, Quan Yi's fists appeared less like fists and more like a small mountain charging forward. Die, fool! Just as Quan Yi's subordinates eagerly anticipated Wu Qi being obliterated by a single punch, the next moment left everyone astounded. With a resounding clap, Wu Qi caught Quan Yi's fist with one hand. What? The crowd was aghast. How is this possible? Quan Yi was also dumbstruck. He had not held back with this punch. Even a typical second-layer physique warrior would be compelled to evade. Yet, I heard you excel in fists? As Quan Yi was still reeling in shock, a voice floated in from ahead. Instinctively, Quan Yi looked up to see Wu Qi's lips curling into a teasing smile as he coldly remarked, "What a coincidence. I do too." With that, Wu Qi's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his other hand, forming a fist as if it were a cannon filled with pills, poised to unleash its power. Ancient Dragon Royal Technique. Dragon Emperor's direct punch. With a whoosh, he launched his fist like a cannonball, exuding a suffocating aura of destruction akin to a meteor crashing down. Quan Yi's body hair stood on end in an instant, and his heart raced with alarm. This is bad. His instinct screamed at him to flee, but Wu Qi's hand clamped down on his fist like a vice. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. He could only watch helplessly as Wu Qi's fist drew ever closer, inch by inch. No. Quan Yi bellowed in astonishment, but Wu Qi's dragon fist landed squarely on his face, the might of the ancient dragon energy piercing through Quan Yi's skull, creating a wide, clear path through the trees behind him. The power of a single punch was truly terrifying. Everyone was astounded, especially Qin Yuehua. If there had been even a trace of doubt regarding Wu Qi's capabilities when he shattered the dog industry's gun barrel with a single punch, that doubt had now been completely obliterated. Undoubtedly, this fellow's combat prowess surpassed the second level of body refinement. He had truly achieved it. In just one night, he had grown to a point where he could easily crush the dog industry. Reflecting on the scenes from last night, Qin Yuehua couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. What a terrifying rate of growth! Such rapid advancement is exceedingly rare, even in the imperial domain. Who exactly is this young man? Qin Yuehua felt an increasing curiosity about Wu Qi's true identity. On the other hand, Wu Qi, still in high spirits, was preparing to throw another punch, but just as he got ready, he noticed that his opponent's head had tilted to one side. Eyes rolled back. Was that it? Wu Qi shook his head and sighed, feeling a sense of disappointment. With that, he casually tossed the dog industry member aside. His sharp gaze swept over the others one by one before he suddenly grinned maliciously. "It's your turn now." Minutes later, the dog industry's lackeys were all dealt with. Wu Qi was not one to show mercy. Even if these lackeys had not attacked him, He would not have let them go. After all, would he allow them to return and report to their superiors? Wu Qi clapped his hands, gazing at the corpses strewn about, and exhaled deeply, thud. Qin Yuehua collapsed to the ground, feeling a weight lifted off her shoulders. Finally, it was over. Are you all right? Wu Qi inquired. Qin Yuehua shook her head and gratefully said, Thank you. Without you, I might truly have perished on this Sunshoot Mountain. Wu Qi merely shook his head, replying, We're even. If it weren't for your selfless delay of those few minutes, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the body refinement realm so smoothly. Here, Wu Qi produced 2 recovery pills he had casually concocted during his practice. Qin Yuehua paused for a moment but did not hesitate to accept them, swallowing them down. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, her spirit, complexion, and injuries showed remarkable improvement. What excellent pills! She exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she observed her rapidly recovering condition. What do you plan to do next? Wu Qi casually asked, sitting beside her. Just as Qin Yuehua was about to respond, Wu Qi suddenly felt an unusual sensation in his body, causing him to furrow his brow. What's wrong? Qin Yuehua blinked, concerned. Wu Qi did not reply but quickly loosened his clothing, revealing his sturdy chest. Qin Yuehua's face flushed crimson, and she was about to scold Wu Qi for his actions. However, when her peripheral vision caught sight of something on his chest, she froze in shock. There, on Wu Qi's chest, was an unfamiliar black, dog-head-shaped demonic mark. This is the curse of the dog demon. The curse of the dog demon? Wu Qi was bewildered. Qin Yuehua gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Damn that dog industry. Suddenly, a familiar sinister laugh echoed. Wu Qi, Qin Yuehua. Both of them looked up to see the dog industry leader, bloodied and grinning like a malevolent spirit. Kid, I'm dying, but you won't fare any better. I curse you with my entire soul and life. Within 7 days, if you cannot break it, you shall suffer a fate worse than death. With that, he collapsed back into the pool of blood, finally expiring. Indeed, it was as such. Qin Yuehua clenched her fists and immediately turned to Wu Qi, commanding in a tone that brooked no argument, You must go to Xiang City at once. For what purpose? Wu Qi was taken aback, to the Yaohuang Hall, to borrow the Lingyang Flame. The Lingyang Flame? Wu Qi was momentarily stunned. Exactly. The curse of the dog demon can only be lifted with at least a second-tier high-grade spiritual flame. Considering how rare high-grade spiritual flames are, and given that you only have 7 days, you must choose the nearest option. Xiang City is the closest to Sunshoot Mountain. This is your only choice. Chapter 50. Who is it? Ziki, this is Xiang City. Oldly said cheerfully as he drove the carriage slowly into the city. Wu Qi, seated in the carriage, couldn't help but glance around in awe. The surroundings were filled with items related to alchemy, and the air was thick with the essence of medicinal pills. Even infants who appeared to be just a month old were clad in exquisitely crafted alchemical garments. So this is Xiang City, Wu Qi remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. And no wonder it's known as the hometown of alchemy in the southern region. At that moment, Wu Qi donned a black robe and hood, his tall stature and cold demeanor making him resemble Qi Wu. After all, he had initially agreed to meet Yin Dongyun under the guise of Qi Wu, so it was only fitting he present himself as such again. As for Qin Yuehua, she had planned to accompany Wu Qi to Xiang City. However, midway, she received a message via a carrier pigeon, indicating an urgent matter requiring her attention. Thus, she had to part ways with Wu Qi. Before leaving, she entrusted him with a dragon-shaped jade pendant, advising, with your talent, you will surely break free from the southern region one day, if you have the opportunity to enter the imperial domain and encounter any troubles. Wear this jade pendant and visit the Mu Wangfu, mentioning my name. There will be those who will assist you. What is your name? Qin Yuehua. Qin Yuehua. Wu Qi leaned back in the carriage, gazing at the sky. Reminiscing about the past, a playful smile gracing his lips. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, with a long sigh from Oldly, the carriage finally came to a gradual stop. Oldly tightened the reins and introduced. Ziki, up ahead is my home. Wu Qi lifted his head to see a modest house with blue tiles. The dilapidated windows and simple wooden door exuded an air of poverty, just as Wu Qi felt a twinge of sympathy. The door creaked open. A slightly plump woman emerged, carrying a basin of dirty water, her expression heavy with worries. Oldly couldn't help but call out, "Wife." The woman turned at the sound, her face registering shock upon seeing Old Li. And then, with a loud crash, the basin slipped from her hands, shattering on the ground. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she cried, "Oh, old man, you've finally returned." Old Li was taken aback, blinking in confusion. "What is wrong? I was only gone for 2 days. You couldn't possibly miss me that much, Shuair." The woman suddenly choked up. Old Li panicked, quickly jumping off the carriage and asking, "What happened to Shuair?" "Shuair has fainted again," the woman lamented. "What?" Old Li was startled, turning and rushing into the house. Wu Qi followed closely behind. Inside the room, to the left, they found a young man of similar age lying on the bed, his cheeks flushed, eyes tightly shut, breathing irregularly. Shuair. Old Li rushed to the bedside, calling out loudly. The young man, called Shuair, slowly opened his eyes, exhausted, and managed a faint smile. "Father, you're back. Are you all right?" "Shuair?" Old Li asked anxiously. Shuair shook his head, smiling reassuringly. "I'm fine, father. Just like before, I'll rest for a few days, and I'll be okay." Upon hearing this, Old Li's eyes darkened, a mix of helplessness and anger evident in his expression. At that moment, a voice broke the tension. Has he often fainted like this before? Old Li turned to see it was Wu Qi speaking. He then faced his son, sighing deeply, ever since he was taken to the Yaohuang Hall 3 years ago. He has been like this, however, in the past year. As he has been taken away more frequently, the occurrences of his fainting have increased, and his health has deteriorated. Yaohuang Hall? Wu Qi inquired. Yes, the residence of the great alchemist. Old Li confirmed. Wang Mingyang. Wu Qi immediately thought of the name, speaking it aloud. Old Li nodded. Wu Qi, puzzled, asked, what could have happened to him at the Yaohuang Hall to lead to this? Just as Old Li was about to explain, a loud bang echoed as the front door was kicked open. Old Li's heart raced, and he instinctively looked towards the entrance, eyeing his line of sight. Several men in official attire, looking rather unruly, swaggered in. The tallest and most arrogant among them called out, "Is Li Shuair home? Who are you?" Old Li stood up abruptly, his expression hostile. "Are you Li Shuair's father?" The leading man smirked. "Don't be alarmed. We are from the Yaohuang Hall. We are here to invite Li Shuair to visit us once more." "Visit again?" Li Laohan was filled with rage, exclaiming, "Did you not take him away just a month ago?" The leader shrugged. "I am not keen on this either, but the frequency of the Lingyang Dan Fire's rampage has been increasing alarmingly. We must gather more true yang energy to quell the old man's fury." "That is your own problem," Li Laohan retorted obstinately. "You should deal with your own issues. Why should we common folk bear the burden? My son will not go again. His body cannot withstand another encounter." "Humph! If the Lingyang Dan Fire goes out of control, the entire Shiyang city will be in peril. Do you believe you can remain unscathed?" The leader feigned seriousness. "Moreover, this conscription does not concern only your Li family. Other families will also be sacrificed. As one of the many citizens of Shiyang City, you are no exception. No matter what you say," Li Laohan insisted, "I will not let my son walk to his death." "Not going?" The leader scoffed coldly. "That is not up to you." With that, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he swiftly moved to the bedside. Raising his right hand, his fingers curled like claws, offering Li Laohan no chance to react as he lunged for Li Shuair's throat. 1 foot away, half a foot away. Just as the leader's claw-like fingertips were about to seize Li Shuair's throat, a shadow darted past, followed by a sharp crack. A large hand firmly grasped the leader's wrist, preventing him from advancing further. Startled, the leader shouted, "Who is it?" Chapter 51. The curse. Suddenly, Wu Qi recalled something and looked around, only to find no trace of the girl. Just as he pondered her whereabouts, the sounds of a struggle reached his ears from the cave entrance. On the other side, the rocks that once concealed the cave had collapsed, revealing a fierce confrontation between Kuan Yi and Qin Yuehua. The disparity was evident. Kuan Yi was like pouring oil on fire, growing fiercer as the battle raged on, with a spear in hand. His long arms moved gracefully, the brilliant spear light resembling countless cold stars. In contrast, though Qin Yuehua exerted all her strength, she was still being overwhelmed. Facing increasingly ferocious attacks from Kuan Yi, she was already exhausted, bloodied and bruised. Yet, despite this, she gritted her teeth, stubbornly resisting. "It's futile. It's futile. It's futile." Kuan Yi laughed maniacally. "With your current strength, You are no match for me. What good is your struggle? How long can you endure? Indeed, after enduring Kuan Ye's 9th round of strikes, Qin Yuehua finally collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Die. Upon seeing this, Kuan Yi showed no mercy. Instead, he seized the opportunity to thrust his spear towards Qin Yuehua with greater force and speed. In the end, you are merely a dying ember, clinging to a futile resistance. As the spear drew nearer, Qin Yuehua felt a shadow of death looming over her. Is this it? She thought, her hope for survival dwindling. With a bitter smile, she muttered to herself, at least I've tried my best. That's better than waiting to die. Just then, when the spear was merely half a foot from her head, it suddenly halted with a loud crack. Qin Yuehua was taken aback, instinctively following the spear to see a large, unfamiliar hand gripping it tightly, preventing any further advance. She wondered who the owner of this hand could be. A familiar voice reached her ears. Good morning, unknown maiden. Startled, Qin Yuehua instinctively looked up the arm to find a handsome face smiling at her, like the sun in winter. Wu Qi, you're awake? Qin Yuehua blinked in surprise. Wu Qi, looking apologetic, replied, I'm sorry for making you bear this for so long. You should go tend to your injuries. Leave the rest to me. No. Qin Yuehua's expression hardened, immediately refusing. Kuan Yi is powerful. You are not his match yet. If we fight together, we may still have a glimmer of hope. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to rise. Yet Wu Qi, with the dominance of a dragon, declared, no need. I alone am sufficient. With that, he unleashed the ancient dragon energy, raising his fist to deliver a heavy blow to Kuan Yi's spear. Upon witnessing this, Kuan Yi let out a derisive laugh. Fool! This spear is forged from the ivory of a golden elephant. Even a typical first-stage body-refining warrior would struggle to leave a mark on it, let alone. However, before he could finish, a sharp crack resounded as the spear, which he boasted was impervious to the strikes of ordinary first-stage body-refining warriors, shattered under Wu Qi's single punch. Kuan Yi was left speechless. Is this kid's fist a cannonball? Qin Yuehua was also taken aback by this scene, momentarily rendered speechless. Wu Qi casually tossed the broken spear aside, disdainfully sneering, so much for a golden elephant ivory forging. Kid, are you challenging me? Kuan Yi's face darkened. Wu Qi nodded with a smile. You could say that. You're seeking death. Fury surged within Kuan Yi as he abandoned the broken spear, launching a fist towards Wu Qi. Come on. Wu Qi not only showed no fear but grew even more excited. Perfect timing to test my skills. Observing Wu Qi's fearless advance, Kuan Yi's subordinates could not help but chuckle. Fool, daring to clash head-on with the boss. Does he really think he has reached a level to rival the boss? Ha! He thinks breaking the boss's spear will diminish the boss's combat power? Naive? So naive. Let me tell you, the boss's true prowess lies not in his spear technique, but in his fists. Amidst bursts of laughter, Kuan Yi's fist barreled towards Wu Qi. From Qin Yuehua's vantage point, Kuan Yi's fist was no ordinary punch. It resembled a small mountain, crashing towards her. Die, fool. Just as Kuan Yi's subordinates eagerly anticipated Wu Qi's demise at the hands of their boss, the next moment left everyone dumbfounded. With a loud clap, Wu Qi caught Kuan Yi's fist with a single hand. What? The entire crowd gasped, disbelief etched on their faces. How is this possible? Kuan Yi was left in shock. He had not held back with that punch. Even a typical second-stage body-refining warrior would avoid its edge. Yet, I heard you excel in fist techniques? While Kuan Yi was still reeling in astonishment, a voice drifted towards him. Instinctively, he looked up to see Wu Qi smirking. What a coincidence. So do I. With that, Wu Qi's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his other hand, clenching it into a fist, akin to a cannon filled with elixirs, brimming with energy. Dragon Clan Royal Technique. Dragon Emperor's Straight Fist. Whoosh! The punch shot forth like a cannonball, exuding a dense aura of destruction, akin to a meteor crashing down. Kuan Yi's hair stood on end, and panic surged through him as he thought. This is bad. His instinct screamed danger, urging him to flee. Yet Wu Qi's grip on his fist was like a vice, unwavering. No matter how Kuan Yi struggled, he could not break free, forced to watch as Wu Qi's fist drew closer. Inch by inch. No. Kuan Yi shouted in horror, but Wu Qi's dragon fist struck mercilessly against his face. The formidable ancient dragon energy penetrated Kuan Yi's skull, creating a clear, wide path through the foliage behind him. The sheer power of that punch was terrifying. Everyone stood in shock, especially Qin Yuehua. If she had harbored any doubt about Wu Qi's strength when he shattered Quan Ye's spear, those doubts had now evaporated entirely. Undoubtedly, this young man possessed combat prowess beyond the second stage of body refining. He had truly achieved it. In just one night, he had grown strong enough to crush Quan Yi. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Qin Yuehua was filled with awe at the terrifying speed of his growth. Such rapid advancement was exceedingly rare, even in the imperial domain. Who exactly was this remarkable young man? Qin Yuehua's curiosity regarding Wu Qi's identity deepened. Meanwhile, Wu Qi, still eager for action, prepared to deliver another punch, only to find that Quan Yi had already slumped over, lifeless. Is that all? Wu Qi shook his head with a sigh, feeling dissatisfied. With that, he tossed Quan Yi aside and, with a predatory glint in his eyes, scanned the others, grinning malevolently. Now it's your turn. A few minutes later, the underlings of the canine industry had tidied themselves up. Wu Qi was not one to show mercy. Even if these subordinates did not lay a hand on him, he would not let them go. After all, would he allow them to return and report to their superiors? With a clap of his hands, Wu Qi surveyed the ground littered with corpses and exhaled a long breath of stale air. Thud. Qin Yuehua, feeling a great sense of relief, collapsed onto the ground. At last, it was over. Are you all right? Wu Qi inquired. Qin Yuehua shook her head and gratefully replied, Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have surely perished on this sun-shooting mountain. Wu Qi merely shook his head, saying, It's mutual. Without your selfless delay, I wouldn't have managed to break through to the body refinement realm so smoothly. He then produced 2 breath-replenishing pills, which he had casually concocted during his practice. Qin Yuehua hesitated for a moment, but did not feign humility. She accepted them and swallowed them down. After a short while, her spirit, complexion, and injuries showed marked improvement. What fine medicine! She exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she observed her rapidly recovering body. What do you plan to do next? Wu Qi casually asked as he sat beside her. Just as Qin Yuehua opened her mouth to respond, Wu Qi suddenly felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body, causing him to furrow his brow. Qin Yuehua blinked her eyes and asked, What's the matter? Wu Qi did not answer but quickly unfastened his clothing, revealing his muscular chest. Qin Yuehua's face flushed crimson, and just as she was about to scold Wu Qi for his actions, her gaze inadvertently fell upon his chest, and she froze in astonishment. In that moment, her demeanor shifted drastically, her face paling in fear. There, upon Wu Qi's chest, a black, dog-headed demonic mark had inexplicably appeared. This is the curse of the dog demon. The curse of the dog demon? Wu Qi asked in confusion. Damn that canine industry. Qin Yuehua gritted her teeth. Just then, a familiar, sinister laughter echoed around them. Wu Qi and Qin Yuehua simultaneously looked up to see the canine industry member, drenched in blood, laughing like a fiend. Kid, I'm on the brink of death, but you shall not fare any better. I curse you with all my soul and life. If you cannot break this curse within 7 days, you will live a fate worse than death. Ha ha ha. With that, he collapsed back into the pool of blood. This time for good, so it is. Qin Yuehua clenched her fists and then turned to Wu Qi, commanding him in an undeniable tone, You must go to Xiang City immediately. What for? Wu Qi asked, bewildered. To the Medicine Phoenix Hall, to borrow the Lingyang fire. Lingyang fire. Wu Qi was taken aback. Indeed, the curse of the dog demon can only be dispelled with at least a second-tier high-grade spirit fire. Given the scarcity of such spirit fires and the urgency of your 7-day deadline, you must act swiftly. Xiang City is the closest to Sun-Shooting Mountain. This is your only option. Chapter 52. Medicine Phoenix Hall. Meanwhile, at the Li family residence, upon hearing that Wu Qi intended to replace Li Shu'er and personally head to the Medicine Phoenix Hall, the old man Li immediately rose, protesting loudly, No, this is unacceptable. How can I let the benefactor suffer for my son? Wu Qi waved his hand dismissively, smiling calmly, You need not worry about me. I am more than capable of handling myself. Rest assured, I value my life even more than you do. Old Man Li remained anxious but was interrupted by Wu Qi, who shifted the topic. Brotherly, is there anyone in the next room? Old Man Li instinctively shook his head. No one. I just need to borrow it for a moment. With that, He pushed the door open and entered the room. Old Manly was momentarily stunned, ultimately offering a resigned smile, a mixture of relief and sorrow evident on his face. Wu Qi entered the adjacent room, secured the door, and hurriedly removed his upper garments. Approaching the mirror, he beheld his reflection. His upper body was being eroded by a mysterious, black, ancient power, as if it had come to life the previous night. It had only covered his left arm, but now it had spread to his chest. At this rate, it would likely engulf his entire body within 3 days. He had indeed underestimated the potency of the dog demon's curse. Gazing into the mirror, Wu Qi furrowed his brow, a grave expression settling on his face. I cannot delay any longer. No matter what, I must obtain the Lingyang fire from the Medicine Phoenix Hall tonight, at the hour of the dog. At the Medicine Phoenix Hall. Move. Hurry up. Haven't you all eaten today? In front of the entrance, a group of young men in the attire of the Medicine Phoenix Hall were forcibly ushering individuals inside. Upon closer inspection, one familiar face among them was Wu Qi. He had now entered the Medicine Phoenix Hall alongside the others. Wu Qi scanned his surroundings, noting the towering cliffs, serene waters, and winding stone paths, all contributing to an elegant and ancient ambience, resembling a paradise. Is this really the Medicine Phoenix Hall? Just as Wu Qi was taking in the sights, a weak voice called out from his right. Brother, is this your first time here? Wu Qi instinctively turned his head to see a youth of similar age, though he appeared utterly devoid of vitality. Wu Qi regarded him and asked, How did you know? His cheeks were sunken, as if he hadn't slept in 3 days and nights. Despite Wu Qi's inquiry, he managed a feeble smile, saying, Given your radiant appearance, it's clear you are a newcomer. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such vitality. Wu Qi inquired further, How many times have you been here? 8 times. The youth replied with a bitter smile, But looking at me now, I probably won't last many more. Wu Qi asked in confusion, Why don't you run away? Run? The youth shook his head, a more pronounced bitter smile forming on his face. How could I? Xiang City has been strictly controlled for 3 years. Young men under 30 are treated like livestock, confined and raised within the city. I have long since resigned myself to this fate. I only hope that such tragedies do not continue after my demise. He sighed heavily, his eyes devoid of hope. At the same time, it wasn't just the youth who had noticed Wu Qi. The buzzcut underling who had accompanied the leading man to the Li family spotted Wu Qi in the crowd. Quickly, he pointed out to his leader, Boss, look at that guy. The leader instinctively followed the direction of the buzzcut's finger. Upon seeing Wu Qi, his pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically. It's him. I can't believe he came himself. It seems he had already planned for this. A sneer of contempt crossed the leader's face as he thought of a scheme. He cleared his throat, maintaining a composed demeanor, and beckoned to a wiry, shifty-eyed man, Han Dachuan, come here. The shifty-eyed man immediately squeezed his way out of the crowd, running to the leader with a fawning smile. Chief Chen, you called for me? The leader, referred to as Chen Mu, asked leisurely, Do you want to live? Han Dachuan nodded vigorously. Of course. I'm giving you this opportunity. Chen Mu declared earnestly, If you can do this, I guarantee you will never have to come to the Medicine Phoenix Hall again. Han Dachuan's eyes brightened. What do you need me to do? Chen Mu leaned in close to Han Dachuan's ear and whispered a lengthy plan. As Han Dachuan listened, his expression grew increasingly serious. After Chen Mu finished, he straightened up, adopting a superior posture. That's the situation. If you agree, the opportunity is yours. If not, I can always find someone else. After all, you are not the only one wanting to survive. Han Dachuan hesitated for 2 minutes before finally gritting his teeth. Damn it. If one does not care for oneself, heaven and earth will conspire against them. Thus, he nodded resolutely at Chen Mu, clasping his fists. I, Han, am willing to offer my humble assistance. Chen Mu's face broke into a wide grin upon hearing this, nodding in approval. Good. Chapter 53. Lingyang Fire returning to Wu Qi, he suddenly recalled something while facing the sorrowful youth. Shifting the conversation, do you know the origin of the Lingyang Fire? At the mention, the youth's expression shifted from melancholy to astonishment, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Wu Qi. You don't know? Wu Qi shook his head. The youth paused, unable to suppress a long sigh. It seems you're truly new here. You must be quite unfortunate to end up here as mere fodder for the Medicine Phoenix Hall. Wu Qi shook his head again, calmly stating something that nearly made the youth drop his jaw. No, I came willingly. What? The young man gaped in astonishment, seemingly doubting his own ears. Wu Qi shrugged, declaring that this was not the crux of the matter. Instead, he wished to understand the origins of the Lingyangdan fire. Only then did the young man appear to awaken from his stupor, quickly offering an awkward smile. My apologies. It seems I was momentarily lost in thought. As for the Lingyangdan fire, I only possess a general understanding. As he spoke, the young man's expression abruptly shifted to one of gravity. Leaning closer to Wu Qi, he lowered his voice conspiratorially and said, It is said that this Lingyangdan fire was stolen from the tomb of the Lingyangdan king in the Xiangu Mountains by a grand alchemist. Stolen? Wu Qi noted the weight of this word. The young man snorted derisively, asserting, Entering another's tomb without permission and taking what belongs to them is nothing less than theft. He continued, however, the grand alchemist clearly overestimated his own abilities. Though he fortuitously acquired the Lingyangdan fire, he underestimated its ferocity. Not only could he not subdue it, but it also turned against him, plunging him into a state of madness, leaving him unconscious for 3 years, and he has yet to awaken. The young man's face betrayed a gleeful malice as he recounted this tale. Such severity! Wu Qi had already surmised that the grand alchemist might be trapped by the Lingyangdan fire, but he was astonished to learn that he had been in a coma for 3 years. No wonder Yin Dongyun was willing to offer 2 5-elements pearls for my assistance. It appears the situation has escalated to such dire levels. Speaking of which, where is Yin Dongyun? Wu Qi scanned his surroundings. Realizing that he had yet to catch sight of this individual since entering, the most exceptional disciple of Grand Alchemist Wang Mingyang, surely he would make an appearance at such an event? The young man, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, replied, You must be referring to the Grand Alchemist's young apprentice. He has always been a paragon of virtue, opposing such barbaric methods from the outset. Unfortunately, his senior brothers were quite obstinate, leading to a dispute. In a fit of anger, Yin Dongyun left the Yaohuang Hall 3 years ago. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi was taken aback. What? Yin Dongyun has been absent from the Yaohuang Hall for 3 years? Will he even show up today? Is he going to leave me in the lurch? Just as Wu Qi's thoughts were in turmoil, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Why has it suddenly become so hot? Wu Qi felt the temperature rising around him. At that moment, the despondent young man looked alarmed, exclaiming, Not good. It's coming. What? Wu Qi turned to him, but before the young man could respond, a scorching whirlwind swept through, knocking several people off their feet. Just as they struggled to regain their balance, an ear-splitting roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, a terrifying sight emerged before their eyes. A massive serpent, engulfed in crimson flames, descended from the heavens, landing directly in front of Wu Qi and his companions. It resembled a beast of legend, blocking out the sun like a dark cloud. Witnessing this scene, the young man's gaunt face contorted with fear. His hollow eyes betraying his terror, he clenched his fists, then released them, gazing upwards with a bitter smile of resignation. Weren't you seeking the Lingyangdan fire? Now it stands before you. Chapter 54. The dragon dives into the fire. Wu Qi was momentarily stunned by the revelation, raising his gaze to scrutinize the fiery serpent with astonishment. So, it is a beastly manifestation of the Dan fire. And no sooner had he spoken than the fiery serpent opened its enormous maw, unleashing a deafening roar. A wave of scorching breath surged forth, resembling a colossal sword sweeping through the courtyard, causing cries of anguish to reverberate. Anyone caught in the serpent's breath was drained of a significant portion of their vital energy. Those with stronger constitutions might endure, while the weaker ones succumbed instantly. Despite having faced such terrors countless times before, the sight still incited a primal fear, prompting instinctive reactions to flee. Yet the doors of the Yaohuang Hall were securely shut, leaving them helplessly watching as the Lingyangdan fire, taking the form of a colossal serpent, wreaked havoc in the courtyard. The despondent young man, witnessing this chaos, felt as if his heart had turned to stone. Despair consuming him. But it's over. There is no hope left. The amount of vital energy being consumed by the Lingyangdan fire is far greater than before. I thought I could hold on a few more times, but it seems impossible now. Today, I shall meet my end here. The courtyard was suffused with a sense of death and despair, yet amidst it all, One pair of eyes still gleamed with sharp determination, those belonging to Wu Qi. While the crowd wept, the senior brothers of Yin Dongyun on the dais chatted and laughed. This month, the Lingyangdan fire has been far more violent than previously. I wonder how many lives will be lost this time. Who cares? It's just a bunch of low-tier martial artists. Even if the higher-ups investigate, they won't put much pressure on us. As the crowd engaged in their idle chatter, a familiar figure hurried into view. The curious senior brothers turned their heads, their expressions shifting to surprise as they exclaimed, "Oh, what an unexpected guest. I thought we had a rude intruder, but it turns out to be our little junior. What brings you back after 3 years away from the sect?" Indeed, the figure that had rushed in was none other than Yin Dongyun, the prized disciple of Wang Mingyang, endowed with an innate talent for the great soul force. Ignoring the teasing remarks of his seniors, Yin Dongyun leaned over the railing of the high platform, peering down at the chaotic courtyard. His brow furrowed as he observed the scene below. "Have I arrived too late?" One of the brothers, surnamed Wang, chuckled. "Not at all. The real spectacle has only just begun. A pack of cold-blooded beasts." Yin Dongyun exclaimed with a frigid expression, turning back only to notice a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Upon closer inspection, he froze. "Is that Qi Wu? How did he end up here?" Since early that morning, Yin Dongyun had been waiting for Qi Wu, and now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, he had yet to see him. Initially thinking that Qi Wu might have stood him up, he was surprised to find him here. It wasn't that Yin Dongyun had exceptional vision. It was simply that Qi Wu stood out amidst the crowd. While everyone else fled in despair, he radiated vigor and brilliance. Just as Yin Dongyun prepared to call out to Qi Wu, another figure, Han Dachuan, stealthily approached Wu Qi. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step, and then half a step. Just as Han Dachuan was a half step away from Wu Qi, he finally extended his hand, his gaze darkening as he inwardly cursed, "Boy, don't blame me. Blame Qin Mu for this. He is the one who made me do it. One must look out for oneself. If I wish to survive, I can only let you perish." With that thought, Han Dachuan gritted his teeth, malice flickering in his eyes as he aimed his hand at Wu Qi's back, preparing to strike. This moment was observed by Yin Dongyun from the high platform, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Qi Gongzi, watch out behind you." But it was too late. Han Dachuan's hand had already made contact with Wu Qi's back, causing Wu Qi to stumble forward as if tripped by an unseen force, losing his balance and plunging directly into the fiery serpent. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The entire scene fell into a deafening silence. Yin Dongyun stood in shock, as did his fellow brothers, caught off guard by this internal strife amidst the chaos. Only Qin Mu wore a triumphant smile, exchanging a knowing glance with Han Dachuan, as if to say, "Well done." However, Han Dachuan did not share in the satisfaction of completing his task. Instead, confusion and bewilderment clouded his face. While others might not have understood, he, as one of the key players, was acutely aware that he had merely touched the boy's back without any force. In reality, it was Wu Qi who had voluntarily thrown himself into the jaws of the serpent. What was his motive? What was he trying to achieve? Chapter 55. He is the saint son of the Dan Institute, Qi Wu. Yet this minor incident barely registered with those standing on the high platform. After a brief moment of surprise, they resumed their banter, seemingly unfazed. Who would have thought there would be infighting among the beasts? I assumed they were solely preoccupied with escaping. This has become rather interesting. It seems there are quite a few grudges hidden beneath the surface. Only Yin Dongyun, with a frantic expression, yelled, "Quickly, save him." This was met with a disdainful laugh from a brother surnamed Bai. "Save him? What is there to save? He is not an important figure. If he dies, little junior. When did you become so compassionate? Is it just death?" Yin Dongyun abruptly turned around, directing his furious gaze at the white-clad senior brother. "Do you know who he is?" "Who?" The white-clad senior brother feigned seriousness, retorting, "Could he be the little junior's romantic interest?" Upon this remark, the entire assembly erupted in laughter. Truly, one cannot discuss ice with summer insects. Yin Dongyun shook his head, akin to gazing upon a throng of lifeless souls. If he were to meet an untimely demise, it would not only be you who perishes. The entire Medicine Phoenix Hall would have to accompany him to the grave. "Ha! Who are you trying to scare?" Li's senior brother scoffed disdainfully, "A mere commoner. Does he deserve the entire Medicine Phoenix Hall to mourn for him? Little Junior, after 3 years away, have you returned without bringing your wits along? Disappointment flickered in Yin Dongyun's eyes as he simply uttered 2 words. Ignorance. Li's senior brother instantly exploded. What did you say? Yin Dongyun's icy gaze swept across every individual on the elevated platform. Are you aware that just 3 days ago, the Alchemy Institute held an unprecedented selection competition in the central capital? I know this. A loose senior brother interjected, grinning. I heard the little junior participated and was even tested to have innate full soul power. Is the little junior here to boast about this? Being accepted into the Alchemy Institute as the first place in the selection competition is indeed something to brag about. Yet, Yin Dongyun's expression remained cold as he replied. No, I am not the first. What? Several senior brothers were taken aback. With your innate full soul power, if you are not first, then who is? Yin Dongyun stated, Qi Wu. Qi Wu. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The white senior brother pressed on. You can't even surpass his innate full soul power? Is his talent even higher? Indeed. Yin Dongyun nodded. His talent level is innate full soul power. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their pupils widening in shock as the atmosphere surged with excitement. Innate full soul power? I always thought that only existed in legends. I never imagined it to be real. One exclaimed, Isn't the first-generation Alchemy Institute's founder, Dan Zhu, said to possess innate full soul power? To have a talent level on par with Dan Zhu, this new recruitment is truly explosive. It is rumored that before his passing, Dan Zhu left an unwritten rule. If anyone's talent matched his, they would be named the Holy Son of the Alchemy Institute. Ah, the Holy Son of the Alchemy Institute. A rarity occurring once in 1,000 years, impossible to find in 10,000. Moreover, being the Holy Son of the Alchemy Institute, a title of far greater prestige than that of the Holy Sons of other factions, would elevate one's status immensely. If only the Medicine Phoenix Hall could align with such an existence. Someone sighed, prompting silent nods of agreement from others. After all, this was a figure likely to become another Dan Zhu. At that moment, the white senior brother suddenly snapped back to reality, furrowing his brow in confusion. Wait, why are you telling us all this? Right? Weren't we discussing the one who was thrust into the Lingyongdan fire, that deceased individual? The other senior brothers looked at Yin Dongyun, their expressions full of perplexity. Yin Dongyun replied unhurriedly, Weren't you all curious as to why if this person were to suffer an untimely end, the entire Medicine Phoenix Hall would need to accompany him in death? With that, a wicked and frenzied smile crept onto Yin Dongyun's lips, because he is the Holy Son of the Alchemy Institute. Qi Wu, thud. Qin Mu, upon hearing this, appeared dazed, as if his very soul had been extracted. Collapsing to the ground. Chapter 56. Qi Wu, have you truly vanished? Following this, the other senior brothers also found themselves in a state of shock, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Their minds reeling. The white senior brother's laughter grew strained. No way, little junior, you must be joking. Li's senior brother forced a laugh. Exactly. What are the odds of that happening? In response, Yin Dongyun remained expressionless, casting a cold, sidelong glance at them. Do I appear to be joking? As his words hung in the air, the expressions of the white and Li senior brothers faltered, slowly turning grim. Indeed, those familiar with Yin Dongyun knew he was a man of few words. What he said was as firm as a nail, and once uttered, it was a pit. You might dislike him, but you cannot deny he never lies. Yet, it was precisely this quality that extinguished the last flicker of hope within them. The white and Li brothers, like startled birds, ceased their laughter and immediately commanded, Quick, rescue him from the fire. Other senior brothers turned pale, their faces drained of color. Now they understood why Yin Dongyun had said the entire Medicine Phoenix Hall would need to accompany that lad in death. For he was the Holy Son, a once-in-1,000-years prodigy. If the Alchemy Institute found out that their Holy Son perished on their grounds, how could they explain it? Would they claim it was none of their business? Who would believe that? Moreover, would the Alchemy Institute grant them the opportunity to explain? No matter how esteemed the Medicine Phoenix Hall was in Xiang City, it was but an ant in the eyes of the great Alchemy Institute. Easily crushed without a second thought, they were still young. No one wished to meet their end so soon. At this realization, the white senior brother could not help but begin to blame Yin Dongyun. Little junior, in the presence of the Holy Son, why didn't you warn us sooner? Li's senior brother joined in with curses. Damn it. Which idiot treated the Holy Sun as a sacrifice for the Lingyang Dan Fire? I brought him into the Medicine Phoenix Hall. Also, hurry and apprehend the culprit who pushed him, the White senior brother insisted. If the Alchemy Institute truly comes to investigate, we need to have an explanation. Hearing this, Han Dachuan below the platform awakened from his stupor. His heart racing with anxiety, and he shouted, "It's not my fault. I was just following orders." Huh? Following orders? At this, all gazes on the elevated platform focused intently on Han Dachuan. You just said you were following orders? Yin Dongyun inquired. Han Dachuan nodded vigorously. Whose orders? Yin Dongyun pressed. Without hesitation, Han Dachuan pointed at someone. It was him. The crowd instinctively turned to follow Han Dachuan's finger. The face of the White senior brother paled instantly. The individual Han Dachuan pointed at was none other than his confidant and the leader of the Medicine Phoenix Hall's guards, Chun Mu. Chun Mu's lips trembled in fear, looking as panicked as a child on the verge of tears. Third Hall Master, I was just momentarily confused. How was I to know he was the Holy Sun? Otherwise, even with 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare. You should explain that to the people of the Alchemy Institute. The White senior brother coldly scoffed. The moment Shen Mu admitted his role as the instigator, he was already dead in the eyes of the White senior brother. Shen Mu, filled with despair, collapsed to the ground. But who could he blame? Only himself for not recognizing the mountain before him. Yet who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary youth was actually the Holy Son of the Alchemy Institute? Can Chi Wu still be alive? Li's senior brother could not help but ask, but no one dared to respond. It wasn't that there were no answers. It was simply too unimaginable. After all, that was a third-grade Dan Fire, something even teachers could not contend with. Even a first-grade alchemist would be burned alive. Though Chi Wu was the Holy Sun, he had merely reached the threshold of such status. In terms of soul power, he might not even match a first-grade alchemist. Chi Wu, have you truly vanished? Yin Dongyun gazed at the snake-like form of the Lingyang Dan Fire, his fists clenched in frustration. You are the only man whose talent has truly convinced me. Meanwhile, within the snake-like form of the Lingyang Dan Fire, a different scene was unfolding. Chapter 57. A chaotic mess upon willingly stepping into the embrace of the Lingyang Dan Fire. Wu Qi was taken aback to discover that instead of flames, he found himself in a closed spherical space. Warmth enveloped him, akin to a mother's embrace, devoid of any hint of danger, leading Wu Qi to almost doubt whether he had inadvertently stepped into another time and space. Yet, he remained vigilant, his senses heightened, for this could very well be a deceptive illusion meant to ensnare him. No one could predict when the adversary might tear off the mask and launch an unexpected assault. Thus, caution was paramount. However, as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, suddenly, countless fiery red points of light shot towards him from all directions. Instinctively, Wu Qi recoiled, preparing to defend himself, yet these points of light seemed to harbor no intention of attack. Instead, they coalesced before him, forming a small snake, barely taller than a person. Its appearance was adorable, with bright eyes that seemed almost sentient. Stunned, Wu Qi marveled. What is this? The voice of the old dragon echoed. The spirit of the Dan Fire. The Dan Fire possesses intelligence? Wu Qi exclaimed in astonishment. The old dragon explained, all things, upon reaching a certain level of growth, will awaken their spiritual senses. Generally, Dan Fires of the third grade or above possess wisdom, though the degree of intelligence varies. What does it wish to do? Wu Qi scrutinized the adorable little snake, his inquiry stemming from an utter lack of perceived hostility emanating from it. No sooner had he spoken than the little snake suddenly moved. Instinctively, Wu Qi attempted to evade, only to discover that the little snake was swifter. He could not dodge in time and, just as he thought to himself that he was in trouble, he found that the little creature merely brushed against his calf in an affectionate manner. Wu Qi was taken aback. What did this mean? Lao Long remarked. It seems it has a request of you. A request of me? Wu Qi was momentarily stunned. In the next moment, the little snake emitted a series of plaintive sounds, melodious yet filled with urgency. What was it trying to convey? Wu Qi furrowed his brow. Lao Long muttered to himself, just as I suspected, before addressing Wu Qi's question. It wishes for your assistance. Assistance? What does it need help with? Wu Qi queried, perplexed. It seeks to restore its peak. Restore its peak? Me? Do I possess such capability? Wu Qi found himself bewildered by his own words. Lao Long affirmed with certainty, of course, you possess this ability. The essence of the Dan fire it lacks is true yang energy, and the ancient dragon aura within you is the epitome of strength and yang. For it, you are the most effective medicine to regain its former glory. Understanding dawned on Wu Qi, and he nodded, suddenly recalling a crucial point. Wait, isn't it a third-grade Dan fire? Isn't that its peak? Lao Long was about to respond when the little snake, seemingly comprehending Wu Qi's confusion, let out a fervent hiss as if striving to emphasize something. What is it saying now? Wu Qi posed the question to Lao Long once again. Lao Long chuckled. It claims that a century ago, while guarding the tomb for its previous master, it battled a group of exceptionally formidable tomb raiders. Although it emerged victorious, it sustained grave injuries, which led to its current diminished state. No wonder its intelligence seemed so high. Far beyond that of a mere third-grade entity. Wu Qi nodded and immediately pressed further. Then what is its peak level? The little snake proudly emitted an even more vigorous hiss. Lao Long continued. Fifth grade. Wu Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. He finally understood why the Grand Dan Master Wang Mingyang had been unable to control it. A fifth-grade Dan fire, even in a weakened state, would never willingly accept a mere third-grade Dan Master as its master. Young one, this is an opportunity. Lao Long suddenly spoke to Wu Qi in a serious tone. Lao Long elaborated. I had initially intended to expend every last bit of my hard-won dragon's majesty to capture it. But now that it desires a new master, why not seize this chance? This Dan fire is perfectly suited to you, especially since you currently lack a formidable source of Dan fire. You can't keep relying on the spiritual fire from the fiery pearl. That makes sense, Wu Qi nodded, though still harboring some reservations. Are you certain it won't turn against me and drain my essence? Lao Long laughed. Not at all. Why are you so sure? Lao Long replied nonchalantly. Because you possess innate heavenly full soul force. Dan Masters and Dan Fires share a symbiotic relationship akin to that of a steed and its rider. They grow and thrive together. A Dan Master with exceptional talent is more readily accepted by the Dan Fire. Especially since this particular Dan Fire is already seeking your aid at this moment. Wu Qi finally understood why it was so affectionate towards him. Resolutely, he thought, well then, I came here with the intention of acquiring it. Since it has come to me willingly, why should I refuse? With that, Wu Qi bent down and gently stroked the little snake's head, smiling as if a mischievous uncle enticing a young girl. Little one, I accept. The little snake emitted a joyful hiss. Outside, the members of the Medicine Phoenix Hall were still engrossed in a frantic debate on how to extinguish the Ling Yang Dan fire and rescue the Holy Sun. Although the odds of success appeared slim, it was better than standing idly by, staring blankly. Brother Bai wore a troubled expression, offering a wry smile. If the Dan Academy pursues this matter, at least we can claim we have exhausted all efforts. Just then, a mocking laugh echoed from outside. Ha ha ha, Wang Laogo, I heard you are unwell. Chan has come to pay you a visit. Chapter 58. The Crisis of the Medicine Phoenix Hall. Brother Bai immediately inquired. Who goes there? Another round of laughter resounded outside. Ha ha ha, is it the third disciple of the Grand Dan Master, Bai Zhuofeng? What's wrong? Can't even recognize my voice. The brother named Bai Zhuofeng was momentarily taken aback. Then furrowed his brow. You are Zhao Yi, the leader of the Chuanhua men? Zhao Yi burst into laughter. Ha ha, it seems you remember me at least. Since you've recognized me, why not hasten to open the door and welcome me in? Bai Zhuofeng feigned ignorance and retorted. Might I ask what brings Zhao Xinbei to my Medicine Phoenix Hall? Zhao Yi replied with utmost seriousness. I heard your master is unwell, so I brought some supplements to pay a visit. Bai Zhuofeng secretly scoffed, resolutely refusing. We appreciate Zhao Xinbei's goodwill, but my master is currently in a critical period and cannot be disturbed. Please choose another day to visit. To Bai Zhuofeng's surprise, Zhao Yi did not retreat. Instead, he pressed on. Ha ha, in that case, I must see him even more. Rest assured. I have known your master for many years and we share a bond akin to life and death. I will not cause him any harm. You only need to open the door. Not cause any harm? As Zhao Yi showed no signs of leaving, Brother Li could not help but scoff, muttering under his breath, who doesn't know your intentions, Chuanhua men? 3 years ago, you coveted my master's Ling Yang Dan fire. Back then, my master was at his peak, and you dared not make a move. Now, your words claim friendship and concern, but isn't it merely a ruse to seize the Ling Yongdan fire? Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from outside. Ha ha ha, speaking as the third disciple of the Grand Dan Master, Li Muki, brotherly trembled at the sound. Despite his attempts to speak quietly, Zhao Yi had managed to overhear. The rumors about Zhao Yi being keen-eared were evidently not unfounded. Why do you all refuse to believe me? Zhao Yi feigned exasperation, letting out a long sigh. How about this? Just open the door a crack, and you will see whether I have any sincerity. Bai Zhuofeng was not about to fall for such a trick. Remaining steadfast, Zhao Xinbei, I have already made myself abundantly clear why Master truly cannot meet with anyone. Please take your leave. Have you no regard for courtesy? Zhao Yi's tone turned icy. Bai Zhuofeng sighed. I hope Zhao Min Master can be understanding. Then do not blame Zhao for using force with that. A resounding bang echoed. It was as if a volcano had erupted, the true yang energy bursting forth. Then came a tremendous crash as the door was struck by an immense force from the outside. That madman Zhao Yi is actually trying to break down the door, Li Muki cursed. Bai Zhuofeng, remaining composed, reassured, do not panic. This door is forged from 10,000 stones and is impervious to ordinary physical cultivators. Moreover, it is protected by a second-tier high-level formation. For Zhao Yi, who is at the 8th level of physical cultivation, to breach this door is akin to climbing the heavens. Before his words could settle, another bang resounded. This impact was even more ferocious than the last. Then, a crisp, piercing sound reached the ears of everyone in the Medicine Phoenix Hall, especially Bai Zhuofeng and Li Muki, who felt their hearts drop. Oh no! Instantly, a clear and deep crack appeared on the door, which Bai Zhuofeng had claimed was forged from 10,000 stones and fortified with a second-tier high-level formation. Zhao Yi's second assault had proven effective. Seeing this, Li Muki turned to Bai Zhuofeng in a daze, asking Bai Shixiao, are you still certain? At that moment, Bai Zhuofeng was equally dazed. This shouldn't be. Zhao Yi is at the 8th level of physical cultivation. How could he possess such strength? Could it be that he has reached the explosive realm? As this thought crossed his mind, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within Bai Zhuofeng. Just as he found himself at a loss, another thunderous bang reverberated. This third strike was several times stronger than the previous two combined. With a brutal crash, the door of the Medicine Phoenix Hall was utterly shattered in less than 5 seconds. In the next instant, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance, his brows like ink brushes, his face resembling a painted mask. It was none other than Zhao Yi, the leader of the Chuan Huamin. In the following moment, powerful figures began to materialize consecutively beside Zhao Yi, each exuding an imposing aura. Some had round faces and large ears, others sported sharp features and whiskers, while some appeared frail, as if recently recovering from a serious illness. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of Bai Zhuofeng and the others leaped to their throats. They finally understood why the doors of the Medicine Phoenix Hall had been breached so swiftly. It turns out that the ones making a move are not only the leader of the Chuan women, but also the young master of the Qingyan sect, the protector of the Bloodfire sect, the grand elder of the Yinwu sect, and the second master of the Yandong, totaling 5 formidable practitioners at the high tier of body refinement. They all descended upon the Yaohuang Hall. Chapter 59. The Holy Sun, Qi-Wu. The sects that excel in utilizing fire as their primary means of attack or enhancement have indeed sent their representatives. They must have received the news of their master's critical condition and the loss of control over the Danfire. Bai Zhuofeng's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. This world is not solely interested in the profession of alchemists when it comes to the celestial flames. Some individuals closely related to fire, even beasts, are equally enchanted by it. For instance, the leader of the Chuan women. It is said that they have been passing down a method of fire control since ancient times, which can weaponize flames, enhancing their attack power. The higher the grade of the spiritual fire, the more powerful the weapon formed, thereby increasing the attack strength. Zhao Yi's intense desire for Lingyang stems from his profound understanding that Lingyang's grade is far more complex than what the outside world perceives. Once acquired, not only would his combat power ascend to new heights, but the Chuan women's status in Nanwangchuan would also rise significantly. Of course, he is not the only one harboring such intentions. The moment the 6 broke through the door, they eagerly surveyed their surroundings, attempting to locate their target. Lingyang Danfire. Soon, a massive flame in the shape of a python came into view. They found it. It was Lingyang Danfire. as the only one who had contended for Lingyang Danfire against Wang Mingyang in the past. Zhao Yi recognized it almost instantly. Lingyang is mine. Zhao Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he leaped into action, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards Lingyang Danfire. Not good, stop him quickly. Bai Zhuofeng's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. Regardless of the circumstances, Lingyang is the backbone of Yaohuang Hall. If it were to be taken, Yaohuang Hall would cease to exist. However, there was no need for him or anyone from Yaohuang Hall to intervene. Suddenly, a flash of blood light surged forth, and a figure effortlessly caught up. Want to strike first? Have you consulted Lu's opinion? As he spoke, the figure unleashed a palm strike towards Zhao Yi, forcing him to halt. Dodging the attack, Zhao Yi's gaze darkened, and he glared at the opponent, gritting his teeth. Lu Chong. Indeed, the swift figure that caught up with Zhao Yi was none other than Lu Chong, the protector of the Bloodfire sect. No need to look at me with such disdain, Zhao Master. Lu Chong chuckled. We had already agreed, hadn't we? We gathered merely to break through the door. Once that's accomplished, whoever can acquire Lingyang Danfire must rely on their own abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of agreement echoed from behind. Lu's words ring true. Lingyang Danfire belongs to those with the capability to seize it. Thus, this fire shall be mine. Zhao Yi. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong instinctively turned his head, and in his line of sight was a young, arrogant figure stepping upon a fire lotus, riding the flames towards them. This person was none other than Luo Yao, the young master of the Qingyan sect. Although Luo Yao was the youngest among the six, if he exerted all his might, he would undoubtedly be the strongest in combat among them. He had actively sought permission from his father, the leader of the Qingyan sect, with the intention of devouring Lingyang and stepping into the explosive realm. As Luo Yao charged towards Lingyang Danfire, a teasing laugh suddenly rang out beside him. Youngster, the level of Lingyang is too high. You cannot grasp it. I am of the same generation as your father. Heed your uncle's advice and return. Luo Yao looked up to see the speaker. A figure barely 7 feet tall, thin and wiry, with a sallow complexion, prominent cheekbones, sunken cheeks, a bit of stubble, and 2 round eyes sparkling with light. Upon seeing this, Luo Yao immediately frowned. The person was none other than Yin Qi, the grand elder of the Yinwu sect. Yin Qi walked alongside him, grinning broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth as he laughed. It would be wise to leave Lingyang in the care of your uncle. With that, a sudden burst of strange flames engulfed Yin Qi, and his speed surged several times over, quickly surpassing Luo Yao. Old dog, Lingyang is mine, Luo Yao shouted angrily, his fire lotus beneath him shifting from a fiery red to pure white. And with a powerful surge, he chased after Yin Qi. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and Lu Chong were not to be outdone, each summoning their utmost speed to pursue Luo Yao and Yin Qi. Just as the four were nearly side by side, only 2 steps away from Lingyang Danfire, they suddenly realized that someone had already gotten ahead of them. The four paused in surprise, for this person was none other than Su Zhan, the second master of the Yandong, who had remained silent since the door was breached. Heh, a bunch of fools. Su Zhan glanced back at the four, sneering inwardly. I knew it would ultimately come down to a race for speed. Thankfully, I obtained a fire talisman from the master before coming. Thinking this, Su Zhan couldn't help but smile with pride, redirecting his gaze towards Lingyang Danfire, where his expression transformed into one of unprecedented excitement and arrogance. From this moment on, I shall be the new master of Lingyang Danfire. With that, Su Zhan reached out to grab it as long as he passed through the outer flames and seized the core flame within. Lingyang Danfire would belong to him. Su Zhan's hand inched closer, and his eyes brightened with anticipation. Just as he was about to achieve his goal, the massive Danfire suddenly shrank several times, condensing into a humanoid shape over 7 feet tall. Su Zhan was taken aback. Zhao Yi, Luo Yao, and Lu Chong were equally stunned. However, the most shocked was Yin Dongyun, who gazed in disbelief as if he had encountered a monster. For at that moment, the figure taking shape before Su Zhan was none other than the Holy Sun, Qi Wu. Chapter 60. No, there is still a way. Upon seeing Qi Wu, the entire Yaohuang Hall erupted in excitement. It is him. He is still alive. My heavens, this is the first time I've seen someone emerge alive after being devoured by Lingyang. Is this person's body made of iron? Yin Dongyun was both astonished and elated. You truly did not die. I knew it. Observing the ecstatic expressions of the Yaohuang Hall members upon seeing Qi Wu, Su Zhan couldn't help but grow increasingly curious about this unfamiliar youth. As he scrutinized the young man from head to toe, he bluntly inquired, "Who are you?" "My name is Qi Wu," Wu Qi declared with conviction. Qi Wu, however, upon hearing this name, Su Zhan looked perplexed. Among the four behind him, only Yin Qi, the grand elder of the Yinwu sect, seemed to recall something, frowning slightly. The others were all unfamiliar. Luo Yao, impatient, rushed forward, shouting, "Who he is not the point. The crucial matter is where is the fire? Where is Lingyang Dan fire?" Once he spoke, the other four quickly realized, yes, where is the fire? It was clearly right before us just moments ago, a massive presence. How could it vanish in the blink of an eye, replaced by an unknown boy? Lingyang Dan fire? Luo Yao's words piqued Wu Qi's interest. Indeed, Luo Yao nodded. Wu Qi surveyed the five and raised his arm, suddenly spreading his left palm wide, saying, "Is this what you mean?" As he spoke, a deep red flame burst forth from his palm. In an instant, the surrounding temperature soared. The first to widen their eyes was Zhao Yi. Indeed, there is no mistaking it. That is Lingyang Dan fire. Even if it is now merely the size of a palm, its aura, its heat, its color, he would recognize it anywhere. However, upon further reflection, Zhao Yi calmed himself and regarded Wu Qi with a puzzled look, furrowing his brow. "Why is it in your hands?" Wu Qi responded matter-of-factly. "It is mine now, so naturally, it appears in my hands." "What? Yours?" At this declaration, not only were the five taken aback, but even the members of Yaohuang Hall were left speechless. "Humph, such arrogance!" Luo Yao scoffed. "You claim it is yours? Do you not believe me?" Wu Qi, far from being angered, smiled faintly and tossed the flame to the ground. With a whoosh, the flame immediately transformed into a fire serpent over a meter tall. Its eyes sparkling and incredibly adorable, Luo Yao was momentarily stunned. Zhao Yi interjected, "This is the manifestation of Lingyang Dan fire's intelligence." The others instantly understood, growing even more curious about Wu Qi's intentions in releasing the intelligence of Lingyang Dan fire. Just then, Wu Qi, brimming with confidence, made a stunning proclamation. "If any of you possess the ability to take it away, feel free to try." As soon as the words left his lips, everyone was momentarily stunned. Luo Yao was the first to react, fearing Wu Qi might retract his words, and exclaimed with delight, "Good, that's what you said." With a swift motion, Luo Yao rubbed his front leg and kicked with his back, attempting a capture to seize the 7 inches of the transformed Lingyang Dan fire, now resembling a small snake. However, before his hand could reach Lingyang, the latter instantaneously morphed into a 3-zhang fire python, unleashing a torrent of Dan fire towards Luo Yao. "What?" Luo Yao gasped in shock, promptly adjusting his stance to retreat. Despite his reaction speed being remarkably agile, he still suffered burns to his neck from the searing flames. While hastily pulling out an ice talisman to tend to his wounds, he cast a grim, piercing gaze upon the now 3-zhang fire python that was Lingyang, his expression darkening to an extreme. "Ha ha ha!" Observing this, the protector of the blood fire sect could not contain his glee, laughing heartily as he swaggered. "Young Master Luo is still too inexperienced. Let this old man have a go at it." As he spoke, Lu Chong snapped his fingers, confidently positioning himself before Lingyang's Dan fire, exuding an air of bravado. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the moment he uttered a single word, Lingyang opened its maw wide, spewing forth a wave of Dan fire upon him. Lu Chong had not anticipated the ferocity of the flames, caught completely off guard, and was instantly reduced to a charred figure, his hair incinerated. Fortunately, he was clad in a golden silk soft jade armor. Otherwise, that blast of Dan fire would have left him severely injured, if not dead. "Ha! Laughing at me?" Luo Yao scoffed disdainfully. Soon after, the remaining 3 also attempted to showcase their prowess, but, without exception, were all repelled by Lingyang. It could be said that they had overestimated their own abilities while simultaneously underestimating Lingyang's fiery power. The Dan fire that even Wang Mingyang struggled to control was indeed not so easily tamed. Zhao Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, biting down on his lower teeth in frustration. "Are you satisfied?" Wu Qi asked leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the group. Meanwhile, Ling Yang's Dan fire transformed once more, shifting from a 3-zhong fire python to a meter-long fire snake, slithering affectionately to Wu Qi's feet. Nuzzling his calf like a pleading dog. Wu Qi gently patted the little head of Dan Yang while shaking his head. Exhaling a long sigh, I gave you all a chance, yet you still proved inadequate. The 5 men's eyes turned red with jealousy. They had exerted themselves to exhaustion, striving to earn Ling Yang's recognition, only for the Dan fire to behave like a loyal dog towards that young man. Why? Was this fellow truly that impressive? Jealousy, helplessness, and resentment swirled within them. Yet, they had already exhausted all available means. After waiting so long for such a rare opportunity, were they to merely watch as the Dan fire became another's possession? Lu Chong clenched his fists. Just then, a resolute voice suddenly rang out. No, there is still a way. Lu Chong and the others turned their heads to see that the speaker was none other than Zhao Yi, the leader of the transmission fire sect. What method? Lu Chong inquired eagerly. The others also cast curious glances at Zhao Yi. He spoke deliberately, each word measured. Capture this person alive. Capture alive. The 4 were taken aback. Luo Yao could not help but laugh derisively. Ha, I thought you had a brilliant idea, and it turns out to be this. Lu Chong also felt a sense of disbelief, stating, Brother Zhao, even if we manage to kill him, if Ling Yang is unwilling, you still want to obtain it. Zhao Yi, however, smiled nonchalantly, curling his lips, who says it must be approved by Ling Yang. We are not alchemists. We merely require the power of the spirit fire due to the nature of our own cultivation methods or physiques. There is no necessity to become Ling Yang's master to utilize it. Upon hearing this, the 4 were momentarily stunned. Then they seemed to awaken from a daze. Indeed, they merely sought to harness Ling Yang's fiery might to achieve their goals. There was no need to subdue it. With this realization, they instinctively glanced at Wu Qi, their pupils reflecting a blend of greed and madness, resembling a pack of beasts fixated on their prey. Young man, Zhao Yi stepped forward, offering you a chance to choose. Choose? Wu Qi was taken aback. What choice? Zhao Yi declared with an air of triumph. Either you come over voluntarily and assist us according to our 5 demands. And the price? Wu Qi queried. What price? Zhao Yi asserted with arrogance. None. None? Zhao Yi sneered. However, we can guarantee that as long as you successfully assist us in completing the task, you will be able to return home safely. Perhaps you should mention the other choice instead. Wu Qi waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Yi's smile took on a menacing quality. The second choice is even simpler. Since you refuse to cooperate willingly, we shall have to resort to force, and if I refuse? Wu Qi countered. Zhao Yi declared fiercely, Humph, that is not up to you. Feigning helplessness, Wu Qi sighed dramatically. Ah, it seems I cannot avoid a battle after all. In that case, he said, gesturing towards the empty space opposite him, come at me all together. As soon as his words fell, the 5 were momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. You dare say what? What audacity! Who do you think you are to challenge all 5 of us? Even the esteemed alchemist Wang Mingyang would never utter such bold claims. Didn't he you say you would resort to force? Wu Qi feigned innocence, shrugging. What? Are you all afraid? His light-hearted remarks stirred the ire of the 5, akin to stirring a tempestuous sea. Very well, since you choose to court danger, we shall oblige, with thunderous roars. The 5 of them flexed their limbs, preparing to unleash their weapons. Spirit fire. In an instant, 5 distinct colors illuminated the courtyard, and the temperature within the apothecary hall began to rise, as if the legendary alchemical furnace of Taishang Laojun had descended to the mortal realm. The azure ethereal fire of the Qingyan sect's young master, the dark red blood fire of the blood fire sect's grand protector, the orange fighting fire of the Yinwu sect's grand elder, the pink fox fire of the second cave master of the Yin cave, and the brown earth fire of the leader of the transmission fire sect. Bai Zhuofeng's heart raced with astonishment. These were their core spirit fires, each leaving a daunting shadow in the martial world. Each flame was of the second-grade high tier. Li Muqi could not help but feel a chill for Qi Wu. Realizing this young man was in grave danger, at that moment, Yin Dongyun suddenly stepped forward, urgently calling out, Wait! You cannot harm this person. He is, yet, before he could finish, Zhao Yi interrupted him sternly, I don't care who he is. With that, he raised his arm and struck first. The other 4, unwilling to be outdone, summoned their respective palm spirit fires. In an instant, 5 colored flames surged forth like 5 soaring dragons, charging towards Wu Qi. Chapter 62. Monarch, submit. What formidable offensive power! Even Bai Zhuofeng, not the target of the attack, felt an overwhelming aura of destruction and death wash over him, akin to invisible hands clutching at his throat. Truly, this was the renowned quintet of fire attribute warriors in the realm of Qi exploding, formidable among their peers. Such a level of combined assault would be a daunting challenge even for those at the initial stage of Qi explosion. Li Muqi inhaled sharply. Had it not been for the apothecary hall's presence, he would have cared little for Qi Wu's fate. Yet, given that this battle was transpiring within the apothecary hall, he could not help but feel anxious for Qi Wu's safety. While Qi Wu was indeed a saintly child, he was merely endowed with talent at the saint level. Faced with an attack that even ordinary Qi explosion warriors might struggle against, could he withstand it? Young man, this is all you're doing. Luo Yao reveled in his triumph. Beside him, Lu Cheng furrowed his brow in regret. Did we truly need to resort to such extreme measures just to capture him alive? Isn't this a bit excessive? What if this young man cannot endure it and dies? No sooner had he spoken than a voice responded, not from any of the other four, but from Wu Qi himself. With a derisive smile, he retorted, "You are truly overthinking it." Lu Cheng frowned in displeasure. Zhao Yi scoffed, retorting, "Humph, still boasting as death approaches. While you may be the master of Lingyang Dan fire, your cultivation is not profound enough to wield its power for long. If I am not mistaken, you should have already exhausted your ability to use Lingyang Dan fire again. Without its protection, what will you use to withstand our 5-fold assault? What will I use?" Wu Qi scoffed, lifting his right foot and taking a bold step forward, his smile vanishing as he proclaimed with the dominance of a dragon, "This bang." The earth erupted with a resounding crack, and an invisible wave of energy instantly radiated from Wu Qi's body in all directions. Every flame within reach trembled as if startled, and then an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes, in their line of sight. 5 flames abruptly halted their offensive, transforming into various beastly forms that landed gracefully upon the ground. In unison, they bowed their heads towards the front, resembling subjects paying homage to their sovereign. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Zhuofeng, Li Muqi, and the others were rendered utterly speechless, while Zhao Yi and his companions were taken aback, dumbfounded. Though others may not grasp the significance, for martial artists who have long interacted with spiritual flames, the meaning was abundantly clear. The spiritual flames had submitted. Such a phenomenon could only manifest when the other party possessed an overwhelmingly vast soul power or extraordinary talent. Given the youth of this individual, the likelihood of him possessing immense soul power seemed slim. Thus, there remained only one possibility: supreme talent. No wonder he exuded such confidence. That step he took earlier must have been a switch he flipped to release his innate abilities to the spiritual flames. It was akin to a wayward son revealing his royal lineage while wandering the streets. But what kind of talent could compel a second-tier spiritual flame, already bound to a master, to so fervently worship? Innate Shaoman? No. Innate Daemon? No. Or perhaps something even greater? Lu Cheng and the others dared not imagine it. At this moment, they felt a twinge of reverence for the youth before them for the very first time. The disdain, contempt, and scorn they had previously harbored vanished entirely. In a wonder, Lingyang Danhua recognized him as its master. Su Zong finally understood the reason. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Bai Zhuofeng and the others couldn't help but smirk, secretly wryly amused. Truly, he was the son of heaven. Truly, he possessed innate daemon soul power. A natural ruler. On the other side, Yen Dongyun also exhaled a sigh of relief, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face, mirroring that of his fellow disciples. Was this the difference between innate daemon and innate Tiamat? If it were him, he would likely have to face it head-on. Although innate daemon soul power could be considered top-tier talent, innate daemon soul power was the monarch among talents. Only a monarch could command the submission of myriad flames. After a moment of silence, Wu Qi surveyed the 5 individuals with a calm demeanor and inquired, "What now?" The expressions of the 5 froze, revealing their discomfort. Admittedly, they were formidable practitioners of the advanced body refinement stage, but that was contingent upon being advanced body refinement stage fire control practitioners. Each move they made was intricately linked to fire. It was no exaggeration to say that without fire, their combat prowess would be halved. This was especially true for Luo Yao, the young master of the Qingyan sect, and Lu Chong, the grand protector of the Bloodfire sect, who were at a distinct disadvantage. Thus, when Wu Qi provoked them, a shared sense of trepidation washed over them. Setting aside the question of Wu Qi's own combat strength, one must not forget the formidable lineup of individuals standing behind him from the Yaohuang Hall. They were no pushovers. Previously, they had refrained from acting recklessly out of fear of the Five's combined power. But now, stripped of their spiritual flames, the Five were akin to beasts devoid of fangs and claws. With the strength of Bai Zhuofeng and the others, even if they could not eliminate the Five, they could certainly force them into retreat. After weighing their options, Zhao Yi's thoughts raced, and he gritted his teeth, the first to concede. "All right, kid, you have guts. I'm leaving." With that, he turned to depart, and the other four swiftly followed suit. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from deep within the Yaohuang Hall. "Ha ha ha, esteemed heroes, since you've come, do not be in such a hurry to leave." Upon hearing the voice, Bai Zhuofeng was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes widened in realization. Could it be? A familiar figure soon appeared, floating down effortlessly like a feather, landing gracefully before the assembled crowd. This individual was impeccably dressed, standing 8 feet tall, adorned with a Huayang headband. In a yellow robe, fastened with a black sash. His phoenix-like eyes gazed skyward, his eyebrows were thick and prominent, his neck was refined, and he possessed a magnificent stature with a straight nose. Upon witnessing this, Bai Zhuofeng and the others were overwhelmed with joy, bowing deeply. "We pay our respects to our esteemed teacher." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the true sovereign of Xiang City, the master of Yaohuang Hall. A third-tier alchemist, Wang Mingyang. With a gentle smile, Wang Mingyang remarked, "I appreciate your efforts during this time." He then turned to Yin Dongyun, gazing deeply into his eyes and nodding. Yin Dongyun's eyes glistened with tears as he looked at Wang Mingyang, returning the nod. After such a long wait and relentless effort, the teacher had finally awakened. On the other side, Zhao Yi and the others were equally startled by Wang Mingyang's presence. They had never anticipated that the Grand Alchemist, who had been in a coma for over 3 years, would awaken. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, Wang Mingyang had fallen unconscious due to the violent outburst of Lingyang Danhua, and now that the flames had been pacified, his awakening was not beyond comprehension. "Curse that guy. He spoiled our plans." Luo Yao glared venomously at Wu Qi, his gaze filled with an intense desire to devour him whole. As for Wang Mingyang, he cast a sidelong glance at the Five, his eyes sharp as blades, sweeping over each individual. Anyone who met his gaze felt a jolt of trepidation and cold sweat poured down their backs. Zhao Yi reacted swiftly, stepping forward with a forced smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Congratulations, Grand Alchemist. Congratulations. You have finally." However, before he could finish, Wang Mingyang's expression darkened, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand, like an invisible and colossal fan, he sent the Five hurtling away. They crashed through 7 or 8 stone pillars before finally coming to a halt. Upon landing, they all spat blood, their faces ashen. All 5 were grievously injured. Zhao Yi struggled to rise, leaning on the ground, incredulous as he gazed at Wang Mingyang. His heart surged with tumultuous emotion. He had been in a coma for 3 years. Yet his soul power had not only remained intact but had grown even more refined. Had he truly been in a state of unconsciousness for those 3 years? Chapter 64. There's a problem. For the sake of your respective masters, consider this a lesson. Should there be a next time? At this point, Wang Mingyang's eyes narrowed, like blades unsheathed, a glint of cold light flashing as he enunciated each word deliberately. "It will not be so simple." The 5 felt a reflexive shudder run through them, unable to express their anger. Although his words lacked any overt threat, the seriousness and fury in Wang Mingyang's tone and gaze conveyed unmistakable intent. This once renowned Grand Alchemist had truly developed a murderous intent. With this realization, the last remnants of their defiance evaporated, leaving them no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow their pride. Departing in disappointment. Once the 5 had left, Bai Zhuofeng and the others immediately converged around Wang Mingyang. "Master." Wang Mingyang waved his hand, signaling for them to wait, and then solemnly inclined his head toward Wu Qi. Clasping his hands in respect, bowing deeply and proclaiming, "Wang Mingyang, alchemist of Xiang City, pays his respects to the Son of Heaven. Seeing this, Bai Zhuofeng and the others couldn't help but reflect on the grandeur afforded to the son of the Alchemy Institute. Even a third-tier alchemist teacher had to show utmost respect in his presence. Meanwhile, Wu Qi stood momentarily stunned. "You recognize me?" After all, it was rumored that Wang Mingyang had been in a coma for 3 years due to the uncontrollable Lingyang Danhua, and the title of Son of the Alchemy Institute had only been bestowed upon him a mere 3 or 4 days prior. How could someone who had been in a deep slumber for 3 years recognize his identity so readily? This left Wu Qi questioning the authenticity of Wang Mingyang's coma. Yet, Wang Mingyang seemed to disregard Wu Qi's words entirely, pivoting to invite him earnestly. "Your Highness, may I have a word with you in private?" Wu Qi scrutinized Wang Mingyang for a moment, paused, then nodded in agreement. Thus, the two walked side by side, heading deeper into the Yaohuang Hall. Just then, as if recalling something vital, Wang Mingyang abruptly halted his steps. "Oh, right, I almost forgot." With that, Wang Mingyang turned to look at a certain individual, Chun Mu, the head of the Yaohuang Hall's guards. Feeling the weight of Wang Mingyang's gaze upon him, Chun Mu shuddered involuntarily, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Then he heard Wang Mingyang casually inquire, "Were you the one who incited others to attempt to harm His Highness?" Chun Mu opened his mouth, intending to explain himself. But before he could utter a single word, a flash of black light darted before his eyes. In an instant, his head fell from his neck, severed from his body. Even in death, he stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to comprehend what had transpired. "And you?" After dispatching one individual, Wang Mingyang did not pause, turning his gaze toward Han Dachuan. "You were incited as well. You deserve the same fate." Having spoken, he offered Han Dachuan no opportunity for mercy. With a single stroke of the soul-severing slash, he instantaneously dispatched his foe. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Even Bai Zhuofeng and his fellow disciples, who had spent countless days and nights with their master, felt a shiver run down their spines. They were well aware that their teacher was not one to show weakness, yet today's malevolence was particularly palpable, as if he were deliberately trying to curry favor with someone. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning. After swiftly eliminating 2 more adversaries, Wang Mingyang turned his gaze back to Wu Qi, expressing deep remorse. "As the master of this hall, my mismanagement has led to His Highness being placed in peril. This is my transgression. Today, I am willing to sever my own arm, hoping for your forgiveness." With that, Wang Mingyang's right hand, like a claw, swiftly grasped his left arm. The sound of a sharp crack echoed as he resolutely broke his own limb. Showing no mercy whatsoever, "Master!" Bai Zhuofeng and the others were taken aback, rushing to intervene. But Wang Mingyang, with an impassive countenance, gestured for them to stop, then sincerely addressed Wu Qi. "If His Highness remains unsatisfied, I am prepared to sever my right arm, my left leg, or my right leg until you are pleased." The sight left Bai Zhuofeng and the others utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that someone who had once held the same lofty stature as their teacher would go to such lengths to please another. Was this the terrifying nature of the saint son of the Dan Academy? However, as Wang Mingyang's seemingly unblemished and clear eyes met Wu Qi's gaze, the latter couldn't help but furrow his brow. This grand alchemist of Xiang City was suspicious. Chapter 65. The 12th prince. He seemed fully aware of who had pushed him and who was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, which was hardly something someone who had just regained consciousness could achieve. Moreover, considering the timing of his appearance and the subsequent arrangements, everything unfolded with a meticulousness that suggested prior planning. Wu Qi couldn't help but briefly furrow his brow. Yet, he did not allow any hint of doubt to mar his expression. Instead, he quickly donned a smile and remarked, "Ignorance is no crime. Besides, am I not unharmed?" Wang Mingyang immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness." Wu Qi waved his hand. "Didn't you say you had something to discuss with me?" Wang Mingyang nodded with a smile. "Indeed, but we must change locations." Thus, Wang Mingyang led Wu Qi deeper into the Medicine Phoenix Hall. As they receded into the distance, the once quiet courtyard erupted once more into a frenzy. "The hall master has awakened. How splendid! Our teacher is safe. Oh my, I was nearly scared to death just now. I thought our Medicine Phoenix Hall was doomed." Yet among the crowd, one figure remained ensnared in shock, the pale, emaciated young man who had first spoken to Wu Qi upon his entrance into the hall. He could hardly believe that the seemingly simpleton of a newcomer possessed such immense strength. Time flew by, and soon Wu Qi found himself in a verdant locale, surrounded by towering trees and crystalline waters. The scenery exquisite beyond compare. Yet, in that moment, Wu Qi had little inclination to appreciate the beauty, as his mind was preoccupied with pondering where Wang Mingyang was leading him at last. Wang Mingyang halted. Pointing ahead with a smile, "We have arrived." Arrived? Wu Qi instinctively looked up to see a pavilion structure in the distance, where a figure stood. The individual was clad in fine garments, hands clasped behind his back, revealing himself to be a man. Just as Wu Qi was curious about this person's identity, Wang Mingyang's voice rang out again, reverently announcing, "Your Highness the 12th Prince, this is the new saint son of the Dan Academy." Qi Wu, the 12th Prince? Wu Qi was momentarily taken aback. Just then, the figure in elegant attire turned upon hearing the name. Wu Qi finally beheld his true visage. The man had dragon-like brows and phoenix-like eyes. With pearly white teeth and ruby-red lips, he was tall and graceful, exuding a gentle demeanor and elegant presence, with soft golden eyes that were both resolute and kind, a smile that was inviting. Yet his aura was uniquely captivating, like a rare gem shimmering brilliantly before him. Wu Qi instinctively assessed the young man. The latter reciprocated his scrutiny. Suddenly, a petulant voice rang out from nearby. "He is the saint's son. He looks rather ordinary. Are you sure you haven't mistaken him?" Wu Qi turned instinctively toward the source of the voice, only to see a strikingly beautiful yet haughty young woman standing just outside the pavilion. She bore a resemblance to the young man within, her gaze directed at Wu Qi filled with disdain and scorn. Yet Wu Qi paid her little mind, casting only a cursory glance before redirecting his attention back to the young man in fine clothing. "May I ask who you are?" Before the young man could respond, Wang Mingyang interjected, "The 12th prince of the Wang dynasty." The 12th prince? Wu Qi was momentarily stunned, realizing that the young man before him, who appeared to be of similar age, was indeed a prince. It was no wonder Wang Mingyang addressed him as Your Highness. Nevertheless, Wu Qi's expression remained unperturbed. After all, having encountered the formidable Zhan Tianlong Emperor, he felt that no prince could compare to a figure of such might. Yet the 12th prince was somewhat surprised by Wu Qi's calm demeanor. Generally, nobility exuded an innate regal aura, and though this Qi Wu was a saint's son, he had only recently been acknowledged and had not experienced much in comparison to others. Yet here he stood before the prince, entirely unfazed, as though he were merely addressing an ordinary individual. This made the 12th prince regard Qi Wu with even greater interest. While the 12th prince contemplated this, Wu Qi spoke again, maintaining a respectful yet firm tone. "Might I inquire what business you have with me?" "Your Highness?" Chapter 66, Deception. However, before the words had fully left his lips, the same haughty voice rang out again from outside the pavilion. "How audacious! Since you know my brother is a prince, why do you not kneel and pay your respects?" The spoiled young woman's almond-shaped eyes widened, her brows furrowed, her cheeks flushed with indignation, as if Wu Qi had committed an unforgivable sin. Wu Qi simply cast a glance toward her, his demeanor unyielding. Before he could respond, the fiery essence within him erupted, surging forth as if it were a guardian beast, charging toward the haughty maiden. The blazing flames danced like a serpent's tongue, and before they could reach her, she was already pale with terror, retreating swiftly, her garments nearly catching fire. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Lingyang, return." With a hiss, the fiery essence halted abruptly, transforming into a beam of red light that returned to Wu Qi's core. Behaving as obediently as a cat. Witnessing this, both Wang Mingyang and the 12th prince were taken aback. It seemed that the Lingyang essence had truly come to regard him as its master. As Wang Mingyang and the 12th prince marveled at this spectacle, Wu Qi smirked and jested. "Next time, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from speaking so much, lest you find yourself in such a predicament." The haughty maiden, about to unleash her fury, was immediately silenced by the 12th prince's stern reprimand. "Xiao Su." The spoiled girl could only grit her teeth, casting a venomous glare at Wu Qi. Swallowing her rage, the 12th prince then turned his attention back to Wu Qi, apologizing. "My sister has been coddled at home and spoiled by me. I hope the saint's son can forgive her." Wu Qi waved dismissively. "Let us speak of more pressing matters." The 12th prince, taken aback, nodded with a smile. Very well. The matter at hand is, he took a deep breath, his expression turning serious as he earnestly stated. Would the Saint Sun consider joining my ranks as an advisor? An advisor? Wu Qi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. The 12th prince nodded earnestly. If the Saint Sun is willing, upon my ascension, I would gladly entrust the governance of all of Nan Wangchuan to you. All of Nan Wangchuan? The offer was indeed substantial. It was worth noting that the entire Weiqi kingdom was merely divided into 4 major rivers, historically managed only by princes and nobles. Yet to promise such authority to Qi Wu was undoubtedly a remarkable concession. After all, a Saint Sun is expected to ascend to the heights of a Dan ancestor in the future. What, then, was the worth of a mere river to such a figure? Wu Qi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, fully aware of the ulterior motives behind the 12th prince's proposition. Currently, he was merely a prince, with 8 elder brothers and 2 younger siblings, all vying for the throne. In such a scenario, the princes often measured their strength by the might of their supporters, and no matter how favored the emperor's consort or how esteemed the chancellor might be, none could rival the status of a national protector in the emperor's eyes. What, then, is a national protector? In the realm of celestial emperors and martial artists, there exists a practitioner of the Star Emperor realm, perhaps also a 5th-grade alchemist. The former is said to be a solitary figure who has long since retreated from the world, shrouded in mystery for decades, leaving his fate, whether alive or deceased, unknown. As for the latter, although no 5th-grade alchemist currently exists, there is a promising individual on the horizon, one who possesses talent on par with the Dan ancestor. Known as the Holy Sun, Qi Wu, the 12th prince's mission is to act swiftly and seize the moment, thereby making time his ally. By securing Qi Wu's allegiance now, he would effectively gain the support of a national pillar, at least a 5th-grade alchemist, in the near future. Moreover, Qi Wu is still quite young and inexperienced. Thus, seizing this opportunity before the other princes become aware is indeed timely. Regrettably, the 12th prince has miscalculated. Wu Qi is no longer the naive individual he once was. Having witnessed the world's cruelty and undergone a soul fusion with the Dragon Emperor of War, his mind has matured and grown astute beyond his years. Not to mention, the 12th prince is merely indulging in fanciful dreams. Even if he were to keep his promises in the future, a mere territory like Nan Wangchuan would hardly suffice to captivate Wu Qi's attention. His ambitions extend far beyond a mere fiefdom fit for a noble. However, Wu Qi does not outright reject the proposal. Instead, he suddenly turns to Wang Mingyang behind him and inquires, "How long has the 12th prince been in Yahuang Hall?" "Only since last night." Wang Mingyang replies without hesitation. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Wang Mingyang's expression stiffens. He realizes he has misspoken. How could someone who has been in a coma for over 3 years possibly know that the 12th prince arrived just last night? This young man is clearly attempting to deceive him. The 12th prince forces a smile and addresses Wang Mingyang. Given the circumstances, it is no longer appropriate to hide anything from the Holy Sun. Mingyang, please recount the entire story to the Holy Sun. I can indeed recommend someone to you. Wang Mingyang obediently responds. He turns to Wu Qi, pauses momentarily, and then solemnly states, "The truth is, my 3-year coma was fabricated." Indeed, Wu Qi's expression remains largely unchanged. So, the incident with Thelyang Danfire was also a ruse. One could say that, in truth, I never fully subdued Lingyang. Our relationship is merely one of cooperation, Wang Mingyang admits with a bitter smile. Cooperation? Wu Qi questions. Yes, when I require alchemical assistance, it provides the flames for me, and when it needs the essence of true yang, I find ways to collect it for its benefit. In other words, it was your idea to periodically capture all the youths under 30 within the city and bring them to your estate. Wu Qi retorts. Wang Mingyang does not conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I instructed my eldest disciple to arrange for that. Only he in the entire Yahuang Hall is privy to this matter. The other disciples remain unaware. Wu Qi furrows his brow, but soon relaxes. He is neither a saint nor a champion of justice, and while he is displeased with Wang Mingyang's actions, he does not feel compelled to act as a righteous avenger. Nonetheless, Wang Mingyang must exercise caution. His actions serve as evidence that he is not a virtuous individual. Meanwhile, Wang Mingyang, oblivious to Wu Qi's thoughts, continues, "The primary reason for my feigned coma was to assist His Highness in investigating a certain matter. However, due to my identity and relationship with the 12th prince, if I were to walk about brazenly, it would attract too much attention. Hence, I had to use the excuse of the Danfire going out of control to signal to the outside world that I had fallen into a coma, temporarily disappearing from public view. Investigating something, you say? Wu Qi muses inwardly without voicing his thoughts. Since he has no intention of agreeing to serve as the 12th Prince's advisor, there is no need to be curious about their secrets. The less he knows, the better. Why failure to disclose this to the Holy Sun promptly is my fault and has nothing to do with your highness. Wang Mingyang expresses his sincere apologies. Wu Qi silently nods. Indeed, it aligns closely with my earlier conjectures. Wang had never been in a coma. He has been observing everything I did in the courtyard. When to act, how to act, and it is highly likely that even the timing of Yin Dongyun's initial conversation with me was meticulously planned by him. The goal was to lure me in, to gauge my capabilities through the confrontation with Lingyang Danfire and the 5 fire attribute martial artists, and then to establish a closer relationship before revealing the truth. I only wonder if Yin Dongyun is aware of this. Rest assured, I will certainly honor my promise regarding the additional elemental orb that Yuner agreed to give you. Wang Mingyang assures earnestly. Prior to this, Wu Qi had indeed come seeking the elemental orb, but now it seems less significant. After all, he has already obtained the formidable Lingyang Danfire. Naturally, if he could receive it, that would be splendid. Yet it does not hold enough weight to sway his decisions. Moreover, I hope the Holy Sun will contemplate the matter of the advisor further. Wang Mingyang adds, steering the conversation back to the 12th Prince. I categorically refuse to serve as an advisor. Wu Qi asserts I have long cherished my freedom, and I simply cannot adapt to fighting for someone irrelevant. Wang Mingyang feels a sudden heaviness in his heart. While the 12th Prince is somewhat displeased, he maintains the composure befitting a royal. Just then, Wu Qi unexpectedly shifts his tone, as if emerging from a dark tunnel into a bright clearing, adding, however, I can indeed recommend someone to you. Wu Qi and I share a profound friendship. Who? Both Wang Mingyang and the 12th Prince exclaim in unison. Wu Qi, with a piercing gaze, enunciates deliberately, Beiyuan City. Wu Qi, Beiyuan City. Wu Qi? The 12th Prince initially appears taken aback, then instinctively glances at Wang Mingyang, only to find him equally bewildered. He is well aware of Beiyuan City, yet he has never heard of a remarkable individual named Wu Qi emerging from there. Nevertheless, Wang Mingyang refrains from questioning further. He pauses for a moment before stepping forward to inquire, might I ask, Holy Sun, how old is this Wu Qi? 15. Just 15 years old. Wang Mingyang is instantly astonished by such youth. However, as he considers further, he finds himself engulfed in confusion. A young prodigy of such tender age should, by all accounts, have been well known to him. Yet, this name remains foreign. Wang Mingyang furrows his brow and asks, may I inquire about this young man Wu Qi's parents? His father is named Wu Shuang. As soon as the words escape his lips, Wang Mingyang's heart jolts, his pupils dilating in shock. Even the exalted 12th Prince's expression shifts slightly. Wu Shuang. Both Wang Mingyang and the 12th Prince are familiar with the name. The legendary figure, the mad scholar of martial arts, Wu Shuang, once among the top 10 of the Spirit Academy. He was a shooting star. Brilliant and fleeting, ultimately ousted from the academy due to certain circumstances. Though he has long since faded from glory, his past brilliance remains undeniable. Yet, it comes as a shock to discover that this Wu Qi is indeed the son of Wu Shuang. The 12th Prince sighs inwardly. Wang Mingyang, however, instinctively murmurs, but I heard that Wu Shuang's son is a good-for-nothing. No sooner has he spoken than Wu Qi, as if hearing Wang Mingyang's mutterings, deliberately raises his voice to emphasize. Wu Qi and I share a profound friendship. Wang Mingyang is taken aback. How can a so-called good-for-nothing maintain such a close relationship with the Holy Sun? The fortune of this Wu Qi is truly remarkable. As for the 12th Prince, he falls into deep contemplation. Since Wu Qi is so closely connected to Qi Wu, I can leverage this relationship to approach Qi Wu. This is indeed a commendable strategy. Thus, even if Wu Qi is indeed a complete wastrel, as long as he possesses the ability to connect me with Qi Wu, recruiting him holds merit. The 12th Prince's disappointment gradually dissipates as he nods solemnly. Responding with a smile, very well, I shall seriously consider the individual recommended by the Holy Sun. Your Highness, Wang Mingyang flatters. Since you are already here, there is no need to hurry away. Allow me to prepare some food and drink. You may rest in Yaohuang Hall for a few more days before departing. Wu Qi ponders for a moment. Having recently acquired the Lingyang Danfire, it would be wise to resolve the curse of the canine demon residing within him sooner rather than later, thereby eliminating future troubles. Thus, he decides to accept the offer, nodding in agreement and clasping his fists. I appreciate your hospitality, Master Wang. Please take care of the Holy Sun. Mingyang, I have some matters to attend to. So I shall leave you two to converse, the 12th prince commanded, and Wang complied without hesitation. Thus, Wang Mingyang departed the pavilion with Wu Qi.as. He watched the two gradually fade from view until they vanished entirely. The smile on the 12th prince's face was abruptly wiped away. With a serious countenance, he addressed the girl outside the pavilion in an unmistakable tone. Sewer, take someone to Beiyuan City immediately and investigate Wu Qi's background. The sooner, the better. Chapter 69. The thief's relentless heart. Is this the water-absorbing pearl? Wu Qi muttered to himself as he gazed at the blue orb he had just received from Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, this is one of the 5 elements pearls, the water-absorbing pearl. Wu Qi silently calculated in his mind that he had now acquired 3 of the 5 elements pearls. Tightly clutching the water-absorbing pearl, he then looked up at Wang Mingyang and requested, Master Wang, could you prepare a quiet room for me? Wang Mingyang, taken aback for a moment, readily agreed, of course, after ensuring Wu Qi was settled. The polite smile on Wang Mingyang's face gradually faded. Just then, a voice suddenly called out from behind, Teacher. Wang Mingyang instinctively turned around. In his line of sight stood Yin Dongyun, her fingers tightly intertwined. Biting her lip, after hesitating for several seconds, she finally mustered the courage to question, Why did you keep this from me? For 3 years, she had worried, struggled, and wandered aimlessly, only to discover that her teacher had been perfectly fine all along. The so-called coma had merely been a deception, and she was but a tool to be used. Anyone would find it hard to accept such a revelation. Wang Mingyang, upon hearing her words, was initially taken aback. Then seemed to understand something. It seems you have already guessed, he said. Whether you believe it or not, I can only tell you this. As he spoke, Wang Mingyang approached Yin Dongyun, patted her shoulder, and earnestly said, I concealed this from you for your own good. With that, he turned away, brushing past her. Yin Dongyun did not look back, yet her teeth clenched tightly in frustration. On the other side, the group of 5 who had exited Xiang City finally exhaled in relief. However, Luo Yao, the young master of the Qingyan sect, began to curse in frustration. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lu Chong, the protector of the Bloodfire sect, wore a grim expression and echoed, a sudden appearance of a genius with top-tier soul talent has ruined our plans. And to make matters worse, Wang Mingyang has awakened. Not only that, but his soul power has not diminished over the 3 years of his coma. It has only grown stronger, disgusting, so utterly repulsive. Su Yin, the second master of the Yin cave, could no longer contain his anger and directed his ire at Zhao Yi, saying, Zhao sect master, could you please verify things before telling us next time? Now look, we have failed to capture the spirit fire and ended up with serious injuries. Before leaving, I had promised my cave master with utmost sincerity, yet it has all come to naught. How can I face him now? Zhao Yi, the master of the fire transmission sect, scoffed dismissively. You can explain it however you wish. I made it very clear from the start. If you weren't prepared for failure, you shouldn't have come. If you did come, then stop complaining like a woman. Su Yan's face flushed with anger, and he was about to retort when Yin Qi, the grand elder of the Yinwu sect, suddenly intervened. All right, let us all keep our voices down. None of us desired this outcome. We can only blame our misfortune. Besides, we haven't lost much. At worst, we will face a scolding when we return, which is far better than losing our lives in the Medicine Phoenix Hall. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi sneered, Return? We should turn back right now. Don't you think that's a waste? As his words fell, 4 pairs of eyes abruptly focused on Zhao Yi. What do you mean by that? Zhao sect master, are you suggesting we take action against that young man? Zhao Yi spread his hands and replied, Why can't we entertain such an idea? The reason we feel helpless against that young man is, on the surface, due to 2 factors. First, our spirit fire went out of control in front of him. Second, he has the support of the Medicine Phoenix Hall. However, in reality, if the Medicine Phoenix Hall weren't backing him, even if our spirit fire were to lose control, given what I know of your combat abilities, he should not be our match. You mean? Luo Yao squinted his eyes. Zhao Yi grinned menacingly. What I mean is simple. That young man cannot remain in the Medicine Phoenix Hall forever. The moment he steps out, it will be our best opportunity to regain our dignity. Chapter 70. The killing intent. Once he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into a deep silence. The other four pondered Zhao Yi's words, seemingly contemplating their implications. However, a response soon followed, led by Yin Qi, the Grand Elder of the Yinwu sect, who resolutely stated, I withdraw? Eh? Zhao Yi instinctively turned to Yin Qi, who sheepishly chuckled. Firstly, I am older and my stamina recovers far slower than yours. Secondly, I was closest to Wang Mingyang in the Medicine Phoenix Hall, and I suffered the most injuries. I simply lack the strength to engage in further conflict. I concede defeat regarding the Lingyang Dan fire. Seeing Yin Qi's clear stance, Lu Chong, the protector of the Bloodfire sect, also stepped forward, disinterestedly saying, to be honest, the Lingyang Dan fire isn't particularly useful to our Bloodfire sect. Moreover, I want to hide it from you all. But I resorted to using a forbidden technique from our sect to subdue Lingyang. If it succeeds, that's great. If it fails, I'll be unable to use the Yang energy for a week, so, at this point, it was evident what Lu Chang's position was. Zhao Yi then turned his gaze directly to Su Yin, the second master of the Yin cave. Su Yin was taken aback and retorted, Why are you looking at me? My cave master only granted me 3 hours, and I have a feeling this matter is still uncertain. That young man has great secrets. He is definitely not as simple as he appears. I prefer to only do this once. I don't want to go through it a second time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's expression hardened, and he coldly scoffed, A bunch of cowards. Fine, let's all leave. I'll go alone. But if I successfully control that young man, don't you dare come to me asking for favors. Yin Qi chuckled coldly, saying nothing, shaking his head, and turned to leave. Lu Chong and Su Yin followed suit, quickly disappearing from Zhao Yi's sight. Only one person remained in place, Luo Yao, the young master of the Qingyin sect. Zhao Yi, puzzled, turned to Luo Yao. Why aren't you leaving? Luo Yao shrugged and asked with a smile. Do you think I resemble a coward? Zhao Yi paused for a moment, then nodded approvingly. Indeed, you are not like a coward. Truly, the son of Luo Feng, the sect master, is no ordinary individual. Ha ha ha. Luo Yao joined in the laughter. But as they both laughed, a hint of cunning glimmered in their eyes. Meanwhile, Wu Qi had settled into the finest guest room of the Medicine Phoenix Hall. After closing the door, he sat cross-legged on the bed, pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, and took a deep breath. It's time to drive away evil and recite the incantation. With that, Wu Qi's eyes emitted a sharp brilliance as he raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers while tucking the other 3 fingers inward. Suddenly, he called out, Lingyang. In a flash, a crimson flame ignited on his index and middle fingers, though it was no larger than a thumbnail. Its temperature was exceedingly high. Wu Qi then moved it to his Qi Chong acupoint. With a sizzling sound, akin to water evaporating into the air, the flame of the Lingyang Dan fire penetrated Wu Qi's abdominal muscles. Entering his body in that instant, Wu Qi felt a surge of pain, causing his upper body to involuntarily jerk. Yet, it was bearable. Clenching his teeth, Wu Qi continued moving his fingers along his rectus abdominis, traversing through the Gui Lai, Shui Dao, Deju, and finally stopping at the Shan Song acupoint. This was the very spot marked by the curse of the canine demon, where a palm-sized black demonic dog head grinned menacingly, vividly alive. The moment Wu Qi's fingers made contact with that spot, the canine head seal transformed into a fearsome visage. However, Wu Qi did not flinch. Instead, he intensified the flame of the Dan fire. A series of crackling sounds filled the air. Amidst the chaos, Wu Qi seemed to witness a red giant python engaged in battle with a black hunting dog. However, the scene was not as fierce as he had imagined. The red python overwhelmingly dominated the black dog in just a minute or two. A howl echoed through the air. A mournful howl pierced the air as the black hound was consumed by the fiery wrath of the crimson python. Simultaneously, the canine head mark upon Wu Qi's right chest began to dissipate. As if evaporating into thin air, Wu Qi felt an unmistakable lightness of spirit, an overwhelming sense of relief flooding his being. The curse of the canine demon had finally been lifted. With a sigh of liberation, he exhaled a cloud of pent-up breath and instinctively withdrew the Lingyang flame from within himself. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the Lingyang flame, and was abruptly taken aback. Within the red flames, irregular black specks had mysteriously appeared. However, Wu Qi quickly grasped the situation. This was the curse of the canine demon. The curse had not been eradicated. Rather, it had been subdued by the Lingyang flame, now under his control. This was indeed an unexpected boon. A smile crept onto Wu Qi's lips as a former victim of this very curse. He understood all too well its ramifications. The canine demon's curse, once inflicted, would drastically diminish speed, strength, defense, and mental state by several folds. Although the affliction lasted merely a minute, for a martial artist, it was undoubtedly lethal. Moreover, should the curse remain unbroken within 7 days, the afflicted would succumb to a ghastly decay, ultimately leading to death. In essence, as an adversary, the canine demon's curse was a formidable weapon in the enemy's arsenal. Yet, as an ally, it could transform into a potent asset in his own hands, undoubtedly enhancing Wu Qi's combat prowess. However, he was cautioned not to rejoice too soon. Just as Wu Qi was basking in his excitement, a solemn voice from the old dragon echoed in his mind. The curse of the canine demon is merely temporarily subdued by the Lingyang flame, not by you, with your current soul power. You can control the Lingyang flame in only 2 states. The first is the full power state, in which the Lingyang flame can unleash its full potential corresponding to your current firepower, approximately at the 3rd rank, but can only be sustained for 10 seconds. Furthermore, it requires a charging time of at least 1 minute, and once utilized, recovery will be impossible for a short duration. Given your current soul power, you can use it roughly once every 7 days. The second is the normal state, which has the attack power, equating to 2nd rank spiritual fire, but can last for 5 minutes. However, regardless of whether it is full power or normal, you can only select one combat state. Once the time elapses, the Lingyang flame will become ineffective, and the curse of the canine demon will re-emerge to afflict your body anew. What must I do? Wu Qi retorted. The old dragon replied, you must either enhance your soul power to extend the duration of fire control, enabling you to maneuver with greater ease, or you must expedite the progress of the Lingyang flame. Once the Lingyang flame ascends from the 3rd rank to the 4th, the curse of the canine demon will be completely eradicated. Wu Qi comprehended the gravity of the situation and nodded deeply. Thus, he continued to cultivate for approximately 7 more days. At length, Wu Qi emerged from his seclusion, now at the pinnacle of the 1st rank in body refinement. In terms of combat strength, even an average 5th rank body refiner would prove no match for him. Indeed, should he exert himself fully, he could contend on equal footing with even a 6th rank body refiner. Meanwhile, on another front, Wang Mingyang was instructing his disciple. Zhuofeng, your time spent refining the red elixir is excessive. Even a slight delay could compromise the quality of the pill. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind. Master Wang. Instinctively, Wang Mingyang turned his head in surprise, only to find Wu Qi standing there. Your Highness, you have emerged from seclusion? Indeed, I owe much gratitude to Master Wang for your care during these past few days. Nonsense, it was but a trifling matter. Your Highness, it seems you are preparing to leave, Wang Mingyang observed, noticing the package on Wu Qi's back. Wu Qi smiled. I have troubled you long enough. It is time for me to return home. Very well, someone, prepare wine to send off His Highness. No need, perhaps another time. Ah, as you wish. Thus, after bidding farewell to Wang Mingyang, Wu Qi departed from the Yaohuang Hall. As he gazed at Wu Qi's receding figure, Wang Mingyang narrowed his eyes, his smile gradually fading. Meanwhile, Wu Qi, traversing the distance, soon arrived before the gates of Xiang City, where he spotted a familiar silhouette. Yin Dongyun, the disciple of Wang Mingyang, Wu Qi remarked playfully. What, are you here to see me off as well? I am here to apologize, Yin Dongyun replied earnestly. Apologize? Wu Qi raised an eyebrow. Yin Dongyun nodded. Regarding my master's unconsciousness, however, before he could finish, Wu Qi nonchalantly waved his hand, interrupting him. Your matters are of little concern to me. What matters is that I have obtained what I needed, and that is sufficient. Yin Dongyun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Indeed. This exchange did not go unnoticed by 2 hidden lackeys lurking in the shadows. One of them, concealed in the darkness, cast a deep glance at Wu Qi before swiftly fleeing the city. In a tranquil forest, he approached 2 individuals seated at a table, bowing deeply. Masters, the person you instructed me to monitor is preparing to leave the city. After 7 days, he is finally departing. One burly man with red hair and a thick beard mused aloud. Draining his cup in one gulp, he then slammed the cup down, rising with a fierce gleam in his eyes, exuding a vibrant aura akin to a sword's edge, turning to the handsome youth beside him. Grinning with unrestrained excitement, Luo Laudi, our chance to regain our dignity has arrived. The youthful figure also emptied his cup, his eyes blazing with a predatory glint. These two were none other than Zhao Yi, the leader of the Chuan women, and Luo Yao, the young master of the Qingyan faction. Meanwhile, Wu Qi, having parted ways with Yin Dongyun, exited Xiang City and entered a rural path. Along the way, the old dragon's voice suddenly resonated in Wu Qi's mind. "Hey, kid." Wu Qi, anticipating the forthcoming words, maintained a serious demeanor and nodded, "Yes, I understand." He then abruptly halted, without turning around, and shouted towards an unseen presence, "Come out. You have been tailing me since the entrance of Xiang City. Are you not weary?" At this proclamation, only the howling northwesterly winds and the rustling leaves responded, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Sighing, Wu Qi turned abruptly and struck a palm upward amidst the branches, unleashing a scorching wave akin to an arrow in flight. A scream erupted from the dense foliage as a figure plummeted from a height of 5 meters, crashing to the ground. A short, stout man clad in green. Wu Qi swiftly approached, pressing his palm against the man's throat without a moment's hesitation. The short man stiffened, sensing the edge of a metaphorical blade at his neck. "Why have you been following me?" Wu Qi demanded coldly. The short man instinctively stammered, but was swiftly cut off as Wu Qi's fingertip punctured his skin. "I lack patience and have no interest in hearing your excuses. If you believe your feeble justifications will sway me, feel free to speak." The short man swallowed hard, as if swallowing back the lies that lingered on his tongue. "I will ask you one last time. Why have you been trailing me?" "There is someone who paid me to do so," the short man finally confessed. "Someone hired you?" Wu Qi furrowed his brow. "Who?" The short man shook his head. "I don't know." Wu Qi pressed his fingertip deeper, eliciting frantic cries from the man. "I truly don't know. I was merely doing a job for someone else. They never provided any details, nor did I inquire." "What did the person who hired you look like?" Wu Qi pressed on. The short man pondered momentarily. One had red hair and a beard, around 40 years old. The other was a cold, handsome man, about 30. Wu Qi's mind raced. Zhao Yi from Chuan women? Luo Yao from Qingyan faction? "Are you certain there were only 2 individuals?" "Absolutely." Wu Qi's brow furrowed, his thoughts swirling. It seemed these 2 were unwilling to relinquish their interest in the Lingyang flame within him, while he was still at Yaohuang Hall. They had hesitated to act, wary of the hall's might. Now that he had departed from Yaohuang Hall and Xiang City, devoid of its protection, they likely believed their opportunity had arrived. However, where were the other 3? Wu Qi's mind raced, a faint smirk appearing at the corners of his lips. They certainly displayed remarkable patience, waiting a full 7 days. Just as Wu Qi's thoughts surged, the short man, trembling, pleaded, "That's all I know. Please, spare me. I will never follow you again." Wu Qi regarded the short man, his expression unreadable. "I might consider letting you go." As the prospect of freedom flickered in the short man's eyes, Wu Qi's tone shifted ominously. "However, you must do something for me." "What is the matter?" The short man stammered. Chapter 71. If others are malicious, then one must be even more cunning than them. Subsequently, Wu Qi leaned closer and whispered into his ear for a minute. The expression on the short man's face shifted from initial confusion to a progressively grim demeanor, hesitatingly saying, "This, I fear." Wu Qi smiled with a hint of murderous intent. "You may refuse, but in doing so, your life shall belong to me." Upon hearing this, the short man's face instantly changed, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain. "I agree. I agree. I promise to fulfill the task you assigned to me." "Good." Wu Qi nodded, speaking with a calm demeanor. "To prevent you from being two-faced, pretending to agree while plotting against me behind my back, here is a little gift for you." As he spoke, Wu Qi flicked his finger, sending a burst of red and black flames into the short man's body. The short man shuddered. "What is this?" Wu Qi replied nonchalantly, "Just the curse of the dog demon." "What? The curse of the dog demon?" The short man's face turned ashen with fear. Wu Qi looked at him with mild surprise. "It seems you are aware of it." Thus, I need not elaborate further. You should understand the fate that awaits you should you betray me. The short man held his breath, nodding frantically in that moment. He became more obedient than a domesticated dog. A few minutes later, Zhao Yi and Luo Yao had just exited the bamboo forest when they saw a boy around 15 years old running towards them. Calling out, my lords, as the boy approached, Zhao Yi furrowed his brow at the unfamiliar face, questioning, who are you? The boy, panting, replied, I am a subordinate of Zheng Wan, the leader. Zheng Wan was the short man whom Zhao Yi and Luo Yao had hired to keep an eye on Qi Wu. Zhao Yi inquired, where is Zheng Wan? The boy explained, the leader is still watching the target and cannot leave, so he sent me to guide you both quickly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao perked up, urging, then let us hurry. Yes. Thus, the three of them arrived in a grove of red cedar trees. Soon, they truly spotted Qi Wu's figure not far ahead. Indeed, he is here, Luo Yao sneered. Zhao Yi also noticed Qi Wu, but simultaneously wondered why Zheng Wan was not present on the other side. Qi Wu seemed to sense their presence, instinctively stopping and turning to face Zhao Yi and Luo Yao, initially startled, followed by a look of astonishment, as if he had not expected them to appear before him so suddenly. Qi Wu, you have finally left the city. We have been eagerly waiting for you, Luo Yao remarked with a grin. Qi Wu only displayed fear on his face without uttering a word. Observing this scene, Luo Yao grew increasingly arrogant, boasting, upon seeing us, you should have guessed our intentions, right? Qi Wu remained silent. I can still offer you a choice, Luo Yao declared, nostrils flaring, kneel down and submit willingly, or I can break your legs and force you to kneel and submit. The choice lies before you. Which will you select? Yet, Qi Wu continued to remain silent. Luo Yao frowned, his expression darkening, and said with displeasure, choosing to remain silent, pretending to be a master. Are we? In that case, I'll assume you have chosen forced submission. As he spoke, Luo Yao's gaze sharpened, a fierce glint flashing from his pupils, raising his hand, ready to charge at Qi Wu to administer punishment. Just then, a familiar cold laugh echoed from behind. Do you think you are worthy? Immediately, Luo Yao felt a heat surge from behind him. With a piercing sound, a fiery arm, ablaze with red and black flames, thrust forward like a sword, penetrating his chest. Luo Yao looked down, dazedly staring at the hand that had pierced through him, seemingly momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi gasped in horror, quickly turning to look behind Luo Yao. Although he had suspected it, witnessing it firsthand was still a shock. For the owner of the hand that had pierced through Luo Yao's chest was none other than the boy who had claimed to be Zheng Wan's subordinate, leading him and Luo Yao. With a cold expression, the boy withdrew his hand from Luo Yao's chest. Luo Yao, clutching his wound, turned around, glaring at him in a mix of anger and confusion. Why? Zhao Yi, however, questioned with certainty yet confusion. You are not Zheng Wan's subordinate. Who exactly are you? Who am I? The boy smirked. Have you not been searching for me, yearning for the Lingyang Dan fire within me? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi paused for a brief moment. Then his expression rapidly shifted from confusion to horror, his eyes widening as he looked at the boy in disbelief. You are Qi Wu. Indeed, the boy before him was none other than Wu Qi, who had cast aside his false facade and returned to his true form. But if you are Qi Wu, then who is he? Zhao Yi gazed at the other Qi Wu in bewilderment. Wu Qi smiled and called out to the other Qi Wu, you may remove your mask now. The other Qi Wu obediently lifted the layer of skin covering his face, revealing his true self. In that moment, both Zhao Yi and Luo Yao were astonished, for the face before them was none other than Zheng Wan. How can it be you? Zhao Yi exclaimed in shock. Zheng Wan smiled helplessly. Zhao Sect Master, I apologize. I was also compelled by circumstances. Zhao Yi gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with disgust. At this moment, he understood. The Qi Wu he had encountered in the Medicine Phoenix Hall was likely a false visage. The boy before him was his true appearance as for Zheng Wan. He must have been tracking Qi Wu when discovered and learned from him about Zhao Yi and Luo Yao's intentions. Thus, he devised such a scheme, using some means to compel Zheng Wan to disguise himself as the Qi Wu they believed, while he tore off his mask to revert to his original form, guiding Zhao Yi and Luo Yao under the guise of Zheng Wan's subordinate. While their attention was focused on the false Qi Wu, they relaxed their guard, allowing him to strike one of them when the opportunity arose. Poor Luo Yao became the unfortunate target. Cunning, ruthless, as steady as a millennia-old demon. He hardly seems like someone of this age. The more Zhao Yi contemplated, the more terrifying it felt. He had initially thought they were the ones orchestrating the game, only to realize that he and Luo Yao had unknowingly become mere pawns in someone else's scheme. Most importantly, Zheng Luan's original form, appearance, and the Qi Wu he had seen in the Medicine Phoenix Hall were entirely different. Yet throughout, he had not revealed a single flaw. Even his aura was flawlessly mimicked. How on earth had he accomplished this? Zhao Yi looked at Wu Qi as if he were a monster. Wu Qi, however, slowly approached Zheng Luan, taking the mask from his hands and donning it upon his own face. In an instant, he transformed back into Qi Wu, the Saint Sun Qi Wu. This was the answer. The task Wu Qi had assigned to Zheng Luan was to impersonate Qi Wu. Subsequently, he removed the false mask of lies and placed it upon Zheng Luan's face, enabling Zheng Luan to mimic Qi Wu flawlessly, be it in form, appearance, or aura. After all, the disguise of the mask of lies was such that even characters like Zhao Yi and Luo Yao could not detect it, let alone someone as formidable as Qi Bao. It is still the case that while Wu Qi may be a saint's son, he is certainly not a benevolent, compassionate figure, nor is he a good person. Especially after experiencing the incident with Li Shitao and witnessing the so-called reality, human nature, and notions of good and evil, the Wu Qi of your had perished, leaving behind a more pure essence. If others treat him well, he reciprocates. Should anyone wish to harm him, they shall find themselves facing a vengeance 1,000-fold. Simultaneously, Wu Qi was not merely a brute relying on raw strength. He was acutely aware that, despite his noticeable increase in combat power, he could at most contend with someone at the 6th level of body refinement. Whether it was Zhao Yi or Luo Yao, even when their use of spiritual fire was restricted, they could still exhibit prowess at the 6th level of body refinement. He could potentially handle one of them, but not both simultaneously. Therefore, the best course of action was to incapacitate one of them as swiftly as possible, and Luo Yao was the target of this plan. He was young, arrogant, hot-tempered, and most importantly, easily underestimated as for whether such actions were honorable or upright. In this world where strength reigns supreme, who would discuss honor with you? Wu Qi only knew that if others were treacherous, he would be even more treacherous. Just then, the previously grim-faced Zhao Yi suddenly let out a cold laugh. You are indeed clever, but not clever enough. Oh? Wu Qiduan raised an eyebrow with interest, to which Zhao Yi sarcastically retorted. Upon learning of our intentions, you should have chosen to flee at once, rather than concoct schemes against us. Surely you cannot believe that without Luo Yao's threat, you could triumph over me in a one-on-one confrontation? Wu Qi shrugged. Countering, how can one know unless they try? Zhao Yi scoffed, preposterous. You Na'vi child. Even without spiritual fire, my true combat prowess stands at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of body refinement. As the words left his lips, a powerful surge of true sun energy erupted from Zhao Yi's body, akin to a miniature volcano. With a swift punch, Zhao Yi felled a colossal tree, thick enough for 5 men to embrace. Standing over 2 zhang tall, this is my strength, he boasted, his fist raised in triumph. Then, leaning forward, he propelled himself like a bow drawn to its limit, declaring, and this is my speed. With a whoosh, he launched himself towards Wu Qi like an arrow released from its bowstring. A sinister grin plastered on his face as he shouted, Qi Wu, do you really think you can defeat me alone? Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Yao, despite his grievous injuries, could not suppress a cold smile of schadenfreude. The demise of the Qi family is assured. He had undoubtedly overestimated himself while grossly underestimating Zhao Yi. If among the 5, Yan Qi relied most on spiritual fire, then Zhao Yi depended the least on it. Though he possessed the ability to manifest weapons from spiritual fire, Zhao Yi's physical strength was by no means to be underestimated. Luo Yao had witnessed Zhao Yi, without the aid of spiritual fire, strike down a 2nd-tier, 6th-level swordfang giant elephant with a single blow, an undeniable testament to his formidable power. Meanwhile, Zheng Luan was anxiously sweating for Wu Qi, thinking, young Master Qi, please do not come to harm. If you perish, I shall meet my own doom. Moments earlier, in a tavern hundreds of miles from Shiyang City, 3 men sat at a table in a private room marked with the character Tang. If Zhao Yi were present, he would recognize them as Yin Qi, the Grand Elder of the Yinwu sect, Lu Chong, the protector of the Blood Fire cult, and Su Jiong, the second leader of the Yin Cave. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, Lu Chong, emboldened by the drink, posed a question to Yin Qi. I have long wished to inquire about something. What is it? Yin Qi replied. Lu Chong candidly asked. Pray tell, 7 days ago, when you declined Zhao Yi's proposal, was it truly due to your severe injuries and advanced age? Su Jiong chimed in, indeed. Who is unaware that you bear the Elder's emblem of the Yinwu sect? Capable of withstanding a blast from the energy explosion realm. Even if Wang Mingyang's soul force is formidable, it could only inflict minor injuries upon you. How could you claim to be the one with the gravest wounds? That is clearly an excuse, Yin Qi chuckled. Did you not also refuse Zhao Yi? Lu Chong replied. Our decision was influenced by your demeanor. Before arriving here, my sect leader instructed me that in uncertain matters, I should heed your stance. That old fellow is as wise as a demon. Whatever course you take is unlikely to lead to error. My leader seldom expresses such certainty about a person. Which is precisely why I resolutely rejected Zhao Yi's proposal. Su Jiong nodded in agreement. My sect leader has echoed similar sentiments. Is that so? Yin Qi said, half-jokingly, I am truly honored by your high regard. Come now, Elder Yin, spare us the mystery. Lu Chong urged. Time has passed, and it is just the three of us in this room. What could possibly be inconvenient? We vow to keep it to ourselves. Do you genuinely wish to know? Yin Qi inquired, glancing at the two. Lu Chong and Su Jiong nodded eagerly. Very well. Yin Qi took a sip from his cup, exhaling a sigh. Do you recall the recent news from the central capital regarding a genius of celestial-level full soul power? Of course, they replied. Then do you remember the name of that individual? Lu Chong and Su Jiong exchanged glances, finally shaking their heads in confusion. Yin Qi took another sip, savoring the moment before slowly revealing. His name is Qi Wu. Chapter 72. Clearing the battlefield, Lu Chong and Su Jiong were stunned into silence, repeatedly confirming the revelation before finally accepting the reality. The person we confronted was actually the Holy Sun? Even as they came to terms with this, the incredulity lingered, followed by a dawning realization that clarified their earlier confusion. No wonder our spiritual fire bowed in submission. No wonder the Lingyang Dan fire was subdued by him. No wonder, Elder Yin, you refused to join forces with Zhao Yi and Luo Yao. Everyone knows the Holy Sun is the prized possession of the Dan Institute. The enemies of the Holy Sun are the enemies of the Dan Institute. In the entire Weiqi kingdom, no one wishes to be the foe of the Dan Institute, not even the lofty royal family. Amidst their reflections, Lu Chong could not help but voice his frustration at Yin Qi. Elder, why did you not inform us sooner? Yin Qi laughed heartily. I must confess, I was uncertain at the time. It was only after returning and confirming with others that I was assured I had not misidentified him. But if you were uncertain, how could you refuse so decisively? Su Jiong teased. Yin Qi's expression turned serious as he replied, in matters such as this, even a 1 in 10,000 chance cannot be gambled. For if I were to lose that wager, not even 100 Yinwu sects could withstand the wrath of the Dan Institute. Lu Chong and Su Jiong pondered this, nodding in agreement. Yet they pitted Zhao Yi and Luo Yao, still oblivious to the truth. Lu Chong lamented, though inwardly he reveled in delight. Su Jiong, however, could not contain his glee, laughing. They think they've captured a treasure, but in reality, they hold a hot potato. Undoubtedly, the Transmission Fire sect and the Qingyan sect would suffer for this. Amidst their secret jubilation, Yin Qi suddenly posed a question. Why are you so certain the Holy Sun will be captured? Lu Chong and Su Jiong exchanged bewildered glances before bursting into laughter. Is that even a question? The skinniest of camels is still bigger than a horse. Even if Zhao Yi and Luo Yao cannot use spiritual fire against the Holy Sun, they are still 6th-layer body refinement fighters. The Holy Sun may possess unparalleled talent, but that does not equate to overwhelming strength. Even if he progresses rapidly, he is at best a peak-level first-tier alchemist, and such a level can only contend with ordinary Qi condensation realm warriors. Yet Zhao Yi and Luo Yao are both 6th-layer body refinement fighters. How could he possibly face them alone? Yin Qi merely smiled, a knowing glint in his eye. How do you know he is alone? Huh? Lu Chong and Su Jiong were taken aback. Elder, do you mean? Yin Qi sipped his drink and uttered a profound statement. My sect leader has already gone to Xiang City 7 days ago. Lu Chong and Su Jiong were momentarily stunned. Then a sudden realization dawned upon them, their mouths agape. What could the sect leader of the Yinwu sect possibly be doing? Even with a mere guess, they could surmise he was going to rescue Qi Wu. Realizing this, Lu Chong and Su Jiong inwardly cursed. What a cunning old fox. He identified Qi Wu as the holy son of the Dan Institute, but chose to keep it to himself, subtly informing his sect leader to go rescue Qi Wu. This move not only undermined the Transmission Fire sect and the Qingyan sect, causing them to unwittingly offend the colossal Dan Institute, but it also allowed Qi Wu to owe a debt of gratitude to the Yinwu sect for saving him. Of course, rescuing Qi Wu and safeguarding the Holy Sun would be of immense significance to the Dan Institute, a perfect win-win situation. The mere thought of it sparked jealousy within them, but there was nothing to be done. They were simply too late to realize the truth. The seasoned always surpassed the inexperienced. Lu Chong and Su Tsong could not help but sigh in their hearts. Time rewinds to the present moment as Zhao Yi charges towards Wu Qi. Simultaneously, a figure darts like a shooting star towards the redwood forest. This individual stands at an impressive height of 8 feet. With a leopard-like head and ringed eyes, a hawkish jaw, and a beard reminiscent of a tiger, he is clad in a blue brocade robe and green trousers, possessing a broad forehead and a robust physique. If Lu Chong and Su Tsong were present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as Fu Shanhe, the leader of the Yinwu sect. After Yin Qi informed him about Qi Wu, he hastened to the city of Xiang that very day, hiring people just like Zhao Yi and Luo Yao. However, he employed 2 groups, one to keep watch on Qi Wu and the other on Zhao Yi and Luo Yao. Little did he expect that both groups would lose track today. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Fu Shanhe couldn't help but curse upon realization. Yet fortuitously, someone discovered the whereabouts of Qi Wu, Zhao, and Luo, indicating the way, prompting him to rush towards the redwood forest in hopes of arriving in time. In the blink of an eye, a fiery expanse of trees suddenly came into view. The redwood forest. He had arrived. Fu Shanhe's eyes gleamed as he quickened his pace. As the distance diminished, several figures entered his line of sight. 2 of them were quite familiar to him. The young master of the Qingyan sect, Luo Yao, and the head of the Chuanhua sect, Zhao Yi. Luo Yao appeared gravely injured, as if clinging to life by a thread. Fu Shanhe first glanced at Luo Yao, furrowing his brow, before shifting his gaze to Zhao Yi. He beheld Zhao Yi, moving like an arrow released from a bow, roaring fiercely as he lunged at another individual. That person, cloaked in black with a hood, was tall and bore a cold expression. In that moment, Fu Shanhe froze, his expression shifting to one of horror, based on the description provided by Yin Qi before his departure and the current situation. It was not difficult to deduce that the individual Zhao Yi was attacking with all his might was none other than the Saint's son, Qi Wu. Upon confirming this, Fu Shanhe's heart sank. And he thought, this is bad. He could not afford to ponder further. He accelerated like a shooting star towards Zhao Yi. According to Yin Qi, although Qi Wu was a Saint's son, he was still a newcomer and could not possibly contend with a warrior of Zhao Yi's caliber. In other words, if Zhao Yi succeeded, Qi Wu would almost certainly meet his demise. Fu Shanhe's purpose for coming was to rescue Qi Wu. How could he stand idly by and watch Zhao Yi prevail? Yet at this distance, even for Fu Shanhe, a true powerhouse of the Qi explosion realm, it was nearly impossible to intercept Zhao Yi's attack. As Zhao Yi's fist approached Qi Wu's chest, hope for rescue dwindled. Fu Shanhe bit his lip in frustration and cursed, damn it. Just then, Qi Wu made his move. An astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. At the very moment Zhao Yi's fist grazed Qi Wu's clothing, Qi Wu suddenly raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and unleashed a torrent of true energy, blazing flames, and dark magic. Without uttering a word, he struck fiercely at Zhao Yi's head. A resounding crack echoed as Zhao Yi's skull shattered, brain matter and blood erupting forth in an instant. The head of the Chuanhua sect, who, despite being temporarily unable to use spiritual fire, had reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of body refinement, was slain on the spot. The entire redwood forest fell into silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Zheng Wan, Luo Yao, and Fu Shanhe were all left dumbfounded. Zhao Yi was dead? And killed by a single punch? If the assailant had been someone else, they might have understood. But the one who delivered that fatal blow was Qi Wu. Was Qi Wu truly this formidable? Moreover, was he not an alchemist? Could an alchemist possess such brutal offensive power? Luo Yao and Fu Shanhe had seen high-level alchemists in battle before. Typically, they relied on powerful spiritual energy to kill from a distance. Never had they witnessed an alchemist relying on their physical prowess to engage in close combat. Today, they were witnessing it firsthand. and this individual had only recently been honored as the Saint's Son by the Alchemy Academy. It was utterly absurd. A newcomer, endowed with the same level of talent as the alchemy ancestor, could annihilate a warrior at the peak of the 6th layer of body refinement with a single punch. It was akin to witnessing a domestic cat effortlessly slay a grizzly bear. Were it not for their own eyes, the three would never have believed it, just as they remained ensnared in their astonishment. On the other side, Wu Qi exhaled a deep breath, gazing at his own fist with a gratifying smile. The Lingyang Dan fire in full force was indeed ferocious, of course. A significant portion of the credit also belonged to the curse of the dog demon. The moment Wu Qi's fist made contact with Zhao Yi, the curse instantly weakened his defenses, allowing Wu Qi's strike to possess such terrifying power. Thankfully, prior to this, I had mastered the dog demon's curse. Otherwise, even facing Zhao Yi alone, I might not have emerged victorious. Wu Qi's thoughts raced as he calmly analyzed the situation. At that moment, Zheng Luan suddenly approached with a grin. Young Master Qi, young Master Qi. Wu Qi turned to him, only to see Zheng Luan giving him a thumbs up, unabashedly expressing his admiration. You are truly remarkable. The head of the Chuanhua sect was killed by your single punch. It seems my previous concerns were completely unwarranted. You were worried about me? Wu Qi shot Zheng Luan a sidelong glance, chuckling. You must have been concerned that I would die and Zhao Yi would retaliate against you. Zheng Luan's face flushed red, rendered speechless. Wu Qi smiled, shook his head, and shifted his gaze to another individual, the young master of the Qingyan sect, Luo Yao. As Wu Qi's gaze fell upon him, Luo Yao trembled violently, as if awakening from a dream. Especially when he noticed Wu Qi approaching step by step, fear gripped him, rendering him nearly paralyzed. Gone was the earlier arrogance and recklessness. Instead, he quivered in terror, kneeling before Wu Qi, repeatedly begging for mercy. I beg your pardon, young Master Qi. I was merely momentarily foolish, misled by Zhao Yi's deceitful words, blinded by ignorance. I will give you everything I possess, as long as you spare my life. Everything you possess? Wu Qi inquired. Luo Yao nodded fervently. But if you are dead, everything you own will also belong to me, Wu Qi replied with a smile. Luo Yao's scalp prickled in terror as he began to resort to threats, exclaiming, Zhao Qi, I am the young master of the Qingyan sect. My father is the leader, Luo Hua. If you dare to harm me, my father will, however. Before Luo Yao could finish his sentence, a flash of fire darted by, and his head fell to the ground. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, unable to comprehend that his assailant had truly dared to kill him. Wu Qi extinguished the Dan fire, glanced at the severed head on the ground, and emotionlessly declared, Noisy. What does your father's identity have to do with me? This scene, witnessed by Fu Shanhe, the seasoned leader of the Yinwu sect, sent a chill down his spine. A young individual, devoid of any compassion, yet capable of such decisive brutality, would undoubtedly achieve great heights in the future. It was a pity that I had waited 7 days in vain. As he reflected on this, Fu Shanhe couldn't help but smile wryly. He had intended to be the hero who intervened during a moment of injustice and become the savior of the rightful heir. But unexpectedly, the rightful heir resolved everything on his own. Yin Qi, oh Yin Qi, your plan was splendid, but alas, you underestimated Qi Wu. This young man is far more formidable than you can imagine. Fu Shanhe's thoughts swirled as he took a deep breath. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his reverie, questioning, Are you here to watch the show, or are you here to reap the benefits? Fu Shanhe instinctively raised his head, only to find Qi Wu gazing directly at him. Without hesitation, Fu Shanhe performed a deep bow, proclaiming, I am Fu Shanhe, the leader of the Yinwu sect, here to pay my respects to your highness, the Saint's Son. Upon hearing this, Zheng Luan was taken aback. Seemingly shocked by their identities, Wu Qi was slightly startled as well, asking, You recognize me? Of course I do, Fu Shanhe replied with a smile, then abruptly turned serious, expressing his apologies. I regret arriving late to protect you. Your Highness, protect me? Wu Qi was momentarily taken aback. Then a cold smile crept across his face as he began to piece it all together. Clearly, he had known that Zhao Yi and Luo Yao were targeting me. He had intended to play the hero when they attacked me, hoping to earn a significant favor in return. But unexpectedly, I resolved everything myself. Not wanting to return empty-handed, He probably thought that by saying I arrived late to protect you, he could express his loyalty and leave a good impression. Wu Qi's mind raced, yet he saw no need to expose this on the spot. He waved his hand dismissively, feigning understanding, and remarked, I appreciate your efforts, Fu Sect Master. Fu Shanhe, upon hearing this, was about to don a smile and utter some polite remarks. Yet he was interrupted by Wu Qi, who continued, if there is nothing of great importance, could Qi be granted a modicum of personal space? Fu Shanhe's expression momentarily faltered, yet he endeavored to maintain an air of unperturbed composure as he nodded. Of course, of course. After Fu Shanhe departed, Wu Qi cast a glance at Zheng Wan, who immediately grasped the situation and awkwardly chuckled. Rest assured, I shall certainly keep my distance. With that, Zheng Wan hastily made his exit. Thus, the entire redwood forest was left with only Wu Qi as the living soul, accompanied by two lifeless bodies. Very well, it is time to cleanse the battlefield. Wu Qi inhaled deeply, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his features as he mused. I hope these two possess what I seek. Chapter 73. The Spirit Fire Transmutation Weapon. Generally speaking, individuals of this caliber typically carry spatial pockets. Although they might be of the lowest tier regarding spatial storage, they can at least hold the contents of a room. As Wu Qi rummaged through Luo Yao's belongings, he soon discovered a dark green spatial pocket secured at his waist. Due to its inferior rank, it could not be bound by blood, thus allowing Wu Qi to effortlessly access its contents without the need for external force to breach any blood seals. As his consciousness permeated the spatial pocket, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. As expected of the young master, he is indeed affluent. Within Luo Yao's spatial pocket lay a substantial amount of gold and silver. A cursory calculation revealed that he possessed at least 100,000 silver coins, equivalent to the annual income of a low-ranking noble in Baiyuan City, sufficient to alleviate the current financial strain on the Wu family. Consequently, Wu Qi brazenly pocketed the fortune, while the remainder consisted largely of trivial notes. Just as he began to lose interest, preparing to shift his attention to the next corpse, a rough piece of human skin paper caught his peripheral vision. What is this? Upon a fleeting glance, he discerned that the paper bore a map, with 4 prominent characters inscribed at its center. Ghostly Demon Fire. Ghostly Demon Fire? Wu Qi was momentarily taken aback. Could this be a map leading to the Ghostly Demon Fire? However, he quickly shook his head in denial. No, this is a fragmented map. Several sections are missing. Wu Qi flipped the paper over, hoping to uncover additional vital information. Fortunately, reality did not disappoint him. The back of the human skin paper contained several lines of small text. A brief perusal revealed a historical account of the Ghostly Demon Fire's origins. It emerged from the realm of demons and flourished in the mortal world with a chilling, frost-like attribute capable of freezing all it touched. There were even tales of it having encased a small kingdom in ice. Upon reading this, Wu Qi was struck with terror, his voice turning sharp with disbelief. Yet, that was not the most outrageous part. The concluding annotation nearly caused him to lose his composure. The final passage on the reverse side read, Ghostly Demon Fire, a quasi-6th rank, a quasi-6th rank spirit fire. No wonder it could freeze an entire small kingdom. It is well known that even within the entirety of the Weiqi kingdom, there are but 3 instances of quasi-6th rank spirit fires. One of these has been sealed within the imperial tomb. Who would have imagined that a mere young master of the Qingyan sect would possess such fortuitous luck? Wu Qi couldn't help but feel envious of Luo Yao. However, upon reflection, Luo Yao's luck seemed insufficient, for he had encountered me. The map has now fallen into my hands. In this light, I am the one who is truly fortunate. It is a pity, however, that it is merely a fragment. Wu Qi sighed, offering himself some consolation. But the mountains are high and the waters are long. Perhaps one day I shall piece together the missing fragments of this map. He then nonchalantly stowed the parchment away, to ensure that no valuable item escaped his notice. Wu Qi meticulously searched through Luo Yao's spatial pocket several more times until he was certain there was nothing else that could capture his interest before he finally pocketed it and proceeded to Zhao Yi's corpse. The legend of the fire transmission sect stretches far and wide, having been passed down for centuries, and Zhao Yi is the current sect leader. Wu Qi hoped to uncover something of value from him. Taking a deep breath, he commenced the same process. To his surprise, Zhao Yi's spatial pocket was in stark contrast to Luo Yao's. while Luo Yao's pocket was brimming with wealth and scarce in literature. Zhao Yi's contained a plethora of books, with only a mere few hundred silver coins. However, it must be said that the Fire Transmission sect, being the most venerable sect among the five-man group, was indeed rich in diverse fire control techniques, filling Zhao Yi's spatial pocket to the brim. Initially, Wu Qi was quite pleased, as what he most desperately needed at present were fire control techniques. Although Old Long possessed some, they were predominantly too advanced. Conversely, Zhao Yi, as a fellow martial artist at the body refinement realm, had an abundance of fire control techniques suitable for his level. However, it wasn't long before Wu Qi began to feel a sense of aesthetic fatigue. These fire control techniques were adequate for emergencies, yet they lacked flavor. There was virtually nothing that could truly captivate his attention. Is this the caliber of fire control techniques from a sect with a heritage spanning hundreds of years? Wu Qi gradually lost patience. Just then, clang. Wu Qi's consciousness inadvertently toppled something within Zhao Yi's spatial pocket, producing a crisp sound. Wu Qi turned towards the source of the noise, and his gaze was instantly drawn to a skull the size of a human face. He promptly utilized his consciousness to retrieve it appeared to be the skull of some large mythical beast. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that this skull bore inscriptions. Unlike the text on the human skin paper within Luo Yao's spatial pocket, the inscriptions on Zhao Yi's skull were entirely incomprehensible to Wu Qi. They were bizarre and seemingly of a language not of this world. As he furrowed his brow, straining to decipher it, a voice echoed in his mind. Old Long's voice, tinged with intrigue. "Oh, this is rather interesting. Old Long, can you understand it?" Wu Qi inquired. Old Long responded, "This is divine script. I hail from the divine realm. Of course I can comprehend it. Divine script?" Wu Qi's curiosity piqued, and he eagerly pressed for details. "What does it say?" After a moment of contemplation, Old Long replied, in summary, "It can be considered a form of technique." "A technique?" Wu Qi echoed, bewildered. Old Long affirmed, "Indeed, a technique that allows spirit fire to be transmuted into weaponry and armor." "Spirit fire transmutation? Weapons? Armor?" Wu Qi inquired further. Old Long emphasized, "To be precise, it should allow it to revert to its former state." Former state? The more Wu Qi listened, the more perplexed he became. Old Long suddenly queried, "You are unaware of what spirit fire's original form is?" "Are you?" Wu Qi shook his head. "Isn't spirit fire just spirit fire? It has an original form?" Old Long seemed to reminisce. "Spirit fire is, in fact, the creation of the ancient master craftsman, the Magic Pill." The Magic Pill was an ambitious individual who sought to forge 1,880 heavenly tier weapons and armor to contend with the divine race. Unfortunately, his ambition was leaked. And upon learning of this, the divine king of the divine race resolved to quash this plan in its infancy. Thus, he united with the Magic Pill's closest allies, launching a surprise attack while the Magic Pill was preoccupied with crafting heavenly artifacts, leading 100,000 heavenly soldiers to assault the Magic Mountain. The Magic Pill, aware of his inability to resist, yet unwilling to allow his weapons and armor to fall into the hands of the divine race, hurled them, along with the furnace, into the mortal realm, due to the existence of a formidable barrier known as the world veil between the heavenly and mortal realms. These weapons and armor, after undergoing the filtration of the world veil, melted into vibrant flames, resulting in what we now know as spirit fire. At this point, Old Long's voice carried a tinge of regret as he lamented, however, due to time constraints, the progress of forging the 1,880 weapons and armor varied, which ultimately led to the differing ranks of spirit fire. Wu Qi was somewhat astounded, inhaling sharply. "I never expected the origins of spirit fire to be such." It was astonishing to learn that there existed a means to revert spirit fire to its original form. Who could have inscribed these divine scripts on this skull? Even an entity like Old Long found it perplexing. Meanwhile, Wu Qi's thoughts turned to another matter. After a moment of silence, he earnestly inquired, "If spirit fire can revert to a weapon, will its attack power increase?" Old Long chuckled, not providing a direct answer but instead suggesting, "Why not give it a try and see?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qi was initially taken aback, then a sudden realization washed over him, and his eyes gleamed with elation. Thus, under Old Long's guidance, Wu Qi began to attempt decoding, learning, and cultivating. 7 days elapsed. Wu Qi exhaled a breath of turbid air. Finally opening his eyes, his entire being radiating with vigor as he proclaimed, "It is time to commence." The ethereal fire technique inscribed upon the white bones is rendered challenging solely by the obscurity of its characters. However, once deciphered, with Wu Qi's remarkable comprehension, mastering it becomes exceedingly simple. Indeed, he only required half a day to grasp this technique. Yet, having recently utilized the full power of the Lingyang Dan fire, he found himself unable to wield it again for at least 7 days. Consequently, Wu Qi had no choice but to exercise patience and await the passage of time. Today, he finally reached the end of his wait. Thus, he commenced to adjust his state, clarifying his spirit and harmonizing his energy. As he followed the guidance of the divine script, directing the Dan fire along a specific pathway within his body, navigating through the internal channels until reaching the Tianfu ACU point, that moment, Wu Qi suddenly raised his right arm, and in an instant, he felt as though the fire god had possessed him, radiating an aura of divine power. His gaze burned intensely as he roared like thunder. Lingyang. With a whoosh, crimson flames erupted from the palm of Wu Qi's right hand, extending a full 9 feet. The flames swiftly coalesced in midair, transforming and reshaping, ultimately forming a 9-foot-long red tassel spear. Despite Wu Qi's mental preparation, he was still taken aback by the spectacle. Was this truly the manifestation of the Lingyang Dan fire as a weapon? Blinking in astonishment, he quickly focused his gaze, exerting force through his legs to propel himself upwards, plunging the red tassel spear from behind to the ground with wild abandon. The spear tip sliced through the sky, stirring up waves of crimson fire akin to tumultuous oceanic tides. Crashing forth with a resounding boom, when the entire spear struck the earth, the fiery deluge cascaded downward like a waterfall, creating a deep pit nearly 100 meters long and 5 meters wide. The scene was reminiscent of an artillery bombardment, terrifying in its devastation. Even Wu Qi himself was startled by the ferocity of his own attack. The raging waves were merely a fundamental spear technique, one that any martial artist could wield, yet he had not anticipated its destructive potential to be so staggering. If prior to this moment, the Lingyang Dan fire had been at most of 3rd-grade caliber, then its manifestation as a red tassel spear exhibited effects undoubtedly surpassing that level. Wu Qi firmly concluded, transforming the spiritual fire back into a weapon unequivocally enhances its offensive capability. However, just as he marveled at this revelation, he heard a whoosh. The red tassel spear reverted back to Lingyang Dan fire. In the next moment, the Lingyang Dan fire dissipated as well. Wu Qi staggered, his center of gravity wavering, and he half sank to the ground, feeling utterly drained. Clearly, the transformation of spiritual fire into weaponry exacted a tremendous toll on the user. Half squatting on the ground, Wu Qi's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. Indeed, the voice of the old dragon echoed once more. You were already utilizing the Lingyang Dan fire at full capacity, and with the added strain of spiritual fire transformation, the burden has only intensified. Fortunately, your physique has been enhanced by the 10 full-body transformation pill. Otherwise, the repercussions would be far more severe than mere exhaustion. 7 more days without the ability to utilize the Lingyang Dan fire. Wu Qi sighed in despair. The old dragon reassured him. At least you have experienced it and succeeded. That's true. Wu Qi nodded, a smile breaking through his earlier contemplations. After recovering a portion of his strength over the course of half a day, he departed from the redwood forest and, of course, he did not forget to extract the curse of the canine demon from Zheng Luan's body. Amidst Zheng Luan's profuse gratitude, Wu Qi finally left this tumultuous place behind. As for the leader of the Yanwu sect, he chuckled to himself. He was not well acquainted with him and felt no particular need to extend greetings. It had been quite some time since he returned home. Wu Qi gazed into the distance, speaking to himself, "My sister has departed. I wonder how father is faring. I must also find an opportunity to visit the fire transmission sect. Zhao Yi, a person capable of transforming spiritual fire into weaponry, clearly indicates that he comprehended the characters upon the white bones. If they were merely ordinary Chinese characters, it would be one thing. However, according to the old dragon, they were inscribed with divine script. A person who can decipher divine script undoubtedly conceals a profound secret. Yet Zhao Yi is already deceased. To uncover this secret, the fire transmission sect serves as the most promising avenue for exploration. Meanwhile, Zheng Luan was also preparing to depart. After enduring these events, he had come to realize a vital truth. One must not judge by appearances. Upon first encountering Qi Wushi, Zheng Wan had dismissed him entirely, perceiving his youthful visage, which seemed untouched by the world's harshness. Little did he know, Qi Wushi was not only astute but also possessed a ruthless cunning, matured beyond his years, and most importantly, capable of slaying Zhao Yi with a single punch. Even the leader of the Yinwu sect regarded him with great respect. What had Fushan He called him at that time? Holy Son. What could that possibly mean? Each time Zheng Wan reflected upon the events from 7 days prior, he felt a profound perplexity. Just then, a chilling wind swept through, causing Zheng Wan to shudder. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, standing less than a meter away. The man stood 8 feet tall, with a leopard-like head, round eyes, and a broad forehead, embodying the imposing presence of Fushan He, the leader of the Yinwu sect. Fushan He? Zheng Wan found himself momentarily at a loss. Fushan He offered a slight smile. So you are Zheng Wan? I have some inquiries to make of you. Chapter 74. The Azure of the Sky, the Flavorless Dan. The journey back to Baiyuan City was not lengthy. However, Wu Qi was not in a hurry to resume his travels. He ambled along, delaying his progress, and arrived in Baiyuan City 7 days later. Upon returning home, although the absence of his sister left a void, as an elder brother, he found it somewhat disconcerting, yet thankfully, their father remained. In this long-awaited reunion, the father and son prepared a feast. After sharing a few cups of wine, as the moon ascended and the stars filled the sky, both men found themselves pleasantly tipsy. Father! Wu Qi sat on the ground at the doorstep, gazing up at the starry river, and suddenly inquired, Wu Shuang turned to face his son. Wu Qi posed an unexpected question. How did mother die all those years ago? Wu Shuang was taken aback, a flash of sorrow crossing his eyes, but he feigned nonchalance, responding, Did I not tell you? Your mother passed away after giving birth to your sister due to complications. Wu Qi averted his gaze from his father's face, instead continuing to stare at the night sky, speaking to himself. I have inquired about the midwife who assisted in your sister's birth. She told me that the delivery was remarkably smooth. She did not seem to be lying to this point. Wu Qi chose not to elaborate further. However, Wu Shuang comprehended the implications and smiled faintly, retorting, Do you suspect I have lied to you? Wu Qi did not deny it. I believe you acted in the best interests of me and my sister. However, as a child, I too wish to know what the truth is. As he spoke, Wu Qi turned to gaze at Wu Shuang with unwavering determination. Wu Shuang met his son's earnest gaze, and after a prolonged silence, he broke into a gentle smile, exclaiming, You have truly grown. Unbeknownst to him, the once crying boy had evolved into the pillar of their family. Perhaps it was time for him to. Just as Wu Shuang began to waver, contemplating revealing the truth, a shadow, akin to that of a giant, surged forth from the depths of his mind. In an instant, the painful memories of that year inundated him like a tidal wave. Wu Shuang's gaze darkened instinctively, his demeanor shifting to one of unwavering resolve. No, it is not the right time. Wu Qi, bewildered, asked, Why not? Wu Shuang shook his head, bluntly replying, Because you are not yet strong enough. Wu Qi's expression faltered. Wu Shuang continued, It is not just you. I too am not strong enough. As Wu Qi prepared to voice his thoughts, Wu Shuang abruptly stood, abruptly terminating the conversation. All right, Qi'er, you have traveled for several days. It is time for you to rest. With that, he began to depart. Wu Qi hastily pursued him, asking, When will I know? Wu Shuang pondered briefly, patting his son's shoulder, and replied with a smile, If you can reach the Qi explosion realm before you turn 20, I shall reveal the truth to you. Reaching the Qi explosion realm before 20 does not seem too distant. Wu Qi clenched his fists with determination. Meanwhile, as Wu Shuang took a few steps forward, seemingly recalling something, he paused and turned back. Oh, by the way, the insect-slaying day at the Demon Abyss Valley is approaching. Regardless of whether you attend, you should prepare yourself mentally. So soon? Wu Qi was taken aback. Not at all. Do not forget, you have been away for nearly half a month. Wu Qi awkwardly scratched his head. How many days remain? 3 days. By the time Wu Shuang finished speaking, he had already walked far away. Wu Qi glanced down at his clenched fists, silently declaring, I must strive to enhance my strength as much as possible in these 3 days. The following day, Wu Qi resolved to exchange the pills he possessed for currency. After becoming a martial artist, he found that as his strength increased, so did his expenses. The pills were primarily concocted during his leisurely moments on the journey home, crafted with care. Given that they were all of the first grade and considering his current level of physical cultivation, he had little use for them. Instead of letting them languish unused, it seemed far more practical to sell them. Conveniently, there was a pill tower located outside Baiyuan City, a place that both sold and purchased pills. Naturally, Wu Qi did not plan to go there under his true identity or as Qi Wu, as it could lead to unnecessary complications. The pill tower was situated in the southwestern part of Baiyuan City, at the foot of Wuqiao Mountain. At noon, a young man wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a veiled face approached the tower. He gazed up at the towering white structure, murmuring to himself, "Is this the pill tower?" The speaker was none other than Wu Qi. Beneath the black veil, his face remained unmistakably his own. He had not transformed into another person through deceitful means. He merely employed the hat and veil for modest concealment. The reasons were straightforward. First, he did not intend to linger long. Once he sold the pills, he would depart. Second, the guise of deceit was not without its own toll on the body. His attire was perhaps a tad too simplistic. Rather than presenting himself as an alchemist, he resembled more of a fisherman. There was no choice. During his family's decline, he had sold everything of value. Now that he possessed wealth, he lacked the time to acquire new garments. In the past, when Sienna was around, she would help him with his appearance. Now that she was gone, Wu Qi had become even more disheveled. Upon entering the pill tower, he noticed a scattering of patrons. Wu Qi surveyed the area and ultimately chose an unoccupied counter to approach. Behind the counter stood an elderly man with a goat-like beard. Sensing someone approaching, he did not lift his head, instead asking, almost automatically, "Buying or selling?" "Selling," Wu Qi replied. "What grade?" "First grade." "How many?" 8. "What are the names of the pills?" "All 8 are Flame Sun pills, 500 silver coins each," the old man declared in a tone that left no room for negotiation. Wu Qi was not particularly well versed in the market price of Flame Sun pills. Upon hearing the figure, he intended to nod in agreement. However, just then, another individual approached the goat-bearded man's counter. This newcomer, dressed elegantly in blue and black, with pronounced brows and a striking demeanor, wasted no time in asserting, "Old Wang, I'm here to sell." At the mention of Old Wang, the goat-bearded man immediately donned a facade of obsequiousness, eagerly greeting the newcomer. "Ah, Master Feng. What pills are you bringing to sell today?" "Flame Sun pills," Master Feng declared emphatically. "Flame Sun pills? Just like mine." Wu Qi instinctively glanced at him. Meanwhile, the goat-bearded man readily nodded. "Very well, 2,000 silver coins for each Flame Sun pill." "How many do you have?" Master Feng replied with an air of indifference, as if accustomed to such treatment and pricing. But Wu Qi's brow furrowed instantly, his expression darkening as he interjected sharply, "Wait a moment." "What is it?" The goat-bearded man responded coldly, eyeing Wu Qi with suspicion. Wu Qi asked loudly, "Why is it that for the same Flame Sun pills, you offer me 500, while he receives 2,000? Ha, are you foolish? Don't you understand?" The goat-bearded man scoffed. "Even for the same type of pill, there are distinctions in quality. The differences in appearance justify the variance in price. Master Feng is an acknowledged second-grade alchemist by the Alchemist Academy, and every Flame Sun pill he produces is never below premium quality. He is among the finest alchemists in the crafting of Flame Sun pills. 2,000 silver coins is already a reduced price, thanks to his long-standing partnership with the Academy." "And you?" Wu Qi retorted immediately. "How do you know my Flame Sun pills are inferior? Did you even bother to ask me first?" "Is there a need to ask?" The goat-bearded man sneered, his gaze filled with disdain and skepticism. "If you could truly produce Flame Sun pills of premium quality or higher, you would be on the same level as Master Feng. What reputable alchemist dresses so plainly? Just look at yourself, dressed like a fisherman and veiled as if afraid someone might recognize you. A true alchemist of renown and capability would not shy away from being seen. Only a despicable little man would hide away. I'm beginning to doubt the authenticity of the 8 Flame Sun pills you hold." Faced with the goat-bearded man's derision and interrogation, Wu Qi surprisingly broke into a smile. Finding the situation amusing, "So now we are judging by appearances?" The goat-bearded man shrugged. "I'm merely speaking the truth. If you are truly aggrieved, bring forth your Flame Sun pills and let us compare them with Master Feng's." Wu Qi frowned. Seeing this, the goat-bearded man chuckled. What's wrong? Feeling guilty? Are you afraid? Cowardly? If you can't do it, then just get lost. Wu Qi's eyes narrowed, his intent to kill coalescing. What did you say? At that moment, a languid voice interjected. What's all this noise about? The crowd turned to see a rotund, middle-aged man descending the staircase leading to the second floor. The goat-bearded man, startled, immediately bowed his head in reverence, exclaiming, Master of the Tower! Master of the Tower? Wu Qi thought, taking a closer look at the drowsy-looking fat man. Was this truly the master of the Pill Tower? The stout master spoke sternly, and the goat-bearded man recounted the events with embellishments. After finishing, he hastily speculated, Master, I believe this fellow is either looking for trouble or attempting to sell counterfeit pills. However, the stout master did not hastily condemn Wu Qi based on the goat-bearded man's words. Instead, he smiled politely, addressing Wu Qi, Stranger, if you truly wish to sell, why not present your pills? If your Flame Sun pills indeed reach premium quality, I assure you, I will offer you the same price I give others. Though the stout master appeared friendly, there was an underlying menace in his smile that exerted an invisible pressure. Wu Qi sighed at this. The goat-bearded man pointed at Wu Qi, mockingly declaring, See, he dares not. Wu Qi coldly retorted, I had no intention of making a scene. From the beginning, my plan was to sell quickly and depart without causing any trouble. I never anticipated that your esteemed tower would look down upon me to such an extent. Since it has come to this, I shall oblige you, Himph. You are quite the pretender. The goat-bearded man scoffed dismissively. Master Feng feigned concern, advising, Young man, do not force yourself. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. If you are capable, then act accordingly, not let a trivial matter of pride trap you, risking everything for a small gain. Can you be quiet? Wu Qi shot back. My actions are none of your concern. Master Feng's face flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth. Very well. We shall see how you fare. Wu Qi smirked, returning his attention to the stout master. His demeanor relaxed as he stated, You wish to see my Flame Sun pills? Here, with that, he casually tossed out a pouch. And 8 small azure pills rolled out onto the counter. Look, Wu Qi remarked casually. Azure Flame Sun pills? The goat-bearded man erupted in laughter, clapping his hands in delight. Ha ha ha, they are indeed counterfeit. I knew you were just posturing. Master of the Tower, Master Feng. Look, the stout master and Master Feng, who were both prepared to witness Wu Qi's folly, now stood wide-eyed, as if they had encountered an unfathomable miracle. The goat-bearded man, bewildered, asked, What's wrong with you? Are these not counterfeit? Counterfeit? I see you as the true counterfeit, the stout master exclaimed, unable to contain his outrage. Huh? The goat-bearded man looked puzzled, but by logic, aren't premium grade pills red? Who said they must be premium grade? The stout master retorted impatiently. Could it be above premium? The goat-bearded man stammered, Minor flaw grade? He quickly shook his head in denial. No, minor flaws are yellow. Suddenly, the goat-bearded man recalled something, his pupils contracting in realization. Could it be? The stout master sighed heavily, the azure of the sky, the flavorless pill. Without a doubt, these 8 Flame Sun pills are all of flawless quality. Flawless quality. Despite the fact that the goat-bearded man had already begun to suspect. When he heard those 3 words spoken by the tower master, it struck him with the force of a thunderclap. For he had spent decades at the Dan Tower of Wuqiao Mountain, and the frequency of encountering even a slightly flawed first-grade elixir was exceedingly rare, let alone a top-tier one. As for a perfect-grade elixir, it was something he had only heard of in legends. This led the goat-bearded man to almost forget that there existed an even higher tier beyond mere flaws. Thus, it became evident that this individual was not only not a fraud but also someone capable of refining the perfect grade Yin-Yang Dan. At that moment, the goat-bearded man felt as though the very heavens were spinning and the sun and moon had lost their light. Chapter 75. The Auction House. The plump tower master, his demeanor shifting dramatically, eagerly exclaimed, Young friend, no, master. Your Yin-Yang Dan, 5,000 silver coins each. No, 8,000 silver coins each. I shall take them all. Want them? Wu Qi glanced at him. The plump tower master nodded frantically. With a swift motion, Wu Qi stuffed all 8 Yin-Yang Dan into his bag and declared in an unyielding tone, I will not sell. The plump tower master was left speechless. Nothing more to say, I'm leaving with that. Wu Qi turned to depart. The plump tower master hastily implored, Master, please reconsider. How about sitting down for some tea or a drink? I happen to have a century-old fine brew that I would love to share with you. Not interested, Wu Qi replied without hesitation, following up with a cold smile. Where were you when I was humiliated? Why didn't you have your servant think before speaking? The goat-bearded man felt utterly tongue-tied. At that moment, a boisterous voice erupted from the first floor. I bid 10,000 silver coins. The plump tower master, Wu Qi, and the others turned their heads to see a young man in luxurious attire rising from the counter. His back to them, he was a dashing figure of the mundane world. Upon seeing his face, the plump tower master was momentarily taken aback before quickly recognizing him, exclaiming in surprise, Zhao Wan from Nanyan City? Greetings, tower master. Zhao Wan. The young man being addressed, bowed slightly to the plump tower master before approaching Wu Qi with a sincere smile, stating, As long as the master is willing, I will pay you 10,000 silver coins each for your Yinyang Dan. I shall take them all. Cash? Of course. Paid in full? Absolutely. Wu Qi nodded, saying, Deal. After the transaction, Wu Qi promptly exited through the door. The plump tower master stared at Wu Qi's retreating figure, still reluctant to give up, saying, Master, even if the deal is done, there remains the virtue of friendship. Should you have any more elixirs in the future, I am willing to purchase any second grade or lower at 5 times the market price. Unfortunately, Wu Qi did not look back and continued on his way. Watching Wu Qi's diminishing silhouette, the smile on the plump tower master's face grew increasingly strained. The goat-bearded man, summoning his courage, approached with a look of guilt, fully aware that he had caused a significant blunder. However, before he could utter a word, the plump tower master suddenly turned and, without a second thought, slapped him across the face. With a resounding clap, the goat-bearded man was sent flying, crashing into several rows of counters. Master Feng Dan and those nearby were left in stunned silence, having never seen the usually jovial plump tower master in such a furious state. Tower master, I acknowledge my mistake, the goat-bearded man cried, rising from the ground, disregarding his dignity, and confessing like one mourning a lost loved one. Yet, the tower master's fury only intensified as he shouted, Realizing your mistake now is of no consequence. Do you understand how rare it is to find an alchemist capable of refining perfect-grade elixirs? While the Yinyang Dan may not be the pinnacle among first-grade elixirs, it certainly ranks among the best. If he can refine the Yinyang Dan to perfection, he could easily elevate at least 20 types of first-grade elixirs to that level. Moreover, judging by his voice, he must be under 30. A young man of such caliber signifies an extremely high potential in the realm of alchemy. In the future, he could very well become a Dan King or even a Dan Emperor. Yet, due to your actions, I have lost the opportunity to engage with him on equal terms. The plump tower master grew increasingly agitated, directly ordering the goat-bearded man to leave. Get out. Go as far as you can, and do not let me see you again. The goat-bearded man felt as if he were on the brink of tears, regretting his actions deeply. Had he known how formidable this black hat was, he would never have dared to speak so carelessly now. He had lost his secure position, and being of advanced age without offspring, he pondered how he would survive in the future. Meanwhile, Wu Qi, almost at the outskirts of Wuqiao Mountain, suddenly heard someone calling after him. Master, wait, Master. Curious, Wu Qi turned around to see a somewhat familiar figure sprinting down the mountain. It was Zhao Wan, the young man who had purchased all his Yinyang Dan. What is it? Wu Qi inquired. Zhao Wan grinned foolishly. Do you have time to spare? I would like to invite you to Hongdu. Hongdu? Wu Qi responded, bewildered. What is that? This time, it was Zhao Wan's turn to be astonished. You don't know. Wu Qi shook his head. Well, all right, Zhao Wan quickly clarified. Hongdu is the largest auction house in the vicinity of Nanyan City and Beiyuan City. An auction house? Wu Qi nodded, then asked, What do we need to go there for? My friend informed me that Hongdu has some excellent goods today. Reportedly a batch of magic eggs from the great wilderness. Zhao Wan said mysteriously, Magic eggs? Yes, eggs from certain magical beasts, to be honest. I am currently in need of a companion beast that can grow alongside me, Zhao Wan confessed, scratching his head sheepishly. Wu Qi replied, perplexed, if you need it, why not buy it yourself? Why do you need me to accompany you, Master? You may not understand. Zhao Wan sighed in exasperation. Currently, People only understand adult magical beasts from the great wilderness, while their eggs are almost a blind spot in information. Therefore, even if one is fortunate enough to acquire a magic egg from the great wilderness, it is nearly impossible to identify the type of magical beast inside based solely on appearance. Thus, buyers must rely on blind selection. If luck is on their side, they may choose an egg with great potential. If not, they might end up with a bad egg. Wu Qi maintained a cold demeanor, stating, "Since it's all about luck, I see no reason to accompany you." No, no, no. Zhao Wan quickly shook his head in denial. Luck is only part of it. Experience also plays a crucial role. Experience of the observer? Wu Qi raised an eyebrow. Zhao Wan smiled, explaining, "The term observer is slang in this trade, referring to individuals with high soul talent, because the eggs of magical beasts exist in a half-physical, half-soul state before hatching. Only those with high soul talent, the observers, can sense the soul state within the eggs and thus evaluate their potential." Now it made sense. Wu Qi finally understood, as he was an alchemist and alchemists placed great importance on soul talent. Zhao Wan likely believed that since he had refined a perfect grade Yin-Yang Dan, his soul talent would be exceptional, prompting him to invite Wu Qi to accompany him to Hongdu. Zhao Wan's eagerness to purchase his Yin-Yang Dan at a premium also likely stemmed from this intention. As Wu Qi's thoughts raced, Zhao Wan patted his chest, confidently assuring him, "Rest assured. As long as you assist me, even if the egg turns out to be defective, I will pay you 50,000 silver coins as a token of invitation. If the egg hatches and the magical beast's potential level is at least grade D or higher, I will give you at least 100,000 silver coins, paid in full." Wu Qi nodded. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Zhao Wan exhaled a sigh of relief. "However, I have one more question." Wu Qi pondered. "If you cannot ascertain what type of magical beast is inside the egg, why not wait until it hatches before buying it?" Zhao Wan chuckled bashfully. "Isn't that a better deal? If I wait until it hatches to buy it, the price will at least multiply by 10.